In a low-dimensional world where everything can be controlled at will, Lu Jiu felt akin to a game master, or perhaps even a deity. Chapter 1. The Two-Dimensional Canvas. I regret to inform you that you have lung cancer. However, with proactive treatment, there remains a chance for recovery. Are your family members aware? We recommend hospitalization for intensive treatment. How long do I have left? Yours is an early stage, so there is still. As Lu Jiu exited the hospital, he felt disoriented, as if he were trapped in a dream. The bustling crowd around him seemed to flow like an ocean, and it felt as though an imperceptible boundary separated him from the world. Lu Jiu had no intention of seeking treatment. Cancer was not worth the expenditure. Even in death, he did not wish to endure the agony of being tethered to machines, suffering on a hospital bed. His parents had long passed away, and he had no close relatives. The few friends he had from school had gradually drifted apart as they entered society. When they did cross paths again, the connection was lost, replaced by a palpable sense of utilitarianism and estrangement. The camaraderie of youth was but a distant memory, even amidst laughter at work. It was challenging to forge the same heartfelt bonds. Contemplating his existence, Lu Jiu felt an overwhelming sense of monotony, as if he were merely a puppet maneuvered by the hands of society and the inertia of fate, his life a template used by countless others. His home had been uninhabited for quite some time, and dust clung to every surface. As he lifted the covers to begin cleaning, he unearthed numerous relics from his childhood: old toys, textbooks, and doodle-seech, evoking a wave of nostalgia. What's this? He discovered a scroll of canvas, remarkably pristine, as though untouched by time. Its texture was smooth, reminiscent of a surface coated in oil. It was peculiar paper, naturally yellowed over time. Yet this canvas remained unblemished. It must have held some significance, having been cast aside, yet preserved in such a remarkable condition. Curious, Lu Jiu speculated that this artwork must have belonged to his grandfather. He unrolled it on the coffee table, anticipation building within him, only to be met with disappointment. What is this? An empty canvas? Just as he was about to put it away, he noticed a tiny black dot. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small grasshopper. Lu Jiu chuckled. What a waste! A massive canvas for a minuscule, invisible grasshopper. As he examined it further, he suddenly reached out, and to his astonishment, it felt as though his hand had passed through an unseen barrier, making contact with something tangible. In that instant, the grasshopper leapt onto the living room floor, and Lu Jiu stared in disbelief as it scurried away. Glancing back at the canvas, he was startled to find the depiction of the grasshopper had vanished. Did I bring it out? Alive? He looked between the canvas and the lively creature on the floor, his mouth agape, realizing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. An avid reader of online literature, Lu Jiu was no stranger to fantastical concepts. Could it be a spatial artifact? A treasure from farming genre? Despite facing mortality, Lu Jiu harbored no thoughts of despair. Life must continue, and especially in these remaining days, he wished to fill them with meaning. Discovering such a curious phenomenon was a delightful surprise amidst his circumstances that in the following days, Lu Jiu conducted numerous experiments with the canvas. He confirmed the existence of a space within it, though it was not as he had envisioned. He termed it the canvas space. This space was two-dimensional scientifically speaking. It was not three-dimensional. All objects entering it were automatically sealed into a two-dimensional existence, subjected to a dimensional reduction. However, upon removal, they would revert to their three-dimensional form. Lu Jiu could not fathom the mechanics behind this marvel. His first discovery led him to conclude that within this canvas space, time was non-existent. Entering felt akin to stepping into an eternal, tranquil river, where anything sealed within remained unchanged, regardless of duration. His second discovery was that the canvas space seemed to repulse living beings. When he attempted to place larger animals, such as chickens or ducks, within it, they were instantly torn apart and vanished. Lu Jiu speculated that perhaps the entrance to the canvas space could not accommodate such substantial life forms, leading them to fall into a dimensional rift. He then experimented with a few ants, placing them within the canvas space, and noted that they remained still as if time had frozen them in place. Intrigued, Lu Jiu pondered why time was absent in this two-dimensional realm. If time existed, it would indeed be a genuine world, thus enhancing the significance of the canvas space. For now, it merely served as a storage area. Einstein's theory of general relativity posits that time is a distinct dimension. From this perspective, the world in which humanity resides should be four-dimensional. However, humans cannot directly perceive the fourth dimension rendering them three-dimensional beings. The two-dimensional realm functioned similarly. Although time was imperceptible, it ought to exist. It should not simply vanish. Liu Xiu resolved to adopt a different approach in observing and confirming this phenomenon. Chapter 2. My two-dimensional world. Liu Xiu resolved to analyze the theory of the three axioms of the universe: time, space, and mass. Collectively known as the three fundamental elements of the cosmos, abbreviated as time, space, and mass. Between these elements exists an inseparable connection within their essence. They are three absolute concepts that are both independent and interrelated. The relationships of spacetime and mass-space delineate the equations UU, T, and MMU, indicating that what is experienced in space is time, and that which is filled with mass is space. In essence, spacetime is contingent upon mass. Mass is the primordial element among the three. Without mass, there would be no space, and without space, there would be no time. Liu Xiu speculated that this painting might serve as a portal to a two-dimensional world where mass does not exist, thus preventing the formation of stable space, nor the existence of time. As Liu Xiu gazed upon the painting, he suddenly felt an incredible sensation, as if he were opening the door to a new realm. He pondered whether infusing the two-dimensional space within the painting with a significant amount of mass would facilitate the creation of a stable two-dimensional world, a realm endowed with time and space, capable of accommodating two-dimensional life. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him, prompting him to devise a plan to introduce a conduit into the painted space, filling it with soil and other materials. At that moment, the doorbell rang from downstairs, and upon checking, he realized his package had arrived. Liu Xiu, please sign for this. The delivery person was amiable and exceedingly polite. Upon unwrapping the parcel, he discovered the camera he had previously ordered. After connecting it to his computer, Liu Xiu directed the camera into the painted space. He had long desired to directly observe the interior of the painted realm rather than infer its conditions through the movement depicted in the artwork. The moment the camera penetrated the painted space, the screen plunged into darkness. A sudden jolt of apprehension gripped Liu Xiu, though he had anticipated this outcome. Firstly, the absence of light in the two-dimensional space would render visibility impossible, and secondly, it seemed improbable that any signal could traverse from the two-dimensional world. Nevertheless, Liu Xiu was eager to experiment. With a click of the mouse, he activated the camera's light, and to his astonishment, the screen illuminated. Liu Xiu's mouth fell agape as he maneuvered the camera left and right, revealing nothing but a shadowy expanse punctuated by a straight line of white light, reminiscent of a 2D side-scrolling animation or a cartoon sketch. However, amidst this illumination, he glimpsed a fleeting shadow. What was that? Liu Xiu swiftly adjusted the lens, confirming that it was not an error. A peculiar mark had materialized on the screen, a horizontal figure resembling the number 8. Liu Xiu recognized this symbol as a representation of infinity, though in the capital city, it often signified smog. He was certain he had not misinterpreted the image. It was indeed horizontal, positioned at the center of the painted space. Experimenting with various angles, he could only discern its frontal aspect, unable to view its back or top. Liu Xiu found the conditions within the painted space to be exceedingly bizarre. He was convinced it was a two-dimensional world. Yet the perspective offered by the camera did not conform to what one would expect from such a realm. It was certainly not three-dimensional either. Having observed this scene numerous times without surprise, he deliberated for a considerable period before resolutely deciding to reach into the painting. He aimed to extract the horizontal 8 and discover its true nature. After several attempts, this was the first time Liu Xiu dared to plunge his hand into the painting, an act requiring considerable courage. He feared being unable to withdraw his hand, which would lead to dire consequences. The sensation of penetrating the painting was peculiar. It felt as though his sense of touch had been muted, yet he remained aware of his hand's presence. His hand became weightless, as light as a sheet of paper. I've got it. Liu Xiu examined it closely and saw a silvery object that seemed to disregard his flesh, writhing incessantly along his skin, akin to a fish navigating through water, slithering up his arm. Panic surged within him as he instinctively swatted at the creature, yet he could not make contact. He watched helplessly as it crawled up his arm. In a rush, he dashed into his room, grabbed a mirror, and was horrified to see the entity burrowing into his neck, climbing up his face, and ultimately penetrating his brain. Boom. Lu Jiu felt as if something within his mind had detonated, and he instantly lost consciousness. He sensed he was witnessing the cosmic explosion of the universe, overwhelmed by an influx of information flooding into his mind. However, his limited mental capacity could not accommodate the deluge, resulting in the loss of most details, leaving only a scant imprint of vital information etched in the depths of his consciousness. When Lu Jiu finally rose from the floor, darkness had enveloped the world outside. He felt an unusual calm regarding life and death, yet the experience of this strange entity infiltrating his body instilled a profound sense of dread. However, upon further reflection, he reassured himself that, as terrifying as it was akin to the threat posed by cancer cells. Ultimately, it could only lead to death, which allowed him to regain his composure. The entity that had invaded his mind surely represented the dominion over the painting, the ownership and control center of that two-dimensional world. Within it, countless detailed explanations resided. Lu Jiu could sense the overwhelming nature of the instructions, akin to the vast compendium of the capital's library. Yet, his mind could not contain such extensive information, leaving him with only a rudimentary understanding of basic operational methods while the rest slipped away. Among these instructions were the means to open and enter the two-dimensional realm, as well as to establish the internal rules and parameters of that dimension. Chapter 3. Designing a world under the cover of night. Lu Jiu drove his own BYD car silently to the vicinity of Mulan Mountain, where the land was lush and fertile, kissed by the serene lakes. He even took a moment to knead the soil between his fingers. Once he had chosen the location, he immediately set about executing his first plan to steal some earth. Originally, Lu Jiu intended to purchase potting soil to meet his requirements, thus avoiding contamination from pests and microorganisms. However, the price of 200 yuan per cubic meter deterred him. The quantity he needed would cost him no less than 100,000. The air around Mulan Mountain was exceptionally refreshing. Had he arrived during the day, the morning light would have surely filled him with a sense of elation. Yet at this hour, the cool breeze howled like a wailing specter, sending shivers down his spine. Lu Jiu felt a twinge of anxiety, but it was not about the theft of soil. Rather, it stemmed from the imminent act of opening a portal to another dimension, a gateway to the two-dimensional realm, which was currently sealed by the force field of the Qian map, a name he had personally designated for this illustration. The moment he breached the barrier, a gap would be created in the force field. If he mismanaged the situation, the consequences could be dire. He recalled a conversation he had on an online forum, where he inquired about the potential pitfalls of accessing a two-dimensional world. A fellow netizen had ominously remarked, "What could go wrong? Do you know about the two-dimensional foil?" The thought of wielding something that could obliterate the entire solar system made Lu Jiu gulp nervously. Having made his preparations, Lu Jiu felt a flicker of silver symbols deep within his mind. Instantly, a black vortex manifested above the Qian map, its immense gravitational pull sweeping across a 1,000-meter radius. Enough. After a few minutes of the wild winds, Lu Jiu felt as though his eyes could barely open, and he struggled to breathe as the air was rapidly siphoned away, leaving the atmosphere thin and scarce. When he finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to see that the once gentle slope had transformed into a sheer cliff, revealing the ridge, while the previously clear lake now lay exposed, its water level slowly rising. Awestruck by the spectacle before him, Lu Jiu hastily stowed the Qian map and departed along the mountain path. Only upon reaching the mainland did he hasten to his vehicle and drive away. The following day, the bizarre occurrences at Mulan Mountain made headlines. Experts conducted various analyses and concluded that a group of soil thieves was responsible, issuing stern condemnations. However, none of this concerned Lu Jiu. He hung the Qian map on a shelf in his bedroom, and it was no longer a blank canvas. Instead, it now depicted a small island surrounded by an expansive ocean, the waters undulating as if alive. The water had been extracted from the lake, which should have housed fish, but now they had vanished, confirming that the current realm could only support microorganisms. Through the silver symbols in his mind, Lu Jiu spent the entire night delineating the boundary between matter and water, ultimately establishing a stable world. Yet he noticed that the silver hue within the symbols began to diminish, its once vibrant brilliance waning, suggesting that this alteration required a significant expenditure of energy, though the nature of this energy remained elusive to him. As Lu Jiu observed the scene within the illustration, he noticed ants moving about. Overcome with excitement, he leaped up. Just as I suspected, mass determines space, and space dictates time. At this juncture, the two-dimensional realm had finally achieved stability. He scrutinized the ants, which moved like characters from a 2D side-scrolling game, seemingly unfazed. Perhaps due to their loss of three-dimensional perception, or perhaps because ants inherently existed as two-dimensional beings. Nevertheless, the two-dimensional space still lacked the essence of a vibrant world, feeling rather sterile. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jiu witnessed the ants gradually perishing as the absence of sunlight, warmth, and air led to their demise. This unexpected turn left him somewhat flustered. Temperature? Sunlight. Lu Jiu found himself in a quandary. He could not simply conjure a sun out of thin air. But what if he could create one? Although he had gained control over the painted space, the specifics of its operation eluded him. However, utilizing the energy from the silver symbols in his mind to fabricate a sun seemed plausible. Given that it was a two-dimensional realm, could he not simply draw a sun? Suddenly struck by inspiration, he sprang into action, employing a red brush to paint a radiant sun in the sky of his illustration. This action immediately drained a third of the energy from the silver symbols in his mind. Yet, to his delight, the painted sun began to move. Following the parameters he had established, traversing the sky in a celestial dance, illuminating the land below. He then added a blue moon, establishing a cycle of day and night. As the parameters of the two-dimensional realm stabilized under Lu Jiu's guidance, he felt a surge of creativity. If the data of this two-dimensional world could be manipulated, then surely time could be as well. After all, time is merely an expression of the movement of matter. Envisioning a space devoid of matter and energy, he realized that time itself would be meaningless. Only within a world populated by matter could the motion of that matter manifest the significance of time. The movement of molecules, atoms, electrons, and photons creates the processes of growth and decay, from the molding of food to the turning of clocks. And from the rotation of the Earth to the evolution of galaxies, all phenomena born from the flow of matter, forming the vast system that is the concept of time. If matter ceases to move, time comes to a standstill. If the velocity of matter's movement is accelerated, time itself will quicken or slow. Lu Jiu felt a rush of exhilaration. If he could increase the rate of motion within the two-dimensional realm, then time would likewise accelerate, making one day outside equivalent to a year, 10 years, within. Would this be feasible? He resolved to test it out. Lu Jiu began to scour the internet for information, jotting down his various ideas in a notebook, some marked with checks, others crossed out. After weeks of diligent effort, he finally refined his concepts, though the outcome remained uncertain. Sitting in front of the Qian Kuan map, he closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the symbols within his mind. Instantly, he could sense the internal information of the painted space. The parameters he had set for the two-dimensional world surged into his awareness. Its size, data, the force of gravity, the fluctuations in solar temperature, the passage of a day, and the cycles of the seasons. Lu Jiu felt as though he were a deity of creation, continuously inputting his thoughts into the silvery symbols, deftly manipulating the transformations of the two-dimensional realm. During this process, the silvery energy within the symbols steadily diminished, gradually nearing depletion. It was only at this moment that Lu Jiu successfully established the envisioned two-dimensional world. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the resonant chime of a bell. Time began to whirl like the hands of a clock, ticking away with increasing rapidity. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a world within the painting that appeared to be imbued with vibrant colors, commencing its genuine operation. Time accelerated relentlessly. Yet just before Lu Jiu's energy was entirely expended, he halted, fixing the parameters he had set. Each modification of these parameters required a significant expenditure of energy. Time had been accelerated to 1,000-fold compared to the external world. Thus, one day in the external realm equated to 27 years within the painted space. An hour corresponded to over a year in this two-dimensional domain. Lu Jiu observed as the land within the painting began to stir, with seeds intermingled among the trees and flowers starting to germinate. In the span of an hour, the entirety of the island became blanketed in a lush green. Chapter 4. Observation Records. Lu Jiu held a bottle in his hand, capturing ants in the yard. Within his painted space, time and gravity existed. Accompanied by the sun and moon, the changing seasons, as well as plants and oxygen, yet devoid of animals. Determined, Lu Jiu decided to personally collect some specimens to place within the painted realm. As he stood up, he spotted a girl outside the door, riding a motorcycle and adorned with a burgundy helmet, gazing at him in astonishment. Setting down his small hoe and bottle, he approached the entrance and inquired, Who are you? The girl promptly removed her helmet, revealing herself. I'm Xiaofan. Lu Jiyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The girl before him was strikingly beautiful and appeared to be an acquaintance, yet he could not recall her. How could he express this awkwardness? Suddenly, a joke he had seen online came to mind. A teacher encountered a student, both forgetting each other's names, only able to exclaim, I remember you. That teacher. You are that student. Xiaofan scrutinized Lu Jiyu for a moment, her face falling as she tucked her helmet under her arm. Hey, you don't remember me, do you? Lu Jiyu, feeling immensely awkward, stammered. Well, you know, I've grown older. My memory isn't what it used to be. Perhaps you could remind me? Xiaoyan's sister. Lu Jiyu blinked at Xiaofan. Xiaoyan's sister? He gestured with his hand, astonished. You've grown so much. Of course, I'm in high school now. She replied swiftly. Xiaoyan was Lu Jiyu's first love, and at that moment, he wished to avoid any familiar faces or relatives, just wanting to spend some quiet time alone. The last time he had seen Xiaoyan, Xiaofan was still in elementary school. After 6 or 7 years without contact since graduating high school, their paths had diverged. Xiaoyan had been accepted into Peking University while Lu Jiyu ended up at a second-tier university. Their breakup had been resolute, leaving Lu Jiyu feeling somewhat lost in his youth, though he had come to understand it over the years. However, that did not mean he desired to meet her again. He nodded. Ah, I recognize you now. Is there something you need? I have some things to attend to. Xiaofan knocked on the door, the iron gate clanging with the sound of steel pipes. If you recognize me, open the door. In confusion, Lu Jiyu opened the gate, and Xiaofan pushed her motorcycle inside. Your yard is huge. I always thought it resembled my ideal paradise when I was younger. Every time I passed by, I would peek inside. I never expected to see you. What were you just doing in the yard? Lu Jiyu began to tidy up his tools. Not much, just organizing the yard. Since you're here, why not come in for some tea? Dressed in tight jeans and a loose tank top, Xiaofan's bold attire revealed glimpses of her undergarments. And Lu Jiyu was astonished that the little girl who once followed Xiaoyan had grown into such a striking young woman, making him acutely aware of his own aging. As Lu Jiyu observed Xiaofan chatter away, she set down 2 bottles of drinks and a platter of snacks on the table. Time flies. How's Xiaoyan? Is she married? Xiaofan looked at Lu Jiyu with a hint of mischief. What's wrong? Still hung up on your old flame, wishing to relive old dreams. Lu Jiyu shook his head, laughing. It's been so many years. Even the memories are a bit hazy. We're still friends, and since you're here, I thought I'd ask. Xiaofan quipped. Aren't we all just working for someone else? Do you aspire to be a boss? Xiaofan remained lively in Lu Jiyu's home for quite a while, finishing an entire bag of walnuts before contentedly departing. After her youthful exuberance filled the air, Lu Jiyu felt a refreshing change permeate the atmosphere. After placing the captured ants into the painted space, he soon discovered they all perished in an instant, not due to environmental factors, but rather from natural causes. Realizing his folly, he smacked his forehead. These ants lacked a queen. Although ants generally have long lifespans, worker ants, once separated from their colony, perish swiftly. In the accelerated time frame of his painted realm, they lived but mere seconds, utterly lacking the conditions to form a colony. Immediately, Lu Jiyu scoured the internet for resources on this topic. With little available for purchase, he resorted to some breeding forums where he negotiated and ultimately placed an order. 2 days later, a package arrived. Upon opening it, he found a unique container filled with a dense network of tubes, where ants scurried about, including a sizable queen ant at the bottom. This was a breeding dish. Lu Jiyu opened the breeding dish and placed the queen into the painted space. At that moment, he observed the painted realm teeming with flourishing vegetation, a vibrant tapestry of flowers and trees, though the trees appeared diminutive, perhaps a consequence of the internal gravity and environmental influences. Regrettably, there were no signs of biological activity. Given time, Lu Jiyu estimated that in millions of years, his painted space might give rise to its own two-dimensional life forms, yet he could hardly wait. He nestled the breeding dish on a small hillside, partially buried in the soil, and began to watch for signs of activity. With time accelerating, the ants quickly became active, their colony expanding rapidly, gradually enveloping the entire hill. The sun and night alternated incessantly, reminiscent of a fast-forwarded documentary. Within 2 hours, several years had elapsed in the painted realm. The ant colony had undergone a generational change, displaying traits akin to a unique civilization, with precise divisions of labor reminiscent of humanity. Each ant functioned like a cog in a machine, Any one ant that strayed from the colony would not endure long. Ants truly are remarkable creatures. As the seasons cycled through, a day later, the first generation queen passed away, making way for the second queen. However, the colony astonishingly split into two factions, each led by its own queen, proliferating and thriving. Lu Jiu noticed subtle distinctions between the two groups. One began to burrow deeper underground, while the other constructed a nest atop the hill, with both groups evolving wings. Lu Jiu named them flying ants and ground ants, respectively. On the fourth day, the transformations within the two groups became even more pronounced, with variations in form emerging. Originally categorized into worker ants, soldier ants, male ants, and queens, the groups gradually developed more specialized roles. The flying ants occupied the skies, their forms evolving distinctly. Without observing closely, Lu Jiu would scarcely recognize them as the same species. The flying ants seemingly evolved into a being reminiscent of bees, while the ground ants gradually lightened in color to a golden hue, burrowing deeper underground. During this time, the two factions split again, with various ant groups proliferating across the entire island. By the sixth day, some ants approached the sea, their limbs beginning to atrophy, adapting to a life in water. The painted space was suddenly vibrant with a plethora of life forms. A small ant colony had given rise to an astonishing array of peculiar beings, leaving Lu Jiu in awe. Chapter 5. The Zerg World. Come on, let's drink and have some fun. Lu Jiu, feeling somewhat helpless, was dragged by Xia Fan to join her group of friends for a gathering. Afterward, he was pulled along to sing karaoke, mixing beer and liquor in abundance. Initially, Lu Jiu felt a bit awkward playing with a bunch of students, but upon arrival, he discovered a mix of high schoolers, university students, and even several adults. Couples of all varieties, which left him astonished. High school students nowadays were far more adventurous than those from his own time. A seemingly innocent young beauty, after finishing her drink, engaged in a passionate kiss with her university boyfriend until breathless, then claimed she was going to the restroom and vanished. Others were equally uninhibited, especially Xia Fan, who sang with abandon, her breath reeking of alcohol as she clung to Lu Jiu's neck, showering him with kisses, leaving him bewildered. As Lu Jiu steadied the swaying Xia Fan on their walk home, he felt the eyes of passers-by upon them, casting curious glances. He had no intention of abducting a girl or anything sinister, though he felt justified in his actions. However, when he spotted traffic police at the intersection, a wave of guilt washed over him, prompting him to halt at a distance, waiting for a taxi. Xia Fan opened her eyes. What's wrong? She quickly squinted through her drunken haze at Lu Jiu. You wouldn't have any ill intentions, would you? Plotting something with my sister's little sister? Lu Jiu grasped Xia Fan's face, pulling her cheeks apart. You must be joking. At your age, you're still not fully developed. He glanced at Xia Fan's voluptuous figure, clad in a short skirt and stockings, her black and white camisole accentuating her ample curves, leaving little to the imagination. Sensing his gaze, Xia Fan straightened up, her slender arms crossing over her chest. What do you think? Impressive, right? In his apartment, there were 2 bathrooms, eliminating the need to bathe separately. After Lu Jiu finished his shower, he retrieved a clean quilt and tidied up a room, only to find Xia Fan lingering in the bathroom. Hey, are you all right in there? Did you fall into the toilet? Finally, Xia Fan emerged wrapped in a towel, exclaiming, "Ah, a bathtub is so delightful." Lu Jiu shook his head. I can't get used to that. He led Xia Fan to the prepared room. You'll sleep here tonight. The quilt and sheets are. Xia Fan hugged him from behind, her hands sliding beneath his t-shirt, brushing against his toned chest and muscles. You smell wonderful. It's quite comforting. The next morning, as Lu Jiu climbed out of bed, he sensed something was amiss. Glancing at Xia Fan, who had her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, a jolt of panic struck him as yesterday's memories flooded back. Wait, how did this happen? What have I done? He had shared a bed with his first-love sister. What madness was this? Had she reached adulthood? High school students must be of age by now, but what should he do? Though Lu Jiu had experienced such situations before, they had always involved mutual consent among adults. He had never engaged in such animalistic behavior with a high schooler. Despite not being drunk, the alcohol had certainly clouded his judgment. Carefully, he extricated himself from her embrace, but just then, Xia Fan's alarm blared, startling her awake. Upon seeing Lu Jiu dressing, she ruffled her hair and greeted him. Good morning. Lu Jiu stood frozen, unsure how to respond, but Xia Fan chuckled at his bewildered expression. Hey, you're not nervous, are you? Don't worry. I have a boyfriend. I want to cling to you. Were high school students really this bold nowadays? Lu Jiu felt as though the years between them spanned a century. When he dated her sister, it had been utterly innocent. Watching Xia Fan pull a clean outfit from her backpack, she quickly freshened up and left for school, blowing Lu Jiu a kiss as she departed. You did well last night. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Jiu found the previous night's events hard to believe. If Xia Yan learned of this, he might as well be turned into potato chips. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered he had yet to write his observation diary for the day. It was a world entirely composed of insects, with various species thriving in the sky, forests, underground, and oceans, all visible in their natural habitat. The queen ant was truly a remarkable entity, capable of altering the genes of her offspring through pheromones, thereby controlling the entire colony. To the ants, she was akin to a deity. As the number of colonies increased while space remained limited, competition for resources and living conditions led to constant warfare. With entire colonies annihilated daily, queens dragged out and executed. However, today was different. Lu Jiu observed a swarm emerging from a peculiar nest atop a hill in the painted space. Various insects flew through the air, swam in the sea, and burrowed into the ground. This was not the work of a queen ant's reproduction. It seemed to be a creation of the nest itself. A peculiar sensation washed over Lu Jiu as he sensed this insect swarm had begun to evolve, gaining a semblance of intelligence and control over their evolutionary direction. Recognizing the significance of this phenomenon, Lu Jiu immediately began researching on his computer. A familiar species came into view, the Zerg from StarCraft. Lu Jiu contemplated the painted space. Had they truly evolved? Who had birthed this intelligence? Was it the queen insect, or had each individual evolved a sense of awareness? Activating his authority, the silver symbol in his mind shimmered to life, and Lu Jiu's consciousness plunged into the painted space, focusing intently on this extraordinary insect species. He felt a separation between his consciousness and body. While his awareness traversed time for a day, mere seconds passed in the outside world. He beheld a slender queen insect. With a large head, elongated limbs, and a long tail, her body encased in black armor, having transcended her role as a mere reproductive machine to gain true intelligence. Under his authority, Lu Jiu observed from a godlike perspective as the queen continuously emitted waves of consciousness, transmitting information to her combat units, launching attacks on rival colonies, producing, pillaging, and sustaining herself. This world is ours. Lu Jiu sensed the queen's ambitious fervor. Yet he was even more astonished by her ability to sense and command all her subordinates, a remarkable power. Was it psychic energy? Telekinesis? As he scrutinized the queen, he soon noticed a silver light emanating from her head, revealing a connection to a special realm. Without hesitation, Lu Jiu delved into this space. Feeling his consciousness detach from the painted space, compressed into a singular line. As he traversed this line, he sensed his awareness gliding through an infinite source of information, entering a radiant world. Then, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Lu Jiu, and he succumbed to sleep. After a day and night of slumber, Lu Jiu awoke to a world that felt distinctly altered. He sensed a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. Reaching for a disposable cup beside him to quench his thirst, he was taken aback as the cup toppled to the ground. Upon glancing at the Chinkoan map, he observed that the battles within it had intensified. It seemed that with the emergence of the insect queen, other insect swarms began to evolve, engaging in fierce combat and manifesting various bizarre evolutions and catalyzed creations. A dazzling array of insect species. Lu Jiu felt an insatiable hunger stirring within him. Although he longed to continue his observations, he resolved to first procure some sustenance. After a brief stroll, he settled into a restaurant located on the ground floor opposite Carrefour, where the afternoon hour attracted many patrons indulging in tea. "Sir, will it be just one?" The server is rather handsome, though he appears not to possess much wealth. "I am so fatigued today." Lu Jiu stared at the waitress, astonished by her audacity to speak such thoughts in his presence. Why is he looking at me? Could he be interested? "I am alone. I would like to order." Lu Jiu picked up the menu and placed his order. The waitress noted it down and swiftly departed, leaving Lu Jiu in a state of bewilderment, his expression fluctuating. Moments ago, he had not seen anyone speak. Yet strange sounds echoed in his ears as if that waitress had been conversing without moving her lips. When the food arrived, a different waitress took over, her round face adorned with a uniform that lent her an air of cuteness. "I wish my shift would end soon. Johao invited me to a movie tonight. Should I accept?" Do not agree. Typically, when a man invites a woman to a late-night movie, his intentions are far from innocent, having prepared a series of schemes to ensnare you. The waitress abruptly raised her head, her eyes locking onto Lu Zhiyu's, her mouth agape. Oh, my apologies. Did I speak out loud just now? As Lu Zhiyu savored his meal, a smile spread across his face, gradually giving way to uncontrollable laughter, his inner joy bubbling forth. Telepathy? How astonishing to perceive the thoughts of others. This truly is extraordinary. Lu Zhiyu's mind raced back to recent events, contemplating how his consciousness had intertwined with that peculiar alternate dimension, drawing energy from it, thereby developing this newfound ability. Much like the insect queen, who commanded her swarms with her mind, he had merely begun to scratch the surface of this power, capable only of sensing the thoughts of those nearby. On his way back, he encountered throngs of people leaving work, brushing past various men and women, their myriad voices flooding his mind. Shala should be out of school by now. I wonder if my wife has picked up the child. My boss is outrageous. I have to travel for work again tomorrow, having spent most of this month away. I need to send living expenses to my parents tomorrow. How much should I send? Perhaps I should send a bit more. Indeed, it was telepathy, albeit with a range limitation of perhaps 2 meters. However, this ability seemed burdensome. If it could not be turned off, it posed a significant issue. Could it be possible? Lu Zhiyu felt a surge of excitement. Though he had come to terms with his terminal illness, accepting his fate without resentment, the prospect of survival was undeniably appealing. In the following days, Lu Zhiyu diligently observed the happenings within the Qianquan map, gradually discerning that it served as an entryway to a lower dimension. His painted space, originally a 2-dimensional realm, began to ascend in dimensionality upon the infusion of 3-dimensional concepts and elements. Yet, it had not reached the essence of 3-dimensionality. Rather, it existed in a dimensional world between 2 and 3 dimensions, which rendered its space peculiar and elusive. Upon his initial entry into this realm, he sensed a lengthy passageway. Indicative of a 1-dimensional space, 2 dimensions merely constituted a plane, while 1 dimension reduced existence to a singular line. In such a scenario, accommodating life became increasingly improbable, and the very foundation of matter struggled to manifest. The final realm, he speculated, was 0-dimensional, a point infinitely condensed, where nothing could exist, save for the primal forces of the universe, not material, but essence, a conceptual existence. If life could exist in a 2-dimensional world in a planar form, what of 1-dimensional or 0-dimensional realms? Here, perhaps only concepts of consciousness and soul could endure. The Qianquan map contained a passageway to such lower dimensions, where beings of diminishing dimensionality approached the essence of existence. Life in a 0-dimensional state could be termed as source energy, existing as a consciousness entity, essentially a soul. Both he and the insect queen accessed this 0-dimensional essence through the permissions of the Qianquan map and the lower dimensional passage, drawing upon the primal energy contained within, thus enhancing their consciousness and giving rise to a semblance of psychic power. As beings of higher dimensions, life forms became increasingly intricate, complicating their access to the essence of existence. Life beneath 2 dimensions began to harness source energy, awakening their souls. Lu Zhiyu designated this primal energy as source quality. He endeavored to emulate the insect queen, utilizing the Qianquan map's permissions to delve into the 0-dimensional realm, drawing forth source quality to bolster his consciousness and psychic strength. However, sustaining consciousness in the 0-dimensional realm proved challenging. After extracting a modest amount of source quality, he had to exit. Eventually, he learned to maintain his consciousness structure through meditation and visualization, allowing him to slightly alter his circumstances. Lu Zhiyu then immersed himself in extensive literature on foreign meditation practices and domestic Taoist texts, seeking insights on visualization and cultivation. Chapter 7. Hello, Teacher Kai. I am here to enroll in yoga classes. Mr. Lu, I am your instructor. Starting today, you will need to dedicate 2 hours each day. Since you have no prior experience with yoga, we shall begin with the fundamentals. Kai Jiejia, a 25-year-old yoga instructor, wore her long hair elegantly tied back, exuding a classical charm. Lu Zhiyu had signed up for an exclusive VIP package that included one-on-one lessons. Initially, he intended to explore yoga meditation. However, he found himself captivated by the beauty before him, which stirred his emotions. Of course, the cost was quite considerable. Lu Zhiyu discovered that when he entered a meditative state, he could sense the flow of his blood, and gradually become aware of every part of his body. This phenomenon arose as his mental faculties expanded, allowing him to control his previously outwardly projected energy with finesse. Thus, he sought to learn yoga meditation techniques, which promised greater precision in bodily awareness and control. However, few truly grasped its essence. After consulting numerous individuals, he finally found this establishment. Once he commenced meditation, Lu Jiu could freely explore the thoughts of others. By projecting his mental energy outward, he could perceive the brainwaves emitted by those around him. This was the so-called art of mind reading. For instance, he discerned that his instructor had just undergone a breakup. Despite her smiling facade, her thoughts were tumultuous and distracted. Following Kai Judge's guidance, Lu Jiu assumed various poses. He felt that yoga bore similarities to standing meditation, significantly influencing the flow of energy and bodily awareness, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. He was not merely there to exercise. He aimed to sense his body's state through meditation to achieve an introspective experience. After completing Kai Judge's routine, he began to cultivate that sensation. Indeed, entering a meditative state during physical activity made it easier to observe his internal condition. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as Lu Jiu checked the time, he noted it was nearly evening. "You seem troubled. Is there something on your mind?" Lu Jiu inquired as he stood up and stretched. Kai Judge was taken aback. "Oh, have I been so transparent? My apologies." "Not at all," Lu Jiu reassured her. "However, if something is weighing on your mind, it might be beneficial to step outside for a change of scenery. Bottling up your feelings can lead to unnecessary fixation." Kai Judge smiled. "Thank you. I will keep that in mind." As Lu Jiu glanced outside, he noted that twilight was descending. "You must be finishing work soon. Would you care to join me for dinner? I owe you my gratitude, and I may need your assistance in the future." Could he be interested in me? Though he is quite attractive, he is not my type, and this seems rather forward. I certainly do not wish to dine on junk food. Kai Judge thought momentarily, preparing to decline. Am I being too forward? Lu Jiu continued. "However, I know of a delightful organic restaurant that specializes in fashionable, green vegetarian cuisine. The ambience is lovely, and I thought a change of pace might lift your spirits." Kai Judge felt her resolve wavering at his suggestion. "All right, please wait for me downstairs. I will be finished in 20 minutes. Lu Jiu nodded. "I shall wait for you." Their dinner was exceedingly pleasant. As Lu Jiu had anticipated, the restaurant style and cuisine resonated with Kai Judge's taste. During their conversation, he adeptly identified her preferences, eliciting laughter from her time and again, dispelling the earlier gloom from her demeanor. "I must confess, during my university days, I too engaged in such foolish antics." "Really?" "Indeed. At that time, I was involved with someone." Lu Jiu spoke with a touch of humor, radiating confidence and an understated artistic charm. Kai Jia suddenly felt as though he truly understood her. She had never conversed with anyone so effortlessly, as if she could reveal her innermost thoughts without reservation. "I am also curious about the seemingly divine persona you present. What are you like in everyday life?" I might regret this, but the private lives of women are not meant for men's eyes." Kai Jia resided in a spacious apartment within a community, which she likely shared with her former boyfriend. The decor was elegantly classical, with carefully selected furnishings, indicating her attentiveness to life's details. Upon entering the car, Lu Jiu adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror, only to suddenly notice a love bite on his neck. Kai Jia's demeanor in private had proven far more adventurous than in public. He quickly fastened the top button of his shirt, concealing the mark. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Kai Jia, who had only just begun her shift at noon and was likely still in bed. "I am utterly enamored with the time spent in your company." Lu Jiu shrugged. Her happiness mirrored his own. There was nothing wrong with mutual enjoyment. After all, love between men and women need not be overly complicated. As one of his friends had once said, life's joys should be fully embraced. Do not wait until death reveals that no beautiful memories were made. That would be the true misfortune. Chapter 8. The Body Enhancement Plan. Thud. Thud. Lu Jiu could hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. As his consciousness began to permeate every part of his body, he felt the blood coursing through him like a surging river, and the once vague sensations transformed into a vivid clarity. Before his eyes unfolded a remarkable tableau, a depiction devoid of color, lacking hues, yet rich in structure. It resembled an exquisite 3D model, akin to a meticulously crafted CAD blueprint, revealing skin, muscles, bones, blood vessels, and internal organs, all presented from the inside out. composed of countless intricate structures. Lu Jiu could even sense the thickness of his skin, the length of his bones, and the size of his organs. However, his mental prowess was not yet potent enough to delve into the cellular structure. Nevertheless, he could faintly perceive them. He also discerned the large shadows in his lungs, where cancer cells, distinct from normal cells, were proliferating steadily, showing signs of tumor formation. Success. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Jiu felt himself retreat from this divine perspective, unable to maintain a stable meditative state. He hurried to his desk, cluttered with books on medicine and anatomy, as well as foundational texts on cancer. Lu Jiu had long prepared for this endeavor, having perused numerous volumes. Ever since awakening his mental faculties, he felt as if his intellect had sharpened, enhancing his capacity for learning. Where he once needed to read passages multiple times to grasp their meaning, he could now skim through a text and retain a nuanced understanding. Cancer could be perceived as a manifestation of the body's prolonged suboptimal health, a rebellion of the cells against the organism. It is not merely a disease. Lu Jiu, who had previously succumbed to despair regarding this terminal condition, now comprehended that it was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Since cancer cells are not classified as a disease, the body's immune system does not eliminate them. Thus, the affliction arises not from a direct encounter with cancer, but from the body's internal collapse, where a faction of cells revolts and mutinies. If this condition persists, the insurgents multiply, leading to tumor formation and gradual spread. Therefore, merely eradicating cancer cells addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Unless the underlying issues are resolved, cancer may inevitably re-emerge. Conversely, with improvements in both physical health and mental state, cancer can be managed, as evidenced by numerous instances of spontaneous remission. In the ensuing days, Lu Jiu immersed himself in an extensive study of medical literature, even acquiring the course schedule from Jiangxing University's medical school to audit classes aligned with his interests. In his leisure time, he would rendezvous with Kai Jiejia, while Xia Fan occasionally interrupted him. However, following his previous indiscretion, Lu Jiu adopted a more reserved demeanor. Acknowledging the significant age gap and the fact that she was his first love's younger sister, he resolved to maintain his principles. Having devised a comprehensive plan, Lu Jiu embarked on his physical healing journey. The glands, specialized tissues within the human body that produce hormones, govern growth, development, metabolism, and sexual characteristics. Mastery over these glands would grant him the ability to manipulate his entire being: height, weight, physique, strength, endurance, sexual prowess, and intellect. Lu Jiu aimed to stimulate his glands to produce hormones that would regulate his development and health, transforming his previously suboptimal condition into that of a professional athlete, while also addressing the issues plaguing his lungs and expelling cancer cells. Initially, he harnessed his mental strength to control and stimulate the pituitary gland to secrete growth hormone, prompting renewed development. He further stimulated the adrenal glands, pancreas, and thyroid for optimal hormonal balance, thereby fine-tuning his physical condition to its pinnacle. Lu Jiu meticulously followed his plan, experimenting with each gland in succession. Upon exiting his introspective state, he recorded the data and changes observed. Yet, despite his previous clarity in perceiving alterations within, he now sensed nothing, as if no change had occurred. At first, he felt a tingling numbness throughout his body, accompanied by pervasive aches and a deep-seated itch. He languished on his bed and couch for several days, utterly lethargic, with an insatiable appetite. Gradually, as he adjusted the stimulation of hormone secretion, these symptoms began to subside. Most significantly, Lu Jiu noticed that the shadows within his body began to fade. The cancer cells in his lungs were dying in large numbers and being expelled through his body's excretory systems. The persistent cough he had experienced vanished entirely. Standing before the mirror clad in shorts, Lu Jiu scarcely recognized himself. In the reflection, he beheld a tall, handsome man. His physique sculpted with the precision of golden ratio proportions, muscles sharply defined, his facial features softer and more three-dimensional. With eyes imbued with vitality and expressiveness, more striking than any television star or male model he had previously encountered, even those meticulously retouched in photographs. Having not gazed into a mirror for an extended period, Lu Jiu was astonished by the extent of his transformation. No wonder Kai Jiejia remarked on his significant change during their last encounter. Is this truly me? Lu Jiu stood before the mirror, mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 9. Changes in Body and Life. How handsome. Is this person someone who stepped out of a comic? Surely, he can't be a celebrity. He exudes such charisma. He seems somewhat like a mixed blood, truly beautiful, with eyes that seem to emit electricity. Oh no, I've fallen for him. He looked at me. A myriad of peculiar thoughts flooded into Lu Zhiyu's mind as he journeyed along. When he gazed at himself, he merely considered himself somewhat handsome, not thinking much of it. However, in the eyes of others, this transformation appeared even more astounding. While dining at a restaurant, the waiter discreetly slipped her phone number into Lu Zhiyu's hand. Numerous girls approached him under various pretenses, seeking his contact information. Lu Zhiyu felt something was amiss. Surely, even with good looks, this level of attention was excessive. Sitting at the restaurant with Kai Jiejia, she glanced to her left, prompting Lu Zhiyu to inquire, "What is it?" Kai Jiejia's lips curled into a smile. "There's a girl over there who has been secretly watching you. Your charm is quite potent. However, you seem to have changed significantly recently. Being with you all this time, I hadn't noticed much, but indeed, you have transformed remarkably from when we first met. You're simply astonishing now." Lu Zhiyu teased. "Have I become more handsome?" Kai Jiejia, touching her crimson lips, replied, "One could say that, but it's more than that. It's the aura you exude, no? It's a scent. It's captivating and delightful." Lu Zhiyu was taken aback. "A scent?" He immediately sniffed himself. "I don't smell anything." Kai Jiejia laughed. "This is a scent that only women can perceive. It's the essence of a man, a phenomenal fragrance." Lu Zhiyu chuckled, yet he pondered her words. Could it be that his meticulous physical conditioning had indeed emitted a unique aura, resulting in such phenomena? After their meal, Lu Zhiyu naturally accompanied Kai Jiejia to her residence. After sharing a couple of glasses of red wine, the atmosphere ignited with passion. Lu Zhiyu discovered that his bodily changes allowed him to navigate intimate matters with greater ease. Kai Jiejia, like a wildcat in his embrace, purred softly. The changes in his strength and height enabled him to effortlessly control various positions. Moreover, due to stimulation from his glands, his masculine attributes had intensified. Time seemed to bend to his will, and eventually, Kai Jiejia appeared as if she were pulled from water, her entire being flushed, resembling someone who had been overwhelmed and dehydrated. After a considerable pause, Kai Jiejia finally regained her composure and looked at Lu Zhiyu. "I almost thought I was going to die." Lu Zhiyu replied, "I'll be more careful next time. You startled me." Kai Jiejia shook her head, but it felt incredible. "Lu Zhiyu, you are the most perfect man I have ever encountered." Kai Jiejia nestled against Lu Zhiyu like a little kitten, then said, "Lu Zhiyu, let us end our relationship here." "What?" Lu Zhiyu was bewildered by this sudden shift. Just moments ago, they had been entwined in passion. He contemplated probing into Kai Jiejia's thoughts, but she spoke before he could. Lu Zhiyu embraced her, asking, "Is he better than me?" Kai Jiejia shook her head. "He may not be as handsome or charming as you, but he loves me." Lu Zhiyu retorted, "Don't I love you?" Kai Jiejia smirked, "Do you love me?" Lu Zhiyu was rendered speechless. After a moment, he slowly rose to dress and kissed Kai Jiejia's forehead. "I'm sorry. The time spent with you has truly been joyful. I won't intrude upon your life anymore, and I wish you and your boyfriend a lifetime of happiness." Kai Jiejia gazed at him with a mix of longing and reluctance. Yet Lu Zhiyu sensed her resolve was unwavering. As he sat in the car, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He felt somewhat despicable for his actions, yet the outcome was not entirely bleak. His narrative with Kai Jiejia had reached its conclusion, and he had emerged victorious over his illness, now possessing a flawless physique. The recent series of events had left Lu Zhiyu deeply reflective. He resolved to pursue endeavors that genuinely intrigued him, to live for his passions and hobbies, rather than existing like a dog as he once had. Who was that? As Lu Zhiyu drew closer, he recognized the familiar figure, a girl crouched on the ground, her head buried as if mimicking an ostrich. He gently nudged her shoulder and softly called, "Xia Fan?" Xia Fan lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and hoarsely cried, "Lu Zhiyu, where have you been? Why weren't you home in the middle of the night?" Lu Zhiyu shrugged. "Who knew you would be squatting outside my door at this hour? Come in. It's windy out here." After taking a hot shower, Xia Fan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp, and plopped onto the sofa. She kept her head down in silence. Lu Zhiyu retrieved a dry towel to dry her hair, prompting her to sob. "I've just gone through a breakup." "Oh." Xia Fan's expression shifted to one of discontent as she lifted her head. "Could you show a bit of sympathy? I'm heartbroken. And you can't offer me a word of comfort?" She paused mid-sentence, her mouth agape as she stared at Lu Zhiyu. "Who are you?" Lu Zhiyu plugged in the hairdryer and nonchalantly responded, "Who else could I be? I'm Lu Jiyu." Xia Fan shook her head vehemently. "Impossible. The Lu Jiyu I know is definitely not this handsome. Confess, what kind of monster are you transformed from? Dry your hair with the hairdryer, and then go to bed early in the same room as last time." Chapter 10. Medical Examination. Lu Jiyu lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone, while Xia Fan cautiously leaned in from the side, meticulously scrutinizing his face. "How come I never noticed before? You are truly handsome. You were good-looking before, but now your looks are simply extraordinary. Confess, have you undergone cosmetic surgery?" Lu Jiyu gently pushed Xia Fan's head away, which was nearly pressed against his face. "Previously, due to my work environment, my health was rather poor. Recently, I've been recuperating and exercising daily. Perhaps that accounts for the change. This transformation is astonishing." Xia Fan, with her naive charm, reluctantly accepted Lu Jiyu's explanation. Yet, captivated by his allure, she continued to cling to him. "Hey, Lu Jiyu, I've just gone through a breakup. Oh, don't you think you should comfort me a little? Really? I don't think so." Lu Jiyu set his phone aside and glanced at Xia Fan, sensing something amiss. Ever since he had gained the ability to control his mental powers, he had refrained from probing into others' consciousness unless necessary, finding it rather trivial. "Wait, you aren't planning to use me as a rebound, are you?" Xia Fan shot up, exclaiming, "Pfft, what rebound? I'm quite sought after, you know. There are plenty of admirers at school." She then looked at Lu Jiyu with a different expression. "I hadn't considered this before, but now, if you're willing, I might just give you a chance to be my boyfriend, a perfect opportunity for you." Wrapped only in a towel, her fair skin was boldly revealed before Lu Jiyu, who suddenly felt that the phrase "take advantage" held a new significance. The following morning, as Xia Fan clung to him while leaving, Lu Jiyu found himself brushing his teeth for over 10 minutes, nearly losing his balance. "Promise me, all right? At my birthday party next month. It would be embarrassing to show up without a boyfriend." Lu Jiyu retorted, "Embarrassing? At your age, not having a boyfriend is quite normal. If you were my daughter, I would have scolded you by now." Xia Fan scoffed. "I didn't realize you were such an old-fashioned relic. TSK, what age are we living in?" Ultimately, due to pressing matters, Lu Jiyu yielded to Xia Fan's insistence, agreeing to attend as merely a friend. Xia Fan, gleeful, snapped a few photos of him before leaving proudly. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Jiyu sensed he was receiving special attention. Many people were staring at him, and several nurses seemed to have received news, whispering and pointing from afar. "He is really handsome. I thought it was a prank. He has such an elegant demeanor, and his physique is exceptional." Feeling that his health had significantly improved, Lu Jiyu insisted on a comprehensive examination to ascertain his condition and rule out any underlying issues. The initial tests, including vision, blood work, blood pressure, and ECG, went smoothly. However, when a female doctor from the internal medicine department examined him, Lu Jiyu felt somewhat flustered by her invasive manner. "Take off your clothes." "Excuse me? All of them?" Lu Jiyu gaped at the bespectacled doctor, who looked at him sternly. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and undress." As he hesitated, she added, "You can keep your underwear on." After the examination, the doctor remarked, "Everything appears normal. You are quite healthy. The results of your blood and urine tests will take a few days, and we will notify you when to collect your report." Lu Jiyu nodded, feeling relieved. His previously troublesome lung issues had not surfaced, which elated him. As he prepared to leave, the doctor suddenly handed him a business card. "If you experience any health issues, feel free to call me. I can come to your home for an examination." Surprised, Lu Jiyu accepted the card, wondering if such services were common in hospitals now. Upon examining the card, he noted the doctor's name, Li Wei. Observing Lu Jiyu's bent posture, Li Wei reached into his t-shirt, pressing on his spine. With a crack, Lu Jiyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Straighten your back, don't hunch over. It makes you look lethargic and is detrimental to your health." This was a habitual issue for Lu Jiyu, acquired from years of sitting at a computer, yet he felt that Li Wei's attentiveness was rather unusual. Instinctively, he sensed her thoughts. "His physique is so firm, it must feel wonderful when he moves. His muscles are well-defined, and his height proportions are impeccable. He has an exquisite touch. No, I mustn't rush. I could scare off such a gem. He should understand my intentions, right? After all, he will return in a few days for his report. I'll have Xiao Lu remind me. Huh? I can't resist. I really want to be with him." After expressing his gratitude to Li Wei, Lu Jiyu promptly exited, wiping away a cold sweat. Ever since acquiring his mind-reading ability, He had discovered that people's inner thoughts often starkly contrasted with their outward appearances, how wild they truly were. Lu Jiu understood that the scale represented the essence of source material. Having previously extracted a significant amount of this essence, he had altered the internal rules of his created space, nearly depleting it. Now, he sensed a sudden surge in the source material, and he was keen to uncover the reason behind this. Although Lu Jiu could not directly extract the essence within the symbols to enhance his mental power and soul, he could utilize this source material to adjust and modify the rules of his created space. This was immensely important to him. With sufficient source material, Lu Jiu could manipulate his space at will, akin to a divine being. Chapter 11. Dr. Li Wei. As Lu Jiu entered the painted space, he immediately discerned that the first queen insect had perished, besieged, and annihilated by the subsequent swarm. This particular queen was gruesomely dragged out of her nest by other insect factions. It was at the moment of her death that Lu Jiu's perception of the source quality scale in his mind surged upward. He promptly extended his consciousness into the painted realm, gradually realizing that it was not merely the death of a queen that caused the surge in the source quality scale. Rather, every life extinguished resulted in subtle fluctuations in the scale. However, compared to the queen, the ordinary insect species were vastly inferior, and Lu Jiu had previously overlooked these minute changes. The instantaneous spike in the scale at the moment of the queen's demise captured his attention. The entire painted space had devolved into a vast ocean of insects, with the creatures he had previously introduced, the ants, becoming almost indistinguishable. A myriad of bizarre insects, unseen in the real world, emerged incessantly from the skies, the earth, and the oceans, with dozens of intelligent and psychically endowed queens among them. The evolution of the insect species had far surpassed Lu Jiu's imagination. Their internal structures had expanded from a mere handful of soldier types to hundreds, even thousands. Moreover, their intelligence had escalated, leading to communication, cooperation, assimilation, development, and the innovation of various weaponry. Lu Jiu recognized that they had ascended to the status of an insect civilization. He observed insects soaring through the air like airships, hurling corrosive liquid at local nests, igniting vast flames, while armored beetles launched missiles into the sky. The battles and cooperation among these insects bore a striking resemblance to modern warfare. A sense of dread enveloped Lu Jiu. Had it not been for the confines of the painted space, which limited the insects' growth, their incursion into human society would undoubtedly spell disaster for humanity. Typically, the lifespan of an ant queen is approximately 20 years, translating to less than a day in the real world. However, from the birth of the first queen to now, 27 days had elapsed, indicating that this particular queen had lived nearly 700 years. And her demise was not due to natural causes, but rather the result of being defeated by an enemy faction. Lu Jiu found it astonishing how this queen had transcended her biological limits. He again retrieved his observation journal to document these queens' information. Indeed, he discovered that once the queen's psychic power reached a certain magnitude, it began to refine itself further, allowing them to observe and manipulate their own genes. These queens were, astonishingly, modifying their genetic makeup, unlocking the secrets buried within their DNA. In terms of genetic manipulation, these insects were ahead of humanity. If the initial awakening of psychic power was akin to a single scale, after extensive meditation, Lu Jiu believed he had reached 6 scales. To breach the barrier of psychic power and attain the state of a queen capable of externalizing and influencing reality, he needed to reach the 7th scale. Lu Jiu calculated that with his utmost effort, he could achieve this breakthrough in approximately 5 days. He was eager to explore the psychic force at the genetic level. Aside from his medical courses, Lu Jiu recently acquired a schedule from the biology department of Jiangxing University, attending classes punctually every day. He also purchased numerous specialized biology books to enhance his knowledge in this field. As an auditing student, he naturally took a seat at the back of the classroom to avoid disrupting the teacher and other students. However, his low profile could not withstand the enthusiasm of the female students, and he relished an experience he had never enjoyed during his own university days. From the moment he entered the classroom, all eyes were on Lu Jiu, with several girls emitting squeals of excitement, while the boys cast hostile glances in his direction, leaving him feeling quite awkward. "Hello, are you also in the biology department? I've never seen you before." As soon as Lu Jiu sat down and opened his book to the last marked page, several girls formed a circle around him. They appeared quite confident, daring to approach him. "No, I'm an auditing student, merely interested in this field." A chorus of cheerful chatter surrounded him, while he endured the envious glares of male classmates until the class commenced. However, during the lesson, he continued to receive notes passed to him, containing either phone numbers or WeChat IDs. In the afternoon, Lu Jiu returned to the hospital to collect his health report. After waiting for an eternity at the window, the female staff member was sluggish in providing it. It was only when Dr. Li Wei rushed down that he finally obtained it. Before departing, Li Wei insisted on treating Lu Jiu to dinner after her shift. Before he could decline, she dragged him to a rather distinctive Hunan restaurant. "Boss, I'll have this. And that all spicy." With an air of familiarity, Li Wei perused the menu, then turned to Lu Jiu. "Do you like spicy food?" Lu Jiu nodded. "I have no objections. I also enjoy spicy dishes. But shouldn't doctors be more health conscious? Why do you like such spicy food?" Li Wei replied immediately, "I do enjoy it. And who says spicy food is bad for your health? But you doctors often advise patients to watch their diets and avoid spicy or greasy foods. That's when one is ill. Eating normally doesn't pose any issues." Conversing with Li Wei was genuinely enjoyable. She was a forthright and direct individual, 2 years Lu Jiu's senior, exuding a bold demeanor. Her straightforwardness made for a relaxed interaction, in stark contrast to Kai Jiajia's reserved and delicate nature. The dynamic had shifted from Lu Jiu pursuing Kai Jiajia to being pursued by Li Wei, a refreshing change he thoroughly enjoyed. "Boss, bring us 2 more bottles of beer." "Let's go? Just watch me get you drunk tonight." "Bring it on. How can this guy drink so much?" "Oh no, I've been out drunk." Lu Jiu understood Li Wei's intentions perfectly. However, he ultimately supported her as they exited the restaurant. After removing her white coat, Li Wei wore a fitted black dress and stockings. Though lacking the athletic allure of Kai Jiajia, she radiated a mature and fiery charm that ignited a fervor within Lu Jiu. "No need, there's a hotel nearby. Just get me a room." After checking into the hotel, Lu Jiu did not emerge again. The following morning, he and Li Wei emerged hand in hand from the hotel, reflecting on the thrill of dating a doctor 2 years his senior. Chapter 12. Gene Template. Lu Jiu felt as though something was brewing within his forehead, and as his meditation concluded, under the safeguard of his mental strength, it seemed as if something had broken through his brow and surged into the realm of reality. He observed the world outside, not through his eyes nor through the previous form of sensory introspection, but rather from an entirely different perspective, experiencing a liberation of spirit that transcended the confines of his physical body, thereby influencing the tangible world around him. The reality perceived by his mental prowess appeared as a collection of points and lines, devoid of color and light, merely an array of information. The moment Lu Jiu extended his mental faculties outward, he sensed a continuous influx of external data flooding his mind. Humidity in the air, dimensions of the room, length and structure of the bed, material, density, all converging into his consciousness. In that instant, he realized he had never comprehended his surroundings so profoundly. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed him, threatening to burst his mind. Is this the world detected by mental energy? A world composed of information. After a moment of reflection, Lu Jiu commenced his initial intention, delving into the observation of his own body, exploring the depths of his cells, akin to those of the insects. His mental energy penetrated deeper into his being, continually refining its focus, allowing him to visualize his body magnified, muscles, blood vessels, blood, until he witnessed the ceaseless flow of cells, each resembling bubbles, merging into an unending river that flowed toward the horizon. As his mental energy delved further, Lu Jiu glimpsed the inner workings of the cells and discovered the nucleus, a small, core-like structure within each cell, governing its functions apart from the cytoplasm. It was indeed the essence of the cell. Extending his mental faculties to their utmost limits, Lu Jiu found himself straining, for his mental tendrils had reached the microcosm, the most wondrous and enigmatic corners of existence. Compared to the vast universe, the allure of the microscopic realm was undeniably greater. At last, Lu Jiu beheld his DNA, manifested in a helical staircase form, the greatest secret within the human body, where the genetic material of humanity lay concealed. This profound enigma, containing all information, had eluded human comprehension for ages. Elated, he collided with it, immediately inundated with a torrent of information that flooded his mind like visible text. Feeling as though he stood bare amidst a river of information, tracing the origins of life from antiquity to the present, with an inexhaustible stream of knowledge at his feet. What is this? The memory of life? Lu Jiu perceived the information of his ancestors, witnessing the origins of humanity. Following the river of information upstream, he could even observe silhouettes, his forebears. As he ascended further, the countenances of humans gradually transformed into more primitive forms, their attire evolving until it reached the era of the earliest humans. Or perhaps, this was the very birthplace of humanity. The species beyond this point bore no substantial connection to humankind. Observing the origins and transformations of humanity so directly resembled a grand, awe-inspiring slideshow that resonated deeply within him. The moment Lu Jiu withdrew his mental energy, he swayed, nearly toppling from his bed, covering his face as he gasped for breath, taking some time to regain his composure. After a while, laughter erupted from him, trembling with exhilaration. He felt as if he stood on the brink of human evolution, finally grasping the secrets nestled within the depths of genes. The insect species, having uncovered the secrets of genetic depths, began to influence genetic changes through pheromones. Yet, Lu Jiu harbored a more terrifying thought, for he had glimpsed the primordial template of humanity's ancestral ape. What would happen if he altered this template? If the source template of genetic information were modified to inform the genes that their ancestor was not an ape, but rather a titan or a legendary deity, a dragon, what would transpire? Would there be a reversion to ancestral traits, catapulting humanity into the realm of the extraordinary? The mere contemplation ignited an exhilarating thrill, yet he recognized the immense difficulty. Transforming an idea into reality required countless validations, and he was uncertain of its feasibility. Lu Jiu established a makeshift laboratory upstairs, far from professional, yet equipped with various biological apparatus. The expenses were exorbitant, and the procurement was notably challenging. Fortunately, he only needed to acquire some fundamental equipment. As his mental energy excelled in precision and fine-tuning, especially in observation, enabling him to discern changes during experiments accurately, he acquired a CO2 incubator, a biological safety cabinet, ultra-low temperature freezers, and an array of consumables, depleting his savings, even utilizing the funds his parents had left for him. When procuring equipment, he enlisted the help of a former elementary school classmate, Wang Yi, who had become an assistant at a research institute jointly developed by a pharmaceutical company and a university. It had been years since they last met, and his sudden outreach startled Wang Yi. Lu Jiu's initial experiment involved laboratory mice. The unfortunate creatures were placed on his experimental platform as he whimsically attempted to alter the foundational biological template of their genes. However, he soon discovered that the moment he initiated the modification, the entire genetic chain disintegrated, and the blood in the cultured dish instantly lost its vitality. Unable to withstand such reckless alterations, Lu Jiu began to understand that the template of life must be rational and thoroughly comprehended to be viable. Otherwise, it would trigger a chain reaction, leading to genetic collapse. Gradually, he experimented with imbuing human genetic template information into the foundational genetics of animals. After several attempts, he successfully created a hybrid gene, the mouse-human gene. He swiftly utilized PCR to replicate the mouse-human gene, initiating the creation of the initial version of an evolutionary serum, which he named mouse-human serum. However, when he exuberantly injected the serum into the bone marrow of a laboratory mouse, the creature instantly exploded. Lu Jiu's heart sank. After a prolonged period of despair, he contemplated the possibility of nurturing a new generation of life from embryos, rather than forcibly altering the genetic makeup of mature beings. Akin to cloning sheep. At that moment, an even more intense change echoed within the confines of his mind. Chapter 13. The destruction of civilization. Lu Jiu had not anticipated that amidst his busy days, he would overlook the situation within the painting space. It was only when he noticed the mass demise of the insect race that he realized, 2 days prior, these creatures had developed biological energy. A single queen had produced a new generation of nests, initiating an unrestricted surge in population, commanding all other queens, and unifying the entire painting space. However, this queen, in her quest for dominance, embarked on a path of self-destruction. The incessant multiplication ultimately depleted all resources within the painting space. The ocean became polluted and barren. The land transformed into a desolate wasteland, and the insect race began to devour one another, leading to their inevitable extinction. Lu Jiu watched helplessly as the vast insect civilization crumbled, with queens and insects perishing one after another, until the entire painting space was reduced to ruins. Is this it? Have they all perished? A sense of despair washed over him. Yet, within his mind, The silver symbol's scale surged uncontrollably, eventually surpassing its limits. He felt the silver symbol morphing from a horizontal figure 8 into an hourglass, flooding his consciousness with a torrent of information. Lu Jiu regained fragments of knowledge regarding the control of the cosmic diagram, including methods for creating and opening dimensional portals in the external world. Upon surveying the painting space, he noted its transformation into a wasteland, where even the bodies of the insects were gradually consumed. Strangely, the unifying queen was nowhere to be found. She had not perished, but had genuinely vanished. Lu Jiu quickly investigated and discovered that at the moment of his ascension in Dominion, the dimensional portal had entered an unstable state. In that instant, as he attempted to rectify the portal to save the painting space from its demise, the queen had seized the opportunity to escape from the two-dimensional plane, though it remained unclear whether she had fled to a lower dimensional realm, a higher dimension, or perhaps even to the three-dimensional space he inhabited. She has fled? This creature has ravaged my painting space and simply walked away? How infuriating! Lu Jiu felt a mix of sorrow and frustration. Nevertheless, he understood that, true to the nature of insects, such an occurrence was inevitable. They were voracious beings, consuming all resources for their own advancement, with an aggression and insatiability that rendered the confines of his small painting space inadequate. Having expended 100 units of source material to create the painting space, Lu Jiu now possessed 1,003. Perhaps he could contemplate the creation of a more stable and expansive realm, one that could genuinely accommodate vibrant civilizations and diverse life forms. Lu Jiu's expression shifted. Would these insects sense my presence and berate me in secret? And that queen, she seems to have been prepared to escape this painting space all along. Meanwhile, in a distant and unknown dimension, a queen, cocooned and traversing the fabric of time and space, emanated waves of consciousness. In the realm of the divine, I seek you. O great deity, we, the insect race, hail from the divine world, the realm of the gods. Great deity, Sunako desires your guidance. I am filled with questions. At the hospital entrance, Lu Jiu dismissed a few women who approached him with unsolicited advances. As he observed their reluctant departure, a bittersweet smile emerged on his face. The moment Li Wei appeared, he immediately waved at her. She smiled, bidding farewell to her female colleagues before embracing Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu noted the glances from the female doctors and nurses at the entrance and said to Li Wei, "Let us not be too conspicuous at the entrance. Your colleagues are watching. Their stares are rather intimidating." Li Wei let out a playful huff. "Those are looks of admiration for you, mixed with envy towards me. In the future, when you wish to contact me, just do so outside. No need to go inside." Lu Jiu shrugged. All right, I understand. I promise to behave. I won't entertain any frivolities." With an air of authority, Li Wei declared, "Indeed, as my man, you must uphold the virtue of fidelity." Lu Jiu opened the car door for her, and as she settled into the passenger seat, he circled around, starting the vehicle. "I didn't realize you were such a jealous soul. How possessive. And by the way, the virtue of fidelity pertains to women, doesn't it?" Li Wei retorted swiftly. "What can I do? I ended up with a prize like you. If I don't stay vigilant, those vixens and temptresses outside will swarm." As Lu Jiu reached the pinnacle of human physical capability, he discovered that not only did his physical attributes rival those of professional athletes, but his overall health and perfect equilibrium radiated a certain aura that strongly influenced women. Human genetic information is deeply inscribed within our DNA, with the primal instinct for mating and the pursuit of superior partners to ensure the continuation of the next generation being fundamental to our nature. The state of his body, adjusted to perfection, continuously broadcasted signals of desirability, a natural allure that was instinctively encoded in their genes. Lu Jiu found himself at a loss on how to remedy this situation. It seemed impractical to compromise his meticulously calibrated physical condition for the sake of a minor inconvenience. Besides, if this were to be deemed a flaw, surely every man in the world would exclaim, "I'll take 10 of those." Li Wei's conjectures grazed the edges of truth, but as Lu Jiu remained tucked away in a corner, after a few refusals, their advances ceased, and he avoided the anticipated unwanted confrontations. Upon entering the room, Li Wei, enveloped in a sense of infatuation, clung to Lu Jiu, her eyes glazing over with desire. "Hurry! I can hardly wait any longer." Lu Jiu had intended to take a shower first, but before he could act, Li Wei pressed him back, and he instinctively lifted her, pinning her against the wall. She relished the moment. Yes, just like that. Be wild. Later that night, after a refreshing bath, Li Wei, wrapped in a towel, approached Lu Jiu, who was seated on the sofa watching television. She snuck up from behind, wrapping her arms around him. You are wonderful. Lu Jiu playfully pulled her down onto the sofa, a mischievous grin on his face. Am I truly that wonderful? Contemplating briefly, he added, I'm thinking of opening a pet shop. What do you think? Do you like pets? Chapter 14. Vision of a New World. Lu Jiu meticulously crafted his plans for the future of the Qian Kuan diagram space. Equipped with a source quality of 1,368 scales, he resolved to create a larger framework to avoid the inconveniences and complications of continual modifications. However, he acknowledged that designing a vast world was beyond his current capabilities. After considerable contemplation, he contemplated various spatial concepts such as the universe, planes, parallel worlds, timelines, and game worlds. Yet, he ultimately discerned that these notions were either too challenging to realize or did not align with his aspirations. Consequently, Lu Jiu opted for a practical spatial type, a crystal wall world comprised of infinite planes. This world type markedly differed from the celestial planetary realm, allowing for one-dimensional connections between planes, while the space beyond could be referred to as the ether sea or star realm. Initially, Lu Jiu envisioned a xianxia or fantasy construct, but upon reflection, he deemed the framework overly grand and difficult to manage, with a complex system that was challenging to establish. Most significantly, he feared the emergence of an overwhelmingly powerful character who might pursue him across dimensional divides, wreaking havoc. While this was somewhat jesting, the xianxia setting indeed leaned towards a personal cultivation system. Lu Jiu desired a framework that facilitated collective evolution and advancement, fostering a civilization conducive to harvesting source quality, with a gradual increase in martial prowess. Thus, he envisioned a low-magic world intertwined with technology, a realm that would continuously provide him with source quality and an abundance of evolutionary ideas. After all, solitary contemplation had its limitations. Collaborative insight proved far more potent. Lu Jiu's current gains stemmed from a few initial ants, after all. Indeed, Lu Jiu was prepared to undertake a grand endeavor, involving humanity in the process. After all, games are far more engaging with multiple players. Solitary play lacks joy. As for apprehensions regarding potential issues, Lu Jiu remarked that risks exist in every aspect of life. Meteorites may fall at home, and even drinking water carries dangers. What matters most is the pursuit of one's goals. Overcoming challenges is part of the journey. He filled an entire notebook with plans and designs. Upon completion, he retrieved the long-hidden Qian Kuan diagram, which revealed a desolate world within, void of life. Closing his eyes and cradling his face, Lu Jiu immersed his consciousness into the diagram, connecting with the silver hourglass to gain control. Instantly, he witnessed transformations within the Qian Kuan diagram. The original spatial world began to shrink, transforming into a vast, dark vortex that gradually consumed everything. As the world adjusted, Lu Jiu felt the birth of a crystal wall world within the Qian Kuan diagram, while the previous spatial world dwindled into a mere black dot, a tiny bubble, cast to a corner of the realm. Exhaling, Lu Jiu opened his eyes, reassured that his design process was functioning correctly. However, he noticed his source quality scale had plummeted by 930, leaving merely 438 scales. The mere framework had consumed such a significant portion of his source quality, which was hard-won, leading to a pallor on his face. Lu Jiu exerted his will once more, observing a bubble materializing within the dark vortex at the center of the Qian Kuan diagram, its spatial structure stabilizing. The extent of the internal space required him to expend material energy for filling. He ascended to the rooftop, where he discovered a peculiar symbol drawn above, its complexity rivaling the intricate architectural blueprints of a grand edifice. After several days, he successfully completed the drawing. During his prior advancement in authority, he had also mastered the method to open a dimensional gate. The significance of the drawing lay not in its form, but in its ability to guide spiritual energy. By channeling his mental energy into this diagram, he could activate the dimensional gate. As his spiritual energy flowed into the drawing, no immediate change occurred. Yet Lu Jiu sensed vibrations beneath his feet, intensifying until, at the moment his energy completed the structure, a colossal black aperture erupted beneath him, extending skyward. Boom! Across the globe, all activity halted as people looked on in bewilderment. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the world. Had a solar eclipse occurred? Why had daylight vanished? It was not an eclipse. This was inconceivable. The sun's light had seemingly been devoured. At NASA, a diverse group of individuals clad in uniforms huddled together, some Caucasian, others Asian and African descent. Several men frantically typed on keyboards while others stared in shock at the large screen. This was not a natural phenomenon. The sun's energy had been consumed by an unknown entity, devouring the sun's emitted energy. How could this be? Are you certain you haven't lost your mind? My God, I wish I could claim insanity, but the data confirms it. What is the extent of the impact? Is it man-made? The range remains uncertain, but it is evident that it exceeds the entire Earth, possibly extending to parts of the solar system. If this is humanly achievable, it can only be the work of a deity. He could effortlessly obliterate the entire planet in an instant. Could it be extraterrestrial? Simultaneously, observatories and space agencies around the world found themselves at a loss in the face of this sudden celestial change. Countless individuals peered outside, witnessing the world engulfed in darkness. Traffic chaos ensued as people screamed and crouched down, the overwhelming fear of the dark enveloping them. Many flicked on their lights, gazing at the sky with phones and telescopes, hoping to witness the beauty of an eclipse, yet saw nothing. The lights dimmed further. The internet collapsed. Those aware of the truth descended into panic. The sun's energy had been consumed, casting the earth into darkness, and the cause remained elusive. With no knowledge of when normalcy would return, humanity's order threatened to unravel within days, leading to imminent doom. My God, is this the apocalypse? Still no sign of restoration. What is happening? What is the cause? We must ascertain this immediately. We cannot afford to lose the sun. Is this divine retribution? Meanwhile, atop his rooftop, Lu Jiu focused on constricting the entrance of the dimensional gate. He had intended to widen the entrance significantly, but the enormity and energy absorption exceeded his expectations, plunging the skies into darkness, far beyond his original design to absorb external energy. It was not until several minutes later that Lu Jiu finally closed the entrance. After waiting a few more moments, the world was once again illuminated. Lu Jiu could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had configured the dimensional gate to absorb energy, directing it towards the vastness of space. Had it been aimed at the ground beneath him, he genuinely feared that he might have devoured the earth itself. As Lu Jiu gazed at the gradually brightening sky, he exhaled deeply, pondering the extent of the disturbance's impact. Would he attract unwanted attention? Little did Lu Jiu realize that the dimensional portal he had just unleashed, designed to consume external energy and absorb photons without restraint, had plunged the Earth into darkness for over 10 minutes. This phenomenon had instigated widespread panic among global institutions, with everyone speculating about the cause of the recent occurrence. Was it a natural event, or merely a whimsical jest from the divine? Chapter 15. The Maria world. Lu Jiu gazed into the expansive interior of his cosmic map, astonished that this realm had swelled like a balloon, reaching an astonishing magnitude. It felt as if the boundaries of this dimension were unfathomable, enveloping him in a vastness akin to a true world. He could sense colossal waves of energy pulsating within this space. By wielding the rules, he could mold this world according to his desires, conjuring a reality of his own making. With renewed determination, Lu Jiu prepared to execute the most critical phase of his endeavor. Just as he had previously established the regulations governing the spatial world, he set about redefining the rules of this dimension. Almost immediately, he witnessed the emergence of land, sky, oceans, the sun and moon, and a canopy of stars. Gravity manifested upon the earth, along with air, clouds, and the gentle caress of the wind. Lu Jiu scattered the meticulously prepared seeds of plants into this burgeoning world. Under the acceleration of time, they sprouted and proliferated until verdant greenery blanketed the land. He could feel that this world was now welcoming to powerful entities, as it had become stable and robust. He no longer needed to confine mere insects within it. Other forms of life, including himself, could now freely enter. However, Lu Jiu had no immediate intention of doing so. The suitability of this world for human and animal existence remained uncertain. Although he had created this realm through the cosmic map and the silver hourglass in his mind, along with some rudimentary maneuvers, it did not stem from his own power. To believe himself an omnipotent deity would be sheer folly. He recognized that, although he could wield the cosmic map's might to bring about the annihilation of Earth, it did not imply he possessed such energy himself. A 3-year-old child holding the launch button of a nuclear weapon could destroy the world, but that did not mean he comprehended nuclear energy or could manipulate it freely. Presently, Lu Jiu was akin to that child, yet he harbored no intentions of madness nor aspirations of global dominion. Instead, he sought to utilize this power to fulfill his ideals and ambitions, gradually exploring how to transmute this force into his own. As if a colossal hand were painting within the cosmos, Lu Jiu noticed that after accelerating time to 1,000-fold, the rate began to decline. It appeared that as the spatial rules solidified and the world evolved, the requirements for time acceleration escalated. When the plants began to grow, he observed the time acceleration diminishing steadily, dropping from 10,000-fold to approximately 9,000, with a continued downward trend. From the earlier two-dimensional plane to his creation of the spatial world, the dimensionality of this space had already begun to elevate. This crystalline realm could now be deemed a dimensional space, while it had not yet escalated to the level of a three-dimensional universe. Its spatial structure and rules had improved significantly. The more refined the spatial structure and regulations became, the stricter the requirements for the flow of time, rendering arbitrary adjustments impossible. Suddenly, Lu Jiu experienced an epiphany. Upon completing the rule establishment, the source quality scale in his hand dwindled to 108. He refrained from forcibly restoring his desired time flow. Doing so would necessitate an abundance of source quality to maintain the rule modifications, which he could not afford as he needed to reserve some for unforeseen circumstances. Lu Jiu observed the vast crystalline realm within the cosmic map, which was largely empty, save for two bubbles, one large and one small. The smaller bubble represented the previous spatial creation, now a desolate wasteland, while the larger one was the newly forged dimension. He decided to name this new realm Maria World, a domain conceived by the goddess of light, Maria. He inscribed the name Maria World in a notebook and proceeded to devise his next plan, to cultivate a complete ecosystem capable of accommodating diverse life forms. Unlike the grotesque and unique life forms of the insect race, in the early hours of the previous day, a solar eclipse transpired, leading experts to speculate about its potential implications. The eclipse incited chaos domestically, as an inexplicable magnetic field caused global communication networks to collapse within minutes. Such a global solar eclipse was exceedingly rare. Lu Jiu and Li Wei were in a pet shop, watching television, which was broadcasting news of the previous day's events. Lu Jiu was taken aback by the significant impact his actions had wrought, reaching a global scale. However, considering the vastness of Maria World, he found it not surprising. Li Wei, engrossed in her phone, showed Lu Jiu various online rumors. Look, there are all sorts of speculations. Yesterday, the sky suddenly darkened, causing quite a stir in hospitals. It seems this time it was truly not a solar eclipse. Accompanied by various strange sounds, many speculated and debated. While television and mainstream media continued to propagate the eclipse narrative, numerous scientists and astronomy students voiced their opinions. Some even conjectured that this was a precursor to an alien invasion, while others suggested it was a rehearsal for divine judgment. Such unfounded messages circulated widely, yet they held little relevance to ordinary people, who merely regarded them as amusing tales. As Lu Jiu embraced Li Wei and observed her phone, the door of the pet shop swung open, revealing a middle-aged owner emerging with a contract. It's ready. Take a look. I have many ready-made equipment and facilities here. The pet grooming tools and decor are quite nice. However, you might need to hire a pet groomer, which I can recommend, and I can also introduce you to suppliers. Lu Jiu exclaimed in delight. Really? That sounds wonderful. This pet shop was conveniently located near his residence, surrounded by various living areas including parks and communities. He quite liked the decor style, wooden patterned flooring complemented by a green, cartoonish theme that evoked a refreshing sense of nature. The space was sizable, approximately 80 square meters. After assessing it, Lu Jiu skillfully negotiated the price down significantly. Chapter 16. The completeness of ecology. After a leisurely exploration, Lu Jiu settled into a hotel. Ready to embark on his ascent the following day, he chose a less traveled hiking route, intending to traverse it while selectively gathering various plants, animals, and materials to enrich the flora and fauna of his Maria world. Previously, Lu Jiu had introduced white mice into this realm, specifically on one of the 5 continents. By now, the seeds he had sown had begun to disperse and flourish across the globe, creating an unexpectedly pristine environment. The white mice thrived here, particularly in the ocean, where unfamiliar algae emerged, seemingly born of nature itself. Lu Jiu also took in numerous fish and stray dogs and cats he encountered, resulting in the formation of small communities within Maria World. However, These cats and dogs had reverted entirely to their wild instincts, while the fish began to reproduce in the ocean. Due to Lu Jiyu sealing the zero-dimensional passage, lacking the inherent conditions of source materials and insectoid races, the evolution of these species remained within normal parameters. Moreover, he did not wish for all species to share the zero-dimensional passage, extracting its energy at will. Lu Jiyu planned to gradually open access to this passage by his own means, rather than allowing the insectoid races to exploit it indiscriminately. The Shenanjia region, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, was initially recognized for its abundant biodiversity, serving as a vast treasure trove for Lu Jiyu. This area boasts 11 distinct vegetation types and is one of the 3 major distribution centers for endemic seed plants in China. Scientific investigations have identified at least 767 vascular plant species, 590 temperate genera, 205 local endemics, 2 endemic genera, and 793 species unique to China. This sanctuary preserves critical ecosystems for numerous rare animal species. With over 600 vertebrate species recorded, including 92 mammals, 399 birds, 55 fish, 53 reptiles, and 37 amphibians. The mountainous terrain provides essential habitats for several endangered species. Among the recorded wildlife, there are over 300 Sichuan golden monkeys and 67 rare species, such as the snow leopard, white stork, white snake, great bustard, and giant salamander, are under national protection. The area is also a paradise for various insects, with 365 species documented. As he traversed the landscape, Lu Jiyu, endowed with both mental fortitude and physical prowess, diligently gathered the resources he sought. Like a locust swarm, he collected numerous snake populations, monkey troops, and an entire family of Asian black bears without reservation. Whether such actions were lawful or ethical was beyond Lu Jiyu's contemplation. He remained unfazed by the consequences. Possessing a robust physique and unafraid of danger, wandering freely through the mountains was a delight Lu Jiyu had never before imagined. His previous physical limitations would have hindered such extensive trekking, and without his mental acuity to sense impending threats, he would have been perpetually on edge, given the myriad dangers lurking within Shenanjia. Moreover, without his mental powers to investigate surrounding conditions, Lu Jiyu would struggle to locate the specific flora and fauna he desired. He even discovered several ginseng plants and rare medicinal herbs, which he carefully collected. Along his journey, Lu Jiyu uprooted various plants and followed the tracks of wild beasts, diligently tracking them down and capturing entire families. Just as he unearthed a family of moles and prepared to transport them into Maria World, he stumbled upon a bear's paw print nearby, along with white fur that had fallen to the ground. Lo and behold, they had encountered a solitary adult albino bear, which Lu Jiyu eagerly sought to capture. An albino bear could provide. Lu Jiyu chuckled at the thought, though he had to admit that many animals in Shenanjia had suffered at his hands in recent days. Armed with his Qiankuan diagram, he pursued these formidable beasts, tigers, leopards, bobcats, and monkeys, without mercy. A mere bear posed no threat to him. His confidence soared. Utilizing his mental powers, Lu Jiyu carefully gathered information about the bear as he tracked its footprints. This albino bear had passed through the area half a day prior and likely resided nearby. Indeed, after a short pursuit, he spotted the creature on a slope within a small grove. The so-called albino bear is a rare melanistic variant of the Asian black bear, with fewer than 10 specimens worldwide. Unlike polar bears, its fur is not pure white but tinged with brown. Lu Jiyu observed it stealthily. It appeared to be an adult female, seemingly pregnant. Given her condition, she would likely be irritable, and any attempt to approach could easily provoke her wrath. With ears erect and a large head, the bear's small tail tucked beneath her, she appeared quite endearing. Yet, upon turning, her fierce visage and sharp fangs made it clear she was not to be trifled with. However, Lu Jiyu was no ordinary individual. He charged forward, brandishing the Qiankuan diagram toward the albino bear. Startled, the bear roared in fury, shaking the forest and sending creatures scattering, leaves cascading down. Yet, Lu Jiyu showed no hesitation. He directed the Qiankuan diagram at the bear, capturing her and transporting her to the vicinity of the black bear family he had previously caught, effectively acquiring 2 bears for the price of 1. Chapter 17. The Dinosaur Egg. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jiyu had wandered within the depths of the Shenanjia for an entire week. Each day, he quenched his thirst with the crisp mountain spring water, pitched his tent, and roasted the game he had caught. This leisurely and idyllic existence captivated Lu Jiyu, making it difficult for him to leave. He even managed to establish rudimentary communication with some of the local wildlife using his mental prowess. Although their primitive intellect and chaotic thought processes often led to nonsensical responses, nonetheless, it was an intriguing experience. However, Lu Jiyu was aware that he could not linger indefinitely. He had gathered a sufficient number of flora and fauna samples, many of which had begun to thrive in the Maria world, forming substantial populations. Notably, the abundant plant life in Shenanjia had significantly enhanced the ecological system of the Maria world, gradually shaping a cohesive ecosystem. Yet, the ongoing refinement of rules and the world itself had accelerated the passage of time for Lu Jiyu, which had now diminished to approximately 7,000 times faster than normal. While traversing the area, Lu Jiyu encountered a group of tourists engaged in photography. To his surprise, a troop of monkeys was frolicking nearby, their adorable antics capturing the attention of all present. Lu Jiyu could not resist the urge to document the moment with his camera, had there not been others around. He might have whimsically considered capturing a few of the charming creatures. However, one of the tourists inadvertently provoked the monkeys while feeding them, leading to a sudden and aggressive response from the troop. With sharp teeth and claws, the monkeys attacked with ferocity, and the young man who had angered them was soon seen crying out in pain from several injuries. Another member of the group attempted to intervene, further inciting the monkeys, who retaliated by hurling stones in their direction. At that moment, Lu Jiyu stepped forward and blew a whistle a few times. Instantly, the monkeys seemed to encounter a formidable adversary and fled in disarray, drawing the attention of all onlookers. A few girls who had been startled by the earlier chaos turned to watch, but Lu Jiyu paid them no mind, focusing instead on the retreating monkeys. He tucked the whistle away, knowing it was merely a ruse. He had previously employed it to distract or deter formidable beasts by projecting an aura of a top-tier predator. To the casual observer, this display appeared nothing short of miraculous. Lu Jiyu turned to the injured individuals and inquired, "Are you all right? I have a first aid kit with me. Do you need assistance?" At this juncture, the leader of the hiking group approached, expressing gratitude for Lu Jiyu's timely intervention. "Thank you for your help. We have our own first aid kit," he said. "I'm Shuekai, the leader of this group." Lu Jiyu shook Shuekai's hand. Introducing himself, "I'm Lu Jiyu, also here for a tour. No need for formalities." Shuekai promptly organized a few members to tend to the injured, most of whom had only superficial wounds that were not life-threatening, though the sight of blood was alarming. Meanwhile, the group members continued to gaze curiously at Lu Jiyu, particularly in light of his striking good looks, which caused several female members to gaze at him with starry-eyed admiration. Once the first aid was administered, Shuekai approached Lu Jiyu, offering him a cigarette. "Care for a smoke?" Lu Jiyu, having never smoked due to his delicate lungs, politely declined. Shuekai tucked the cigarettes away without indulging himself and engaged Lu Jiyu in casual conversation. During their chat, Lu Jiyu noticed an unusual stone on the ground, roughly the size of a fist. He bent down to pick it up, realizing it was likely a projectile thrown by the monkeys, still encrusted with soil, as if it had just been unearthed. The stone was strikingly beautiful, with a smooth, rounded shape and intricate fissures adorning its surface. Shuekai leaned in for a closer look. "Hey, this appears to be a dinosaur egg fossil." Lu Jiyu turned to Shuekai, his face alight with astonishment. "What? A dinosaur egg? Is it truly?" Shuekai nodded. "It should be. I've seen similar items before. A typical dinosaur egg might fetch a few thousand yuan. Not exorbitantly priced, yet it holds significant collectible value. Yours appears to be a dinosaur egg, though its specific origin remains uncertain. It's not large, so it likely doesn't belong to a massive dinosaur." Lu Jiyu nodded, feeling no disappointment. Regardless of the species, it was still a dinosaur egg, an extraordinary find indeed. The presence of such a relic in this location was astonishing. As word of the discovery spread among the hiking group, many congregated around Lu Jiyu to take a closer look. He willingly shared his find, recognizing its novelty and modest value as described by Shuekai. Everyone marveled at the fossil, each person seemingly able to envision the mighty rulers of Earth from eons past. Eventually, the egg found its way back into Lu Jiyu's possession, which he carefully stowed away. With several members injured, the hiking group decided to alter their route and head towards the nearest point for transportation to a local health center. After all, following a monkey attack, there was a risk of infection that warranted caution. As fate would have it, Lu Jiyu departed Shenanjia alongside the group. Throughout the journey, he enjoyed their company, observing that most were outgoing and cheerful individuals. They took numerous photos together, adding a vibrant flair to his travels. Particularly, a few of the girls, though not exceptionally beautiful, possessed a refreshing candor that endeared them to Lu Jiyu. They incessantly urged him to pose for pictures, and one plump girl even stole a kiss, capturing Lu Jiyu's astonished expression on camera. The entire journey back was filled with laughter and joy. Upon parting, Shui Kai exchanged contact information with Lu Jiyu. We're all from Hubei province and frequently organize travel activities and group projects. If you're interested, feel free to join our group. It's quite enjoyable. Lu Jiyu nodded in agreement. That sounds delightful. If I find the time, I will certainly join you. Chapter 18. The Spatial Castle and the Rat People. After signing the contract and settling the payment, they proceeded to complete the necessary documentation. The paperwork for the pet shop was relatively straightforward, costing only a few hundred yuan, and thus the pet shop officially belonged to Lu Jiyu. With the ownership of his new pet shop secured, Lu Jiyu busied himself, hiring personnel to make subtle adjustments to the decor. Soon, the new cat and dog pet shop was ready for its grand opening. The previous owner had left behind a skilled pet groomer, who was quite familiar with caring for the animals in the shop, proving to be a significant help to Lu Jiyu, who was still new to the business. Xiaolu, I appreciate your assistance. I'm just getting started and have a lot to manage, so feel free to bring any issues to my attention. Lu Jiyu said. Of course, boss, replied a courteous girl with softly curled hair. With a wave, she turned and walked towards the entrance, disappearing into the bustling night. After a long day of work, the sun set, marking the end of the opening day. Although no pets were sold today, many customers came for grooming and bathing services. Xiaolu, though young, had a great passion for animals and demonstrated impressive grooming skills. Every scruffy and dirty cat and dog that entered the shop emerged looking like models. Lu Jiyu had developed a small dimensional space for himself, occupying a mere 1,000 square meters. This dimension resembled a house, with every inch meticulously filled with stone and seamlessly constructed into 9 levels, embodying the architectural style of a Western castle. However, this small dimensional space was not entirely isolated. It was embedded within the Maria world, closely adhering to it. The internal circulation system, along with the energy and air, was drawn from the Maria world, making it a part of that greater reality rather than a standalone realm. Thus, Lu Jiyu was able to create this small dimensional space using just 3 units of source material, crafting what he considered his secret base, which he named the Spatial Castle. As Lu Jiyu stored the Qian Kuan map, he glanced down to see an intricately complex magic circle on the floor. Infusing it with his mental energy, he activated the dimensional gate, and with a flicker of shadow, he vanished from Earth. Inside the Spatial Castle, a figure materialized. As Lu Jiyu appeared, the lights flickered on, illuminating every corner beneath his feet. Standing in the grand hall of the first floor, Lu Jiyu felt a sense of bewilderment as he gazed at the crystal chandelier overhead, the ornate wall patterns, and the light switches. Some of these were generated from source material, others were procured from Earth, and some were harvested from the Maria world, all intricately integrated through the laws of creation to form this castle. This was Lu Jiyu's first true encounter with the interior of the Qian Kuan map, and standing here, he could finally perceive that the world he had created was not a mere illusion, it was a tangible existence. Observing the lofty living room, adorned with glass and refracted light, he ascended the staircase to the second floor, where a series of rooms unfolded before him. Everything was crafted according to his previous blueprints, though many furnishings were absent. After all, there were limitations to his understanding, and even with source material, he could not conjure items he did not comprehend. Moreover, Lu Jiyu considered the importance of conserving source material. Even the smallest fraction was still the essence of energy, the most fundamental force in existence. Without the Qian Kuan map, he would have never been able to access such high-level existence. Ascending further, the castle featured a conference hall, library, dining room, indoor swimming pool, lounge, bedrooms, laboratory, and even a prison. The top level housed a botanical garden, while the structure extended 5 stories above ground and 4 below, vast beyond imagination. Currently, the power supply was managed by a diesel generator, barely sufficient for the needs of the castle. However, Lu Jiyu harbored another ambition, the biological nuclear energy device left behind by the queen bug, now hidden deep within the desiccated mother nest. This device could consume any material, even converting water into nuclear energy. The queen bug, Suniko, had utilized it to command an army, achieving supremacy. Yet, despite its lack of intelligence or consciousness, it remained a perilous entity. Lu Jiu merely entertained the thought of harnessing it for future use. Upon reaching the topmost level, he found himself in an entirely glass-enclosed space. Surrounded by a domed glass structure, his envisioned botanical garden, though it remained an empty shell for now. Beyond the countless folds of the dimensional wall lay the ether sea, or what could be termed the starry realm, a void devoid of any existence. Controlling the perspective on the Qiankuan map, Lu Jiu observed the Mario world expanding, revealing a green continent before him. In a valley, he spotted a group of diminutive humanoid beings, their bodies covered in short white fur, adorned with long whiskers, small eyes, and limbs remarkably similar to humans. These were the results of Lu Jiu's previous experiments. The rat people, a genuine intelligent race he had created, now forming a community within the Mario world. By combining the genes of rats with a human template, he engineered the DNA of the rat people. He then synthesized artificial embryos, which were gestated within a dog, unexpectedly resulting in the birth of an intelligent species. Standing at approximately 1.3 meters tall in adulthood, these beings had entered a primitive societal stage, beginning to utilize tools, harness fire, and craft clothing from animal pelts, signifying the nascent development of civilization. Lu Jiu observed their movements through the Qiankuan map, his pupils narrowing as he witnessed the miracle of life unfold before him. I have successfully created intelligent life. He marveled, feeling as though he had brushed against the divine. Chapter 19. Ant-Man's assistant in the subterranean level 2 of the space castle. Lu Jiu stood before a colossal structure resembling a beehive. Ever since the inception of his plan, he had sensed a shortage of manpower. He promptly extracted a diminutive nest from his spatial realm and placed it within the second underground level. Unlike the queen ant, Lu Jiu lacked the extraordinary mental prowess to command an entire swarm of insects and establish himself as the supreme genetic overlord. His mental talent lay in information transmission, enabling him to convey vast amounts of information through his mental energy, a feat not everyone could achieve. Upon observing the queen ant, he comprehended that anyone who had traversed the zero-dimensional realm would awaken such a mental gift. He recognized that his abilities diverged significantly from those of the queen ant. For ordinary insects, if their consciousness had never ventured into the zero-dimensional world and they merely awakened through the extraction of primal essence, mental energy would merely serve as a peculiar sensory organ. Unlike Lu Jiu, who could transmit, sense, and modify genetic information, ordinary insects remained unable to reach such heights. The disparity in mental talents between Lu Jiu and the queen ant was profound. He referred to the queen's gift as insect control, while his was information transmission. Although he could not exert large-scale control over the insect populace like the queen, he could still manufacture and command a fraction of them without difficulty. The existence of the queen ant rendered the insect race formidable. Without her, the common insects posed little threat to Lu Jiu, as they possessed exceedingly low intelligence, merely adhering to the responsibilities assigned to them at birth until their demise. With control over the nest, he could modify the pheromonal aspects during their creation to produce the desired soldier types, allowing them to heed his commands. However, Lu Jiu was not a queen, and the nest he commanded was incomplete. He certainly could not engage in the queen's rampant production of soldiers, at most crafting a handful of insect servants, which he regarded with disdain due to their low intellect. Each highly intelligent species possessed abundant primal essence, leading to a two-tiered differentiation among the insects between the ordinary and the queen, the latter of which was particularly fearsome. Upon activating the nest, Lu Jiu observed as it swiftly consumed the plethora of compounds he had placed within. Before long, he witnessed a series of glistening black orbs, coated in slime, emerging from the nest, struggling to stand before him. These creatures appeared alien in form, with black exoskeletons, slender bodies, oversized heads, and eyes, adorned with antennae. These were the Ant-Men he had created. The capabilities of the second-generation nest were formidable, producing mature insects that could immediately rush into battle upon birth, serving as a continuous supply of expendables. One after another, Lu Jiu soon beheld 30 to 40 Ant-Men, each nearly 2 meters tall, kneeling before him, awaiting his commands. Upon sensing their mental energy, he found their cognitive levels alarmingly low, with almost no self-awareness. They would only act according to the missions bestowed upon them by the queen. At this moment, Lu Jiu was their supreme commander, though should the queen of this nest appear, she could instantly strip him of his command authority. Using his mental energy, Lu Jiyu implanted various tasks, processes, and precautions into the minds of the Ant-Men. Immediately, they began to move, forming a line as they ascended from the second underground level, diligently carrying out Lu Jiyu's assigned roles, some responsible for cleaning and organizing, others for construction. With each Ant-Man assigned a specific task, Lu Jiyu exhaled, feeling relieved. With the Ant-Men at his disposal, many of his impending tasks had been substantially alleviated, allowing for the execution of plans to unfold smoothly. As the production of the 40 Ant-Men concluded, the energy within the nest was nearly depleted, causing it to cease operation. Lu Jiyu exited and securely locked the massive iron door of the second underground level. That structure was indeed quite perilous. With the presence of the Ant-Men, the entire castle seemed to come alive, bustling with activity as they busily cleaned and adorned the premises. Various furniture and artifacts were crafted, transforming the once barren castle into a vibrant abode. In the third-floor lounge, the library shelves had been filled, though still devoid of books. Lu Jiyu intended to gradually enhance it in the future. Navigating through the corridor to the rear, Lu Jiyu found himself reclined on a rustic wooden chair, engrossed in a book. At that moment, the arrival of an Ant-Man prompted him to rise immediately. Although the Ant-Man remained silent, the four-dimensional waves emanating from its antennae informed Lu Jiyu that the castle had been completed, particularly the prison on the first floor and the laboratory on the fourth, both of which were ready. Lu Jiyu first ascended to the fourth floor to inspect the laboratory, then descended to examine the prison. At the far end of the lengthy stone cells lay a vast area resembling an altar, with a dimensional gates guiding array inscribed upon the ground. However, Lu Jiyu had become adept enough that even without guidance, he could inscribe it using his mental energy. Yet, the altar remained securely enclosed by iron bars. Resembling a peculiar prison, a special teleportation array he had prepared for capturing beasts from the Maria world. Accompanied by 2 Ant-Men, Lu Jiyu stepped onto the altar, and as the cell door descended, he and the Ant-Men vanished from sight. Lu Jiyu found himself standing on a hillside, with an expansive forest behind him and a vast grassland beneath him. A wide river flowed majestically through the valley below. Numerous animals gathered by the river, quenching their thirst, while the forest echoed with the sounds of chirping birds. A soaring eagle glided overhead, prompting rabbits in the grass to scurry away. Lu Jiyu recognized many familiar species, some of which he had captured previously, while others were newer varieties that had evolved over centuries to adapt to this land. Herds of sheep and cattle roamed the grasslands, while wolves and jackals hunted for prey. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds. The air was rich in oxygen, evoking a sense of the primeval age, imbued with the essence of rebirth. Lu Jiyu descended the hillside alongside the Ant-Men, approaching the riverbank. The animals scattered, casting curious glances at the peculiar figure adorned in vibrant hues. As Lu Jiyu dipped his feet into the river, observing the swimming fish and the crystal-clear water, he raised his head, a smile illuminating his face. This was the Maria world. Chapter 20. The Orc tribe. Lu Jiyu, clad in a pristine white lab coat, gazed expectantly as a wild wolf gradually gave birth to a litter of 4 cubs. Observing the wolf, he noted its slow descent into slumber, a subtle application of mental energy he had recently mastered, hypnosis. With a gentle touch, he opened the cage and stepped inside, cradling the newborns in his arms. These tiny creatures bore striking resemblances to human infants, possessing limbs akin to those of humans, save for the wolf-like ears and short tails that set them apart. The werewolf tribe had successfully come to fruition. Standing upright, Lu Jiyu surveyed the extensive stone corridor lined with densely packed cells housing various wild animals, tigers, dogs, cats, lynxes, and bears. As he passed, each creature emitted sharp roars, some even battering against their enclosures. However, as he departed and closed the heavy iron door, the cacophony of roars subsided, leaving a serene silence in its wake. Cradling the werewolf cubs, he ascended toward the upper levels of the underground facility he had designed. After a steady climb up the stairs, he reached the 4th-floor laboratory, where one room remained brightly lit. Pushing the door open, he entered to find walls painted white, bathed in warm light, and filled with small cribs lining the spacious room. Strange figures, ant-like beings, moved about, tending to the cubs. Each crib bore a label indicating the number, species, and gender, as these ant people nurtured the young, who would become the first generation of the orc tribe. Lu Jiu harbored hopes that each species would thrive in the world of Maria, each one representing a miracle of life. Upon examining their brains, he discovered their structure bore a remarkable resemblance to that of humans, indicating a high level of development. He was confident that the intelligence of each species would rival that of humans. Lu Jiu meticulously assessed the health and condition of each cub, noting that the ant people would monitor their well-being around the clock. As of now, there were no apparent issues. The born orc tribes included wolves, foxes, tigers, cats, dogs, bears, sheep, and others, totaling 18 species. Yet this fell short of Lu Jiu's grand vision. In his conceptualization, the human race was indispensable. However, Lu Jiu did not wish to directly replicate humanity from Earth into the world of Maria, as such an endeavor would lack significance and novelty. Instead, he aspired to create an entirely distinct human species. Having lingered in the spatial castle for several months, fatigue began to set in. Although the tasks at hand invigorated him, the solitude of his environment weighed heavily on his spirit. The thought of remaining in such a place for decades, growing old while mere days passed outside, served as a poignant reminder that he was not a deity, but merely an ordinary individual who had stumbled upon great fortune. Reclining on his bed, he opened the window to gaze at the stars beyond. Admittedly, the urban atmosphere lacked the freshness of Maria's air, and the night sky paled in comparison to the beauty he had conjured. Yet, it was more familiar and comforting to him. Before long, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. He answered promptly, recognizing the caller as the formidable Xia Fan. "You scoundrel! I knew you'd forget. Tomorrow is my birthday," she exclaimed. The realization struck him. He had indeed promised to attend her birthday celebration, but the busyness of recent days had caused him to forget. Despite his reluctance to join a gathering of students, he felt bound by his promise to Xia Fan. "Who said I forgot? I've been eager all along. It's not even time yet," he defended. Xia Fan quickly countered, "If it weren't for my reminder, you'd be lost tomorrow. You must come, or I'll come to your house and take you down." Lu Jiu found her threat amusing, yet slightly malevolent, his imagination wandering. All right, just send me the address. I'll be there on time. Don't forget the birthday gift." The next afternoon, as Lu Jiu drove through the streets, he struggled to decide on a suitable present for Xia Fan. A necklace? A bracelet? Such items bore too much significance. Ultimately, he settled on a Tizot watch, a modest yet elegant choice, priced around 4,000 yuan. As twilight descended, he arrived at a mid-range restaurant by the riverside. After inquiring with the staff, he located Xia Fan in a private room on the second floor. Approaching the door, he could hear the joyful cheers and laughter emanating from within. Pushing the door open, he peeked inside. As soon as he entered, all eyes turned toward him, and several young women squealed in delight. One girl shouted, "Hey, who are you looking for? Is this Xia Fan's?" Lu Jiu began, but before he could finish, Xia Fan leaped up and exclaimed, "I'm over here. You finally made it. I was just about to call you." A lively crowd filled the room, a mix of boys and girls, primarily students. Xia Fan rushed towards him, leaping into his arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my boyfriend, Lu Jiu. What do you think? I didn't lie, did I? Isn't he super handsome?" Lu Jiu stood, mouth agape, astonished at being labeled her boyfriend. Just as he raised his hand to clarify, Xia Fan whispered in his ear, "I've already boasted about having a super handsome boyfriend. If you embarrass me, I swear I'll make your life miserable." Chapter 21. Daily Life, Truly Stunning. You can't possibly be a celebrity, can you? This is the first time I've encountered someone so handsome. How do you maintain such flawless skin? It's remarkable. Are you of mixed heritage? Your features carry a certain dimensionality reminiscent of mixed ancestry. How did you and Xia Fan become acquainted? Is there something more between you two? Xia Fan really is a winner in life. She's not only exceptionally beautiful with an enviable figure, but she also manages to find a new boyfriend who is even more attractive than her previous one. It's infuriating. Yet, Xia Fan, with her playful chatter, spun elaborate tales about their supposed romance, captivating the audience, who gazed in awe at the attractive duo of Lu Jiu and Xia Fan. Especially when Lu Jiu presented a gift, Xia Fan eagerly adorned herself with it, feigning bliss and seeking a kiss, leaving Lu Jiu momentarily flustered. Throughout the evening, Lu Jiu found himself besieged by Xia Fan's male classmates, relentlessly toasting him. At the dining table, he was inundated with drinks, and once a glass was raised, it scarcely returned to the table. After the meal, the group transitioned to karaoke, followed by a barbecue. and later a midnight snack, reveling from dusk till the early hours, only pausing at 2 in the morning when everyone finally dispersed. In disbelief, Lu Jiyu remarked, "You must be pretending to be drunk." Xiao Fan replied with a triumphant grin, "Of course. You shielded me from the drinks. I hardly had any." Strolling by the riverside, the refreshing breeze invigorated them, and Xiao Fan, feeling quite elated, remarked, "Today was splendid. Did you see how enviously those guys looked at me? Inviting you was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. They've been gossiping behind my back, but now they know who the true campus belle is." With an air of pride, Xiao Fan walked backwards, conversing with Lu Jiyu, exuding joy and a sense of vindication. Lu Jiyu had indeed elevated her status, yet he struggled to comprehend the sentiments of young women. Suddenly, Xiao Fan recalled something and raised her hand. "I truly adore the gift you gave me." "Thank you." Lu Jiyu responded promptly, "You're welcome." With a slight pout, he added, "All right, let us get in the car. I've had a drink. Are you comfortable with that?" Upon arriving at her building, Xiao Fan cheekily remarked, "When I mentioned going to your place, did you feel a flutter?" Lu Jiyu feigned disgust, preparing to explain, but Xiao Fan swiftly silenced him. "No excuses. I clearly saw your reaction. You beast." The truth was, Lu Jiyu found himself at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Should he admit to celebrating another woman's birthday? After an exhilarating night that extended into the early hours, he might as well have self-destructed on the spot. The following day, Lu Jiyu faced an interrogation from Li Wei, who clung to him for the next several days, which surprisingly lightened his mood significantly. Meanwhile, his pet shop began to flourish. Each animal he sourced was meticulously selected for its lineage and health, ensuring that even those with minor flaws could be adjusted for optimal well-being. Consequently, the pets at his establishment exhibited a vitality far superior to those found elsewhere. Lu Jiyu even experimented with subtle alterations to their fur and eye colors, garnering praise from numerous customers. With his unique abilities, training these pets became an effortless task, and the animals he nurtured developed remarkable intelligence, capable of performing various conventional tasks. Thus, it was no surprise that his pet shop thrived spectacularly. In just a few days, Lu Jiyu sold over 20 pets, cats, dogs, hamsters, and parrots, gaining a substantial profit that rivaled his earnings from previous months. He had initially opened the pet shop to study and understand these animals, experimenting with minor genetic modifications, never anticipating such financial success. "Shall Lu off work? Is Lu Jiyu around?" Li Wei entered, adorned in a flowing bohemian-style dress complemented by wine-red heels, exuding a striking presence. Her subtle makeup accentuated her poised demeanor. Xiao Lu marveled, "Wow, Sister Wei, you look stunning today?" Li Wei covered her mouth with a smile. "Really?" Xiao Lu nodded earnestly. "The boss is inside, training 2 golden retrievers." Upon entering, Li Wei found Lu Jiyu commanding the dogs with the authority of a conductor. "Raise your paw. Turn around, yes. Lie down." Bang. Bang. When the golden retrievers performed correctly, Lu Jiyu rewarded them with treats. Li Wei crouched down. "These pups are so clever. Why don't you keep one at home?" Lu Jiyu replied, "There are plenty here. They're just as good as my own. I don't have the time to care for one at home." He gazed intently at Li Wei's face and eyes. "Yes. Beautiful." Li Wei playfully smacked his shoulder. "I asked about your clothes, not your gaze." Lu Jiyu shrugged. "Clothes are trivial. It's the face that truly matters." Chapter 22. The new humanity manufacturing project. Lu Jiyu sat before the computer, organizing his thoughts. Previously, during a simple modification of pet's fur and eye color using serum, he had conceived a new idea regarding the human templates of the Maria world. What if, rather than mere trivial alterations, he could endow the genetic legacy with an array of distinctive abilities? For instance, what if he could imbue the eyes with the powers of eagle vision, adrenal surges, dynamic acuity, sage-like composure, swiftness, and immense strength? Each ability could be sequentially integrated into the ancestral templates of genetic inheritance, allowing individuals to awaken these powers freely, akin to those with supernatural abilities. At the genetic level, these capabilities would merely be the latent skills mastered by their ancestors, waiting to be unleashed. Suddenly, Lu Jiyu sprang to his feet, overwhelmed by an exhilarating surge of inspiration, as if a new pathway of thought had unfurled before him. Beyond special abilities and physical enhancements, he contemplated the transmission of skills and wisdom. Ancestors would impart their skills, embedding this information deeply within the genetic code. If he could integrate martial arts, craftsmanship, marksmanship, and other unique skills into the genetic framework, future generations would inherit these abilities. He envisioned these skills as plugins, seamlessly integrated into the genetic structure. Standing in the center of the room, he closed his eyes. Such physical modifications would undoubtedly overwhelm ordinary individuals or those with weaker physiques. He needed to establish an awakening condition, a genetic threshold. Only when the body reached its physical limits would the brain unlock these capabilities, activating the enhancements or the transmission of memories. This was because, at that moment, the body's robust blood supply would be sufficient to support the brain in managing these extreme modifications. The more he pondered, the more he recognized a resemblance to the knights depicted in novels. When their bodies reached a certain level of training, they would awaken and acquire extraordinary abilities. This was the essence of the bloodline knight. Indeed, this was the new type of humanity he envisioned, a unique race belonging to the Maria world rather than mere replicas of his own kind. Returning to his study upstairs, Lu Jiu immediately activated the dimensional gate, reappearing within the spatial castle. Although only a few days had passed in the outside world, centuries had elapsed here. The spatial castle, interwoven with the Maria world, experienced time in synchrony with it. Through the Chinquan diagram, Lu Jiu observed the internal landscape of the Maria world. He noted the emergence of numerous orc tribes on the continent of Alan. After centuries of propagation, these tribes had gradually formed communities, beginning to spread along the rivers across the continent. He also discovered that the orc race had developed their own language and were on the verge of establishing city-states. It was likely that soon, the first city belonging to the orc race would emerge on the Alan continent, marking the nascent development of orc civilization. The earliest city-state was established by the rat men, who had cultivated their own culture and language, initiating trade and exchange. They were the harbingers of civilization in the Maria world. However, other tribes and races were still in their infancy, with the largest tribes consisting of merely 1,000 members, while the rat men had surpassed 10,000, achieving a dominant position. Nonetheless, the combat prowess of the rat men was considerably weak, and given the vastness of the world, any conflicts that arose were minor skirmishes, insufficient to precipitate a large-scale battlefield. Time was of the essence. Lu Jiu felt an urgent need to accelerate his efforts. If humanity emerged too late, they would be overwhelmed by the orc race. He promptly made his way to the laboratory on the 4th floor, preparing to embark on his next experimental initiative, the New Humanity Manufacturing Project. The sounds of chattering monkeys filled the air as Lu Jiu gazed at the large cage, where several monkeys bared their teeth at him. The spacious enclosure was well equipped with food and water, along with climbing structures and nests crafted by Lu Jiu. Each monkey bore a distinct identification number, making them easily recognizable. These creatures were to be the ancestors of the new humanity. Regardless of whether the future humans of the Maria world acknowledged this lineage, Lu Jiu remained unconcerned. Oh, monkeys, you should feel proud. You are destined to become the ancestors of humanity in this world. Such a legacy must be earned through countless lifetimes of virtue. Do not worry. I shall release you soon and will not harm your lives. Lu Jiu's research and modification of the monkey's genes proceeded smoothly. He had successfully integrated the human template and various enhancements into their genetic structure. Additionally, he extracted numerous traits from other species, freely integrating them into the genetic makeup. After dedicating a month to this endeavor, he designed 48 talent enhancement templates and subsequently created the first embryo of the new humanity. Currently developing within the womb of monkey number 0582, the embryo was thriving. In just 8 or 9 months, Lu Jiu anticipated witnessing the emergence of the first human in the Maria world. He dubbed this initiative the Evolution Serum Manufacturing Project. Recognizing substantial overlap with the New Humanity Manufacturing Project, he resolved to pursue both avenues simultaneously. After observing the progress of the new human embryo, Lu Jiu departed, leaving a few ant-like beings to oversee the monkeys. He had to admit that these ant-like assistants were instrumental in facilitating his plans. Without them, the project could not have advanced so smoothly. Chapter 23. The intelligent subconscious. Lu Jiu gazed at the vial of serum in his hand, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of hesitation. Although previous experiments on laboratory mice had yielded a near-perfect success rate, the prospect of applying it to himself filled him with apprehension. The serum he held was an evolutionary concoction, which he had named the Intelligent Subconscious Evolution Serum. This serum was designed to implant a latent skill within his own genetic makeup, aiming to isolate the underutilized portions of his brain and create a secondary cognitive structure. This auxiliary brain would operate in a manner akin to a computer, enhancing his cerebral processing capabilities and transforming him into an entity comparable to a computer. Such an enhancement promised to unlock vast reservoirs of human learning and intelligence, which was precisely what Lu Jiu desired. The intelligent subconscious would not interfere with the core personality or emotional programming of the main brain. It was akin to embedding an intelligent chip within the mind. Lu Jiu had no interest in powers such as enhanced strength or elemental manipulation. He believed that human intellect and the brain were the most formidable weapons. Having refined the serum to its utmost perfection, he felt there was little to fear. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jiu directed the serum towards his spine. His mental energy swiftly locked onto the target, and he injected the serum into his marrow. Instantly, a wave of icy cold engulfed him, as if his body had transformed into a machine, triggering a chain reaction. The serum stimulated the marrow to generate new cellular structures, gradually replacing his entire cellular composition. And Lu Jiu lost consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, he awoke to find several ant-like beings tending to him. These creatures operated with robotic precision, adhering strictly to commands. Upon his rising, they promptly presented him with food and water. After ravenously consuming the sustenance, Lu Jiu began to assess his internal condition. He discovered that aside from his brain, which had undergone a subtle transformation, appearing somewhat smaller yet more refined, his body exhibited no significant changes. The auxiliary brain was intricately fused with the main brain, forming a perfect arc, its hue a deep crimson with a metallic sheen. The auxiliary brain activated, announcing its intention to take control of the visual nerve system. Permission granted, Lu Jiu responded. Upon his consent, a dramatic alteration occurred in his vision. Akin to the emergence of a computer interface, his eyes functioned like cameras, allowing him to manipulate distance with ease. Auxiliary brain, establish a data library and categorize the information. He commanded. Confirmed. Auxiliary brain, develop research initiatives, plans for the creation of a new human species, and protocols for the synthesis of evolutionary serum. Organize relevant materials and research directions for me. After issuing a series of commands, Lu Jiu severed his connection with the intelligent subconscious and emerged from the mechanical mindset that had enveloped him. He felt as if his thoughts were racing at the speed of light, and he experienced a sensation akin to that of a superhuman. Tasks that once required hours or even days of contemplation could now be completed in mere minutes. This exhilarating feeling was addictive, yet equally terrifying. In such a state, one could scarcely be regarded as human anymore, as a mechanized mentality threatened to overshadow his personality and emotional framework. Grateful that he had merely aimed to design an auxiliary brain to aid his intellectual endeavors rather than replace his core self, Lu Jiu felt reassured. The outcome, while similar in effect, was markedly different. He had no desire to become a machine. He wished to retain his individuality and desires. With the advent of the intelligent subconscious, Lu Jiu's plans for creating a new human species progressed rapidly. Previously, he had spent a month developing 48 genetic talents. Now, empowered by the auxiliary brain, he consumed literature on biology and medicine at an astonishing pace. The specialized books and academic journals he had stored in the library were swiftly absorbed into his mind. Through the intelligent subconscious, Lu Jiu could compile an abundance of reference materials and explore numerous potential developmental pathways. Countless biological templates and genetic sequences flickered before his eyes, constantly shifting and transforming. Utilizing these insights, he devised various genetic talents, and by the time the first new human was born, he had already conceptualized thousands of genetic endowments. However, Lu Jiu did not intend to implant these talents into a single embryo. It was only natural for different individuals to possess different abilities. He envisioned distributing these traits across various embryos, with each individual inheriting dozens or even hundreds of talents, sufficient for their lineage and selection. Nevertheless, the successful creation of embryos and their subsequent nurturing into a stable community would require considerable time. Lu Jiu spent nearly half a year within the spatial fortress, delegating the remaining plans to the ant-like beings. These creatures would care for the monkeys and await the birth of the first generation of new humans. Nurturing them within the fortress, Lu Jiu resolved not to impart knowledge or heritage to them. Their civilization and language should develop organically, as he believed this was the proper course for cultural evolution. The dimensional portal of the castle connected to the outside world. and Lu Jiu secured its entrance within a lush, bountiful forest. The ant-like beings would forage for food and hunt, ensuring an ample food supply and a life devoid of hardships. All Lu Jiu needed to do was to patiently await the fruits of his endeavors. Chapter 24. The concept of longevity. How can one extend the span of human life? What is the secret to achieving immortality? Lu Jiu sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, contemplating the inexorable passage of time. No matter how extraordinary one might be, the relentless tide of years washes all away. Ultimately, when one's time comes, death is inevitable. Though he could endow his genes with extraordinary abilities, he found himself constrained by the limits imposed upon life itself. It is not merely the genetic boundaries that define lifespan. The most prevalent cause of human demise is organ failure. To transcend the limitations of lifespan, overcoming organ failure is the initial step, followed by addressing cellular longevity and metabolic issues. The path to true immortality is fraught with uncertainty, with countless avenues yet to be explored. Despite having a secondary brain, Lu Jiu understood it was solely a tool for computational prowess. He needed to provide direction and strategy for it to effectively assist him. In his current state of confusion, even the auxiliary brain was powerless. Lu Jiu had studied the human DNA and discovered the FOXO3A gene, known for its role in regulating lifespan. This mutated gene could influence and extend human longevity, often referred to as the longevity gene. However, it merely extends life to a reasonable extent, potentially reaching over 100 years, yet still within limits. Every species harbors genes that govern its lifespan. But how did the insect queens manage to live for centuries? What was their secret? He recalled the wisdom of his auxiliary brain, which could summon all observations of the insect queens. Immediately, it retrieved every memory related to his observations. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that the crux of the matter was not merely extending life, but rather repairing and maintaining, as well as fundamentally altering the essence of genes. Gradually, Lu Jiu's memory began to resurface. The auxiliary brain sifted through the vast information, scrutinizing every detail. Finally, he unearthed what he sought. Indeed, regardless of how one attempts to prolong life, the lifespan of genes is finite. Only through continuous repair and maintenance, keeping the genes in an active state, can one preserve youth and ensure the body operates efficiently. Otherwise, even with long-lived genes, bodily organs will inevitably deteriorate, and death remains unavoidable. Only through relentless gene repair and maintenance can one anchor youth and longevity. This was the first step taken by the insect civilization to extend the lifespan of the insect queen. Yet, the queen recognized that this semblance of immortality was but an illusion. A machine, no matter how meticulously maintained, will one day reach its limits. Thus, the queen's solution to this dilemma was to alter the essence of the genes. Indeed, if one likens the body to a machine originally constructed from perishable wood, one must strive to replace it with iron, steel, or alloys, fundamentally transforming it so that it withstands the ravages of time and adverse conditions. However, the insect race was merely at the nascent stages of this endeavor. While Lu Jiu had discovered traces of this pursuit within their genes, he understood they had yet to take the crucial step, and he himself was still far from achieving such advancements. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind thinks of greater things. Lu Jiu found himself in good spirits lately, well-fed and content, wishing for Li Wei to move in with him. However, such a move would entail significant complications, including relocating and managing possessions. Additionally, Lu Jiu's residence was quite distant from the hospital, and since Li Wei did not possess a driver's license, he would need to shuttle her back and forth daily. One day, while Lu Jiu was busy in his pet shop, tending to the cats and dogs, he found joy in their lively presence. Each living creature evoked a sense of miraculous vitality within him, deepening his fascination with genetics and biological sciences. However, the mischievous Xia Fan had taken to frequently visiting the store, causing delightful chaos. The pets often fell victim to her playful antics, and her flirtations left Lu Jiu feeling flustered yet strangely entertained, as if he possessed an innate charm for mischief. At noon, a car pulled up outside the shop, and a bespectacled man in a suit stepped out. Upon entering, he scanned the room until he spotted Lu Jiu. "Old Lu, come here quickly. Get in the car." "Wang Yi, what brings you here today?" It was none other than Wang Yi, a former elementary school classmate who had been working at a research institute and had previously helped Lu Jiu procure equipment. Chapter 25. The class reunion. Lu Jiu tossed the key to the shop to Xiao Lu, saying, "Xiao Lu, Please keep an eye on the store for me. If anything urgent comes up, feel free to call. He then donned his outer jacket and got into the car with Wang Yi. Although he had already sensed Wang Yi's intentions with his mental energy, Lu Jiu still inquired, "What brings you here in such a hurry?" Wang Yi settled into the driver's seat, closed the door, and replied, "It's the class reunion. Our elementary school reunion. I just received a call from someone asking me to attend, so I thought of you right away and came to pick you up." Wang Yi then exclaimed, "What's the matter? You don't remember Xiao Peng, Glasses, and Lu Daqiao?" Lu Jiu burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember. No way. Are they all coming this time?" Wang Yi chuckled in return. "Xiao Peng isn't here, but Glasses and Lu Daqiao are. It was Glasses who called me." Lu Jiu nodded. "You still have their contact information?" "I haven't been in touch with them for so many years." He shook his head. "After finishing elementary school, I transferred and lost touch with everyone." As soon as they got out of the car, Lu Jiu and Wang Yi spotted a large, stout figure standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Yi, the figure dashed toward them, speaking in a local dialect that immediately felt familiar to Lu Jiu. "Wang Yi, you finally made it. Hurry up. It's the second room on the left on the second floor." Wang Yi embraced the stout figure, exchanging playful punches and hearty laughter before turning to Lu Jiu, saying, "Li Hao, our class monitor, remember?" Lu Jiu's face lit up with recognition, although he was surprised to see how much his former class monitor had changed. He had been quite slender as a child. He could only find a hint of familiarity in the features between them now. At that moment, the stout fellow noticed Lu Jiu, asking, "And who might this be?" Wang Yi laughed heartily. "Take a guess." Li Hao scrutinized Lu Jiu for a moment before exclaiming, "Lu Jiu, is that really you?" A wave of warmth and joy surged through Lu Jiu's heart as he embraced Li Hao, saying, "Indeed. Class monitor, how have you become so plump? I remember you could eat anything without gaining weight back then. 3 cups won't be enough. Wait until I go up. You'll see my prowess. You all hurry up. I'll wait here for the others." The hotel they were in was undoubtedly the finest in the county, exuding an air of sophistication with its tasteful decor and impeccable service. "Ah, Wang Shurer, you big scientist, you made it. Come, sit beside me. Old Wang, you're quite something. Arriving fashionably late, are we? Time for a penalty drink." "Absolutely, a penalty drink," chimed in a bespectacled young man alongside another with a buzz cut. Wang Yi immediately called out, "Glasses, Wang Daqiao, you two better not try to mess with me today. Look who I brought along." Upon hearing the mention of Lu Jiu, memories flooded back to everyone, as he had been quite popular in elementary school, academically gifted, attractive, and well-liked by both teachers and peers. Soon, a crowd gathered around Lu Jiu, eager to reminisce. As conversations flowed, fragments of childhood memories began to resurface for Lu Jiu. After years of feeling like an isolated individual, he was astonished to find so many old classmates and friends still in his life. "Wow, Glasses, you're married now. That is nothing. Wang Daqiao's son is already in kindergarten. And you, Lu Jiu, with looks like that, you must be quite the catch. Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law along today? I'm still single. My girlfriend had to work today, so she couldn't make it." Among the crowd were several female classmates, most of whom were already married, while the male classmates had settled down as well. In this county, early marriages were common, and many had already started families, which evoked a sense of nostalgia within Lu Jiu. At that moment, the door swung open, and a short-haired girl entered, dressed in a uniform, appearing as though she had just rushed over from work. She looked somewhat frail, her complexion pale. Seated beside Wang Yi, Lu Jiu immediately inquired, "Who is she?" Glasses quickly responded, "Lu Jiu, you've forgotten? That Sai Shu." Lu Jiu felt a jolt of surprise. "What?" Chapter 26. Veins of Ore and Civilization. Lu Jiu felt a sudden rush of memories flooding back. He had been quite an arrogant individual in his youth. With good grades, an appealing appearance, and a comfortable family background, his behavior had often been haughty and overbearing, making him a dominant figure in school. Ai Shu, on the other hand, had been exceptionally beautiful as a child but was timid, withdrawn, and reticent. Lu Jiu had found her intriguing, a youthful infatuation. Yet the typical approach boys took to express their interest was rather peculiar, often starting with teasing or bullying. Initially, it was just Lu Jiu who picked on her. But as Ai Shu remained isolated, the entire class began to ostracize her. Lu Jiu recalled an incident where he unintentionally broke something of Ai Shu's, prompting her to become furious and confront him. In his attempt to defend himself, he struck her with his backpack, which fortuitously contained a flashlight, resulting in a severe injury to her head. Consequently, Lu Jiu faced disciplinary action from the school, and as he was in the 6th grade and nearing graduation, his family arranged for him to transfer to a middle school in the provincial capital. Now, upon seeing Ai Shu again, Lu Jiu was overwhelmed with remorse, feeling an intense desire to disappear. He sat uneasily, recalling the foolishness of his youth. He had thought time would allow him to move past it, yet the memories still unsettled him. At the gathering, he frequently glanced at Ai Shu, drawing her attention. She stared at him in surprise, and a female classmate whispered something to her, prompting Ai Shu to look away, avoiding his gaze. She still remembered the events of their past. Feeling ashamed, Lu Jiu lowered his head, his mind elsewhere throughout the reunion. Most attendees were reminiscing, exchanging contact information and inquiring about each other's lives. As they prepared to part, several classmates gathered around Lu Jiu, asking for his contact details and where he currently resided, expressing their intent to visit him should they travel to the provincial capital. Absolutely. Make sure to find me when you come to the city, he assured them. While conversing with a few female classmates from primary school, Lu Jiu turned to see Ai Shu preparing to leave alone with her handbag. Excusing himself, he hurried over to her. Standing before Ai Shu, she halted, looking at him with curiosity. After taking a breath, Lu Jiu said, "Do you remember me? I am Lu Jiu, your classmate from primary school, the one who Ai Shu, with her short hair and somewhat demure posture, was tall and elegant. Despite his height of over 6 feet, he found himself only marginally taller than her in her high heels." Ai Shu nodded silently, and Lu Jiu, feeling unexpectedly anxious, continued. "I wanted to say that I am very sorry for what happened back then. Although this apology comes rather late, expressing it feels much more relieving." At that moment, he retrieved a business card from his pocket. "This is my phone number and contact information. Please feel free to reach out if needed." Was Ai Shu's only response before she turned away and departed. Lu Jiu exhaled in relief, watching her retreating figure. Just then, Wang Yi approached, draping an arm over Lu Jiu's shoulder. "What is going on? Have you reconciled? It's been so many years. Ai Shu can't still hold a grudge. Can she?" Lu Jiu shook his head. "I'm not sure. She merely said, but she did take my business card." Wang Yi nodded. "Don't take it too seriously. It's been ages. Ai Shu has always been like that, reserved and uncommunicative." In the spatial castle, the library shelves were gradually being filled with books due to Lu Jiu's recent acquisitions. However, the volumes he had previously added were already yellowing with age, resembling ancient tomes. 2 centuries had elapsed since the inception of the New Humanity Initiative on the Alan continent of the Maria world. In the south, numerous human tribes had begun to emerge, with humanity having proliferated over a dozen generations. The earliest humans had long since faded into the annals of history, and the current populace seemed to believe they had always inhabited this land since time immemorial. The number of humans had escalated from mere hundreds to thousands, evolving from a few small tribes to a widespread presence across the southern region, like sparks igniting a vast fire. In the north, orc tribes had begun to establish city-states and civilizations, and humans were progressively engaging with them, realizing they were not the sole inhabitants of this vast world. For Lu Jiu, these 2 centuries had merely constituted a brief fortnight outside. 10 days prior, while observing the development of tribal civilizations, he recognized a significant oversight. Despite the abundance of resources in the Maria world, it had a critical flaw: the absence of mineral veins. Indeed, while the terrain he designed was rich in various minerals, everything was too evenly distributed, lacking contiguous veins. The tribes remained primarily in a Stone Age civilization, occasionally discovering rare ores that were revered as artifacts. With the ages of copper and iron perpetually out of reach, stalling the emergence of city-states. Faced with this dilemma, Lu Jiu resorted to utilizing source quality once more to amend the rules of the Maria world, adjusting the distribution and concentration of metals to establish various veins of gold, silver, copper, tungsten, antimony, iron, as well as coal and oil. Several open-pit copper and iron mines were strategically placed near these tribal civilizations to foster their development. After expending 3 units of source quality in constructing the castle space, he observed that the daily loss of life among these civilizations contributed to his source quality, which accumulated to a total of 176 units over the years. While solidifying the mineral veins of the Alan continent, he spent 47 units of source quality, leaving him with 129 units. However, the expenditure proved worthwhile, as the emergence of bronze smelting technology led to the introduction of bronze artifacts within the tribal civilizations, hastening the evolution of Orc civilization, which was now on the brink of establishing its first king, the Beast King of Saga City. Chapter 27. Beasts and Men. The Orcish tribes have entered the Copper Age and the era of city-states, while humanity remains ensnared in a primitive and uncivilized state. The conflicts and conquests among the Orc tribes have intensified, igniting a continuous clash and fusion of cultures, resulting in the emergence of civilizational flames. Originally, the inaugural Beast King of Saga City belonged to the Rat tribe. By the fourth generation, it had transitioned to the Tiger tribe. This was followed by the Dog tribe and the Minotaurs, and the current Beast King is the 12th in line, Costa of the Wolf tribe. Meanwhile, several nascent city-states are beginning to take shape as tribes evolve into city-state systems, with the integration and absorption among the beast tribes already underway. This rapid development of the Orcish race causes great concern for Lu Jiyu, as humanity remains in a state of ignorance and just beginning to evolve. Their language is still in its infancy, and they are engaged in primitive subsistence farming. Lu Jiyu fears that before humanity can fully develop, they may be eradicated by the Orcish tribes in a brutal display of survival of the fittest. The significant time and resources Lu Jiyu invested in creating a new human genetic template would vanish before it even began, which is far from his expectations. He aims to artificially accelerate humanity's development, ensuring that both sides are evenly matched. Currently, the human population has reached 100,000. However, due to infrequent communication and the rich resources of Southern Allen continent, many are content with their mundane existence. To promote human advancement, Lu Jiyu must address two primary issues: external threats and internal unity. The external threat emerged the moment orcs and humans began to interact, leading to escalating tensions. To achieve internal cohesion, Lu Jiyu decides to select a human king. In the central plains known as the Red River Plain, nestled between the Tian Shan Mountains and the Red River, vast forests and fertile lands abound, teeming with wildlife. The area is a paradise for humanity, with circular thatched huts dotting the landscape, where primitive humans return from their hunts, draped in animal skins. The tribal leader, having transcended human limits, awakened the genetic legacy devised by Lu Jiyu. However, this paradise has transformed into a hell as an Orcish army storms forth from the Tian Shan Mountains, ravaging the human tribes stationed here. Although the leader possesses enhanced abilities due to the awakened genetic legacy, these prove insufficient against the might of the Orcish cavalry. The Orcish army, comprised of the most formidable wolf tribes, is fierce, riding upon savage wolves while shouting in the ancient Sophic tongue, a language that has evolved over centuries from its rat origins into a refined means of communication. Slay them all. This fertile plain belongs to us, not these beasts. Eliminate these uncivilized swine. The brutality of war is palpable as the tribal leader, wielding a stone axe, charges forward. Fueled by adrenaline, he dispatches numerous orcs. Yet the infantry cannot withstand the onslaught of cavalry, armed with bronze swords and long spears. After several brutal charges, the entire tribe suffers devastating casualties. These merciless orc tribes spare neither women nor children, as the interspecies conflict unfolds in a scene of unfathomable cruelty and bloodshed. Ultimately, only the tribal leader remains, exhausted and succumbing to the lance of a wolf cavalryman. In his final moments, he defiantly shouts in the nascent and unclear language of humanity, "You wretches! The gods will bring down their wrath upon you." Once the wolf cavalry complete their task, they leave the battlefield, igniting torches to set the entire tribe ablaze, departing with raucous laughter as the flames consume all in their wake. At this moment, a figure appears outside the tribe's remnants, clad in a gray linen cloak with simple garments and boots, wielding a silver staff adorned with mysterious three-dimensional patterns, and a white mask bearing a red sun symbol. This is Lu Jiyu. He had been searching for a target within the spatial fortress when he unwittingly witnessed the brutal scene and decided to focus his attention here. Observing the carnage from the Qian Kuan diagram, he felt the severity of the situation, but upon arriving, the reality was even more harrowing. The scent of charred flesh filled the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Yet, Lu Jiyu found that he felt little else beyond this. Was it a lack of empathy, or something else? He approached the central thatched hut, now engulfed in flames and choked with billowing smoke. Extending his staff, He opened a dimensional portal that linked to a distant river, allowing torrents of water to cascade through the portal and extinguish the flames completely. The staff, crafted by Lu Jiyu, was inscribed with the guiding array of the dimensional gate, enabling him to activate it swiftly by channeling his mental energy without the need for meticulous carving. Within the entire crystalline realm, Lu Jiyu can open dimensional portals wherever he pleases, facilitating teleportation. This is the sole mental spell he currently commands. Other abilities, such as telepathy or genetic modification, are merely manifestations of his mental prowess and the accompanying information transmission. Even at this juncture, Lu Jiyu's exploration of mental energy remains rudimentary, leaving him unable to grasp the essence of its existence, nor the nature of the soul, despite his unwavering daily meditation that has strengthened his mental faculties. He is still groping in the dark, lacking a clear goal or direction. The dimensional portal remains an enigma, a concept too profound for him to comprehend, and even replicating its functionality feels like a triumph. As the water quenches the flames, a violent coughing sound erupts from within the thatched hut. Lu Jiyu pushes through the charred remains and discovers a human youth crawling out from a pit. The two lock eyes, each startled by the other's presence. Yurumo? Mazuka? Who are you? Although Lu Jiyu has collected the Sophic language and script of the orc tribes, he struggles to comprehend the nascent and yet-to-be structured language of humanity. Nevertheless, he grasps the boy's meaning through his mental energy, sensing his hostility and fear. The divine has sent me to find you, Akhenaten, future king of men. Lu Jiyu extends his hand toward Akhenaten, projecting guiding information through his mental energy, which allows Akhenaten to understand his intention, eliciting a response of curiosity and warmth. Akhenaten struggles to his feet, overwhelmed by the presence of this mysterious figure who seems to radiate with the brilliance of the sun, emanating a divine white light. Sent by the divine, are you a messenger of the gods? I offer you my highest respect. Have you come to punish the wicked orcs? Chapter 28. Civilization and order revenge must be executed by your own hand. I merely provide you with the divine guidance and illumination. Praise be to the radiant goddess. Her Majesty Maria. Lu Jiyu walked outside with Akhenaten. However, Akhenaten expressed his dissatisfaction. Why does the deity not eradicate those wicked werewolves? Why does it allow them to slay my kin? Can such a deity truly be called divine? Left speechless, Akhenaten listened as Lu Jiyu continued. The divine has bestowed upon you everything, including hope and a future. Yet, the course of fate lies within your grasp. The direction in which destiny unfolds is entirely your own choice. Lu Jiyu approached Akhenaten, his exquisite mask aimed at Akhenaten's eyes. Akhenaten, the divine is just. You, the orcs, and all beings in this world are children of the divine. The divine has created all things, yet it has entrusted the authority over your fate to you. The divine does not bear responsibility for your destiny. You alone are accountable for it. Remember, the reins of fate lie firmly within your hands. Akhenaten queried Lu Jiyu. Then what purpose has the divine sent you for? Who are you? Lu Jiyu promptly responded. I am the Archangel Pharos, in service to the radiant goddess Maria. My duty is to uphold the balance of the laws of the world. Following the trajectory of fate, humanity faces annihilation at the hands of the orc kind. Thus, I have come to implore you to assume the mantle of unifying humanity against the orc invasion and to become the sovereign of your people. Of course, the choice remains yours. Akhenaten gazed at Lu Jiyu, then at the burning remnants of his home and the corpses scattered about. Hatred simmered in his eyes as he envisioned countless souls wailing under the Orcish blades. No, not like this. Our kind shall not perish. Turning to Lu Jiyu, he declared, Archangel Pharos, I pledge to you. I accept. What must I do? Lu Jiyu shook his head. I do not require you to perform tasks. Rather, I need you to grow stronger. You are far too weak at present. Akhenaten immediately pressed. Is it strength in arms that you seek? Like my father, wielding the power of the divine. Lu Jiyu replied, the strength of one, no matter how formidable, cannot match the might of thousands. Yet even those thousands must yield to order. True strength encompasses more than mere martial prowess. I hope you can bring civilization and order to humanity, for that is the spark of hope. Akhenaten appeared perplexed. Civilization and order? Lu Jiyu extended his hand, taking hold of Akhenaten's, and together they proceeded towards the rising sun, the two figures moving towards the horizon. Lu Jiyu's staff shimmered, and it seemed as if they had crossed an invisible barrier, reaching far beyond. At this moment, the northern lands had grown bitterly cold. Lu Jiyu cast a cloak over Akhenaten, who clumsily donned it, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the majestic city on the horizon. What is that? Lu Jiyu replied. That is the Orcish capital, the city of Saga. It has weathered over 2 centuries of history, enduring 12 generations of rulers, conflicts among tribes, and has established its foundation. After more than 200 years of continuous expansion and renovation, it has culminated in the grand city you see before you. A look of awe and longing flickered in Akhenaten's eyes. A city? Will our kind also have one? Lu Jiyu affirmed. Certainly. You will become the first ruler of humanity, guiding your people into the era of city-states, igniting the flame of civilization. Millennia hence, your name shall echo in ancient mythology, etched in the collective memory of humanity. Follow me, Lu Jiyu urged, leading the way, while Akhenaten closely followed his footsteps. In an instant, they appeared atop the battlements of the city of Saga. This magnificent stone fortress loomed high, surveying the lands in all directions. Within the city, throngs of people moved about, soldiers wielding weapons, and commoners clad in simple garb. Their attire was rudimentary, merely scraps of fabric wrapped around their bodies. Only the noble class donned ornate garments crafted from luxurious tanned hides. A social hierarchy had emerged among them, with distinct roles assigned: merchants, nobles, commoners, farmers, hunters, soldiers, craftsmen, and more. Craftsmen erected splendid structures, while soldiers wielded sharp bronze swords. Each individual wore garments that, to Akhenaten, appeared exquisitely beautiful, clean, and orderly. Within the city dwelled not only the wolf tribe but also the tiger, lion, dog, and various other races. The city seemed to stretch endlessly, its streets bustling with countless inhabitants. Akhenaten felt a profound sense of wonder. The yearning for the advancement of civilization resided deep within his being. At that moment, soldiers atop the walls finally noticed Lu Jiyu and Akhenaten. Who are you? What are you doing here? How did you reach the battlements? This was the language and script of the orcs, known as Sophic. Writing and speech granted the orcs a means of communication and culture. These were the foundations of civilization. The 2 figures, cloaked, stood beneath the towering statue of the Beast King, gazing up at the inscriptions chronicling the Beast King's remarkable deeds. Lu Jiyu spoke to Akhenaten, who grasped some of the concepts, though not fully. Yet, Lu Jiyu knew the impressions had been indelibly imprinted in Akhenaten's mind. Next, Lu Jiyu guided Akhenaten through the bustling marketplace, where the vibrant sounds of commerce captivated the young Akhenaten, presenting an array of rare treasures from across the northern Orcish civilization. Wealth and merchants, currency and trade. Lu Jiyu expounded upon these concepts to Akhenaten. Gold. What is gold? Akhenaten inquired. With a flick of his hand, Lu Jiyu conjured a golden coin from the Orcish realm. This is the currency of the orcs. I bestow it upon you as a keepsake. Chapter 29. Akhenaten. In the following days, Lu Jiyu accompanied Akhenaten as they journeyed through several newly established cities of the orcs, including the cities of the tiger and leopard tribes, which were primarily constructed as military fortifications, as well as the fox tribe city, the largest trade hub in the north, and the embryonic tribal forms of the dog and cat tribes that had yet to fully develop into cities. Lu Jiyu showed Akhenaten the Orcish farms and pastures, explaining to him that crops could be cultivated and wild beasts tamed. Although humans also engaged in such practices, their efforts were not as thorough due to the abundance of resources in the south, leaving them somewhat oblivious to the significance of these actions. As days passed, Akhenaten began to comprehend the immense strength of the orcs and the relative frailty of humanity. The orcs were a formidable force, armed with weapons and civilization, while humans, at this stage, resembled mere wild monkeys in the jungle. Do you understand? Akhenaten nodded. I understand. I will bring light to humanity. May Lady Maria, the goddess of light, be with me. Lu Jiyu acknowledged him with a nod. Before we part, I have a gift for you. Surprised, Akhenaten watched as Lu Jiyu extended his hands, his left cradling a bag of seeds, and his right holding a long sword, a custom-made weapon crafted from alloy steel. Renowned for its high strength, resilience, wear resistance, and corrosion resistance, adorned with imposing patterns and blood grooves. To Akhenaten, who had yet to enter the Copper Age, this sword appeared nothing short of divine. Overcome with excitement, he grasped the sword, exclaiming, "Is this divine weapon truly a gift for me?" As he beheld the sword's mirror-like, gleaming white surface, sharp and unyielding, It seemed as if only deities could forge such a masterpiece. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he knelt. Thank you. Thank you, Goddess Maria? There's one last thing. Lu Jiu continued, swiftly placing his finger upon Akhenaten's hand. Over the past few days, Lu Jiu had tricked Akhenaten into consuming a pill, which he claimed was a divine remedy but was merely a sugar-coated bean. He secretly stimulated Akhenaten's physical prowess through mental influence, intending to unlock his genetic potential before departing. Lu Jiu lifted the restrictions on Akhenaten's brain, activating two hereditary abilities, the Golden Eye and the Swordsmanship Legacy. The Golden Eye encompassed a range of visual talents, including dynamic vision, eagle sight, and night vision. Lu Jiu believed that with these two abilities, Akhenaten could easily confront ordinary individuals. Armed with extraordinary swordsmanship and the sword bestowed upon him, combined with eyes capable of perceiving any attack trajectory, he would have no trouble defeating 100 foes. With such capabilities, rising to the status of a clan leader would be effortless. With Lu Jiu's guidance, the establishment of a human city-state civilization would pose no challenges. And as long as a balance of power was achieved, the threat of Orcish invasions could be mitigated, for despite their strength, the orcs were not an invincible monolith. If all else failed, Lu Jiu thought, he could simply select another candidate. Observing Akhenaten collapse to the ground as hormonal changes surged through his body, Lu Jiu noted the gradual transformation of his pupils into a golden hue. He carefully laid Akhenaten upon a mound of grass before turning away, disappearing into the twilight. When Akhenaten awoke, he felt both hunger and thirst. Night had fallen. However, to his astonishment, the world appeared remarkably illuminated, though not as bright as daylight. He could discern the contours of all objects with remarkable clarity. Grasping the long sword gifted by Lu Jiu, he tucked the bag of seeds into his garments and ventured into the forest, soon discovering a small river. As he bent down to drink, a shadow suddenly darted towards him. Reacting swiftly, Akhenaten drew his sword and found himself face to face with a panther. Its pupils constricted, golden eyes seemingly ablaze with ferocity. The panther launched a lethal strike, yet in Akhenaten's perception, time seemed to slow. With movements honed by countless hours of training, he bent low, pivoted, and thrust his sword into the panther's neck with the finesse of a master swordsman. Holding the sword as if it were his closest companion, Akhenaten felt as if he had wielded it for decades, executing the action with instinctual ease. As he gazed at the lifeless panther, he turned to see his reflection in the river, illuminated by the moonlight, his crimson hair, resolute visage, and golden eyes. My eyes. Upon returning to the spatial castle, Lu Jiu promptly removed his mask. The experience of engaging directly in labor was less than favorable. It must be said that deceiving others is a skill. Though endowed with telepathy and the enhanced control from the realm of Maria, he was still but a mortal. Having gleaned insights from the insectoid race regarding the secrets of longevity, he focused on aspects of repair and maintenance, and though he had formulated some initial ideas and results, several experimental avenues had proven unfeasible, leaving him somewhat despondent. Where should he begin? The quest for formidable regenerative abilities and vitality without the need for vast energy reserves, enabling self-sustaining bodily functions. Lu Jiu slumped in his expansive laboratory, rising to enter a side chamber. He pushed open a large door revealing a specially constructed ice vault. Meticulously labeled with various genetic templates of flora and fauna, the temperature within akin to that of outer space, effectively isolating it from the external environment. Chapter 30. The Tree of Life. The fetal movement ceased, and the signs of life vanished. No, yet another failure. Lu Jiu watched as several newly birthed lives faded before his eyes, feeling profoundly disheartened. From a genetic perspective, there were no issues, the life templates were complete, and the overall framework was sound and rational. Yet, the persistent failures remained a mystery. The regenerative capabilities and vitality of plants far exceed those of animals. Even when severed into pieces, given water and sunlight, they can regrow, whether submerged or on land, through the harshest winters or sweltering summers. Even in the desolate expanse of a desert, the shadows of plants endure. Their lifespans are remarkably long, and crucially, they can maintain their peak vitality until the very end. The life form designed by Lu Jiu inherited these remarkable characteristics of plants, possessing robust vitality and a lifespan extending up to 1,000 years, with youth sustained until the last century of their lives before aging begins. They do not require copious amounts of food to maintain their life energy. Merely sunlight and water suffice for their survival. This is a flawless organism, perfected to the utmost. Lu Jiu considered it his magnum opus, yet it perpetually eluded existence. Could it be due to the maternal host? Suddenly, Lu Jiu realized he had entered a conceptual pitfall. This creature, unlike ordinary animals, could not be gestated in the womb of another animal, as its plant-like traits would not receive the necessary nutrients and vitality within an animal's womb. Thus, Lu Jiu promptly redirected his research, seeking to devise a plant capable of directly nurturing this life, allowing this extraordinary, long-lived organism to develop directly from the plant itself. This idea seemed somewhat mad. Intelligent life emerging from plants. He quickly rose from the fourth-floor laboratory and descended to the library below, intent on perusing literature related to plants. Needing to organize his thoughts. Within the spatial castle, numerous ant-men were bustling about, diligently completing their daily tasks. They never initiated conversation nor questioned Lu Jiu, and over time, he had come to regard them as robotic in nature, often overlooking their presence. Number 23. Please bring me the specimens 1289, 2358, and 256, and place them on the table in my laboratory. Additionally, prepare a lunch in the kitchen. Upon entering the library, Lu Jiu addressed an ant-man who was sweeping. The ant-man promptly set aside the broom and scurried away. Lu Jiu approached the shelves of botanical literature, extending his hand, and observed several books soaring from the shelves to land in his grasp. His mental prowess had advanced to the point where he could manipulate reality and move objects, albeit limited to those that were small and lightweight. The library was adorned with carpet, immaculately clean, while the wooden carvings and ceiling were crafted from wood, exuding an artistic ambience. Once programmed with specific functions, the ant-men became exceptional craftsmen and servants, capable of executing most tasks with remarkable efficiency, provided they did not require much cognitive engagement. Seated at the central wooden table, atop a bearskin rug, Lu Jiu snapped his fingers, illuminating the overhead lights, and began perusing the books. A large stack of literature was swiftly scanned, flooding his cognitive interface with information, which was then organized into the desired format. The characteristics of these plants bear a resemblance to the mother nests of insectoid species. Perhaps I can draw inspiration from such structures. Lu Jiu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, as his cognitive assistant continuously supplied vast amounts of information aligned with his thoughts. In a brief moment, he had devised a comprehensive plan. At that moment, an ant-man approached, presenting a tray of food, which was placed on Lu Jiu's table before retreating to continue its cleaning duties. 2 weeks later, Lu Jiu chose to land on another substantial continent among the 5 that comprised the Mario world. The largest of these was Allen Continent. While the continent beneath his feet was also considerable, the remaining 3 were either uniquely shaped or characterized by harsh environments or small areas. Of course, the sea was sprinkled with numerous small islands that Lu Jiu chose not to account for. Nevertheless, he had meticulously charted the entire map of the Mario world, which hung in his bedroom within the spatial castle. Most areas remained unnamed, save for a few continents designated for ease of reference. He decided to await the local life forms to bestow names upon the other regions. The continent beneath his feet was dubbed Yala Continent by Lu Jiu. Situated in the eastern part of the Mario world, where the sun rises, the climate and temperature were remarkably conducive to life, with vast forests and wildlife thriving upon this land. Lu Jiu ventured into one of the expansive wetland forests, where the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrances of flowers. This realm seemed eternally untouched by winter, a true paradise for animals. Upon entering, he encountered a plethora of flora and fauna, some familiar and others unknown. Over the years, the plants and seeds he had introduced had largely acclimatized, altering their appearances in accordance with the local ecological conditions and terrains. In the heart of this wetland forest, Lu Jiu discovered a stunning valley, within which lay a lake that mirrored the sky. Verdant grass blanketed the ground, vibrant yellow and red flowers blossomed, and dandelions danced in the breeze, scattering their seeds across the air. This is it. Lu Jiu nodded, feeling a deep satisfaction in having found this spot. A small sapling materialized in his hand, which he carefully planted in the lush grass of the valley. Here lies the origin of life on this continent. Your name shall be the Tree of Life. Chapter 31. Unreliable, what's wrong? Lu Jiu accompanied Li Wei for a shopping trip and lunch, noticing that Li Wei often hesitated to express herself. Setting down his chopsticks, He gazed at her and inquired. Li Wei shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I just feel that although we part for only a short while, each time I see you again, there's an odd sense of estrangement and unfamiliarity." Lu Jiu understood this was due to his frequent absences in the Qian Kuan diagram, where he could spend months, while for Li Wei, only a day had passed. To him, it felt like a long-awaited reunion. He smiled and replied, "Isn't it rather mysterious? It feels as though each day brings a different sensation. Today, Li Wei seemed less regal than usual, appearing somewhat melancholic. But it feels like you don't truly belong to me. You effortlessly discern my thoughts, my likes, and my interests. Yet, I realize I know nothing about you. You're tall, handsome, and gentle, capable of providing the romantic love I desire, fulfilling all my fantasies about men. You are perfect, yet I have no idea what you think, what you enjoy, or even your family background and past." Lu Jiu met Li Wei's gaze. Both of them locked in eye contact. "Why are we discussing such serious matters? Isn't it enough that we enjoy our time together?" Li Wei lowered her head. "My mother called and said I need to settle down this year, to find someone to marry. I'm not getting any younger. In 2 years, I'll be 30. You know, women age differently than men. After 30, we truly begin to decline, and you're younger than me." Lu Jiu was taken aback and took Li Wei's hand. "So, do you want to marry me?" Li Wei glanced at him, her eyes momentarily distant. But she withdrew her hand for the first time. "I don't know." Waving his hand, Lu Jiu suggested after settling the bill, "Let us go out for a stroll. You've been saying you have nothing to wear lately. Tonight, I bought 2 tickets to that action movie you love. We can watch it together." As they wandered through the shops, Lu Jiu carried various bags while waiting at the front desk of a shoe store. Several salesgirls pointed at him, and one pretended to play with her phone, secretly taking pictures of him, forgetting to turn off the camera. When he looked over, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. "Lu Jiu, what are you doing here?" Kai Jiejia approached, dressed in fitted jeans and sportswear, looking healthy yet playful, adjusting her glasses as she spoke. "I haven't seen you at the gym lately. Your VIP membership isn't cheap. Are you not going anymore?" Lu Jiu shook his head. "I didn't want to disturb your routine, so I stayed away. How about you? Still working at the same place?" Kai Jiejia nodded. "I'm still a trainer there. What about you?" Just as Lu Jiu was about to respond, Li Wei emerged from the fitting room, having tried on a pair of shoes. "Who is this?" she asked upon seeing Kai Jiejia. Before Lu Jiu could speak, Kai Jiejia quickly interjected, "I'm a friend of Lu Jiu's. You must be his girlfriend, right? Nice to meet you." Without even stating her name, Kai Jiejia nodded and turned to Lu Jiu. "I won't interrupt your shopping anymore. Goodbye." Lu Jiu nodded, and Kai Jiejia departed. Li Wei furrowed her brows and questioned Lu Jiu. "Who was she? It feels like your relationship is more than just friendship." Lu Jiu quickly replied, "She's just a friend. We barely spoke, yet you sensed something more?" Li Wei retorted, "The way she looked at you was different, and her gaze toward me was hostile. Is she your ex-girlfriend?" Lu Jiu was about to defend himself, but, seeing Li Wei's expression, sighed. "All right, I don't want to deceive you. I haven't contacted her since we broke up. We just happened to run into each other today." Li Wei suddenly became very upset. "How many ex-girlfriends do you have? You never mention your past. What are you hiding?" Lu Jiu, feeling a bit lost, responded, "I'm not hiding anything. It's normal for someone my age to have had a few girlfriends." "A few? What about that one? And the one who comes to your shop every day, Xiaofan? And the little girl in your store who flirts with you all the time? I told you, I've never done anything to betray you. Can you please stop jumping to conclusions? Let us calm down and talk." Li Wei was quite agitated, and they began to argue in the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Lu Jiu picked up the bag she had dropped, attempting to reach for her hand, but she pulled away once more. They walked in silence down the street until Li Wei finally spoke. "Weren't we supposed to watch a movie?" The movie was marked by an uncomfortable silence. Despite being a comedy, while others laughed, they remained mute. Lu Jiu refrained from probing Li Wei's thoughts, realizing that as she had said, he knew everything about her, yet she knew nothing about him. This made him feel somewhat despicable. "Let us break up." "Why? Our relationship doesn't have any major issues, does it? Perhaps it was a mistake from the start. I was drawn to you, but we're truly incompatible. And you're a few years younger than me. Is that really the reason?" Li Wei remained silent for a long time before echoing Lu Jiu's earlier words. "I feel like you don't belong to me. You don't love me." At the cinema's entrance, Li Wei hugged Lu Jiu around his neck, and after a long kiss, ended their relationship. If it had been the Lu Jiu of the past, he might have found it romantic. Now, it felt rather bittersweet. Ding dong. Sitting at the bar in a quiet pub, Kai Jejia was beside Lu Jiyu, who listened to the soft, melodic tunes in Italian, not understanding the lyrics. Did you get dumped? It can't be my fault, right? Kai Jejia teased, her legs crossed, her profile illuminated in the soft light, exuding a hint of allure. Lu Jiyu shook his head. It has nothing to do with you, but the reason is quite similar. Kai Jejia burst into laughter. What is so funny? Is it that amusing? Because you're unreliable. Kai Jejia replied, covering her mouth. After a moment of sitting in silence, Lu Jiyu stood up, grabbing his coat. I'll be on my way then. If anything comes up before he could finish, Kai Jejia seized his hand, pulling herself into his embrace. Are you really just going to leave like that? Chapter 32. The immortal species. Kai Jejia lay closely against Lu Jiyu's back, her hands tracing the contours of his streamlined muscles, seemingly captivated and reluctant to part. Lu Jiyu turned to face her, enveloping her in his embrace, their gazes locking in a moment of shared intimacy. A smile graced Kai Jejia's lips as she confessed, since we parted, I've often dreamt of you, Lu Jiyu. You embody the perfect lover of my ideal. Lu Jiyu, taken aback, queried, lover? What does that signify? With a playful laugh, Kai Jejia replied, it means one who is unsuitable for marriage or as a boyfriend. Whether it's me, or your Li Wei, or any future partner, they will all perceive you as unreliable. Extending her right hand, adorned with a ring, she continued, indeed, I've reconciled with him. We just got engaged last week, and after the new year, we plan to choose a date for our wedding. Lu Jiyu's mouth fell agape. Then why do you still tease me? Kai Jejia pressed her lips against his. How can I forget someone as unforgettable as you? Just the thought of you sets my whole being ablaze. After a moment's reflection, Lu Jiyu recalled that his tasks in the Maria world remained incomplete. He rose abruptly and, utilizing the dimensional door in the attic, entered the Maria world. At that moment, it was dawn in the Maria world. Lu Jiyu found himself amidst the forests of Yala continent, where a once desolate lake now brimmed with life. In the valley, a towering tree had sprung forth, its height reaching hundreds of meters, its expansive canopy obscuring the sky. The robust branches exuded vitality, wide enough to traverse as if on a grand thoroughfare, and upon its crown, numerous fruit buds blossomed, resembling a profusion of flowers, each encasing something precious within. The once vast valley, akin to a prairie, now teemed with dense jungles encircling the lake, guarding the life tree. At that moment, a fruit bud matured and burst forth. Lu Jiyu swiftly appeared atop the sturdy branch, treading upon the broad limbs as he gently opened the fruit bud. Amidst the tender leaves, he beheld an infant, adorned with elongated, pointed ears and delicate features, still tethered by the umbilical cord to the flower's core. With utmost care, Lu Jiyu severed the cord and cradled the newborn, who immediately wailed, its gemstone-like eyes fixating upon him. You are the first of the immortal species born in the Maria world. Your race shall be known as the elves. Descending to the ground, Lu Jiyu tapped the air with his staff, causing the space to ripple and construct a wooden dwelling. The ant people, with their robust physiques, scaled the trees as if traversing flat terrain, and within days, they erected wooden houses beneath the life tree's verdant canopy. As more elves were born, dozens emerged over the course of a year, and this cycle continued annually. However, the life tree, created by Lu Jiyu, had a lifespan of its own. After a millennium, it too would meet its end. Thus, the elves' propagation relied primarily upon their own means. Yet, the immortal species bore their own limitations in reproduction. They could only conceive after reaching full maturity, and the process of birthing was far more arduous than for ordinary humans. Having embraced the privileges of immortality, this aspect could not be deemed a flaw without consequence. Over 20 ant people were tasked with overseeing the growth of these elves, and Lu Jiyu resided there for over half a year, primarily to monitor any genetic defects in the immortal species and to ensure the life template was wholly consistent, as his future plans for the elixir of immortality would necessitate his own involvement. Emerging from the treehouse, Lu Jiyu descended the rope ladder, residing in the largest wetland forest of Yala continent, inhaling the freshest air, feeling the breeze laden with the scent of grass and flowers, accompanied by the melodies of birds and the hum of insects, evoking a pastoral charm. As he turned to depart, the ant people remained behind, tasked with nurturing the elves until their lifespans concluded, a mission bestowed upon them by Lu Jiyu. Meanwhile, in the distant Alan continent, more tumultuous changes were unfolding. Armed with a divine sword and divine power, Akhenaten led his soldiers to conquer various tribes, establishing the first human city-state, the Golden City, in his homeland, the Red River Plain. Proclaiming himself divinely appointed, Akhenaten declared himself the Golden King, founding the first dynasty of humanity. He meticulously structured human language and writing, ushering mankind into the agricultural age, teaching them to cultivate fields and tame wild beasts. Akhenaten stratified humanity into numerous classes. Those endowed with divine power were deemed descendants of the gods, belonging to the noble ruling class, while the common folk were reduced to a state of poverty, with many fallen to the lowest echelon as slaves. He organized trade, designating gold and silver as the currency for human exchange, propelling humanity out of the primal tribal era into a realm of civilization and order. Though Akhenaten was not a benevolent ruler, perhaps even a tyrant, he divided society into tiers, enjoying the reverence of all as a sovereign of golden blood. He commanded vast numbers of slaves to construct his palaces, donned in opulent garments, even laying the floors of his palace with gold. Yet, under his reign, humanity coalesced, entering a rapid phase of development, their numbers swelling to hundreds of thousands within mere decades. In the 13th year of the Golden Dynasty, tensions escalated between the orcs and humans, culminating in a fierce clash between Saga City and Golden City, as tens of thousands from both sides engaged in the first large-scale war between the two races. Humanity, lagging in military strength and weaponry, faced a disastrous defeat. In a moment of peril, Akhenaten assembled a cavalry unit, launching a surprise attack on the Orc King's encampment, slaying the 12th Beast King, Wolf King Costa. Though humanity achieved a Pyrrhic victory, the death of Wolf King Costa incited even greater turmoil among the orcs, igniting a new round of internal strife among the factions vying for the throne. In turn, humanity retreated southward to recuperate, while Akhenaten, gravely wounded in battle, lost the will to fight, indulging in lavish palace construction and languishing in a life of ease. Chapter 33. The Fear of Death. Akhenaten commenced the grand construction of the temple dedicated to the goddess of light, Maria, akin to a devout worshipper, prostrating himself before the statue of the goddess each day in fervent prayer. In the final 2 years of his life, he summoned the most skilled artisans to forge a statue of the goddess in pure gold, expending the resources of the entire nation to erect a temple more opulent than his own palace, proclaiming the worship of the goddess of light as the state religion, with himself as a devoted follower. Behind each statue of the goddess stood a masked figure, wielding a scepter, an archangel named Pharos, the one who bestowed divine revelation and blood upon the Light King. Within the temple, numerous priests clad in white robes and pure maidens served the divine presence. The Golden King Akhenaten prayed for years, exhausting every means to behold the goddess, but it was not until the night of his demise that he finally encountered her. Inside the spacious palace, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth, and the floor was adorned with a carpet made of rare white bear pelts. Adorned with a gem-encrusted golden crown, Akhenaten reclined in a chair. His hair had turned white, his face was etched with wrinkles, and a film clouded his eyes as he gently polished the divine sword gifted to him by the messenger. The once mighty lion, who had once battled across the realm, now lacked the strength to wield his sword. With a sigh, Akhenaten, in a moment of reverie, perceived a shadow approaching him. He lifted his gaze. Even a lion in its twilight possessed the majesty of a king. "Akhenaten, why do you wish to see me?" Before him stood a figure clad in white robes, donning a mask adorned with the sun's motif. The familiar silhouette sent a shiver through Akhenaten. "Is it you? Have you truly come, or am I merely hallucinating?" His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with excitement. The figure, known as the Fish of the Land, regarded Akhenaten with a mixture of nostalgia and pity. The youthful boy he once knew had aged into this frail form. Time, the most insidious of blades, had wrought its toll. "Akhenaten, you have done remarkably well. You are the first king of humanity, destined to be inscribed in the annals of history." Akhenaten cried out, "But this is not what I desired." The Fish of the Land responded quizzically, "You did not voice such sentiments in the past. This fate was chosen by you. You have attained power, status, fame, beauty, wealth, all that you could desire. What more could you possibly want?" Akhenaten, trembling, rose unsteadily, his gaze fervently fixed on the youthful figure before him. Time had left no trace upon the Fish of the Land. "Yet I shall still perish. As I grow old, I realize that all of this is but fleeting smoke. Only you, only the divine, are eternal. I yearn to be like you, to possess everlasting life." The Fish of the Land chuckled softly, echoing words from years past. You are too greedy. He shook his head. We have not bestowed upon you any mission. The power of choice lies within your hands. You chose your own fate. I once told you that the divine granted you life, wisdom, and strength, along with bountiful lands and the world itself. Must we also satiate all your desires and demands? The fish of the land gazed into Akinton's eyes. The divine are not your servants. We entrusted you with the choice of your destiny. If you are unsatisfied, then it is upon you to seek change, rather than ascribe all blame to the divine. With a sigh, the fish of the land continued, You have never done anything for us. Everything you have done was solely for your own gain. Yet, greed leaves you discontented, for what is unattainable is often deemed the most desirable. Akinton, in a frenzied outburst, began to gesticulate wildly, his eyes alight with madness. I can exchange anything, wealth, power, beauty, anything at all, if only you grant me a youthful body. The fish of the land replied with a bemused smile. All that you possess was given to you by us. Do you propose to barter my gifts in exchange for more? Having no intention of prolonging the conversation, the fish of the land turned, his form dissolving into ripples, vanishing from sight. Akinton, frantic, pursued him. No, you cannot leave. I fulfilled your mission. You cannot abandon me. You owe me this, frauds, all of you. In a fit of rage, Akinton howled within the grand hall, demolishing everything in sight, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a child. Do not go, do not leave. At that moment, guards rushed in, only to find Akinton sprawled on the floor, his gaze vacant and lifeless. Having passed away within his palace, clutching the divine sword gifted by the fish of the land, his eyes remained fixed upon a mural on the wall, depicting a man under the setting sun, bestowing a bag of grain and a long sword to a youth. The king is dead, cried the guards in panic as they fled. The news of the Golden King Akinton's demise swiftly spread throughout the Golden City, and the transfer of power ensued. With his son ascending to continue the legacy of the Golden Dynasty, the fish of the land felt an impulse to visit the former Akinton. One could not deny the profound changes wrought by decades. The sensations of standing outside the world contrasted starkly with those of being within it. Akinton's envy of eternal life stemmed from the differing flow of time between their existences. The fish of the land did not possess the immortality Akinton envisioned. Yet, witnessing Akinton's fragility before the inexorable passage of time instilled within the fish of the land a profound fear of life and death. Can I truly achieve immortality? Chapter 34. The elixir of immortality. Lu Jiu was undergoing the transformation of his body for the second time, and he had become quite adept at it. The successful creation of the immortal strain signified that he had surmounted the most formidable challenges. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of success rates and fine-tuning. As Lu Jiu injected the elixir into his spinal cord, he could immediately sense the tumultuous changes occurring within his genes. However, unlike before, this time the focus was not on a specific part of his body, but rather on the entirety of his being, thus amplifying the inherent risks. The elixir aimed at profound modifications, altering the very essence of this species, transforming their life template into that of an immortal. For Lu Jiu, such a transformation had once been unfathomable, daunting in its complexity. Yet, after numerous life-altering procedures, he had gained a profound understanding of the nature of life and the mysteries of genetics. The technological prowess represented by the elixir had reached its zenith in his current capabilities. He felt an intense pain radiating from within, and his nervous system severed its connection to sensation, causing him to collapse onto the examination bed. When he eventually rose from the lab's bed, he discovered that his physique had significantly slimmed down. He felt remarkably lighter, with his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. His vision sharpened, and he could discern myriad scents wafting through the air. It was as though he had shed a layer of skin, merging seamlessly with the environment. Lu Jiu recognized that these sensations were gifts from the plant genes he had integrated. As he stood, unsteadiness overcame him, and the unfamiliarity with his own body hindered his movements. He wobbled, eventually settling into a nearby wheelchair. His mental faculties immediately commanded the Ant-Man to push him out of the laboratory. Upon catching a glimpse of his reflection in a corner mirror, he was astounded by the transformation. His figure had become more slender, his skin as smooth and pale as satin, and his eyes elongated and gentle. His features had grown more delicate. The metamorphosis was so profound that where he had once been described as handsome, he could now be characterized as stunningly beautiful. Indeed, such a description was more befitting of a woman. Lu Jiu had never envisioned himself as a creature akin to an elf. He had merely sought to fuse the essence of immortality with his humanity, yet the results surpassed his expectations. Standing upright, he felt an invigorating vitality coursing through him. He pressed his fingernail against his skin, drawing a crimson line that glistened against his pallid complexion, a sight both alluring and ephemeral as it began to heal almost instantaneously. This remarkable regenerative ability, coupled with the robust life force inherited from plant genetics, was astounding. Most notably, his internal circulatory and metabolic systems had achieved a newfound harmony, his heartbeat resonating with greater strength, and the energy within his blood more abundant and pure. This newfound vitality promised to provide his brain with an enhanced environment and energy, facilitating swifter and sharper cognition. As he assessed his bodily condition, Lu Jiu realized that personal experience offered a vastly different understanding compared to mere observation of others. It was more intricate and precise. Yet, there remained a crucial inquiry. Subbrain, according to my current bodily template, calculate my lifespan maximum. Confirmed. Commencing calculations. Before his eyes, the bodily template within his mind accelerated its simulation of environmental factors, revealing that signs of aging would not manifest until 9 centuries had passed. Only after 1,050 years would this form approach its mortal conclusion. Lu Jiu was confident that possessing such a lifespan of a millennium would render the prospect of living for 10,000 or even 100,000 years an achievable endeavor. One day, even if the cosmos were to collapse and dimensions were to unravel, he believed he could reach that ultimate eternity. Although he understood that such aspirations might not be easily realized, they symbolized his potential for perpetual existence until he grew weary of life itself. Seated in his wheelchair, he organized his library and experimental data meticulously, gathering and perfecting everything before storing it away. He then glanced towards the Yala continent, where the elves remained in their infancy, under the watchful care of the Ant-Men, with no incidents to report. The light in the storage room still shone brightly, and the outside world remained vibrant with life. Though he had not been gone long, he realized he had spent over a year in that realm. However, relinquishing his identity and name, which he had carried for over 2 decades, filled Lu Jiu with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. This name embodied his past experiences, his classmates and friends. Thoughts of Xiao Fan, Wang Yi, Li Wei, Kai Jiejia, and Xiao Lu flooded his mind. He recognized that shedding his identity was a formidable task, one that required resolute determination. It signified a complete severance from his past, a division from all familial and social ties, including his parents. Emotionally, Lu Jiu was merely an ordinary individual, not one who could easily sever all connections in pursuit of enlightenment. In a state of daze, he prepared a meal, watched some television, and then took a shower. Peering into the mirror, he beheld a face that seemed almost foreign to him. His features were exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of an angel descended from the heavens or an elf emerging from the forest. Observing himself filled him with a sense of awe and wonder. Now that he had transformed into this new being, there was no turning back. Chapter 35. A new identity. Lu Jiu's method was rather straightforward. He merely needed to gently hypnotize the consciousness of the staff with his mental prowess, subtly guiding them through the process, thus successfully passing the review. Subsequently, they would assist Lu Jiu in taking new photographs for his identification card and household registration book. By employing his mental energy, Lu Jiu influenced their visual nervous systems, generating images he wished them to perceive, seamlessly integrating these visions into their sight. Consequently, the visuals transmitted to their brains were solely what Lu Jiu intended them to see. To an outsider, this technique resembled the legendary art of illusionism. The surveillance footage here would only be preserved for 6 months. Thus, should any incident arise afterward, inquiries would encounter considerable obstacles. However, Lu Jiu did not possess the ability to traverse space at will on Earth, akin to his capabilities in the Qiankuan map. Unless he left a dimensional mark in a specific location, he would have to travel diligently across various regions. Ultimately, he acquired 4 distinct identities, all genuine. Although they would not withstand thorough scrutiny, nevertheless, they sufficed for his purposes. Immediately, Lu Jiu made his way to the bank, canceling all his previous bank cards and obtaining new ones corresponding to each identity. Now, Lu Jiu held 4 different identities, each with its own bank account. The gold he possessed had been extracted from the Maria world, representing a portion of the original stock from the Golden City. However, 2 weeks had elapsed, and centuries had passed in the Maria world. The Golden City had long since fallen, and the Golden Dynasty had crumbled. The once magnificent palaces of the Golden Dynasty had disintegrated into mere dust. Lu Jiu located the treasury from the Golden City of Ur, retrieving several gold bars. However, this gold was produced through ancient alchemical methods, lacking the purity of pure gold. Yet, as long as Lu Jiu held dominion over the Maria world, the generation of such gold was exceedingly effortless for him. A middle-aged man, utilizing his skills of observation and auditory perception, meticulously examined each gold bar's density with instruments. After a thorough inspection, he whispered to the manager beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Lu Jiu and stating, "The purity of this gold does not reach the level of pure gold. The gold content is only 90%. May I inquire about the origin of this batch of gold? I apologize, but due to the substantial quantity, it exceeds 50 kilograms. Lu Jiu promptly replied, "It was left behind by my ancestors, hidden in my family's cellar for many years." The manager nodded. "Ah, then there is no issue. However, since it is not pure gold, the price cannot be calculated as usual." This notion resonated with many households, as numerous families possessed various antiques, gold, and silver coins inherited from their forebears. Typically, inquiries about provenance or certificates were rare. Who among them did not have small heirlooms in their collections? It was seldom the case that items without certificates were deemed unsellable or prohibited from trade. After an extensive debate with the manager, Lu Jiu, employing his mind-reading abilities, gauged the manager's psychological limits and negotiated the price to a satisfactory level. Finally, he reached an agreement with the manager and exclaimed, "I have more in my vehicle. Since I am here, I shall sell it to you all at once." The manager's jaw dropped. "How much more do you have?" Lu Jiu quickly responded, "Not much. Just over 100 kilograms. Subsequently, Lu Jiu traversed several provinces, gradually selling nearly a ton of gold using different identities each time, dispersing the funds into various accounts. In total, approximately 230 million yuan flowed into his accounts. From his 4 identities, Lu Jiu chose to adopt the persona of Mu Tao as his primary identity. According to the information, Mu Tao hailed from Sichuan province, graduated from the prestigious Magic City University, and had studied abroad. He had mysteriously disappeared during a disaster. With no remains found, he had pursued a degree in fine arts, possessing a somewhat reclusive personality with few friends. His studies abroad focused on oil painting, aligning with his artistic temperament, which was rather unique. Lu Jiu decided to use this identity regularly while reserving the others for emergencies. Clutching 200 million yuan, Lu Jiu felt his heart racing. He reminded himself that he was capable of effortlessly creating a world, manipulating the fates of beings, and generating intelligent life. Feeling anxious over a mere 200 million was rather trivial. In the Qiankuan map, it felt like an engaging game he played by himself. Yet, in this reality on Earth, his sense of identity and emotions were entirely different. Seated on the airplane, Lu Jiu experienced a mix of nerves and exhilaration, as if he had finally embarked on the true beginning of his journey. Xiao Lu exclaimed in surprise, "What about the pet shop?" Xiao Lu responded incredulously, "No way, boss. I didn't." Peng Xiaola hung up the phone, her face a picture of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. She gazed around the pet shop, observing the customers chatting on the sofa, the rambunctious cats and dogs, and the loquacious parrot. This shop now belonged to her. Chapter 36. Preparing to leave. After Lu Jiu announced his plans for international travel on Weibo and WeChat Moments, he prepared to dispose of his mobile phone card, rendering all his online accounts and phone unusable. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a call came through. "Wang Yi, why is he calling me all of a sudden?" Lu Jiu queried upon answering. Wang Yi, sounding quite anxious, asked, "Old Lu, why the sudden urge to go abroad? It's so abrupt. Where are you planning to travel? Going with your girlfriend?" Lu Jiu shook his head. "We've broken up. I just want to take a trip alone to relax." Wang Yi feigned understanding. "Oh, I see. A romantic setback, huh? I never thought someone like you could get dumped. It seems looks aren't everything. Do you want me to see you off and offer some consolation?" Lu Jiu promptly declined. "No, I don't need a man as comfort. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. I'm not in Jiangxing right now, so you don't need to come see me." Of course, Lu Jiu remembered. "I definitely remember. What happened to her?" Wang Yi's mood darkened. "She is hospitalized with uremia." Lu Jiu contemplated the situation. "That's quite a troublesome illness, and it's very painful. Neither dialysis nor a kidney transplant can provide a complete cure. Even with a successful transplant, one must take immunosuppressants for life, and the average post-transplant survival rate is only 7 years. How long has she been showing symptoms? Wang Yi replied, it seems she was diagnosed quite some time ago. And now it has become very serious. But you know, she only has her elderly mother at home, and their financial situation is dire. We classmates have pooled some money together, but as you can imagine, it's merely a drop in the bucket. I just wanted to mention it to you. If you can spare anything, it would be appreciated. Sigh. Lu Jiu nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I'll find a way. This was Lu Jiu's nature. As he grew older, friendships, no matter how close they appeared, lacked the genuine connection and innocence of youth, not to mention the lingering obsessions and regrets of childhood. He calculated that there was still around 300,000 left. Initially unsure of how to handle it, he decided that since he was assuming a new identity, wouldn't consider selling and transferring the funds to his current self, as that would pose a significant risk. The whole point of assuming a new identity would be lost. He contemplated leaving it untouched, but now thought it better to benefit someone deserving rather than let it fall into the wrong hands. Locking his car in the garage without removing the keys, Lu Jiu meticulously checked his room to ensure he left no loose ends. He then ascended to the attic, where beneath the carpet lay a guiding array of a dimensional gate. After much consideration, he chose not to erase it, for it might serve as one of his refuges in the real world and symbolize his origin. Dressed in a coat, hat, and a mask, Lu Jiu set off. His first stop was a law firm, where he arranged to transfer his assets, the shop to Xiaolu, and the property and car to AI Shu. Wearing his mask, he signed the agreements with the lawyer, who remained oblivious to his true identity, smiling as they completed the transaction. Lu Jiu found his ability to convey information with mental prowess somewhat unsettling. While an average person might awaken their mental faculties to develop an additional sense or limb, Lu Jiu could manipulate anyone at will with his mental strength. If he so desired, he could control anyone in the world. If Lu Jiu were bolder, power, status, and wealth would be within his grasp. However, despite his transcendent thoughts and perceptions in this lower dimensional realm, he remained cautious in reality, proceeding with careful deliberation. Upon leaving the law firm, he headed directly to the bus station, taking a ride back to his hometown. By evening, he finally arrived at the county hospital, a modest facility ill-equipped to handle the complexities of renal failure and uremia. For better treatment, one would need to seek out a larger, renowned medical institution. Though there is currently no definitive cure for such ailments worldwide, they are not terminal but can be far more harrowing, causing immense suffering. The exorbitant medical expenses are simply beyond the reach of an average family, as the treatment is not a one-off expense, but rather a long-term financial burden. Dressed in a white coat and mask, resembling a doctor, Lu Jiu entered the hospital, reviewing the layout of the lobby. He quickly located the ward on the 4th floor. Passing the storage room for medical equipment, he used his mental prowess to unlock the door and retrieved a wheelchair along with the necessary medical supplies. After locking the door, Lu Jiu took the elevator to the 4th floor, finally entering a 4-person ward where he spotted AI Shu. Her face was pale, and her short hair lent her a delicate appearance. Her vacant gaze was fixed outside the window. Lu Jiu felt as though he were gazing at the same girl from elementary school who sat in front of him, shy and lost, like a small creature caught in the rain. Despite being bullied, she continued to diligently complete her tasks, study hard, and smile at everyone, seemingly living in her own world. In Lu Jiu's eyes, she was a kind soul, which made him reflect on his past actions with regret, especially upon seeing the unchanged AI Shu as an adult. Pushing the wheelchair closer to AI Shu, he approached her bedside, where curtains separated the beds. Hello, I need to take a blood sample. Huh. AI Shu appeared puzzled but extended her hand. After carefully drawing half a vial of blood and placing it in a container, Lu Jiu turned to leave, vanishing around the corner with the cart in a ripple of movement. Moments later, he returned, pushing the cart once more. But this time the container contained 2 vials of evolutionary serum. Lu Jiu did not yet possess the ability to create serum compatible with all genetic profiles. It had to be customized based on the blood sample to avoid rejection, which had a staggering failure rate of over 90%. Genetic rejection equated to certain death. Hello, it's time for your injection. Lu Jiu assisted AI Shu into a sitting position. She extended her wrist, but he shook his head. Not in the vein. You'll need to lift up your shirt. AI Shu rolled up the long sleeves of her hospital gown, her gaze fixed on Lu Jiu, her previous confusion replaced by realization. You're not a doctor. Who exactly are you? At the Four Seasons Hotel on Park Lane in London, Lu Jiu sat at the bar wearing a tailored suit. freshly acquired from a prestigious Seville robe bespoke tailor. He had just received it a few days ago to avoid the embarrassment of being labeled a nouveau riche in Russia. On his wrist was a Breguet Classique Complications 5377, a watch that cost him 150,000 euros, nearly over £1,000,000 yuan. Although Lu Jiu questioned its true value, he simply wanted to indulge in the lavish experience of spending extravagantly. In the past 20 days, Lu Jiu has traversed the globe, with London being his first destination. As a child, he cultivated an interest in England through the first book his mother gifted him, Harry Potter. He embarked on a journey to visit various locations within England and Scotland that featured in the beloved series. Subsequently, he ventured to the vibrant Kyoto, admiring its myriad temples and the world-renowned geishas. In the Maldives, he indulged in swimming, spa treatments, afternoon tea, nocturnal diving, frolicking with dolphins, and dancing with locals during beachside banquets. In East Africa, he took a hot air balloon ride to witness the sunrise over the Serengeti Plains, and in Marrakesh, he experienced a captivating blend of modern and ancient architecture. Finally, he found himself in St. Petersburg, Russia, exploring the Hermitage Museum and the Catherine Palace, immersing himself in the architectural grandeur and artistic ambience of Russia. During this escapade, Lu Jiu embraced the essence of luxury, flying first class, staying in five-star hotels, sipping the finest wines, savoring exquisite cuisine, generously tipping, and cruising in luxury cars with beautiful models. He reveled in lavish yacht parties, racing down streets in extravagant vehicles, living life to the fullest without a care for time. Lu Jiu savored the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy, fulfilling dreams he once deemed unattainable during his more modest days, shedding all caution and embracing a newfound identity. With his long hair, it was often challenging to distinguish his gender, prompting him to adopt a sharp new hairstyle. Yet, he still found himself the subject of many misinterpretations, particularly in a bar where he was the focus of numerous male gazes, much to his annoyance. The middle-aged bartender shrugged, acknowledging him casually. The hotel manager, Zoe Sharp, a woman of considerable stature suggested by her surname, had been a source of persistent attention since his arrival at the hotel. Zoe, smiling, inquired why he wouldn't accept a different name, as his Chinese name was quite complex. Lu Jiu raised an eyebrow and consented. Well, you may call me Anthony, even though it feels somewhat like a name befitting a grand sorcerer. He pondered aloud. I intend to purchase a house in London and settle here for a while. Do you have any recommendations for a quiet and spacious place? Zoe responded with delight. You plan to settle in London? That is splendid news. I've told you it's south the best place. Lu Jiu chuckled. I simply feel that this city is fitting for a sorcerer, considering the time he spent in his spatial castle. Lu Jiu's mental acuity had finally reached 127 degrees. Initially, he could only manipulate a plastic cup, but over time, he progressed to lifting lighter objects like books and water bottles. Now, he could even elevate a solid wood round table, his mental energy extending over a radius of hundreds of meters, far surpassing the previous limitation of merely 1 meter. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Lu Jiu focused his mental energy, and to his amazement, he began to levitate slightly above the ground. Opening his eyes, he marveled at his newfound ability to float. After a few rotations in his room, he shook his head in disappointment. No, this is too slow. I can run faster. As he settled back onto his bed, Lu Jiu felt as though his mental prowess was reaching a plateau. Remarkably, his consciousness began to resonate with his brain, a peculiar phenomenon that piqued his curiosity, suggesting that something extraordinary might transpire at this juncture. He had gradually developed various techniques and applications for his mental abilities, yet they fell short of the extraordinary powers he envisioned. Eagerly, he anticipated what further breakthroughs in his mental capacity might unveil. Closing his eyes, Lu Jiu allowed his mental energy to flow through the hourglass within his mind, opening a dimensional rift to delve into the zero-dimensional world for meditation. Having cultivated a comprehensive and mature meditation method, he could stabilize his mental structure within this unique space while maximizing his potential to extract primal essence to enhance his mental strength. This was the reason he had achieved 127 degrees in just a few years. Chapter 37. The divine cells. The willpower has begun to merge with the mental energy. Could it be that the current intensity of the mental energy is now capable of bearing consciousness? Previously, the entity known as Lu Jiu possessed mental energy. Yet all aspects of Lu Jiu's will, thoughts, memories, and emotions were merely subordinate to the brain. The mental energy merely manifested as a sensory ability and extensions, not representative of Lu Jiyu as an individual. However, from this moment forth, Lu Jiyu could attach his will to the mental energy, allowing it to carry his consciousness and intent. This notion flashed through Lu Jiyu's mind in an instant, yet he had not yet embarked on this endeavor. Rising from his bed, Lu Jiyu recalled the moment of qualitative change in his mental energy, where he contemplated a crucial point. If he could attach his consciousness, personality, and memories to the mental energy, it would signify a true step into the extraordinary realm, an authentic extraordinary power. Human wisdom has its limits. The capacity of the human brain is akin to holding 500 million books, yet this must also account for daily memories, visual impressions, auditory stimuli, and the subconscious, all of which consume the majority of the brain's memory capacity. Thus, one cannot indefinitely store desired knowledge and information. Moreover, the reaction time for each neuron in the brain, from receiving signals to emitting them, is nearly 0.1 seconds. This temporal limit constrains human intelligence and the brain's processing speed. Each query requires a pause within this 0.1 second threshold. If one could transcend the constraints of the brain, allowing for limitless information storage and enhancing processing speed to 0.001 seconds or even less, could it not imply that calculations and contemplations achievable in a day could be completed in a minute? Human wisdom would indeed surpass its limits. Lu Jiyu felt a surge of excitement. How might one attach consciousness and will to mental energy? Human consciousness, emotions, and memories are entirely housed within the brain. To act, one must begin there. What if mental energy were to leave an imprint within each brain cell? Without hesitation, Lu Jiyu resolved to attempt it. His mental energy immediately penetrated a single brain cell, leaving a spiritual imprint within. He instantly sensed a connection between his mental energy and this cell. As though he could control it at will, even in a state of separation, he could perceive its existence. Indeed, it was feasible. Lu Jiyu felt his mental energy emanating from an unknown yet wondrous source, gradually infiltrating his brain tissue. No, it was not merely the brain tissue. It began to permeate from the very cells themselves. In his attempt to control the mental energy, he discovered it to be akin to a dam with a breach. No matter how forcefully he tried to seal it, he could not halt the outpouring. He could only focus intently on the changes occurring within his brain. Having previously restructured his brain into a main brain and an auxiliary brain, this instance was different. Lu Jiyu could sense the mental energy gradually invading the core of his cells, as if etching his spirit and will deep within, imprinting each brain cell with Lu Jiyu's essence. Realizing the situation was not deteriorating, he abandoned his attempts to contain it, and instead urged his mental energy to accelerate the assimilation of his brain. The cells of his entire brain were being gradually eroded, enveloped from top to bottom, inside out, in a manner akin to pure water, as every cell underwent a cleansing by Lu Jiyu's mental energy. From a realistic perspective, Lu Jiyu's brain cells showed no visible change. However, from the perspective of mental energy, his entire brain bore the imprint of Lu Jiyu's spirit, with each cell merging seamlessly with the mental energy. He felt his brain being wholly activated, with countless memories, emotions, thoughts, including his core persona and the wisdom of his auxiliary brain program, all merging into the mental energy. Lu Jiyu dubbed this phenomenon divine cells or divinized cells. After the cells were divinized, Lu Jiyu sensed that he could perceive each cell within his brain. Even if half of his brain were to be destroyed, he could restore the other half through the capabilities of the divinized cells. This was not merely about controlling the cells. Each cell seemed to represent a fragment of his will. As the entirety of his brain's cellular structure became divinized, Lu Jiyu felt a thunderous resonance, as if something had exploded within him, plunging him into a realm of darkness. In this inky abyss, Lu Jiyu beheld an endless flow of information, his memories from childhood to adulthood. Gazing upward, he immediately spotted a silver hourglass suspended in the air. While he appeared as a figure of white light within this realm, this was his spiritual space, or perhaps it could be termed his cognitive space. At this moment, he was a manifestation of mental energy, or rather, he had crystallized his own soul, becoming the first being on earth to materialize his essence. Realizing the profound transformation that had occurred through the fusion of his mental energy and brain, Lu Jiyu exclaimed, "Auxiliary brain." Auxiliary brain awaiting commands. Before him materialized a semi-transparent interface, and a smile spread across Lu Zhiyu's face. Indeed, after the divinization of the brain, the auxiliary brain had also attained a divine state, bringing along its capabilities, recording the characteristics of mental energy, developing and expanding its applications. Loading now. Joy illuminated Lu Zhiyu's countenance, for previously, the auxiliary brain could not sense the presence of mental energy nor record its fluctuations and characteristics, rendering him passive in the development of mental energy capabilities, reorganizing all memories, categorizing data, establishing a mental energy database. Lu Zhiyu felt his processing speed significantly enhance, nearly doubling. Nonetheless, it remained limited, likely influenced by the constraints of his cells and the limits of his mental energy. As his cells evolved and his mental energy strengthened, the speed of his cognitive processes would surely increase. Lu Zhiyu rolled off the bed, feeling a newfound clarity and intelligence. His already bright eyes seemed to radiate brilliance. Without employing his mental energy, he could discern that 3 individuals passed outside, one server accompanied by a man and a woman. By the sound of their footsteps, he gauged their height and weight, noting that a black man upstairs was engrossed in a sports game, while a couple downstairs was engaged in pre-bathing rituals. Opening the window, Lu Zhiyu inhaled deeply, observing the sky and deducing from the humidity and atmospheric pressure that rain would arrive in approximately 5 hours. Chapter 38. The Elven Kingdom. The spatial castle, situated in the realm of the elves, has witnessed the passage of over 8 centuries since the departure of the land of fish following the creation of the elven race. Time's flow has gradually diminished to a rate of 4,000 times slower, rendering less than 2 months in the eyes of the outside world. However, for humanity, this span has encompassed the rise and fall of several dynasties. Even for the long-lived elves, it signifies that the first generation of their kind has now entered its twilight years. It has been 1,500 years since the birth of the orcs, and 1,200 years since the emergence of humanity. Over a millennium of development, propelled by extensive trade, alongside the advent of religious orders and bloodline knights, has exacerbated the disparities between the wealthy and the impoverished, leading to a pronounced class divide. As human and orc civilizations have progressed from a primitive era of scattered city-states to an age of nations, various realms have emerged upon the continent of Erin, expanding their territories through a continuous cycle of unity and division. The once central region of Erin has gradually spread its influence across the entire continent, leaving traces of human and orc presence in every corner. As their societies transitioned from city-states to kingdoms, their metallurgy has advanced significantly. Iron has begun to supplant bronze, leading both races to extensively mine iron ore, establishing their own smelting centers. Weapons have evolved into iron swords, while agriculture has adopted iron tools such as plows and spades. A plethora of formidable military units has emerged, conquering the wilderness and the earth. These slave states have exploited countless captives to extract iron, marking a definitive transition from the Bronze Age into the Iron Age. The expansion of arable land and irrigation, coupled with advancements in agricultural techniques and the flourishing of handicrafts, has resulted in the widespread issuance of metal currency. Observing the transformations upon the continent of Erin from the Qianquan map, Land of Fish feels a profound sense of wonder. The civilization on Erin has reached a level comparable to that of Earth during the 5th to 6th centuries BCE. Particularly notable is the proliferation of bloodline knights, whose genetic inheritance capabilities, bestowed by Land of Fish, have been significantly activated, leading to the emergence of religious sects and numerous bloodline families. In addition to the abilities originally conferred by Land of Fish, an array of swordsmanship and newly emerged powers from genetic intermingling have flourished. Many strong individuals have even encoded their techniques within their genes, passing them down to future generations. To Land of Fish's surprise, the orc race has also birthed bloodline knights. After a millennium of mutual enslavement and conflict, both races have increasingly integrated, resulting in a significant number of hybrids among the orcs. This has led to the emergence of numerous knights capable of awakening their bloodline abilities, even unlocking ancient animal genes within themselves. Given that orcs possess considerably greater strength than humans, their bloodline knights appear even more formidable on the battlefield. Cloaked in a mantle, Land of Fish traverses the continent of Erin, observing the myriad changes. Every individual now dons garments, which have begun to take on a multitude of styles. Various ethnicities are emerging across the land, and culinary transformations are manifesting. The populace is witnessing the rise of artists, architects, sculptors, painters, musicians, and even unique musical instruments. Conversely, the cultural development among the orcs lags significantly behind. They excel more in combat, metallurgy, and craftsmanship. Eventually, Land of Fish arrives at the ocean's edge, where traces of humanity and orcs have begun to appear. They are constructing rudimentary boats to fish in the coastal waters. The diverse marine life, including various fish fry, corals, starfish, and jellyfish, flourishes in the shallows. Yet, a singular disappointment lingers: the absence of large marine creatures. Such an expansive sea, devoid of colossal beasts or sea monsters, fails to evoke the otherworldly essence one might expect. As Land of Fish strolls along the sandy shore, observing the fishermen in the distance, he contemplates how humanity and orcs have begun to engage with the sea, perhaps in hundreds or even thousands of years. They will embark on their journey to conquer the ocean. Gazing at the distant waters, Land of Fish furrows his brow, sensing the monotony of the sea, which presents little challenge or excitement for conquest. After surveying the transformations upon Aaron, he swiftly traverses through the dimensional gate, arriving once again on the continent of Yalara. The once unnamed marshy forest has now acquired the name of the Forest of Life. The elven race can be regarded as the cherished progeny that Land of Fish is most attuned to, possessing advantages unparalleled compared to humanity and the orcs. Born with elongated lifespans, enchanting appearances, and extraordinary intellect, the elves have also received the unique genetic inheritance that Land of Fish has bestowed upon them. In every conceivable aspect, the elves epitomize the notion of a perfect life, save for the challenges of procreation. Approximately 100,000 elves reside within the Forest of Life on the continent of Yalara, living carefree amidst the verdant woods. Their extraordinary wisdom and tranquil environment have allowed them to cultivate a culture distinct from that of humans and orcs. The elves have developed an elegant script, crafted their own unique stringed instrument, and music resonates throughout their realm. They boast masters of sculpture and painting, capable of creating exquisite elven longswords and bows, reflecting their profound appreciation for artistry in every facet of life. However, recent events have disrupted this harmonious existence, as panic begins to permeate the elven community. The sacred tree, which has nurtured countless elves and embodies their faith and heritage, exhibits signs of withering. This life-giving tree, alongside the first generation of elves, is approaching its twilight years. For several years now, the sacred tree has been unable to bear new elves, and this decline is an inexorable fate that the elven race cannot avert or revive. The Council of Elders convenes repeatedly to deliberate on the reasons behind the sacred tree's decay and to explore potential remedies. Despite countless attempts and fervent prayers to the deity of natural order, their efforts yield no results. While the sacred tree still resonates with clarity, every elf can sense its gradual demise. Disputes within the Council of Elders escalate, as the loss of the sacred tree leaves the elves feeling spiritually adrift. Historically, the elves have been divided into two factions, one advocating for the eternal guardianship of the sacred tree within the Forest of Life, and the other promoting exploration of the outside world. The conservative faction had previously outnumbered the radicals. However, the current decline of the sacred tree has reignited fierce contention between the two camps. As Land of Fish wanders through the forest, he encounters numerous elven treehouses and observes the elegant postures of elves hunting with bows amidst the foliage. They coexist harmoniously with the forest, living interdependently within its embrace. Navigating through clusters of wooden dwellings and several elven villages, Land of Fish finally arrives at the capital city of the Elven Kingdom, Sylph City. This once vast valley has transformed into an expansive forest, with elves constructing their city around the sacred lake and divine tree. Within this arboreal paradise, a grand stone city emerges along the cliffs, devoid of walls, with numerous entrances carved into the precipice. The architectural marvels intertwine seamlessly with nature, showcasing an array of bridges, fountains, and spiral staircases, all within a city adorned with distinctive towers and exquisite structures, where countless beautiful elves reside. They play their stringed instruments, sing melodious tunes, and engage in their cherished pursuits, basking in the ease and comfort of their existence. Their extended lifespans and serene lifestyles afford them ample time to realize their aspirations. Chapter 39. The Sovereign of Natural Order. Lu Jiu traversed the enchanting city of Sylph, marveling at its beauty, statues adorned every corner, and the intricate patterns on the ground complemented the harmonious architecture of wooden houses seamlessly integrated with nature. This was a city ensconced amidst a sea of flowers and trees. However, the most striking feature was the gargantuan tree, towering far beyond what Lu Jiu had previously encountered, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Encircled by the sacred lake, this site was venerated as the holy ground of the elven race, with the altar prominently positioned here, standing beside the lake. Beneath the life tree, Lu Jiu reached out to touch it, only to find it had begun to wither and decay. Unexpectedly, he sensed powerful waves of consciousness emanating from within the tree, an awareness that, though formidable, lacked true wisdom. This magnificent entity, straddling the line between plant and life, had indeed awakened a consciousness, yet without the capability for thought. Did this phenomenon arise from the fervent prayers of the elves? Or was it the sheer enormity of the tree, cultivating a collective awareness akin to that of a forest? Lu Jiu was certain that had he not sealed the permissions to the zero-dimensional passage, thereby preventing the extraction of primordial essence by all beings within the Maria world, this life tree would have long ago tapped into the zero-dimensional realm, embarking on a journey of evolution akin to that of the queen of insects. Alas, it could not develop psychic power. Its consciousness remained confined within the life tree, destined to perish once the life limit set during its creation by Lu Jiu was reached. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Lu Jiu. The presence of such potent consciousness, yet devoid of awakened psychic ability or wisdom, presented an exquisite opportunity for experimentation. Following the divine transformation of his cerebral cells, Lu Jiu contemplated creating other divine beings, which was part of his overarching plan during this foray into the Qianquan map. However, before embarking on that endeavor, he wished to observe the changes within the Maria world. Nevertheless, the threshold for divine transformation was insurmountable for the ordinary beings of Maria. Without sufficiently robust consciousness, one could neither extract nor merge primordial essence. The requisite transformative standard of psychic power remained unattainable, leaving no imprint within the cells. Furthermore, calculations from the auxiliary brain indicated that forcibly inducing cellular divinity could yield unforeseen catastrophic outcomes. Divine cells were not toys for the uninitiated. The auxiliary brain recorded the life template of the life tree, along with the fluctuations of consciousness, calculating the process for creating divine life and its success rate. Loading. Utilizing 50 of brain processing capacity, the operation took 3 days, 5 hours, and 43 minutes. Confirm? Confirm. Who are you? Is it you? Lu Jiu immediately recognized the being before him as the first elf birthed by the life tree, the very child he had cradled in his arms upon its descent. Time had passed swiftly, and now the elf stood on the precipice of old age, reminiscent of Akhenaten in his twilight years. The elven speaker, Meher, regarded Lu Jiu with confusion. You cannot approach the divine tree without permission. Are you unaware? Who are you? As Meher spoke, he abruptly halted, noticing Lu Jiu's ears. You are not an elf? Who are you? What manner of being are you? This was the first encounter for the elves with another intelligent life form. They had long believed themselves to be the sole sentient beings in this world. The sight of another stirred both excitement and caution within Meher. Lu Jiu gazed at Meher and, in the elven tongue, inquired, "What is your name?" Meher felt a strange familiarity with the figure before him. "I am Meher, the Grand Elder of the Elven Council." Lu Jiu nodded, directing his attention to the base of the life tree and the altar, where he discerned the graves of the ant people he had previously encountered. These beings had been laid to rest here after their demise. "Do not approach the altar," Meher warned as Lu Jiu drew near. Turning to him, Lu Jiu asked, "You buried them here?" Meher's face contorted in shock. "How do you know?" "It is impossible. Only the most senior elders of the council are privy to this knowledge. Even the early elves are unaware that the divine messenger lies buried here." Meher, brimming with excitement, pressed further, "Who exactly are you?" With a gentle chuckle, Lu Jiu refrained from elaborating. "You are the first elf born on this continent, the inaugural life nurtured by the life tree. Your bond with it is profound. You can even perceive its consciousness and existence. Yet, this connection has also bound your world here." Lu Jiu continued, "The world is vast. Why not venture forth to explore it?" As if retrieving a distant memory, Meher's eyes widened in recognition. "It is you. You have returned, the omnipotent sovereign of natural order. Have you heard our prayers?" Overcome with emotion, Meher fell to the stone slab, kneeling before the life tree and Lu Jiyu. "Oh, Divine One, the life tree is on the brink of demise. Our elven kin cannot lose it. Please, save its life." Lu Jiyu queried, "Why so?" "For you. The life tree is not indispensable. Its purpose has been to create the elven race, and now it nears the completion of that mission. You elves are thriving. It is no longer essential, but rather a shackle binding you." Rising from his kneel, Meher gazed intently at Lu Jiyu. "No, it is our everything, our spiritual pillar. Without it, the elven kingdom will dissolve, and all prosperity will vanish." Lu Jiyu shook his head. "Is that not merely the dawn of another era of prosperity? This is not a justification for your continued seclusion here. The life tree's mission has been fulfilled. It can no longer bear elves. We beseech you." Meher attempted once more to plead, but Lu Jiyu interrupted him. "This is merely your individual plea. You do not represent all elves. Can you not sense the yearning of your kin to explore the vast world?" Extending his hand, Lu Jiyu observed as the consciousness of the life tree was drawn forth by his immense psychic power, coalescing into a luminous form. Indeed, as Lu Jiyu had surmised, the life tree embodied a naturally formed soul, existing on the same spiritual plane as himself, devoid of a brain or emotional faculties. Its soul was birthed from the life tree, yet their connection remained tenuous. Meher, overwhelmed with exhilaration, could scarcely stand. Carefully cradling the seed bestowed upon him by Lu Jiyu as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. "Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty, sovereign of natural order." When Meher lifted his gaze, he found that Lu Jiyu had vanished, as leaves fluttered around him. He looked skyward and witnessed the once mighty life tree seemingly age in an instant, its vitality drained, leaves turning brittle and falling to the ground. The air was filled with cascading leaves, beautiful as if from a dream, yet lamenting the tragedy of death. The entire elven clan sensed the disturbance emanating from the life tree and turned their gaze toward the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 40. The terrifying divine creature within the laboratory of Lu Jiyu, a towering redwood stood, upon which the soul of the tree of life was delicately placed. Each day, an array of tests and observations were conducted to unravel the characteristics of this soul. Since the divine transformation of his brain, Lu Jiyu had acquired a mental space that significantly accelerated his meditative progress. His mental power and willpower merged into a singular soul, resulting in a more robust structure. He could now traverse the zero-dimensional world for extended periods without fear of assimilation. Previously, increasing his mental power by a single unit required weeks of effort. However, after years of arduous toil, Lu Jiyu had finally reached a mental power scale of 128. Now, through a single day of meditation, he could enhance his mental power by 1 unit, a staggering increase, representing a qualitative leap in his abilities. Lu Jiyu had also discerned several characteristics of the divine cells. Firstly, the cells themselves exhibited no abnormalities. The true anomaly lay in their divine transformation, which infused them with the properties of mental power and the imprint of Lu Jiyu's will. Secondly, these divine cells possessed an extraordinary corrosiveness. Upon contact with any other organism, they would immediately begin to erode the cells of the other being, reshaping their life form to resemble Lu Jiyu's own. Thirdly, the divine cells exhibited remarkable plasticity and controllability, allowing Lu Jiyu to make any adjustments he deemed necessary. In time, he envisioned the ability to modify his genes at will, enhancing his capabilities and bestowing upon himself powers reminiscent of deities and mythological beings. Realizing the potent plasticity and controllability of these divine cells filled Lu Jiyu with exhilaration. If he could decipher the genetic templates of formidable creatures, he could transform into other beings, perhaps even into a shape-shifting dragon, freely altering his form. Yet, a thought struck him. It was not merely about transformation. By understanding the workings of natural laws, the principles of electricity and fire, and inscribing these elements into his genes, he could acquire extraordinary abilities, not those rooted in physical inheritance, but true mastery over thunder, flames, metals, magnetism, gravity, and temperature. Ordinary cells could not withstand such arbitrary modifications. However, divine cells were different. Lu Jiyu could manipulate them at the most minute level, freely adjusting, enhancing, and modifying them, all while their formidable regenerative capabilities absorbed these changes. As long as Lu Jiyu's mental power remained sufficiently potent, he could, akin to a genuine deity, command the very rules of existence, conjuring storms, upheaving the earth, and shattering stars with a mere gesture. Moreover, once his entire being was transformed into a divine creature, his body would possess no fatal weaknesses. Even if most of it were destroyed, as long as a fraction of the cells survived and retained sufficient energy, rebirth would be possible. He would become an immortal entity, akin to the divine beings of myth. This was the driving force behind Lu Zhiyu's urgency to fully transform into a divine creature. Observing the divine cells he had created, he felt as if he had opened Pandora's box. The path to becoming a divine creature was still long and fraught with challenges, not something to be accomplished in haste. Nonetheless, Lu Zhiyu could begin experimenting and gathering information to prepare himself for the transformation ahead. He beckoned to an ant-man stationed at the door, who promptly approached. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhiyu extracted a sample of his divine cell blood using a syringe and injected it into the ant-man's body. He then opened a nutrient pool crafted from an adjacent freezer and allowed the ant-man to lie within. Closing the nutrient pool, Lu Zhiyu meticulously observed the ant-man's transformation. Almost immediately, he witnessed the ant-man's body collapse. Its once lean and taut form began to swell. Lu Zhiyu could sense the cells undergoing violent changes as his divine cells rapidly assimilated the ant-man, radiating outward like a wave, reconfiguring its original cells and dispersing its genes. With just a drop of blood, Lu Zhiyu had completely eroded the ant-man. It was astonishing. How could one drop of blood achieve such a feat? The level of corrosiveness was truly terrifying. Lu Zhiyu envisioned that if a true divine creature were to perish, its remains scattered across a desolate land, countless new lives could spring forth from its essence. The most powerful divine beings, upon mere proximity, could inherently affect others, drawing them closer to their essence and transforming them into their kin, thereby ensuring their eternal subjugation. Such a capability could only be described as divine or demonic. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over Lu Zhiyu. He watched as the ant-man's form crumbled, disintegrating into a puddle of flesh. As he extended his hand, he observed countless invisible cells emerging from the ant-man's remains, coalescing in the air to form a drop of red blood. Lu Zhiyu sighed. It was a failure. He had felt the conflict between the will imprint within his divine cells and the ant-man's instinctive resistance, resulting in a catastrophic breakdown of the gene structure. Placing his divine blood back into a test tube and sealing it with a cork, he sat in contemplation. The ant-man possessed limited intelligence, but was not devoid of awareness. Its body instinctively resisted the foreign intrusion, thus clashing with his will imprint. This suggested that finding a being entirely devoid of resistance to his will would enable him to fundamentally transform them into his kin. There was something almost religiously fanatical about that idea. Chapter 41. Settling down. What do you think of this house? A man in a tailored suit, beaming with a smile, inquired as he walked alongside Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu stood before a villa, surveying it from left to right, and took a stroll around the spacious courtyard. This was a townhouse located in the upscale Kensington district of London, boasting over 300 square meters, with 6 levels including a basement. Kensington is renowned as a wealthy area in London, known for its excellent security and convenient transportation, complemented by well-established amenities. Lu Zhiyu nodded and asked, "How much does it cost?" The man's smile grew even warmer. The original price of this villa is £9,300,000. However, since you were referred by Miss Sharp, the owner, who is a friend of hers, has agreed to let it go for 9 million. Lu Zhiyu calculated that this was nearly 80 million yuan, a genuine luxury residence, indeed not inexpensive. Nevertheless, he found himself quite enamored with it. To be honest, Lu Zhiyu had grown less concerned about money, especially after winning $10 million in Las Vegas. He considered this villa as a worthy investment. "Very well, I will take this house. When can I move in?" Lu Zhiyu inquired. The man bent slightly at the waist. "You can move in at any time. The furnishings and facilities are all in excellent condition. Should you require any services, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will gladly assist you." Indeed, wealth affords one the luxury of purchasing whatever one desires. With £9 million spent, the ownership of the villa now belonged to Lu Zhiyu. Sitting in the living room, he admired the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, where the hall and the second floor combined, imparting a sense of grandeur and spaciousness, with a staircase winding its way up. A deer head hung above the fireplace, while large abstract paintings and built-in bookshelves adorned the walls, creating an atmosphere rich in character. Hardly had Lu Zhiyu settled down when the doorbell rang. He glanced over to see Zoe Sharp standing by the car, dressed in an elegant black mid-length dress, exuding grace and allure. Lu Jiu approached and welcomed her inside. While traversing the globe, Lu Jiu had also recorded several commonly used languages into his language library through his auxiliary brain. With its guidance, he learned rapidly. Did you know I had chosen this place so soon? It seems the agent was your spy. Zoe promptly replied, Oh, I'm merely here to deliver some information. I've inquired at a shipyard, and they provided this model for you to consider. Lu Jiu took it and expressed his gratitude to Zoe. He had no friends in this area, and without her assistance, he would have encountered numerous obstacles. Although Zoe had some interest in Lu Jiu, she was not overly exuberant. Coupled with Lu Jiu's desire to maintain distance from someone of her stature, who could bring about considerable trouble, they merely exchanged pleasantries and a brief tour of the villa before bidding her farewell. This yacht seems a bit small. This one won't do. This one looks acceptable. Due to his currently limited psychic energy and divine blood, Lu Jiu decided to explore alternative avenues to experiment with the characteristics of divine creatures. He resolved to attempt transforming the soul of the tree of life into a divine organism. Given the inherent dangers of such life forms and the confined space within his castle, he opted to conduct his experiments on the seas of the Maria world. However, he required a yacht for convenient access to the ocean and the ability to observe them closely in their natural habitat. Additionally, Lu Jiu placed an order for a batch of specialized medical equipment through his other identity at Paul Medical Equipment Company. Previously, due to his extensive consumption of these medical supplies, he had opted for cheaper options. This time, he intended to procure only the best. Furthermore, he engaged in discussions online regarding the production methods of nutrient and hibernation chambers, which would greatly assist in the transformation and synthesis of life, proving essential for Lu Jiu. However, he could not be certain of successful production. Currently, he placed orders for several materials from Paul Medical Equipment and other companies, hoping to see what he could create. The most challenging components to produce were the nutrient and repair solutions, yet they were readily available to him. During his previous body modifications, he had considered these aspects, having utilized nutrient solutions in both transformations. Thus, Lu Jiu felt reasonably confident in his ability to manufacture nutrient and hibernation chambers, which appeared to be high-tech innovations. Orders had been placed, yet delivery would require time, as international logistics were not as advanced or swift as domestic services. Lu Jiu decided to focus on selecting a suitable vessel for purchase. Acquiring a yacht was no simple task. It involved a series of procedures, and the manufacturer would assist in the process. However, one must possess a crew competency certificate and secure a docking position. Most importantly, Lu Jiu noted that most yachts listed in the documents were out of stock, requiring a waiting period of 6 months to a year from order to delivery. He found himself impatient. Never mind, with this spare time, I might as well choose a vessel that I can take home immediately. After all, I want to be navigating it in this world. Resolute, Lu Jiu decided to head to the seaside to select a yacht that caught his eye. However, he lacked knowledge about boats and their operation, so he resolved to research online about maritime matters. As he perused various introductions to vessels and the intricacies of navigation, including the precautions necessary for different sizes and models, Lu Jiu discovered the subject to be rather complex, far beyond the scope of a couple of books, particularly for larger ships, which could not be operated by a single individual. While exploring online, he stumbled upon an exhilarating prospect that captured his imagination. Upon seeing it, Lu Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, this is impressive. If I could acquire this, it would be extraordinary. He clicked through the images for an extended period, and the screen revealed a formidable aircraft carrier adorned with the stars and stripes, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Lu Jiu felt that this was the epitome of romance between a man and the sea. However, he pondered the repercussions of attempting to steal such a vessel. It would likely cause an international uproar. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he seriously considered whether to pursue this audacious idea. Even if he couldn't operate it, using it as a maritime base and research facility would be a splendid notion, especially for his curiosity regarding such technology, not to mention its nuclear capabilities. Should he proceed with this endeavor? Chapter 42. The Biological Chamber London Port, situated on both banks of the Thames River in the southeastern coast of England, welcomed Lu Jiu as he arrived in a brand-new Range Rover. In the distance, the iconic London Bridge and the enchanting night skyline came into view. Marking this location as a vital thoroughfare in London, bustling with the comings and goings of vessels. The docks were alive with activity, a cacophony of loading and unloading, and the sight of numerous pleasure boats navigating the waters added to the vibrant atmosphere. As Lu Jiu strolled along the pier, he discovered a sheltered area where smaller vessels were moored. The port's layout was somewhat winding, and as he followed a straight path, he encountered a series of boats docked nearby, including several luxurious yachts. Among them, a magnificent 3-deck yacht caught his eye. Its sleek, pure white hull resembled a graceful shuttle, exuding elegance and grandeur. Lu Jiu maintained his distance, glancing at it before moving on. As he continued, he realized the dock surveillance cameras would soon capture his presence. Before departing, he retrieved a 1-pound coin from his pocket and, with a flick of his mental energy, sent it soaring hundreds of meters away, where it landed gracefully on the deck of the yacht, rolling into a corner. After leaving the port, Lu Jiu felt a sense of liberation as he donned beach shorts and took command of the yacht. He found the vessel's detailed specifications and operating manual on board and, after a thorough examination, he adeptly initiated the yacht's operation. The experience was exhilarating. The yacht was spacious, comprising 3 levels, including a lower deck with a master suite, guest rooms, and bathrooms. The middle level featured a living area, a control room, and a kitchen, along with a rear deck equipped for entertainment, complete with karaoke and arcade games. The uppermost level housed a conference room and a small bar, suggesting that the previous owner was a businessman who enjoyed hosting meetings aboard this splendid yacht. Lu Jiu discovered a bottle of rare Hennessy, its striking color reminiscent of crystal clarity, dating back to 1865. He marveled at the exquisite find, clearly well-preserved and too precious to consume lightly. Taking the bottle to the deck, he set up a fishing rod, savoring the tranquility of the moment while sampling delectable treats. In shedding his previous identity, Lu Jiu felt as though a heavy shackle had been lifted, allowing him to act with newfound confidence and spontaneity. He observed the marine life swimming beneath the surface, noting the stark contrast between the creatures of this world and those of Earth. Here, certain fish flourished unchecked, proliferating with an air of domination over their aquatic realm. As the days passed, Lu Jiu navigated the yacht across the shimmering sea, seeking specimens that piqued his interest. The weather was splendid, and he encountered no tumultuous winds or waves. During this time, he transformed the yacht's lower cabin into a fully functional laboratory, constructing a biological chamber that combined the functions of a nutrient and cryogenic chamber, capable of supplying essential nutrients for a living organism's growth while preserving its life activities in a frozen state. Fortuitously, the yacht's generator provided ample power for his ambitious project. Lu Jiu assembled 2 chambers, one large and one small, both now securely installed in the lower cabin. He had dismantled much of the original recreational equipment to make way for experimental apparatus and medical devices, giving the space a stark, clinical ambience. Standing within the cabin, he observed the biological chamber, designed to resemble a transparent glass column with metallic ends, revealing its intricate wiring and control panels. He carefully extracted a seahorse from its tank, administering an anesthetic before opening the chamber and placing it inside. Using his mental energy, he connected the leads to the seahorse's body, pressing a button to initiate the flow of nutrient solution, enveloping the creature. The seahorse floated serenely within the chamber, eyes closed. Suddenly, the panel illuminated, displaying vital signs such as temperature, heartbeat, and other health metrics. Lu Jiu's heart soared with triumph. His creation of the biological chamber had succeeded. Chapter 43. Sock in the terrestrial fish. Lu Shi meticulously inserted a vial of serum into the slot atop the biological chamber. With a swift press, the serum was immediately injected into the seahorse's body. A day later, the seahorse's memories and consciousness were entirely obliterated. Lu Shi then endeavored to infuse the soul of the tree of life into the seahorse, but was met with vehement rejection. The seahorse's body perished in an instant. Moreover, the soul of the tree of life was slightly diminished, revealing that its originally pure essence had become tainted, now resonating with chaotic thought waves despite lacking any prior consciousness. Subsequent attempts with various marine creatures culminated in repeated failures, exacerbating the contamination of the once pure soul essence. Lu Shi realized that further failures could lead to the complete collapse of this soul essence. Alas, it was a tremendous waste, yet there was little recourse. Lacking clarity and sufficient research on the nature of souls, it seemed merely a tuition fee for knowledge. What could be the reason for this rejection? Consciousness and memory had already been erased. Previously, Lucier had attempted similar procedures with plants, to no avail. It dawned upon him that this issue transcended mere consciousness rejection. Lucier paused, recognizing that without a clear understanding of this dilemma, continuing would be a futile endeavor. Agitated, he paced the laboratory, contemplating for an extended period. It could be that the rejection stemmed not only from consciousness, but also from genetic incompatibility, reminiscent of his initial attempts at biological modification. Perhaps he should try creating a divine creature from the embryonic stage. Without delay, Lucier commenced this new venture, selecting an octopus as the life model. Instead of placing it in the biological chamber, he opted to cultivate the first generation of divine creatures in a fish tank. Observing the octopus lay its eggs, he identified an egg infused with the essence of the tree of life. Overwhelmed with excitement, he confirmed his hypothesis. The fusion was successful, evoking a sensation akin to reincarnation. Lucier activated its consciousness and granted it access to the zero-dimensional channel, guiding it to extract the primordial essence from the zero-dimensional realm. Indeed, the soul's formidable strength allowed it to transcend the steps Lucier had traversed over several years. Suddenly, Lucier witnessed the emergence of its spiritual power from a simple soul essence, evolving into a robust structure capable of prolonged existence in the zero-dimensional world, drawing forth greater quantities of primordial essence. Its spiritual power surged dramatically, increasing by several scales daily. In contrast, Lucier felt akin to a water-filled bucket, tirelessly seeking ways to expand its capacity, while the newly formed being was like an empty bucket, simply needing to be filled. Lucier soon perceived that the once simple soul essence gradually transformed into spiritual power, ultimately culminating in a remarkable 150 scales, surpassing Lucier's own capabilities. As the transformation completed, Lucier observed the white octopus egg being eroded by its spiritual energy, morphing into divine cells. Almost instantaneously, a peculiar, dark gray larval fish emerged from the egg within the biological chamber. It rapidly absorbed nutrients from the chamber, growing exponentially until it reached the size of a human head within a minute. At this point, it had exhausted its spiritual energy, hitting its limit. However, unlike Lucier, it was wholly divine in form. Despite its diminutive size, its essence was fundamentally different. It was a true divine creature. In that moment of transformation, Lucier locked eyes with the creature, noticing its overwhelming fury and utter confusion as it incessantly slammed against the chamber walls. Yet, the chamber was remarkably sturdy. Although the octopus had achieved divine transformation, it lacked the knowledge to alter its genetic structure, possessing only the immortality and adaptability characteristic of divine beings. Intrigued, Lucier observed the creature within the chamber. "Do you wish to escape?" "Sakin." In that moment of connection, Lucier saw its form begin to morph, mimicking Lucier's features as it developed vocal organs, emitting a series of meaningless shrieks, the sounds piercing and drawn out. Lucier realized it possessed no autonomous personality and was profoundly disoriented, as if several consciousnesses were battling within its mind, rendering it utterly chaotic and incapable of self-control. The sounds it produced and its mimicking actions were merely instinctual, devoid of any significance. Lucier furrowed his brow. This was not at all what he had envisioned. However, he had indeed succeeded in creating the first divine creature. How could this be? Perhaps it was a consequence of the previous failures, which had tainted the soul essence. "You shall be named Sakin," Lucier declared, as this was the first sound it had uttered. Despite lacking a well-formed personality and intellect, from a biological standpoint, it was undoubtedly a superior life form. Having fully completed the divine transformation, Lucier now sought to modify his own genetic structure, aspiring to create a life template imbued with truly extraordinary abilities. This elevated life template would be designated as the mythical creature template. The slight alteration of the divine creature's designation seemed fitting, as this existence bore a striking resemblance to beings from mythology. At present, Lucier was uncertain how to forge his own mythical creature template, having never encountered such advanced life forms firsthand. He could only rely on his imagination to experiment and explore. The first divine creature he had created represented a significant opportunity to construct a high-level life template, utilizing the adaptability of divine beings to manifest a genuine extraordinary life. Lucier gazed at Sakin, a smile gracing his face. Though this little creature appeared feeble at present, it had established a profound chasm between itself and ordinary organisms. Once endowed with the mythical creature template, it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Lucier began to ponder the design of this life template. The previous models would be inadequate, merely enhancing innate human abilities. For ordinary creatures, augmenting strength and speed, activating divine perception, dynamic capabilities, and inheriting formidable ancestral skills might be deemed powerful. However, for divine beings, such enhancements were trivial, a gross underutilization of the divine cell's malleability. Chapter 44. Extraordinary Power. What should extraordinary power resemble? Lu Jiu has been pondering this question. In Lu Jiu's vision, such a life form should not merely possess control over its own body, but also utilize mental force to manipulate the external rules. This embodies the true essence of an extraordinary being and the authentic application of mental energy. Mastery over the external rules necessitates profound knowledge. And the only aspect Lu Jiu can currently conceive is temperature. What is temperature? From a common perspective, temperature is a physical quantity that indicates the degree of hotness or coldness of an object. However, from a microscopic standpoint, it signifies the intensity of molecular thermal motion. According to molecular motion theory, temperature is indicative of the average kinetic energy of molecular motion in a substance. Temperature represents the collective manifestation of the thermal motion of numerous molecules. The mental control of divine beings is capable of observing molecular levels. This is observation, not control. While it is possible to observe at the molecular level, achieving complete control over molecules and suppressing their innate motion remains implausible. Lu Jiu shook his head, realizing that direct manipulation of molecules is quite unrealistic for beings of their caliber. Moreover, from a microscopic perspective, the number of molecules in 1 cubic meter is beyond numerical expression. How finely must one refine and enhance mental energy to control such a vast multitude of molecules? Then, Lu Jiu suddenly considered, it may not be necessary to control the molecules directly. One could simply mobilize mental energy to influence the inertia of molecular motion, accelerating certain molecules to induce a collective effect, thus impacting a substantial area and infinitely raising the temperature. The greater the mental power, the broader the range of temperature control. The higher the precision of mental energy, the more one can elevate temperature without limit. Conversely, the lower the control over molecular motion, the lower the temperature. If one could amplify their mental energy to the utmost, suppressing the innate motion of molecules, absolute zero could be achieved. The more Lu Jiu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, sensing that his first superpower and the template for a mythical being were on the verge of manifestation. He gazed at Sakuen in the biological chamber, still repeatedly crashing against the chamber walls, emitting chaotic thoughts. It certainly did not comprehend how to control temperature. Yet Lu Jiu understood the potential. If Lu Jiu could develop a life template for temperature control and genetically adjust Sakuen to transform it into a mythical being capable of regulating temperature, then such control would become instinctive for it, without necessitating an understanding of the principles or mechanisms of temperature. It seemed that only he could undertake such genetic modifications. Otherwise, even if one possessed mental energy capable of manipulating atomic layers, they would still be unable to target any specific genetic alterations or arbitrarily establish a life template. Other mythical beings, their mental powers merely extend as tendrils, incapable of modifying their own life templates. If they wished to evolve into mythical beings, their sole path lay in seeking the genes of other mythical beings, fusing or employing portions of those genes for adjustments to their own. Upon reaching this realization, Lu Jiu deeply sensed the magnitude of his mental aptitude and the strength of information transmission. For an ordinary individual, this ability might seem trivial, as it solely transmits and modifies information without any direct power. However, for Lu Jiu, it was akin to wielding a divine artifact. In the ensuing months, Lu Jiu brought Sakuen into the spatial castle, designing a mythical being template for it. Sakuen's prototype was an octopus, endowed with the ability to control temperature, manifesting externally. Lu Jiu decided to name this biological template the 0-degree sea monster. After conceiving this idea, Lu Jiu immediately extracted Sakuen's divine cells to begin adjustments. However, upon probing with his mental force, he discovered that the divine cells resisted his intrusion and modification. At the moment of contact, Lu Jiu sensed a chaotic will interfering with him. He dared not easily touch these divine cells, as he had only divinized his brain. The rest remained in a state of ordinary biology. should Sakuin's divine cells come into contact with him. It could potentially corrode his genes. Such a life form posed extreme danger to ordinary beings. Lu Jiu quickly recalled some of Sakuin's cells that had not yet become divine beings. However, he immediately shook his head in denial. Those ordinary cells would be utterly incapable of withstanding the life template of a mythical being and would collapse instantaneously. With no other recourse, Lu Jiu could only project goodwill through mental energy towards Sakuin, urging it to lower its mental defenses. After numerous attempts, he even constructed a massive pool within the botanical garden, several dozen meters in length and width, for Sakuin to frolic in, providing it with daily nourishment. It was uncertain whether Lu Jiu's gestures of goodwill truly reached Sakuin, or if its chaotic will succumb to madness, but the resistance of its cell's mental energy dissipated. Lu Jiu immediately delved into the genetic level of Sakuin, observing its internal genetic information. Similar to his own, upon becoming a mythical being, the genes would eliminate most useless genes and ancestral templates, leaving behind only a singular template, the current life template of Sakuin. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jiu imprinted the 0-degree sea monster mythical being template into it and swiftly withdrew. He then witnessed the drop of blood he had extracted undergo drastic changes. Immediately, he injected it into Sakuin's body and witnessed its form undergo significant transformation. Its head became more streamlined, its original tentacles elongated, and its body and organs continuously altered according to the life template, with different cells forming various organs. Gradually, it developed unique internal organs and a robust exoskeleton. And Lu Jiu observed its appearance morphing until it fully solidified into the 0-degree sea monster he had envisioned. Success! Lu Jiu beheld the emergence of his 0-degree sea monster. Resembling precisely what he had envisioned, a sleek black exterior, a beautifully streamlined body, and an even more durable structure. It thrashed violently in the pool, its body like a bullet, crashing into the pool wall and creating a substantial dent in the stone, yet sustaining no damage. Indeed, the outer layer of its shell was akin to alloy, exhibiting exceptional hardness. As Lu Jiu observed Sakuin's actions, he felt quite satisfied with the biological template of the 0-degree sea monster. However, the most crucial aspect had yet to manifest. At that moment, Sakuin leaped into the air and unleashed an angry roar directed at Lu Jiu. Sakuin! Lu Jiu sensed a powerful mental wave radiating forth, realizing Sakuin had activated its abilities. He quickly enveloped himself with mental energy, shielding against Sakuin's power from encroaching upon him. As Sakuin's mental force surged, the molecules within a nearby radius began to move violently. Lu Jiu witnessed the water in the pool evaporate instantaneously, resulting in a violent explosion, with steam erupting throughout the botanical garden. The temperature surged to such an extent that even the stones glowed red. The temperature of the entire floor escalated to several hundred degrees, rendering it uninhabitable. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Lu Jiu emerged unscathed. The powers he had bestowed upon Sakuin posed no difficulty for him. Though they had not been imprinted into the divine cells and were rather complex to manipulate, stabilizing the ambient temperature remained effortlessly achievable. Sakuin could not inflict harm upon Lu Jiu. Sakuin then flicked its tentacle, and in an instant, the temperature plummeted. Frost began to form on the ground and walls, transforming the entire space into a winter wonderland. Lu Jiu gazed upon the scene conjured by Sakuin, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this is the true essence of a mythical creature. Currently, Sakuin is still in its juvenile stage. However, as its mental prowess continues to grow, its size will expand, and the number of divine cells will increase, undoubtedly enhancing its abilities. Ultimately, it may reach the power to scorch mountains and boil seas, encasing the earth in ice. Yet, achieving such a state will surely require more than mere decades or centuries. Chapter 45. The Ocean's Turmoil. Sakuin bang. Boom. Sakuin furiously collided with the hard stone walls, wielding his powers in relentless attempts to escape from the submerged prison. Waves of water evaporated, yet a continuous stream flowed in to replenish it. At that moment, Sakuin noticed the land fish and, in a fit of rage, launched an attack. However, the abilities he possessed were gifts from the land fish, who could easily quell the molecular movements with his psychic force, rendering Sakuin's efforts utterly futile. With his psychic control, Sakuin flew and crashed within the water prison. Seemingly tireless, the land fish felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, The life template was too simplistic and the abilities far too singular, leaving him vulnerable to significant countermeasures. Yet, this was primarily due to Sakin's lack of intellect, his inability to adeptly wield his capabilities. However, this was merely the perspective of the landfish. With mastery over temperature and formidable psychic power, Sakin could obliterate a village with just a few strikes, slaughtering hundreds or even thousands. His robust exterior and remarkable regenerative abilities allowed him to disregard most attacks. Should he invade a city, he would be akin to a natural disaster for the common folk. Although Sakin could fly, he remained bound to water, often lurking beneath the surface, rarely straying far from it. After observing Sakin's movements and circumstances, the land fish eventually relinquished his focus, allowing Sakin to slip away into the vast ocean. Thus, this was the first mythical creature of the Maria world, a being truly endowed with extraordinary power, reigning supreme over the seas, unchallenged by any foe, an unequivocal sovereign. Yet, his chaotic and disordered will rendered him akin to a wild beast, rampaging across the world. What the land fish never anticipated was that Sakin, while aimlessly wandering the ocean, began to pollute the marine life. Unlike the land fish, he did not control or restrain his divine cells. Even as they scattered, he showed no inclination to manage them. His frequent frenzied collisions with reefs and islets scattered his cells throughout the sea, leading to the mutation and evolution of numerous creatures infused with Sakin's divine essence, giving rise to what became known as sea monsters. Sakin was revered as a deity of the sea. Despite his smaller stature compared to these creatures, Sakin could, with a mere thought, manipulate the temperature within dozens or even hundreds of meters, incinerating foes to ashes or freezing them into icy statues. Regardless of their size, they were powerless against him. To humanity, he was a god, an invincible deity. These children of the sea god were utterly insurmountable for ordinary people. Furthermore, these progeny would proliferate into vast communities, and after decades, any large sea monster in the ocean could be considered a descendant of Sakin. Among these offspring, some inherited fragments of Sakin's blood, endowing them with various abilities. Some could unleash flames, others could conjure ice, while some boasted immense size or exceptional hardness. Beyond the ocean, the people of Alan continent yearned increasingly for the sea, as the fish harvest swelled, and the ocean's mysteries continually captivated fishermen and navigators alike. Over the course of a millennium, nations burgeoned upon Alan continent, with both humans and beast folk establishing their own realms, cultivating diverse cultures and civilizations. The two races extended their reach across much of the continent, setting their sights on the broader expanse of the ocean. The boundless sea represented romance for men. The unknown evoked fear, yet also inspired dreams. Beyond the bounties of fishing, when the first vessel ventured into the ocean and uncovered sea routes, it enabled travel from the southern lands to the northern realms. When the inaugural adventurer opened a trade route and returned with precious furs, spices, plants, herbs, and various rare commodities, fortunes in gold poured in, prompting many to flock to the sea, igniting a maritime trade frenzy. Ships set sail, filled with hope and wealth, and the ocean swiftly became a beacon of aspiration. Nothing promised swifter riches than a voyage across the waters. Discovering an uncharted safe passage could elevate an entire family to prominence. Regardless of status, noble, commoner, slave, merchant, or official, everyone rushed towards the sea, and ports sprang up, transforming humble fishing villages into sprawling coastal metropolises, their docks overflowing with goods. The fervor for navigation also spurred the shipbuilding industry. Initially, wooden fishing boats evolved into larger vessels that harnessed wind power for sailing. Early sails could not be maneuvered. They were only effective when the wind was favorable. When the winds turned, paddles were the only recourse, prompting innovations such as adjustable sails that could navigate against the wind. To this day, some have mastered the creation of ocean-going ships spanning 30 meters in length and 6 to 8 meters in width, capable of carrying 60,000 kilograms. Yet, despite their prowess, they have yet to conquer the sea, for when faced with tempestuous winds and treacherous waters, the specter of shipwreck looms large. As they ventured further into the ocean, they encountered their most profound nightmares. Several merchant vessels sailed across the waters, boasting 3 sturdy masts that could brave even the smallest of perilous waves and storms. This fleet belonged to the illustrious Golden Rose family of the human kingdom of Lumen. Captain Schroeder, adorned with his captain's hat, navigated the tranquil sea. relishing the calm day devoid of ominous weather changes, his spirits soaring. Life aboard the ship was rather dull, devoid of women and entertainment. The crew engaged in a card game that had recently gained popularity in the human kingdoms of Allen Continent, invented by a sailor and known as Sailor's Cards. Most of the crew gathered on deck, playing cards and drinking. The rotating watchmen busied themselves with mopping the deck and inspecting the masts and sails, while the kitchen prepared meals, creating a microcosm of society aboard the ship. Suddenly, a bored sailor leaning against a barrel caught sight of a dark shadow looming on the ocean's surface. Puzzled, he scratched his thinning hair. What could that be? Chapter 46. The son of the sea god. As the vessel drew nearer, the sailors suddenly spotted a colossal shadow beneath the waves, causing immediate panic as they cried out, "It seems there are hidden reefs ahead." This alarm quickly stirred everyone into a flurry. Rushing to the deck and bowed to peer into the distance, Captain Schroeder hastened forward, incredulous. How could this be? This route is notoriously safe. We have traversed it numerous times. How could there possibly be reefs this time? Yet, despite his reassurances, the ominous shadow loomed ever closer, revealing a circular black mass emerging from the water's surface, provoking a chorus of bewildered inquiries. What is that? Bang! Heavens, what manner of creature is this? By the grace of Her Majesty Maria, what kind of monster is this? Help! Mother! In a moment of carelessness, Schroeder was flung overboard, plunging toward the beast, which opened its gaping, dark maw, emanating flickering flames from within. He was rendered speechless, muttering a single word, "Monster." The flames surged forth, igniting the entire ship, reducing Schroeder to ashes. Other vessels attempting to flee met a similar fate, effortlessly capsized and swallowed by the depths. The deeper one ventured into the ocean, the more likely one was to encounter these creatures. Due to their immense size, they seldom approached the shore or coastal waters, yet their presence significantly disrupted maritime routes, adversely affecting the interests of countless merchants and nobles. In response, people began deploying bloodline knights to combat them. However, even these formidable warriors found it impossible to slay the beasts. While bloodline abilities could inflict harm and crossbows could deliver grievous injuries, these progeny of the sea god possessed the ability to unleash extraordinary powers. They could, like deities, summon flames, freeze the ocean, or emit eerie sounds that lulled one into slumber. Each creature boasted remarkable vitality, resilient skin, and some even commanded entire clans dwelling within their deep-sea territories. These beings were dubbed the sons of the sea god. Henceforth, the ocean, in addition to its various natural calamities, became host to another insurmountable entity, rendering the depths a realm humans dared not tread. After the land fish birthed the Saken, it contemplated altering its own essence, not by creating a mythical creature template, but by attempting to augment its own genetic capabilities, akin to those infused with Saken blood. Yet, without undergoing a comprehensive divinization, it could not truly be considered a divine being. Its form remained rife with vulnerabilities. Moreover, forcibly applying the template of a mythical creature would lead to the collapse of most of its cells and genes. The land fish certainly did not wish to become a mindless aberration. After all, a mere 17 years had passed. With 1 year already gone, patience was paramount, and it could utilize this time to contemplate its mythical creature template. The land fish's foremost consideration was how to vanquish these mythical beings. Did they possess any inherent weaknesses within their life forms? Although these entities appeared to exhibit remarkable malleability, an undying essence that could perpetually evolve, seemingly flawless and truly immortal. Was it truly so? Such beings, as long as their divine cells were not eradicated in a single strike, held the potential for rebirth. The land fish shook its head. While this method seemed deceptively simple, mythical creatures undoubtedly had their own adherents. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, other life forms could become assimilated or infused with their divine cells. These entities served as the mythical beings' minions. Even if the original was slain, they could resurrect from the remnants of their kin. To utterly extinguish them, one must not only destroy their core, but also eradicate all their followers to prevent their reincarnation, for given enough time, they would inevitably return. Indeed, the name mythical creature was well-deserved. The land fish pondered for an extended period, struggling to identify the flaw in such life forms, which perfectly aligned with its conception of advanced life. So, what was most vital to these mythical beings? Their essence, the core of their existence, lay in their consciousness and thought. The soul represents the purest form of awareness and cognition, capable of merging with primal essence to evolve into spiritual energy. In a sense, spiritual energy is the product of the fusion and mutation of the soul and primal essence, while divine cells arise from the amalgamation of spiritual energy with cells. Thus, for mythical beings, their consciousness and thought constituted their most crucial elements. The land fish immediately contemplated whether there existed a method to bypass spiritual energy and divine cells, attacking directly the essence of their consciousness and thought. Thought itself embodies a form of power. Could it be possible to cultivate this force as my mythical creature template, becoming a being capable of commanding thought and consciousness? From one perspective, thought and consciousness are mere aggregates of information, while the soul and spirit serve as vessels. The land fish recalled its successful evolution of thought space following the enhancement of its divine brain cells, a sanctuary for storing its consciousness and the assemblage of information. The land fish believed it could reform its divine cells to augment its thought space, transforming it into a formidable realm of consciousness. In such a domain, even the most powerful mythical creature would find itself vulnerable to its superior spiritual energy, divine cells, and genetic abilities, allowing it to draw the opponent's consciousness and thought into its own realm. Once within its domain, the land fish would possess myriad methods to obliterate the opponent's consciousness and thought. As long as these aspects were eradicated, even with formidable spiritual energy and divine cells, the creature could not resurrect. In essence, it would be akin to a human experiencing brain death. Its physical form may endure, but in terms of existential significance, it would have ceased to exist. However, this approach bore significant peril, and the land fish had merely identified a potential avenue. The specifics of implementation required meticulous experimentation. Should it succeed, even mythical beings could be entirely extinguished. Simultaneously, the land fish sought to rectify its vulnerabilities, ensuring that others could not employ this method against it in the future. Upon this realization, the land fish promptly set its plans into motion. It aimed to harness its mental talents to facilitate the construction of its thought space, which would play a crucial role in guiding and shaping this endeavor. The land fish perceived consciousness and thought as mere information. The dreamscape it envisioned was a world wholly constructed of information, yet this realm would reside within its own being, founded upon its divine cells, forming a consciousness space. Therefore, for the land fish to actualize such a world, its divine cells must possess the ability to manipulate and modify information, allowing it to govern and direct the consciousness space. It would henceforth be termed the dream space, an expanse entirely composed of consciousness and information, a notion the land fish firmly established. Chapter 47. Dream Space Assimilation. Genetic Replication. Lu Jiyu perceived the transformation of his cerebral divine cells as he initialized the genetic template for the first cell and infused it with extraordinary capabilities governed by partial information control. As the divine cells completed their loading, Lu Jiyu immediately sensed a profound alteration in his cognitive realm. His command over the four-dimensional space had evolved dramatically. Countless cells could now harness vast amounts of information at will, modifying and adjusting the entire cognitive realm. Perhaps it was no longer merely a cognitive space, but rather a dreamscape. Standing within this dream space, Lu Jiyu found himself enveloped in darkness, devoid of direction, time, or materiality. With a mere thought, the world appeared to shift in accordance with his desires. From beneath his feet, a patch of earth gradually unfurled, revealing a land beneath him. As his gaze wandered, structures materialized as if woven by unseen threads, slowly becoming tangible in the dreamscape. An ancient village emerged within his dream, and upon glancing skyward, he beheld a crimson moon casting an eerie glow over the landscape, imbuing the entire town with a sinister charm. Lu Jiyu sensed that further creation would pose a challenge. The extent of information his mental prowess could currently wield had reached its limits. To expand this dream world and imbue it with greater veracity and vitality, he required additional mental energy. Indeed, he had successfully conjured a realm constructed entirely of information, his dream space, a triumph. Elated, Lu Jiyu reflected on the modest size of this dream world. A mere assemblage of information, starkly contrasting with the vast Maria world he had previously created, an inconceivable disparity. Yet, this world was a product of his own ingenuity, fashioned without external assistance. He understood the principles and structure behind its creation, unlike the Maria world. which had been shaped through the manipulation of the Qianquan diagram and his governing authority. This distinction was profound. As he wandered through the deserted village of his dream world, the tranquility of the night enveloped him. This quaint town, characterized by ancient wooden edifices and compact dirt streets, boasted a singular thoroughfare flanked by rustic homes. Along this street stood a dilapidated tavern, a blacksmith's forge, and a general store. The forge brimmed with tools and an array of farming implements, while the general store stocked various everyday necessities, and the tavern-esque kitchen overflowed with provisions and barrels of ale. However, the entire world was devoid of inhabitants. This was Lu Zhiyu's nascent dream world, a mere shadow of what it could potentially become. He wandered aimlessly, marveling at his creation. Where the earth beneath his feet felt indistinguishable from reality, the structures bore the essence of wood, and even the food mirrored that of the real world. Everything within this realm was a manifestation of the information gleaned from the tangible world. Though not real, they bore an uncanny resemblance, rendering the boundaries between reality and illusion indefinitely blurred. Admittedly monotonous and diminutive, yet the feasibility of this creation affirmed that his conjectures and aspirations were not misplaced. He was indeed treading the right path. As he strolled, Lu Zhiyu contemplated the myriad opportunities for enhancement. The divine cells had only assimilated the ability to control information. He needed to cultivate the power to influence the external world and draw other sentient beings into his dream space. Without this ability, the dream world would serve little purpose. Promptly, he noted that the genes must not only possess the capacity for information control, but also the ability to assimilate others, seamlessly drawing them into his dream realm without their awareness. A subtle, yet formidable offensive from an informational standpoint. Upon exiting the dream space, he regained control of his physical form. Rising from the library within the spatial fortress, he proceeded to design a gene with the capability of information assimilation, subsequently integrating it into his being. Thus, Lu Zhiyu's mastery over dream control was largely complete, marking the inception of his first extraordinary ability. From the moment he entered the Qianquan diagram, it took Lu Zhiyu several months to fabricate the socket, followed by additional months of study and observation. A year elapsed before he developed the information control gene and fine-tuned the dream control cells, culminating in another year of refinement. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhiyu had resided in the Maria world for over 2 years. Seated in a chair, engrossed in literature, he suddenly closed his eyes, plunging the world into darkness. In his conscious realm, he sensed the presence of 6 ant-men within a radius of 200 square meters. The dream world activated. Lu Zhiyu perceived a wave of information radiating outward. His mental energy surged, drawing the consciousness of these ant-men into the dream space. In the village, several white light points emerged under the blood moon, wandering aimlessly through the streets, bewildered and disoriented. The consciousness of these ant-men was exceedingly feeble within the dream space. They could not even materialize a basic form. Lu Zhiyu felt their confusion. These creatures, lacking the wisdom to comprehend fear, were merely puzzled by their sudden relocation to this realm. It seemed the flow of time had slowed once more. Ever since Lu Zhiyu created the socket, the temporal dynamics of the entire Maria world had been affected, the world appearing to evolve further. Lu Zhiyu discerned that the previously 4,000-fold time dilation had diminished to under 3,000. A single day on Earth now equated to approximately 8 years within the Maria world. He had not anticipated the profound impact the divine beings would have on the world. Throughout this lengthy period, Lu Zhiyu had not observed the changes within the Maria world, only to now discover an abundance of colossal creatures and monstrous marine species emerging from its depths, most of which were intricately linked to the socket. Chapter 48. The Water Vortex Continent in the South Sea. Lu Zhiyu piloted his yacht, searching for the elusive socket. Through the Qianquan map, he had discerned its location, opting not to capture it via the dimensional gate. Instead, he intended to catch it off guard and draw it into the realm of dreams. With a flicker, Lu Zhiyu's yacht vanished from the air, traversing hundreds of miles and arriving over a vast expanse of ocean. There, he immediately spotted socket, frolicking at the seabed, boiling the surrounding waters and leaving a plethora of dead fish floating on the surface, which it devoured voraciously. The sea was shrouded in steam, transforming the world into a misty haze, while bubbles erupted from the water's depths. As Lu Zhiyu steered his yacht closer to socket, the creature remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Upon closer inspection, Lu Jiu noted that Sakin had grown 5 or 6 times larger than before, now the size of a human torso. In just 2 years, it had expanded significantly, seemingly drawing substantial essence from the zero-dimensional world. The dream realm was activated. Lu Jiu immediately locked onto Sakin, who felt the world shift dramatically around it. A tremendous force began to assimilate its consciousness, pulling it into Lu Jiu's dreamscape. Despite Sakin's desperate resistance, it was futile. The moment Lu Jiu established a connection to its mind, defeat was inevitable. Had Sakin been able to prepare in advance, it might have evaded this intrusion, but now it was resigned to enter Lu Jiu's world willingly. Time and again, as the struggle continued, Sakin found its will gradually diminishing. Ultimately, its form transformed under Lu Jiu's influence, morphing into that of a middle-aged man, devoid of chaotic thoughts and angry emotions, aimlessly wandering through a quaint town beneath a blood-red moon. Suddenly, Sakin's gaze fell upon a blacksmith's workshop, as if a mysterious force compelled it to enter. Grasping a hammer, it ignited the furnace and began to forge iron tools, seemingly becoming a puppet of the dream realm, its consciousness merging into that of the dream world itself. Meanwhile, Lu Jiu, reclining in the cockpit, jolted upright, drenched in sweat. The encounter with Sakin in the dream realm had been perilous. He had nearly faltered, risking Sakin's escape, which could have shattered his dream world and inflicted severe damage upon his psyche. Ultimately, however, it was Sakin who succumbed, its consciousness assimilated into Lu Jiu's dream world. Moreover, Lu Jiu noticed that with Sakin's consciousness absorbed, his own soul was gradually strengthening. Nevertheless, the complete assimilation of Sakin's consciousness would require several years, as the dream realm painstakingly erased Sakin's will. Though the process appeared time-consuming and fraught with danger, once completed, Lu Jiu's mental prowess would surge by at least 700 or 800 scales, effectively reducing his meditation time by over 2 years. Simultaneously, across the vast ocean, all the children of the sea god seemed to hear a mournful wail, as the blood of Sakin within them emitted sharp cries, as if something of great significance had been lost. Yet, at that moment, the Sakin blood within them, now masterless, granted them newfound freedom, transforming them into true children of the sea god. With the loss of their deity, they shed their shackles, and perhaps one day, one among them might reassemble the blood of Sakin to become a new sea god. Lu Jiu felt elated. Vanquishing and utterly defeating Sakin affirmed the potency of his dream manipulation abilities. Although Sakin was a relatively weak mythical creature, akin to a simplified version of a mythical being crafted by Lu Jiu, its essence remained that of a genuine mythic entity. Even among equals, completely destroying such a being was no trivial task. Yet, Lu Jiu had accomplished this before attaining mythical status himself. Indeed, the vulnerabilities of consciousness and soul were the sole flaws of mythical beings. Thankfully, he had uncovered and mastered this weakness in advance. Otherwise, should someone wield it against him in the future, he might not withstand the assault. As Lu Jiu resumed his work, he gestured, and from beneath the water emerged a black squid over a meter long, its surface shimmering like metal. This was a treasure. It was the body of Sakin. Although devoid of consciousness, its cells remained active, signifying that it was still alive. This was the essence of a mythical being, and should Lu Jiu release it into the sea, it could pollute thousands of marine creatures. Upon reaching this remarkable place, Lu Jiu piloted his yacht toward the continent, the water vortex continent. A wondrous land formed within the Mario world. It appeared as an island, yet its vastness warranted the title of a continent. Though it paled in comparison to the Yala and Alan continents, being only 1/10 their size, its circular shape encircled a massive saltwater lake that seamlessly connected to the ocean, a testament to the extraordinary natural formations that had occurred here. Currently, this continent seemed devoid of life, save for some flora and an abundance of insects. Animals were notably scarce. As Lu Jiu set foot on this land for the first time, he took the opportunity to explore, and upon witnessing the vast saline lake within, he felt it bore little difference from the ocean, stretching infinitely before him. Chapter 49. The Mermaid. The laboratory of Lu Jiu has undergone a remarkable transformation. Filled with towering biological chambers, an array of medical instruments, biological templates, and a variety of genetically numbered specimens housed in cryogenic storage, evoking an otherworldly ambience reminiscent of an extraterrestrial lab. Within a smaller biological chamber, Lu Jiu has nurtured the mythological being of Sakuin, restricting the ant people from approaching. Though it has lost consciousness and is reduced to mere instinct, remaining utterly immobile, it still poses a significant threat. In contrast, another larger biological chamber contains a different, exquisite creature. This is the culmination of Lu Zhiyu's recent experiments. Within the spacious chamber lies a strikingly beautiful woman with waist-length sky-blue hair, and below her waist, a slender fishtail extending 2 meters in length. Her features are akin to those of a goddess, her delicate visage exuding an aura of pure, captivating charm. Her elongated eyelashes flutter gently, as if she might awaken at any moment. This enchanting being is a mermaid, adorned with 2 blue lines resembling tattoos beneath her cheeks, gills that enable her to thrive underwater. It is evident that as long as there is no resistance to the primordial consciousness, a process of assimilation occurs. Sakuin embodies the archetype of a broadcaster. Throughout his journey, his divine cells have engendered countless marine beings, culminating in the creation of the son of the sea god. After further experimentation, Lu Zhiyu has validated his hypothesis. Utilizing a human template combined with fish genetics and infused with Sakuin's blood, he has birthed the first mythical being's kin. In a certain sense, it can be regarded as a divine offspring. Although Lu Zhiyu feels that being a descendant of Sakuin lacks prestige, for the ordinary populace, Sakuin remains an unequivocal mythological entity, a godlike presence. Regardless, this being is undoubtedly a true extraordinary life form, the very first, or at least the first of its kind to emerge as a sentient being. Lu Zhiyu circled the mermaid, evaluating her form with appreciation, nodding at the perfect shape crafted from his life template. Indeed, I possess a touch of artistic flair. With their existence, the world finally embodies a hint of the magical realm. The clashing of swords in melee is hardly grandiose. The newly awakened mermaid, her body adorned with tubes, opened her lively eyes, gazing curiously at the world beyond, much like an infant observing its surroundings, including Lu Zhiyu. She whimpered softly, akin to a baby, calling out within the biological chamber, her hands pressed against the glass wall, her large eyes fixated on Lu Zhiyu, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. Lu Zhiyu found himself at an impasse, locked in a gaze with her. A first for him to stand outside a biological chamber and meet the eyes of an intelligent being, feeling quite awkward. Activating his dream control ability, he gently waved his hand, causing the mermaid to slowly close her eyes and drift back into slumber. Subsequently, Lu Zhiyu created over a dozen additional mermaids, expending approximately half of the divine cells of Sakuin before he ceased his endeavors. The mermaids grew from embryos to fully formed beings entirely within the biological chambers. Lu Zhiyu only needed to provide sufficient nutrient solution to sustain their growth from infancy to maturity. Notably, after infusing Sakuin's blood, Lu Zhiyu applied his dream control ability to guide their instinctual consciousness, preventing resistance. The capabilities of the divine cells enabled rapid maturation from juvenile to adult within a matter of days. The laboratory soon brimmed with over a dozen mermaids, each with closed eyes and tubes inserted, floating within the cold biological chambers, the entire space suffused with an aura of malevolence. Clad in a white lab coat, Lu Zhiyu resembled a nefarious scientist engaged in sinister research. Amused by his own imagination, Lu Zhiyu thought, I believe I can consider myself a protagonist in this narrative. Approaching each mermaid, he examined their physical conditions, health statuses, and the integration of divine cells, checking for any potential rejection or backlash. Subject number 2 exhibited good health, with a divine cell integration rate of 42%, her ability being, likely the control of flames. Subject number 5 also in good health, with a 37% integration rate, her ability presumably being alluring sound waves. Though these mermaids inherited Sakuin's abilities, they did not wholly possess them. Their powers depended on what was assimilated or awakened during the infusion of Sakuin's blood. Some could manipulate flames, while others could command ice, the ocean, or water. Possibly even Sakuin's psychic abilities, combined with the enchanting beauty and song of the merfolk, creating alluring skills. Among them, subject number 1 had the highest integration rate, reaching 70%, and her mastery of Sakuin's blood abilities was the most formidable, nearly encompassing all of Sakuin's powers. While she could manipulate temperature, her range paled in comparison to Sakuin's. Sakuin could effortlessly evaporate hundreds of meters of seawater or freeze it solid, whereas, after training and cultivation, she could influence a mere 20 to 30 meters at most. After reviewing the physical data and the integration status of the divine cells, Lu Jiu released them into the water vortex continent, an inland saltwater lake connected to the ocean. This territory was designated by Lu Jiu for this intelligent race, and henceforth, the water vortex continent would belong to the merfolk, the first extraordinary intelligent beings to emerge in the Maria world. Upon removing the consciousness blockade, the mermaids immediately opened their eyes and swam up from the depths, surfacing one by one to gaze upon the water's surface, marking their first encounter with the Maria world. The clear sky was adorned with fluffy clouds, and the vast lake stretched endlessly, while distant lush jungles teemed with life, the occasional seabird soaring across the sky. They resembled a cohort of newborns, scrutinizing the world around them, their curiosity piqued by every sight. However, only subject number 1 gazed around in confusion. This world was unlike what she had previously seen. Where had that strange being gone, the one that had observed her from within a peculiar box? Yet, this thought was quickly cast aside, overshadowed by the allure of the world outside, the vibrant, kaleidoscopic hues of the Maria world, the refreshing air, and the expansive water surface. They frolicked in the water like a band of sprites, tumbling and leaping beneath the surface, gliding along the lake and journeying forth as a unified tribe into the distance. Chapter 50. Andrew Manor. Zoe extended an invitation to Lu Jiu to attend an upscale ball in London, held in a grand manor situated in the suburbs. After immersing himself in experiments within the realm of Maria for several years, Lu Jiu emerged with a demeanor so wooden that he could scarcely articulate a word. He feared that if he continued in such a manner, he would inevitably transform into a mere automaton. Thus, he accepted Zoe's invitation, seeking both relaxation and a glimpse into the illustrious gatherings of British high society, an experience he had only encountered in films and was eager to explore. Dressed in formal attire, Lu Jiu drove to the outskirts of London. Once notorious for its severe pollution, the city now presented a pristine visage, devoid of any traces of contamination. The countryside unfolded beautifully, with fresh air and picturesque scenery. As he journeyed along, he felt a profound sense of ease and contentment, ultimately arriving at Andrew Manor. In the distance, he spotted a sprawling European-style edifice standing proudly at the foot of a hill. Upon his arrival, Lu Jiu noticed a considerable number of guests had already gathered. After parking his vehicle, he retrieved the invitation. A few men clad in suits stood at the entrance, who examined his invitation before permitting him to enter. Inside, the garden boasted meticulously manicured lawns, vibrant flora, and a charming fountain adorned with angelic sculptures, tended to by several servants. Although the manor appeared relatively new, the primary structure resembled a castle, exuding a palpable sense of historical richness. It was evident that the manor's owner possessed not only substantial wealth, but also a notable lineage. Pushing through the glass doors, Lu Jiu entered a bustling hall filled with clusters of guests. The moment he stepped inside, a multitude of gazes fixated upon him. Captivated by his ethereal appearance and unique aura, he became the focal point of attention wherever he roamed, even amidst this gathering. Almost immediately, several attendees approached him with curiosity. A woman in a flowing black gown was the first to approach, observing his attire. "Hello, I am Lisa. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lu Jiu extended his hand to Lisa. "Anthony, the pleasure is mine, Miss Lisa." Lisa, her excitement palpable, inquired, "Oh, pardon my boldness, but may I ask, you are indeed a man, correct?" A slight twitch at the corner of Lu Jiu's mouth revealed his surprise, yet he nodded in affirmation. By then, a crowd had gathered, both men and women curiously scrutinizing him, eliciting exclamations of admiration. Lisa covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are truly, exceptionally handsome, to the point that it incites envy among us women." At a loss for words, Lu Jiu could only respond, "Thank you for the compliment." Suddenly, his hand was grasped by someone pushing through the crowd. Turning, he recognized Zoe. "Lisa, I apologize, but this is my friend, and I have matters to discuss with him," she interjected. Lisa frowned slightly before departing, and Zoe led Lu Jiu to a secluded corner of the hall, where they settled onto a red sofa. Shortly after, a servant passed by, offering food and drinks, and they each took a glass. Zoe raised her glass to Lu Jiu. "Did you come alone? No companion?" Lu Jiu shook his head. "No, I do not know anyone here. I mainly wish to experience what a European ball is like." Zoe regarded him with surprise. "My goodness, you are not gay, are you?" Her gaze seemed to confirm her suspicions, prompting Lu Jiu to hastily wave his hands. No, Zoe, please do not jest. Such a joke is in poor taste. Zoe searched his eyes, nodding in understanding before linking her arm with his. Very well, then I shall be your companion for the evening. You must dance with me later. Lu Jiu nodded in agreement. However, I must warn you, my dancing skills are lacking. So do not fault me if I step on your toes. Zoe stood, beckoning him. Allow me to introduce you to a friend. In the center of the hall stood a slender, middle-aged man with a small mustache, exuding vitality and enthusiasm. It was clear he and Zoe shared a close acquaintance. After listening to her introduction, he turned to Lu Jiu with interest. Greetings, Mr. Anthony. I am Charlie Andrew. Welcome to my soiree. Lu Jiu shook hands with Andrew, replying, "It is a great honor." At that moment, the spotlight illuminated them, drawing the attention of all present. As the music concluded, they concluded their introduction with a flourish, eliciting a resounding applause from the crowd. Zoe, her cheeks flushed with excitement, gazed at Lu Jiu. "I never imagined you would dance so splendidly. Just moments ago, you claimed you could not. Is this the humility of an Easterner?" After conversing for a while, Lu Jiu stated, "I can manage on my own. You need not remain by my side. I wish to explore this castle and manor, as I find them quite fascinating." He understood that Zoe attended this ball with a purpose. As part of a business family with multiple siblings, she sought to cultivate connections to secure more resources. This was one of the significant reasons for the event's organization. Strolling through the castle's corridors alone, Lu Jiu admired the oil paintings and the historical accounts of past owners, along with the captivating tales of the castle's history, which intrigued him greatly. "This is my grandfather, a steadfast Christian." Chapter 51. The Mysterious Invitation with an Enigmatic Smile. Charlie remarked, "My beliefs differ from those of my grandfather. Would you care to delve into this?" Lu Jiu nodded eagerly. "I would love to hear about it." Charlie, shrouded in mystery, posed a provocative question. "Do you believe in the existence of bloodlines?" Lu Jiu immediately inquired, "You mean vampires?" Though the terms differ in English. Charlie stubbornly shook his head. "No, I mean bloodlines." A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Jiu's eyes. Charlie's demeanor piqued his curiosity. He turned to Charlie. "There are countless legends regarding bloodlines, with the earliest tales tracing back to the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, ancient Hebrew culture, and ancient Rome. They are said to be descendants of Cain, while some speculate their ancestry links to Dracula or Judas." After sharing his thoughts, Lu Jiu continued, "Since the Middle Ages, the Church has issued numerous decrees regarding bloodlines, treating them as formidable foes, which seemingly affirms their existence. The specter of bloodlines appears to have never truly vanished, lurking behind humanity." Concluding his musings, Lu Jiu added, "However, no one can ascertain the truth of these tales, as we have never witnessed them firsthand. They remain mere legends." Charlie Andrew shook his head. "No, this is not merely a legend. If you are intrigued, I can reveal to you a different facet of this world." Lu Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? I am immensely curious." After exchanging business cards, Charlie left with an exceedingly mysterious smile. However, Lu Jiu knitted his brows, certain that Charlie Andrew was an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities. He had already gauged Charlie's mental fluctuations and gleaned some information. Charlie Andrew was a devoted follower of a sect known as the Vantra Church, having been introduced to it during his university days and later becoming an official member. This church appeared to host numerous influential figures, including affluent tycoons, politicians, and even renowned scientists and artists. Lu Jiu had heard of several actors and celebrated authors associated with it, whose influence was considerable. Behind this church seemed to lie enigmatic personalities and entities, and within Charlie Andrew's memories were extraordinary accounts that captivated Lu Jiu. Could there truly be extraordinary powers and mysterious presences on Earth? However, contemplating the origins of the Qian Kuan map ignited Lu Jiu's curiosity about the Vantra Church, prompting him to desire a first-hand experience. As for why Charlie Andrew showed interest in Lu Jiu and sought to invite him to the Vantra Church, Lu Jiu was initially curious. Yet, after probing Charlie's thoughts, he realized that the church placed great emphasis on the appearance of its official members, favoring handsome and beautiful individuals. It seemed that only such beings aligned with their definition of vampires. This was precisely why Lu Jiu had received an invitation from Charlie Andrew. Glancing at the business card in his hand, Lu Jiu understood that despite Charlie's silence upon leaving, he would extend an invitation to him at the next ceremony held by the Vantra Church. Lu Jiu was resolved to discover the true nature of this church. As he departed from Andrew Manor, Charlie Andrew engaged in friendly conversation with Lu Jiu, which only intensified Zoe's peculiar gaze, seemingly convinced of Lu Zhiyu's orientation. Anthony, you've continually rebuffed my advances. It can't possibly be because you favor men, can it? Zoe suddenly squeezed into the passenger seat as Lu Zhiyu prepared to drive away. Startled, Lu Zhiyu responded, "No, I was merely discussing some rather intriguing matters with Mr. Charlie." Zoe paused. Hasn't he invited you to join some church, has he?" Taken aback, Lu Zhiyu exclaimed, "You know about it too?" Zoe shook her head. "I'm not entirely certain, but Charlie is a classmate of my brother's, so I know a bit. You'd be wise to maintain your distance." "Is there danger?" Lu Zhiyu inquired. "I don't know, but such churches are often extremely secretive and elusive, deliberately shrouding themselves in mystery. They must harbor aspects that cannot be revealed, so you must exercise caution." After a brief discussion, Zoe exited the vehicle to board her own, with a professional driver and bodyguard accompanying her. Reflecting on Zoe's words, Lu Zhiyu considered that even if danger existed, it would unlikely pose a threat to him. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain vigilant. For who could truly know what lurked in the shadows of this reality? Thinking of Zoe, despite her apparent interest in him, she never overtly flattered him, presenting herself as a strong, independent woman, embodying the essence of a formidable female figure. After contemplating these matters, Lu Zhiyu drove away from Andrew Manor. The evening's ball had been quite delightful, uplifting his spirits considerably, making him feel revitalized. Indeed, humans are social creatures. Prolonged isolation can lead to various psychological issues. Since Lu Zhiyu had created extraordinary life, he had resolved on his next course of action, to open a zero-dimensional passage, allowing extraordinary beings to flourish within the Maria world, transforming it into a veritable experimental ground for exceptional life. Lu Zhiyu's solitary explorations were bound by limitations of speed and energy, and often his thoughts would encounter biases and gaps. Encouraging more individuals to tread this path could broaden and expand the journey, potentially illuminating the way forward for Lu Zhiyu. As Shaw once said, "You have an apple, I have an apple, we exchange, and each still has an apple. You have an idea, I have an idea, we exchange, and each may possess two ideas." Chapter 52. The Magic Net. What designation should be bestowed upon a system and community dedicated to the exploration of extraordinary powers? It seems to bear some resemblance to the legendary sorcerers. Lu Zhiyu resolved to christen this civilization. Indeed, it is a civilization. He believed that the utilization of mental strength and divine cells, if further developed, could undoubtedly give rise to a civilization that rivals technological advancements. Upon reflection, he thought that the term sorcerer civilization might be fitting, as the notion of a magician civilization was laden with excessive mystique and idealism. The first step in his endeavor required Lu Zhiyu to grant access to zero-dimensional passageways throughout the Maria world. However, he did not intend to open these pathways without restriction. Rather, he planned to do so indirectly. Lu Zhiyu aimed to establish a channel from the one-dimensional realm, extracting source essence from the zero-dimensional world, setting a threshold whereby only those with a sufficiently strong consciousness could connect to the one-dimensional passageway, thereby drawing source essence to enhance their mental prowess. At present, the scale of source essence within Lu Zhiyu's hourglass had surged from an initial 129 to 3,363, a remarkable achievement over the span of a millennium. In the beginning, it took 200 years to increase by merely a few degrees. But the growth rate had accelerated significantly. Now, it was possible to achieve an annual increase of 8 or 9 degrees. It must be noted that the source essence inherent in ordinary life forms is exceedingly low. Lu Zhiyu had once harvested 800 or 900 units of source essence from several insectoid beings, each possessing an immeasurable quantity compared to that found in typical life forms. Following his vision, Lu Zhiyu activated the authority of the Qian-Kuan diagram to amend the rules at the one-dimensional level from a lower dimension, thereby overlaying a one-dimensional passageway across the entirety of the Maria world. Since this was superimposed from a lower dimensional realm, unless one possessed the ability to perceive dimensionality, neither ordinary individuals nor extraordinary beings could sense this change in dimension. Lu Zhiyu could perceive the gradual formation of hidden passageways, enveloping the entirety of the Maria world, while the scale of his source essence continued to diminish, flowing out like water, an alarming phenomenon. He had anticipated that covering the entire world with such one-dimensional passageways would incur a staggering cost, yet he had not expected it to be this terrifying. The initial creation of the Maria world had only required 1,000 units of source essence, yet the current expenditure exceeded that of constructing the entire world. However, the construction of the Maria world had involved extracting material energy from the external universe, while Lu Zhiyu's source essence was primarily consumed in utilizing it to modify rules and manifest the material energy into a world. Now, he was fabricating a magic net that would cover the entire world, capable of supporting and extracting the power of source essence, thereby establishing a foundational network of extraordinary power. Nonetheless, this passageway could merely facilitate the circulation of source essence. To extract it from the zero-dimensional world, the consciousness of living beings was essential. No other means could draw source essence from the zero-dimensional realm. Consequently, Lu Zhiyu had only constructed a framework. Other extraordinary beings would need to connect with the magic net to extract source essence from the zero-dimensional world, allowing Lu Zhiyu to collect a toll via the magic net. Since the magic net did not extend to the space castle where Lu Zhiyu resided, he prepared to descend into the Maria world to witness the changes firsthand. Before doing so, however, he intended to employ the Qian-Kuan diagram to observe the internal dynamics and shifts within the Maria world. On the elf continent, over 100,000 elves exerted pressure on the forest of life, leading to significant divisions within the once unified elven kingdom. 2 elder council members, accompanied by the seeds of the tree of life and a multitude of followers, departed from the elven forest, embarking on an expedition to the Yalan continent. Driven by aspirations for a new homeland, on the Yalan continent, tensions persisted between the southern humans and northern beasts, with frequent conflicts erupting. Yet, amidst this continual warfare, their cultures intertwined, fostering a robust development of civilization. The vast expanse of the Yalan continent showcased diverse geographies, lifestyles, and cultures, resulting in a myriad of nations and groups among both human and beast civilizations. Among the human factions, there existed the Batek Empire dwelling in the desert, the Mara kingdom residing in the marshy forests, the Tutankhamun dynasty hailing from the east, the Lumen kingdom thriving through maritime trade, and the formidable Crit Empire located in the heartland. These great powers were accompanied by numerous duchies and principalities, with smaller nations aligning themselves with these dominant realms, supported by a myriad of feudal nobility, forming a hierarchical system akin to a pyramid. Within these nations, the Crit Empire, while not the most powerful, stood among the most militarily robust and prosperous, particularly as it occupied the region considered the cradle of humanity. Thus, the Crit Empire was regarded as the most legitimate dynasty by humans, often referred to as the Black Iron Dynasty. Since the establishment of the Golden Dynasty by Akhenaten, the central region of humanity had entered an era rife with contention, marked by numerous unifications and divisions. The Crit Empire emerged during the fourth unification of the Heartland, following the Silver Dynasty of the Prolis Empire and the Bronze Dynasty of the Tiran Empire. The rise of the Crit Empire occurred a century ago, amidst the fragmentation of the Heartland into several factions. The Emperor Iliad I of the Crit Empire vanquished the Kingdom of Knossos, the Duchy of Fatu, the Kingdom of Nia, and the Confederation of Kasrad, unifying the Heartland. Over 30 years had elapsed since Lu Zhiyu's creation of Sakin, though he had spent more than 2 days on Earth, making his actual experience less than 3 years. During these 30 years, maritime trade and caravans had profoundly felt the impact of the sea goddess progeny, with few fleets daring to venture into the deep sea. At times, a singular safe route could incite disputes within even a small nation. After a brief observation, Lu Zhiyu resolved to descend personally to investigate, but serendipitously noticed an unusual disturbance. He swiftly adjusted the perspective on the Qian-Kuan diagram, revealing a valley where numerous slaves and craftsmen were excavating the ground, turning the entire valley upside down in search of something. Finally, one slave, while digging in a deep pit, inadvertently collapsed into a hidden trap, falling downwards. The onlookers beheld the emergence of a circular apex, where the unfortunate slave had landed directly upon it, resulting in his tragic demise. A man clad in opulent noble attire approached, flanked by several guards who cleared the surrounding crowd. The man knelt to gaze into the depths below, where the circular apex and exposed stone patterns revealed themselves. Indeed, this style was characteristic of the Golden Dynasty, adorned with the legendary sun motif, said to be a divine emblem bestowed upon them. We have found it after such a lengthy search. The middle-aged man appeared exceedingly animated, his body trembling with excitement. Chapter 53. The tomb of Akhenaten, open it. Quickly. Open it for me. All of you, get down there and unearth it. No one paid attention to the life or death of a slave, whose lifeless body was dragged out and immediately discarded aside. Everyone exerted their efforts to dig downwards, swiftly uncovering a circular structure. Though the entrance was firmly sealed by a massive stone, one of the bloodline warriors raised a colossal hammer, channeling his innate strength, and with a single strike shattered the stone. After a cloud of dust settled, the entrance was unveiled before all, revealing a world that had remained sealed for over a millennium. A staircase spiraled downward into the mountain, presenting itself to the onlookers. Wait a moment before entering. Everyone prepare, commanded a middle-aged nobleman. After over an hour of preparation, the group, fully armed, stood at the entrance. Torches. Bring the torches. You go in first, do you hear? At that moment, a slave misstepped and fell into a trap, pierced by a spear, while a guard following closely behind was crushed by a falling boulder. There are traps. Another has perished. We cannot proceed. This is the curse of the Golden King. It is blasphemy against the divine. A nobleman silenced the panicking slave with a swift thrust of his sword. What curse? Mere nonsense. You are all slaves of the Turner family. I am the Viscount Turner, and you must obey me. Faced with the threat of a dozen well-trained knights and 3 bloodline knights, the slaves dared not defy the commands of the Viscount. The long corridor was drenched in blood, punctuated by the occasional screams of the dying. Look, there is something on the wall. The group stood in awe before the murals, which represented humanity's emergence from ignorance, chronicling epic tales and legendary existences, now vividly alive before their eyes. Viscount Turner, torch in hand, advanced further. Behold, these are the epics of the Golden King, the Battle of the Red River Plains, the establishment of the Golden Dynasty, the slaying of the 12th Beast King, Costa, and... He then beheld a statue depicting a deity wearing a sun-patterned mask, bestowing a long sword and a bag of grain to a young boy. Silence enveloped the crowd. Even Viscount Turner lowered his torch in disbelief. Is it true? The legends are indeed true? The Golden King encountered divinity, and the fabled Sword of Kings. The golden blood of the Akhenaten family was bestowed by the divine, the great Archangel Pharos. Navigating through numerous chambers, overcoming perilous challenges, they finally entered the tomb of Akhenaten. As they pushed open the heavy door, the torchlight illuminated the chamber, blinding them with a dazzling golden glow. What is this? Gold, all gold. So much gold. Viscount Turner erupted into maniacal laughter, his heart racing with excitement. For years, beginning with his grandfather, they had sought the tomb of the Golden King, the treasure of the Golden Dynasty, and now he had truly found it. Quickly, there are torches over there. Ignite them. As several torches lit up, the entire tomb was aglow, revealing a breathtaking sight. From the steps to the high platform, it was all filled with gold, silver, and gemstones. The most striking piece was a sarcophagus entirely crafted from gold, adorned with a myriad of gemstones, its opulent designs and gleaming golden radiance almost overwhelming. A crowd walked along a path laden with gold coins, each step causing their feet and shoes to sink into the wealth beneath, some even flowing into their boots. Their expressions were blank, as if the treasures had ensnared their very consciousness. Yet, Viscount Turner was oblivious, utterly captivated by the golden sarcophagus. He rushed forward, demanding, quickly, open it. Immediately, someone interjected, My lord, this is the sarcophagus of the Golden King, a being who truly encountered the divine. Should we really open it? Might this not be an act of desecration? Viscount Turner dismissed their concerns, intent only on confirming whether the fabled Sword of Kings was within. He bellowed, I command you, open it. Exchanging glances, several knights joined forces to pry open the sarcophagus. What they beheld left them stunned. Inside lay an elderly figure adorned with a golden mask, peacefully cradling a long sword against his chest, remarkably lifelike even after a millennium. A flicker of fear coursed through the crowd, especially in the oppressive darkness of the tomb, as an eerie atmosphere began to envelop them. At that moment, Akhenaten's body began to disintegrate, as if exposed to the air, gradually dissipating into smoke until nothing remained. This bizarre phenomenon sent the onlookers retreating in fear. But Viscount Turner was emboldened. What is there to fear? The man is dead. What more could happen? His gaze remained fixed on the Sword of Kings. It is truly here, the Sword of Kings, the divinely granted sword. He picked up the long sword, drawing it from its opulent golden sheath. A flash of pure white light illuminated the surroundings, and with a single swing, He cleaved a nearby guard's sword in half, the blade showing no signs of wear whatsoever. Viscount Turner laughed triumphantly. Indeed, it is the Sword of Kings, a treasure bestowed by the gods, so remarkably resilient and sharp, as pristine as if it were freshly forged. I cannot believe it has fallen into my hands. At that moment, another small object within the sarcophagus caught his attention. Something that could be carried by Akhenaten must be extraordinary, perhaps a treasure on par with the Sword of Kings. What other treasures could match the Sword of Kings? This was a divine gift, leading not only Viscount Turner but all present to ponder whether Akhenaten possessed other divine relics. Chapter 54. The Blood Drinkers. Viscount Turner plunged his hand into the coffin, retrieving a gem that peeked out from his garments. All eyes were drawn to it, revealing a golden yellow jewel that sparkled like the sun under the radiance of light. Yet, what captivated them further was the flicker of crimson gold that rippled within the gem. Confusion washed over Viscount Turner. What could this be? In that instant, a beam of light shot forth from the gem, casting a projection upon the wall. Startled gasps filled the air as they turned their gazes toward the luminous display, whereupon a vivid scene unfolded before them. Under the setting sun on a vast plain, beside a mighty river, a young boy knelt before a masked man radiating a silvery light. The man bestowed upon the boy a long sword and a pouch of grain seeds. The onlookers held their breath, recognizing the moment as the legendary encounter from a millennium ago, when the Golden King Akhenaten received divine inspiration. The scene lay bare before them, evoking profound awe. Although there was no sound accompanying the vision, its meaning resonated deeply within their minds, imparting the essence of divine communication. A mystical sensation enveloped them. As they beheld Akhenaten accepting the fabled Sword of Kingship, they understood that he was destined to establish humanity's first dynasty, to become the illustrious Golden King. Even to this day, the lineage of Akhenaten, flowing with golden blood, remains one of the most powerful families on the continent. Yet, the vision did not conclude there. Viscount Turner observed as the deity picked up a stone and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Instantly, the stone transformed into a golden gem, the crimson blood permeating its core, morphing into the very object that Viscount Turner now held. A thunderous revelation struck the hearts and minds of all present, and they felt their breaths quicken, their thoughts consumed by a singular proclamation. The drinkers of divine blood shall become the offspring of gods. The Blood Knight behind Viscount Turner was the first to act, drawing his sword to strike at Turner's head. However, Turner swiftly parried the blow with the Sword of Kingship, his expression contorted with fury as he bellowed, "Sova, you dare betray me? Everyone, kill him in the name of the Turner family." In an instant, Turner activated his bloodline and the ancestral storm swordsmanship, engaging in battle with Knight Sova. Amidst the clash, Sova shouted, "Kill him! The divine blood, the Sword of Kingship, all the treasures here, they belong to us. Why should we serve him? Don't you desire to become Godborn? To wield divine power?" That last statement struck a chord with the other two Blood Knights and the dozen or so knights present. They surged forward, surrounding Viscount Turner, while the slaves began to scramble for the gold and treasures strewn about, rushing toward the exit. The chaos of battle erupted within the tomb, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth, filled with cries of anguish and the clamor of violent conflict. Greed, power, and wealth unearthed the darkest desires lurking within their hearts. Viscount Turner found himself besieged by 3 Blood Knights, ultimately succumbing as 2 swords pierced his chest. In disbelief, he fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining knights, driven by the lust for divine blood, fought fiercely amongst themselves. Blood soaked the earth, staining the gold beneath with crimson, as bodies lay sprawled amidst the treasures. Ultimately, it was Sova, the first to strike, who emerged victorious, standing resolute despite being pierced by several swords, his body drenched in blood. Yet, his awakened tenacity from his bloodline enabled him to withstand his injuries and maintain clarity of mind. One hand grasped the Sword of Kingship, while the other pried the divine blood crystal from the lifeless grip of Viscount Turner. Sova's hands dripped with blood, the viscous fluid staining the crystal, as a fervent light ignited in his eyes, drawing him into the mesmerizing hues of the divine blood crystal. "You are mine. Ha ha ha. You belong to me. I am the true victor, the chosen one." Using the Sword of Kingship for support, Sova staggered toward the exit, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him, vanishing into the depths of the tomb. However, just as he reached the entrance, he lifted his head with great effort, only to witness a stone plummeting downwards, accompanied by the exuberant visage of a filthy-faced slave. One strike, two strikes, three strikes, until Sova's form blurred and silence enveloped the space. Two slaves pounced upon the fallen treasures. One seized the sword of kingship, while the other snatched the divine blood crystal, swiftly disappearing into the valley. Racing through the dense forest paths toward the Bull Mountain range, Lu Jiu appeared within the underground tomb, traversing the sea of corpses, gazing upon the scattered gold. He felt a twinge of irony, pondering the true significance of these ordinary lives. Since discovering the excavation of Akhenaten's tomb, Lu Jiu had sealed his divine cell's blood within a gem, placing it in Akhenaten's coffin, intending to use these mortals to carry his divine essence beyond. Yet, he had not anticipated that greed and desire would so completely consume their hearts, igniting a violent conflict without warning. Nonetheless, Lu Jiu's goal was achieved, as his divine cells had been released, creating his own followers. Though he had not yet completed the full transmutation of his being or constructed his mythical life template, he began to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. Without a unique mythical life template, the divine cells he disseminated could only serve to create his followers, lacking the capacity for resurrection upon his demise. Only with his distinctive mythical life template could he influence other beings, shaping them into entities of his divine essence. However, this mattered little. He would prepare in advance, establishing his lineage. In a decade or so, he could complete the mythical life template and use his divine cells for assimilation. Lu Jiu had conducted ample observational experiments on Saken while creating the merfolk, comprehending the methods and patterns of creating followers. He felt confident in his mastery. Yet, he pondered who would ultimately possess his blood. His powers were extraordinary. When wielded correctly, they could be the true essence of sovereign strength. Ascending the steps, Lu Jiu reached Akhenaten's golden coffin, gazing into its emptiness with a sense of melancholy. It had been over 1,000 years since Akhenaten's death, and the first immortal being he had created had long since perished. Lu Jiu vividly recalled Akhenaten's desperate pleas for eternal life before his demise. With a sigh, he sat upon the golden coffin, observing the flickering flames and shadows around him, as well as the murals adorning the walls, feeling a profound sense of loss wash over him. Alas, Chapter 55. The church 3 days later, a contingent of knights surged into the Bull Mountain range, clad in chainmail and cloaked, each bearing the emblem of the sun god upon their mantles. An elderly man, draped in a red and black high priest's robe, emerged from the throng and entered the valley, where he beheld the scattered bodies within the tomb and the vacant golden sarcophagus. The entire underground burial site was in disarray. A few filthy slaves were dragged forth and thrown before the red-robed priest, while several knights presented a collection of gold coins and silver artifacts, among which was a mask of the Golden King, procured by these slaves. The red-robed priest nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that it was precisely because of these slaves' dealings that this matter had come to light. He turned to the kneeling slaves and inquired, "Did you discover these here?" The slaves trembled in fear, for before them stood the red high priest of the Church of Light, a figure of immense repute across the entire Alan continent, whose presence was rarely encountered even by the emperor of the Crid Empire. Such individuals were often regarded as the closest to divinity, and it was a rare occasion for anyone to converse with them. Thus, dread consumed the hearts of the slaves. A knight swiftly pressed his sword against their throats, urging, "Speak quickly." One slave, unable to withstand the pressure, cried out, "I shall tell you. We are slaves of the Turner family, and we have been in the Bull Forest for several months. We have followed our lord's commands to excavate, initially unaware of the purpose, only to learn later that the Viscount was searching for the tomb of the Golden Dynasty." The red high priest nodded. Having traveled tirelessly for over a day to reach this place, already informed of certain details. The Turner family was the local lord, yet the Bull Forest did not belong to their domain, thereby violating imperial law. However, this was not the focus of the red high priest's concern. "What did you witness here? Tell me everything," he commanded. Despite being awed by the treasures surrounding him, he maintained his composure, for he was no mere provincial noble unaccustomed to grandeur. The trembling slave continued, "One day, we unearthed a pit and discovered this place. Along the way, we encountered numerous traps, and many perished, yet our Lord insisted we press on. When we opened the door, we beheld the main burial chamber and the sarcophagus of the Golden King." A black-robed bishop, standing behind the red high priest, interjected impatiently, "Get to the point. What did you find?" The red high priest turned, casting a stern glance at his subordinate, who promptly retreated, and said, "No need to rush. Speak at your own pace." The slave nodded. Then our Lord insisted on opening the sarcophagus, despite Lord Sova's warnings against it, fearing the wrath of the divine, given that this was the tomb of the Golden King. Nevertheless, they opened it. At this moment, terror flashed in the slave's eyes when they opened the sarcophagus. The Golden King appeared as if still alive, yet upon the lid being lifted, he vanished, as though transformed into a specter. The Red High Priest furrowed his brow. What did they discover inside the sarcophagus? After a moment of contemplation, the slave replied, "First, they found a long sword, which they claimed was a divine gift, radiating a chilling light. When drawn, it cleaved a knight's sword in twain, gleaming as bright as snow after a millennium within the tomb." The slave's revelation ignited a wave of excitement among those present, including the church knights, their faces alight with anticipation. It is the Sword of Kings, a divine gift of sovereignty, a weapon of the chosen ruler. To find it here is a true marvel of the divine. The black-robed bishops expressed their joy. "Red High Priest, we have indeed found the Sword of Kings." The Red High Priest shared in their exhilaration, recognizing that such a genuine artifact from the divine could solidify the legitimacy of their Church of Light. It was imperative that they acquire it, for this was the primary purpose of his visit. Success could very well lead him to the position of the next pope. At that moment, the Red High Priest recalled something. "Wait, you mentioned that they first discovered the Sword of Kings. What else did they find?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, the slave's gaze darted nervously. The Red High Priest's voice turned stern. "Speak quickly." In a state of heightened anxiety, the slave exclaimed, "They also discovered divine blood." The atmosphere became heavy with silence, as the Red High Priest trembled with anticipation. "What did you say?" The slave continued, "They later retrieved a golden crystal from the sarcophagus, which contained the blood of the divine." The moment it was unveiled, an image projected onto the wall, depicting a scene from 1,000 years ago when the divine bestowed enlightenment upon the Golden King. In that moment, the divine granted not only the sword and seeds, but also divine blood, saying to the Golden King, said, "What did it say?" The Red High Priest could no longer contain himself, gripping the slave's shoulder tightly, disregarding his previous revulsion. The slave, trembling uncontrollably, spoke in a voice tinged with fear. "He who drinks the divine blood shall become one of the divine offspring, borrowing the power of the divine." At this revelation, the entire assembly was thrown into chaos, their bodies shaking, eyes wide with disbelief. The church knights struggled to maintain their grip on their swords, while one black-robed bishop nearly collapsed under the weight of the revelation. The Red High Priest quickly regained his composure, shouting frantically, "Eliminate them! Eliminate them all, along with anyone else who knows. Leave no one alive." "No, you can't do this. I have done as you asked. Blessed Maria, you will incur the wrath of the divine. Spare me. Do not kill me." The church knights surged forward, mercilessly slaying the slaves, and an oppressive silence enveloped the scene, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. After a prolonged moment, the Red High Priest finally steadied himself. "Send word to the Pope immediately. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. No one here is permitted to utter a single word. Those who betray us shall suffer eternal pursuit by the Church of Light. No one is allowed to leave this place. Seal it off completely. The entire Bull Mountain range must remain off-limits to all." Chapter 56. The Rising Storm. Despite the Church of Light exerting every effort to suppress the information, news still managed to spread. The slaves who escaped that day were not just a handful. Others who fled also leaked the details. The rumor regarding the discovery of the tomb of the Golden King within the Bull Mountains rapidly circulated throughout the entire Krita Empire, reaching even several neighboring nations. However, more insidious and terrifying tidings lay hidden within. The Krita Empire, with its capital city of Nia, also known as Lion City, boasts a palace located centrally in the northern region. This city stands as the cultural epicenter of humanity. Although it may not be the most affluent city on the continent, it is undoubtedly the one with the richest cultural heritage. This is evident in the architectural styles, the attire of its citizens, the population density, and the vibrancy of trade. Crowds throng the streets, and the societal structure is well established, with the majority living above the poverty line. Yet, hidden in the shadows are slums and numerous quarters inhabited by slaves. The palace itself is an awe-inspiring structure, built entirely from white marble, soaring and magnificent. It was erected over many years through the collective efforts of craftsmen from across the nation. evolving from the original royal palace of the Nia kingdom under the reign of 3 successive emperors. A young man, wielding a longsword, strode directly into the palace. He relinquished his weapon at the entrance and proceeded deeper into the royal abode, traversing through opulent corridors and courtly gardens until he arrived at a secluded courtyard. There, he spotted a middle-aged man in plain clothes, leisurely sipping tea. "Your Majesty," the young man exclaimed, rushing forward to pay his respects. Emperor Iliath VII set aside his book and regarded the youth. "Count Evans, what brings you here today?" Observing the book in the emperor's hands, Evans inquired. "Are you reading the Epic of Dodi?" Iliath VII nodded. The Epic of Dodi recounts many ancient tales, particularly the rise and fall of the 3 great dynasties of gold, silver, and bronze. It offers valuable lessons for us. Immediately, Evans responded, "Do you recall the name Akhenaten?" The emperor chuckled heartily. "The first king chronicled in history. The epic hero who illuminated humanity from its ignorance. The Golden King Akhenaten. How could anyone forget him?" Yet, Iliath VII furrowed his brow. "Why do you mention the Golden King? Surely you have come bearing important news?" Evans swiftly replied, "Indeed, it pertains to him. Your Majesty, in the Bull Mountains of the Castro province, the tomb of the Golden King Akhenaten has been discovered. Baron Turner has excavated the tomb and stolen the Sword of Royal Power. The legendary sword has re-emerged, and currently, the High Priest Hodep of the Church of Light has gone to Castro province to seal off the Bull Mountains. Should we not take action?" Iliath VII frowned, lacking the anticipated joy. It is merely a sword, after all. Such legends cannot be taken at face value. If the Church of Light desires it, let them have it. Yet, Baron Turner's act of tomb raiding has disgraced the nobility and warrants severe punishment. Evans interjected, "Baron Turner is already deceased, along with all his blood knights and several formal knights, who perished in mutual slaughter within the tomb, as if cursed. Only a few slaves managed to escape, and one of them has brought forth the Sword of Royal Power. We are actively searching for him, and have already located him in a small town within Castro province, where he is currently embroiled in a dispute over his ownership with the church." However, Evans continued, "The most significant information we have acquired from this slave is even more crucial." Iliath VII's interest peaked. "What news?" Evans inhaled deeply. They discovered divine blood within Akhenaten's coffin. It is said that when Akhenaten received divine revelation, the archangel Pharos sealed a drop of his divine blood within a gem, bestowing it upon the Golden King. It was through this divine power that he vanquished the orcs and united humankind. Furthermore, according to the slave, they witnessed the moment of Akhenaten's divine revelation from the gem. They beheld the visage of the divine and heard the words spoken. What did it say? "Those who drink of the divine blood shall become signs of the gods, drawing upon my divine power." Iliath VII's grip tightened and his eyes narrowed. At all costs, find that slave. Evans felt a surge of excitement. His visit was intended to impress the emperor. If successful, his status would ascend further. "What of the Church of Light?" he asked. Iliath VII waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with them. The affairs of the Krita Empire do not require the interference of the Church of Light." Evans promptly withdrew to commence his endeavors. Meanwhile, apart from the Church of Light and the imperial family, numerous noble families and clandestine factions had also received the news, all eager to take action. The rumor of divine blood spread like wildfire, particularly the phrase that echoed in everyone's hearts. "Those who drink of the divine blood shall become signs of the gods, drawing upon my divine power." This ignited a fervor in all, each person yearning to become a child of the divine, a true emissary of the gods, wielding divine power. In an instant, the tales of divine blood and the Golden King were exaggerated beyond measure, with even the children in the countryside chanting the divine proclamation. A tempest brewed, and the name Mark, a slave who had carried away news of the divine blood from the tomb of the Golden King, became a focal point of attention, prompting an upheaval in the Castro province as everyone searched for him. At this moment, in a small rural village in Castro, on a hillside, a flock of sheep grazed peacefully. A girl, appearing no older than 11 or 12, tended to the herd. She was a shepherdess, a slave of the Lord, dressed in tattered rags adorned with countless patches, yet impeccably clean. Her sun-kissed skin and freckled face radiated the vitality of youth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the hillside, the sheep bleated harmoniously, painting a picturesque rural scene. Yet, from the foot of the hill emerged a figure drenched in blood. "Kelly, Kelly!" Chapter 57. The blood of the divine. Kelly gasped in horror, hastily dropping the whip and embracing her father, Mark. Father, what has happened to you? Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the bloodstains on his body, her voice trembling. Why? Why is there so much blood? Mark had intended to trade the divine blood for a mere 1,000 coins, enough to liberate himself from the shackles of slavery, allowing him and his daughter to escape to a new life, where he could purchase vast lands and gain the status of a free man. He dreamed of breaking the generational chains of servitude, perhaps becoming a merchant or a craftsman, ensuring that his children and grandchildren would never know the fate of slavery. However, betrayal had struck unexpectedly. In a frantic escape through a window, he was stabbed from behind. After hastily bandaging his wound, he raced towards the village where his daughter awaited him, fleeing for an entire day and night. He knew that the traitorous companion who had betrayed him was aware of Kelly's presence there, and he had to reach her quickly. Kelly helped her father sit on a mat, Mark leaning against the wall, coughing relentlessly. No, Kelly, we must leave at once. Why? She replied immediately. We are slaves. Even if we escape, survival will be difficult. We have no land, and no one will take us in. Mark smiled. It matters not, for we possess this. He produced a golden gem, within which a droplet of crimson blood swirled. His eyes glinted with an almost obsessive fervor. Kelly, intrigued, exclaimed, a gem. How beautiful, father. Where did you acquire this? You didn't steal it from the Lord, did you? Mark shook his head. No, it is not merely a gem, it is divine blood. The essence of the gods. No one is worthy of possessing it, not even the nobles or the emperor. Anyone who drinks this divine blood can become a demigod, inheriting the powers of the divine. Cough, cough. Alas, I do not know how to open it. I can only find a way to sell it. Kelly, we will never again be slaves to others. We can lead prosperous, free lives. I can arrange for you to marry a respectable man, not spend your days tending sheep, sullied by filthy wretches. This has always been my greatest wish. If only your mother were alive, slain by those nobles. I long for the day we could live joyfully together, with our own land. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Startled, Mark steadied himself against the wall and peered out, spotting a troop of cavalry approaching, with the traitor now clad in fine garments, directing them towards their location. Panic seized Mark as he exclaimed, They're here. They're coming. Kelly, you must flee through the window and hide. No matter what happens, do not come out. Kelly clung to her father. No, father, we should escape together. Mark pressed the crystalline divine blood into Kelly's hands, forcefully pushing her towards the window. Ignoring her cries and pleas, he barricaded the opening. And soon the sounds from outside faded, only for the noise at the door to intensify. Wiping away tears, Mark then saw the door crash open, soldiers storming in and seizing him, dragging him outside to face a knight. A young noble in armor gazed down at him, tilting his head in disdain. A man rushed forward, searching Mark's person. Spitting in the man's face, Mark spat. Ian, you traitor! Ian kicked Mark to the ground, declaring, before the treasury, friendship means nothing to either of us. After searching Mark thoroughly and finding nothing, Ian's expression darkened. You had it on you. Where have you hidden it? Wait. Where is your daughter? Mark laughed heartily. She has long since escaped. You will never find the divine blood, you filthy, despicable lot. To let it fall into your hands would be a desecration of the divine. The noble youth dismounted swiftly, drawing his sword with gloved hands. A slave dares to slay a noble, betray his lord, and attempt to seize divine treasures? Mark, your infamy has even reached the emperor's ears. Though you are but a wretched slave, I grant you the honor of death today. I curse, father. Kelly's expression froze in shock. Father? The noble youth stepped towards her, sneering, a shepherdess? Truly a lowly slave. Where is the divine blood? Hand it over. Such a divine gift cannot be possessed by those with vile blood. But at that moment, Kelly heard nothing. Her eyes were fixated on her father's lifeless body. And the world around her faded to gray, her spirit seeming to drift far away. Father is dead? How could this happen? God, is this all real? Why must they act thus? O Divine One, why do you tolerate such evil? Why do you not punish them? The noble youth, enraged at being ignored by the lowly shepherdess, noticed the crystalline divine blood in Kelly's grasp. So it is in your hands. Hand it over. With greed and longing, he reached for the gem, but suddenly, it burst forth with golden light. In the twilight of the night, it radiated intensely, the divine blood within surging into Kelly's body. In that moment, all were stunned, watching as the shepherdess Kelly began to levitate, undergoing a profound transformation. Divine cells flooded into her, and she showed no sign of resistance. Her skin subtly altered, her features became more exquisite, her form more elongated, with even more intense changes occurring within her body and mind. Meanwhile, far beyond the realm of Maria, within the confines of the spatial castle, Lu Jiu, perusing the tomes of the human kingdoms, sensed this moment and stood up abruptly, for even across worlds, he could feel Kelly's presence. Chapter 58. The Saintess. So swiftly has someone activated the divine blood crystal and fused with the divine cells. The activation procedure devised by Lu Jiu is remarkably straightforward. As long as the user possesses a fervent desire and harbors no resistance, the fusion can be accomplished. The merging of the divine cells transcends mere incorporation into the body. These cells will also transform the living being, consuming a substantial amount of energy. However, the divine cells modified by Lu Jiu inherently contain vast reserves of energy, sufficient to facilitate such internal metamorphosis. All eyes were drawn to Kelly, who floated, her spirit influenced by the divine blood cells. Witnessing her transformation from an ordinary young girl into a stunning maiden resembling a deity, with cascading black hair that reached her waist, the noble youth gaped in astonishment at this miraculous scene. How can this be? Miracles, deities truly exist. In sheer terror, the onlookers recoiled, while Ian, a traitor to Mark, collapsed to the ground in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this real? As the noble youth snapped back from his stupor, he frantically shouted, "Quick! Kill her! We must kill her!" His knights hesitated, awestruck by the divine apparition before them, a sense of reverence for the young girl overwhelming them. "My lord, we cannot harm her. She has attracted the attention of the divine." Furious and frantic, the noble youth bellowed, "You just murdered her father. If we leave her alive, we are all doomed. We must kill her now." Spurred by the noble youth's frantic urgings, several soldiers charged forward, drawing their swords to strike at the girl. At that moment, Kelly suddenly opened her eyes, her dark gaze sweeping over them, radiating an air of divine indifference. In an instant, the swords aimed at Kelly froze midair. As her gaze shifted, the soldiers found themselves utterly powerless, their swords turning against their own throats. "Oh God, what is happening?" One by one, they severed their own necks. Their eyes filled with despair and helplessness as they succumbed beneath the moonlight. A chill coursed through the onlookers, their legs trembling with fear, their minds struggling to comprehend a power that transcended all imagination, a force that could only be likened to that of gods and demons. This surreal spectacle left all present trembling, and soon, some could no longer endure the pressure and fled, only to collapse halfway, their eyes devoid of life. As the girl's black eyes scanned the remaining crowd, each individual she beheld was rendered immobile, slowly drawing their swords to their own necks. Dozens of soldiers, numerous knights, including 7 bloodline knights, perished simultaneously, their so-called gifted bloodlines utterly trivial in the face of divine power. "Spare me. I was wrong. I did not kill your father. Please, spare me." As dozens took their own lives, the torches flickered in front of the wooden cabin, and the moon emerged from behind the clouds. The noble youth stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, collapsing to his knees. How is this possible? Is this the power of the divine? The black-haired maiden approached the noble youth, her back to the moon. The moonlight bathed her in a silvery glow, casting a long shadow. At that moment, the noble youth dazedly lifted his gaze, panic consuming him like a child lost in the dark. "Do not come near me. You cannot kill me. I am. His voice cracked, resembling a woman's shriek. Yet in that moment, he realized he had lost control over his own body. His hands, as if possessed by a malevolent force, rose to grasp his throat, squeezing tighter and tighter, ultimately leading to his own demise. In his final moments, he beheld his father nailed to a stake and rushed to embrace him, weeping loudly. "Father!" The following morning, the people discovered the grim scene before them, as well as Kelly, who was engulfed in despair while cradling her father's lifeless body. The hillside was strewn with the corpses of soldiers and knights who had taken their own lives, evoking an atmosphere as if demons had descended upon the land. No one dared to approach. In the afternoon, a contingent of church knights hurriedly arrived, led by the weary high priest Hodep. In the Bull Mountains, the church knights faced off against the royal guards holding the king's decree, neither side willing to yield. The church claimed that the royal tomb contained divine relics. Yet the pressure from the pope was mounting, and it would not hold for long. Furthermore, The Creed Empire had already located the Sword of Sovereignty, leaving the Church of Light in a precarious position. Fortunately, Hodep had discovered traces of the divine blood at this critical moment, though it had already been merged with another. Such developments had long been anticipated by the Church of Light. Whoever possessed the divine bloodline would be recognized as the Church's holy child. With such a figure, the Church would become the earthly representative of the divine. Hodep had to find the Holy Maiden before anyone else realized her significance, and she must belong to the Church of Light. He rode up the slope, surveying the numerous lifeless bodies, including an entire regiment of formal knights and bloodline knights, all having succumbed without a trace of resistance. The eerie scene sent chills through him. Even the sunlight felt devoid of warmth. Hodep's gaze fell upon a beautiful young girl on the hillside, holding a man's corpse. Despite being covered in blood and dressed in rags, her exquisite features and divine aura made her resemble an angel descended from the heavens. Hodep recognized her as the Holy Maiden. An ordinary person could never possess such beauty. He had never encountered a woman so enchanting, her form not yet fully matured, yet she exuded an irresistible allure. The entire contingent of knights dismounted in unison, kneeling before her, and Hodep approached, bowing in reverence. High Priest Hodep of the Church of Light, from the Eastern Creed Empire, has come to meet you. Your Highness the Holy Maiden. Kelly lifted her head, gazing vacantly at the assemblage, only to realize she could hear their innermost thoughts. She discovered she could control their bodies with a mere thought, and they were utterly powerless to resist her. A manifestation of the divine blood coursing within her. This was the power bestowed upon her by the divine. The Church of Light, the closest place to the divine. Kelly rose, her petite frame barely reaching Hodep's chest. Yet, the sight of this exquisitely beautiful, dark-haired girl amidst the sea of corpses and her enigmatic divine power instilled fear in Hodep. Kelly raised her chin. Are you afraid of me? Am I not the representative of the divine? Why do you cower before me? Hodep gazed into her eyes, feeling as though her magnificent black irises could peer into the deepest recesses of his soul. He involuntarily retreated, whispering to himself, the power of the divine. It truly is the strength of the gods. As he surveyed those present, those typically exalted knights capable of facing 10 foes alone, he was struck by the sight of them trembling before this young girl. Her dark eyes emanated an aura that was both enchanting and terrifying. Kelly murmured, So, it seems that every heart is filled with such foolishness and filth. Chapter 59. The Church of Light in the year 136 of the Iron Age, marking the first year of the Holy Calendar. The Church of Light unequivocally affirmed its identity as a divine authority. The Pope and the Saint jointly wielded this divine power, leading to a rapid expansion of the Church's influence, which began to encompass the entirety of human realms and even encroached upon the Orc Kingdom. The divine authority of the Church began to overshadow royal power, compelling the aristocracy of all human nations to acknowledge the Church's supremacy. In the third year of the Holy Calendar, Emperor Iliath VII of the Crit Empire declared the expulsion of the Church. In response, St. Kelly led the Knights of Light into Lion City, effortlessly capturing Emperor Iliath VII without a single loss, abolishing his throne, and executing him publicly as a heretic, while crowning his nephew as Iliath VIII. By the 5th year of the Holy Calendar, the Church's knights triumphed over a coalition from the Mara Kingdom and the Lumen Kingdom at the gates of Rust City. Both kingdoms submitted to the Church, with their kings personally seeking the Church's blessings and coronation, accepting the stationing of the Church's knights and their oversight within their realms, as well as the obligation to pay a blessing tax. Henceforth, the succession and appointment of emperors in Central Continent and its neighboring states required the Church's ceremonial approval, with every emperor and king needing to undergo a coronation before the Pope and the Saint to legitimize their rule. The Church retained the authority to appoint and dismiss kings and officials of any state, and it possessed the right to preach and conduct activities anywhere within its dominion, leaving no room for refusal from any monarch. In the same year, the Church established the nation of the Church of Light at the gates of Rust City, renaming it St. Sal City. This ecclesiastical realm encompassed the entirety of the Bull Mountain Range and the majority of the Castro province in the Crit Empire, along with several cities from the Mara and Lumen kingdoms, forming a vast territory under the Church's command. Consequently, the power and prestige of the Church reached their zenith, controlling a substantial portion of the human realm. Simultaneously, the Church denounced all other deities as heretical, launching extensive hunts for non-believers and arresting numerous dissidents under this pretext. while establishing a secret police to monitor the activities and internal affairs of all nations. Under the church's dominion, fear permeated the land. Kings, nobles, and even the once mighty bloodline knights found themselves powerless against the church's reign. In the Lumen Kingdom's Dalmatina region, there lay a vast and ancient forest, the most primal of the kingdom's mountain ranges, known for its towering trees that blocked out the sun, creating an enigmatic and treacherous terrain filled with swamps and dense fog. Many who ventured within would vanish, giving rise to terrifying legends. Hence it was dubbed the Black Forest. At the heart of this forest, the creature known as the fish of the land transformed a remnant of its civilization into a hive, placing it upon a solitary and steep peak. Utilizing its activated cells, it merged with the only intact hive left behind by its species, erasing the mental imprint of the insect race and gaining complete control over this hive. Henceforth, this hive, a representation of the highest biological technology of the insect civilization, belonged entirely to the fish of the land. Most importantly, this hive served as a life manufacturing facility, allowing the fish of the land to design and cultivate life forms based on its own templates, eliminating the cumbersome processes of embryo cultivation and nurturing that had previously plagued it. This transformation signified a monumental leap from primitive to industrial civilization, as the hive became a life processing factory, capable of continuous operation given sufficient energy and compounds. The modified hive took the form of a robust, black sphere, resilient enough to withstand significant impact without succumbing to destruction. The fish of the land designated this hive as Gaia, signifying the mother of earth and life. Gaia possessed rudimentary intelligence, inheriting the cognitive control capabilities from the fish of the land's divine cells, and retaining some abilities of the insect queen. Furthermore, the fish of the land integrated an advanced cognitive template into Gaia, akin to a large biological computer, ensuring that any life birthed from Gaia would remain under her control. From the inception of the Holy Calendar, the fish of the land diligently enhanced its meditative practices while developing templates for mythical beings. Now, 5 years into the Holy Calendar, it engaged in daily meditation, having assimilated the soul consciousness of Sakin within the dream realm, thereby bolstering its mental acuity to a staggering level. However, the development of mythical being templates had not proceeded smoothly, with most attempts resulting in failure. The fish of the land, lacking opportunities to experiment with divine beings, remained cautious about testing on itself without first ensuring the safety and efficacy of its methodologies. It sought to create magical beasts, which were essentially the servants of mythical beings, utilizing the divine cells of Sakin to transform ordinary creatures, free from Sakin's life imprint due to his demise. Though the fish of the land had yet to produce these magical beasts, it planned to relocate to the Black Forest to undertake their creation and experimentation, while simultaneously advancing its initiatives towards the origins of wizardry civilization. Chapter 60. The construction of the Tower Gia. Produce 1,000 second-generation Ant-Men, integrate mechanized intelligence, and load the artisan template. Auxiliary brain. Transmit the knowledge template of the artisan. Received. Loading complete. Received. Lu Jiu observed as the black iron sphere began to writhe, with numerous doors opening, releasing plumes of steam akin to a beehive, and one by one, the Ant-Men emerged continuously. They formed a queue atop this nameless black peak, where no trees were visible, only the stark, bare ridges of the mountains stretching endlessly. The form of the Ant-Men differed significantly from their predecessors. The second generation appeared much more robust, albeit shorter, adorned with gleaming black armor that resembled valiant knights, completely shedding any resemblance to ants or insects. The multitude of tools brought by Lu Jiu was swiftly utilized by these Ant-Men. Under Gia's mental control, the 1,000 Ant-Men commenced their tasks, organizing labor according to Lu Jiu's vision, leveling the land, quarrying stone, felling trees, and gathering materials. Lu Jiu positioned Gia atop this nameless peak, intending to construct his own wizard tower, using this location as a base to recruit apprentices from the world of Maria, thereby developing the wizarding system. After all, having invested considerable resources to establish the magical network, it was imperative to utilize it promptly. In Lu Jiu's vision, a fantastical tower would rise from this peak, from which many wizard apprentices would emerge, equipped with the knowledge of the magical network, awakening their mental powers. These apprentices would gradually broaden the applications and methods of mental energy, paving the way for Lu Zhiyu's evolutionary journey. Bit by bit, accumulated knowledge would coalesce into a grand wizarding civilization, a far swifter process than solitary research. Frankly, Lu Zhiyu felt he had reached a significant bottleneck. Uncertain of the path ahead, he understood that deciphering the power system derived from mental energy was beyond his solitary capacity. It required a civilization, with countless individuals contributing their wisdom to forge a path forward. Only such individuals aligned with Lu Zhiyu's definition of a wizard. The first list of wizard apprentices would not be limited to humans, but also include elves and orcs. As for the merfolk, their numbers were currently too sparse. And given their inherent nature as a blessed race, Lu Zhiyu had alternative plans for them. By a rocky cave on an island, Lu Zhiyu discovered his yacht, which had languished for decades, now rusted beyond usability. He had barely tinkered with it before announcing his retirement. It simply wouldn't do, even if it were operational. It was far too inadequate. He resolved to seek a larger vessel to traverse the seas, recruiting wizard apprentices between the continents of Yala and Alan, transporting them directly to the seaside of the Black Forest to access the Wizard Tower. Lu Zhiyu intended to procure or custom-build a ship from a human shipyard, as the construction of the main tower and its auxiliary buildings would take several months. The wooden ships currently produced, specifically the three-masted vessels, posed significant risks in the deep seas of the Maria world, especially with the presence of the terrifying spawn of Sakin, colossal sea monsters that would surely attack vessels in the absence of his protection. He could not always be present personally. Wooden ships? If that is the case, since I can design magical beasts, why not create a magical sea vessel? I could manufacture an extraordinary life alchemical ship, utilizing plants as the foundation, divinizing its cellular structure and crafting its life template into a ship form, imbuing it with capabilities for speed and even flight. Having considered the magical transformation of beasts, Lu Zhiyu also contemplated the modification of plants. However, without successfully creating magical beasts yet, he had not envisioned directly crafting an extraordinary life alchemical ship through magical means. Each day, he nurtured the growth of this tree shape with mental energy, inheriting the immense vitality and rapid growth of the tree of life. Months later, he beheld the towering tree. However, due to Lu Zhiyu's forced interference, the tree exhibited peculiar growth patterns, expanding horizontally, its wood proliferating as if afflicted by cancer. With a massive root system supporting a colossal ship-shaped trunk, it extended nearly 40 meters horizontally, towering over 30 meters, featuring vast hollows within, a chaotic array of branches. Unlike any tree Lu Zhiyu had ever encountered, truly an aberrant monstrosity. Lu Zhiyu then gathered a dozen ant-men, axes in hand, and approached the tree. Chop it down. The ant-men struck vigorously at the base of the bizarre tree, severing branches and twigs until, at last, a massive ship-shaped trunk enveloped in white bark emerged before him. Entirely natural without any signs of assembly, resembling a bullet in form. At this juncture, the tree was not yet dead. Its powerful life force continued to sustain it. The embryonic life alchemical ship had been created, and Lu Zhiyu prepared to proceed to the next stage, to initiate the magical transformation of this life alchemical vessel. Chapter 61. The alchemical ship of life. The divine cells for the alchemical ship of life have been meticulously prepared, incorporating elements of various animal genes into the life template. This vessel represents a harmonious fusion of flora and fauna. With an ethereal leap, Liu ascended, alighting atop the ship, surrounded by its bulwarks. In the center, a tree hollow provided a passage to the cabin below. Activating the dimensional portal, Liu propelled the ship into the vast ocean, where it descended gently onto the buoyant surface, floating serenely. As Liu extracted the vial containing the divine cells, a vibrant pool of crimson blood trickled onto the deck, instantly writhing as if imbued with life. Seeking to invade the plant cells within, Liu felt the alchemical ship of life beneath him undergo a dramatic transformation. All plant cells experienced a chain reaction of rapid metamorphosis. He observed the once white epidermis burgeoning swiftly, erasing the marks of recent deforestation. The vessel sprouted two propellers at its rear, and its structure continued to undulate, becoming increasingly intricate. To his astonishment, the bow of the ship developed two eyes and a mouth lined with sharp fangs, resembling a carnivorous entity of the botanical realm. Now equipped with predatory capabilities, it could thrive not only on water and sunlight, but also engage in hunting and assault within the depths of the sea. Concurrently, The previously faint instinctual consciousness inherent to plants was rapidly evolving into a form of intelligence akin to that of ordinary animals. Liu promptly initiated his dreamscape, ensnaring the consciousness of the newly formed entity within it, assimilating this nascent awareness. Though birthed through a rapid process of demonic transformation, it was still a far cry from the original Saken. In an instant, Liu integrated its consciousness. He then ventured into the ship's cabin, which was stark and unpartitioned. Making his way to the bow, pouring forth another vial of blood, he watched as a significant quantity of divine cell blood gushed forth. Liu had indeed invested heavily in creating this alchemical ship of life. The remaining divine cells from Saken were dwindling, and further experiments would deplete them entirely. The blood surged forth, voraciously consuming the wooden hull, coalescing into a mass resembling a human brain. Liu swiftly infused the assimilated consciousness into this cerebral entity, which instantly activated. Secondary Intelligence Module 2 generated, awaiting commands. Liu commanded, grant control of the alchemical ship of life. Set my authority to the highest level. Completed. Secondary Module 1. Transmit the construction template for the Eternal Alchemical Ship, Phase 1. Receiving, initiating construction. Initially, Liu contemplated using his own divine cells to construct the vessel. However, he realized that such an approach would lead to the automatic assimilation of all templates, effectively transforming his life essence into the ship itself, resulting in the collapse of his physical form, a notion both absurd and tragic. Nevertheless, employing Saken's divine cells for modification granted him no control. Should the alchemical ship rebel, Liu would find himself powerless. Ultimately, he devised a plan to utilize the dreamscape for assimilation, shaping the fledgling consciousness into Secondary Module 2 to govern the vessel. Thus, it became an independent entity, distinct from Liu, allowing the life template to function autonomously, not sharing the same mental framework. Liu could regard it as an external computational system, free from the limitations of his psychic capacity, capable of unrestrained growth. Originally, he intended to employ Saken's soul as this secondary module, thereby rendering the alchemical ship a true legendary vessel under his command. However, since Saken's essence had been assimilated into the dreamscape, extracting it would significantly diminish Liu's mental strength, a counterproductive trade-off. Under the control of Secondary Module 2, the Eternal Alchemical Ship commenced its inaugural transformation project. The water's surface and sunlight were incessantly converted into energy by the inherent instincts of the plants, absorbed into the cells. The entire vessel began to metamorphose. Liu observed as the intellectual module was enveloped by wood, sinking deep within the hull as the void beneath him gradually filled. The previously empty cabin was restructured into 3 distinct levels. The upper deck was augmented, although devoid of sails, with circular openings forming in the windows akin to a creature's carapace, yet transparent, offering glimpses of the world beyond. The lowest tier housed the control room, Liu's living quarters, and a storage area. The second level comprised guest accommodations, featuring over 30 small rooms and 10 larger ones, along with communal bathing and restroom facilities. The first level boasted a grand dining hall, a library, a small bar, a conference room, an activity lounge, and recreational areas, while the uppermost level served primarily for fresh air and scenic views. Ascending the newly formed staircase, Liu surveyed the interior of the Eternal Alchemical Ship, finding it aligned with his visions. Moreover, the ship's structure inherited the properties of iron birch, rendering it 2 to 3 times tougher than steel. Such resilience would ensure that even in the face of tempestuous storms or turbulent waters, there was little cause for concern. Yet, the interior remained quite barren. With only a few rooms illuminated by sunlight filtering through the windows, most corridors and staircases lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of furnishings or adornments, elements that would need to be added later. Standing upon the deck, Liu witnessed the propellers at the stern begin to rotate, propelling the vessel forward, cleaving through the ocean's surface, riding the winds toward distant horizons. The white bark enveloping the hull resembled a coat of paint, while the ship's 2 enormous eyes served as formidable lanterns, occasionally swiveling to affirm their sentience. Beneath the surface lurked a mouth lined with fangs, voraciously consuming schools of fish oblivious to their peril. This was no mere vessel. It resembled a colossal marine beast. Liu endowed its life template with 2 capabilities: the ability to manipulate water currents, facilitating a swift escape in times of crisis. Chapter 62. The wind crow's Lu Jiyu navigated the eternal through the depths of the ocean, embarking on his inaugural journey into the abyss. He marveled at the myriad marine creatures gliding through the underwater realm. Vast schools of fish surged towards the horizon, surrounded by flourishing seagrass and clusters of coral, alongside a plethora of bizarre species. Among them, he encountered several descendants of the sea god's offspring. Although devoid of divine cells and extraordinary abilities, they retained the general characteristics of their progenitor. These peculiar beings seemed to sense the presence of the eternal and were deterred by its aura. One creature, resembling a starfish, attempted to latch onto the vessel with its enormous suction cups. Lu Jiyu observed as the colossal mouth of the eternal opened wide, its throat rapidly transforming. A cataclysmic tremor emanated from its maw, sending shockwaves through the water, which resonated throughout the sea floor. The starfish was struck by this intense sonic vibration, disintegrating into a puddle of viscera. This was the second ability of the Eternal, the sonic shockwave, a concept Lu Jiyu had conceived long ago, but only recently brought to fruition. As the Eternal glided through the deep, Lu Jiyu pressed his face against the window, captivated by the enchanting, dreamlike world outside. It evoked memories of his cherished childhood book, Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and he felt as though he were on an adventure beneath the waves. Above the coastline rose sheer cliffs, insurmountable from his position. Although the Eternal could dive into the depths, it lacked the capability to ascend into the skies. Thus it was anchored in place. Lu Jiyu referred to the Eternal as the secondary brain, commanding it to remain docked and await further instructions. In this unique landscape, surrounded by towering mountains and dense jungles, there was not a single green plant to be found. The rocky terrain resembled the domain of demons, dominated by a white castle that sprawled across the mountainside, with a meticulously constructed road leading to its base. Within the castle, atop the cliffs, stood a magnificent black tower that reached for the clouds. This wizard's tower comprised 12 expansive levels, each offering ample space. The castle at the mountainside served as a residence for apprentices, while the tower was dedicated to learning, lectures, experiments, and reading. Inside, Lu Jiyu had meticulously organized a plethora of educational materials, translated into the widely spoken Finkish language. The library was replete with tomes collected over a millennium from various human and Orcish kingdoms, alongside elven manuscripts, filling the tower to the brim and providing aspiring wizards with the knowledge to broaden their horizons and comprehend the world. Lu Jiyu could confidently assert that no other collection on the continent of Alan was as comprehensive as his, with 2 levels brimming with books, creating a labyrinthine expanse that could easily lead one astray. The topmost level housed Lu Jiyu's lounge and laboratory, now fully furnished and adorned. The walls displayed artworks he had gathered from the Maria continent, and the floor was carpeted, furnished with sofas and a wine cabinet, complemented by a fireplace adorned with a lion's head and stained glass windows. However, upon opening the window, he was greeted by a swarm of crows encircling the Black Mountain, their eerie caws resonating in the evening air, evoking an unsettling sensation. These were the first magical beasts Lu Jiyu had cultivated over the past few months. Known as wind crows, he had engineered them to possess a genetic affinity for humans, akin to dogs on Earth, inherently loyal and obedient to commands. Their intellect was not to be underestimated, wielding the extraordinary ability of wind blades. Initially, Lu Jiyu aimed to create creatures capable of manipulating airflow, a skill inherent to mythical beings. However, when applied to these magical beasts, it resulted in a diminished and simplified ability, manifesting as compressed air that formed wind blades. Despite this limitation, the wind blades were formidable enough to cleave a large tree in half, rendering them lethal against unprepared individuals. Through the power of dream space, Lu Jiyu had tamed these wind crows, even imparting the ability to speak. In many respects, they were no less intelligent than humans, residing in nests beneath the cliff where Lu Jiyu's tower stood. "Greetings, Anthony." A larger wind crow alighted upon the tower's window. Lu Jiyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Blackjack." Blackjack returned the gesture. "Thank you for preparing such a splendid nest for us. It is wonderfully warm and comfortable. My children and I adore it." Lu Jiyu shrugged. "That is splendid to hear. However, Blackjack, I require your assistance with a task." Blackjack fluffed his feathers, displaying an array of human-like expressions and gestures, as if bound by duty. "Absolutely, what do you need?" Lu Jiyu promptly replied, "I need you and your flock to deliver some messages to certain individuals. Over the past 6 months, Lu Jiyu had compiled a preliminary list of prospective wizard apprentices, approximately 200 in total. However, he estimated that he would be fortunate if 100 arrived. At present, no one in the Maria world was aware of the existence of wizards or their nature. The list included individuals from various backgrounds, predominantly from families of modest means, with Lu Jiyu stipulating that they must have received basic education capable of reading and writing, in addition to possessing exceptional cognitive abilities. Among these individuals were children of minor nobility, the offspring of merchants, and sons of craftsmen, alongside several promising adults and slaves. Not only from human kingdoms, but there were also candidates from the Orc realms and the elves of Yala continent. The recruitment notification prepared by Lu Jiyu briefly introduced the origin and existence of wizards, as well as the significance of the Wizardess Tower. Should these individuals choose to accept the invitation, they could inform the Wind Crows, who would relay the message to the Eternal S alchemical vessel to come and receive them. Each person on this list was afforded a profound opportunity to transform their destiny and embark on a quest for truth, the outcome of which hinged entirely on their choices. Chapter 63. The special postman in the grand hall of a castle within the Alan continent, the human kingdom's postman, Lu Jiyu, stood holding a thick stack of letters. The hall was filled with a cacophony of wind crows swirling about, perched on the floor, chandeliers, windows, and tables, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Each wind crow appeared to converse animatedly, adorned with leather satchels that made them resemble postmen. Make way, make way. I believe I am delivering to the human kingdom. One cawed. Not me. I carry messages for the Orc kingdom. Another protested. I've heard there are letters for the Elven kingdom. I wish to see what the elves look like. As the chaos escalated, Blackjack bellowed, silence. Instantly, the room fell into stillness, the wind crows standing at attention, muted by his commanding presence. You shall only speak when called upon. Human kingdom postman, gather at the table. A row of wind crows lined up before Lu Jiyu at the long table. He had previously selected the crows destined to deliver messages, using the dreamscape to implant the names and locations of their recipients into their minds. All that remained was for him to distribute the letters. To Li Wei Si by Ku Tuo of the Lumen Kingdom. Upon uttering the name, one wind crow leapt forward. It's me, it exclaimed. Lu Jiyu gently patted its head, and the crow puffed up with pride, for within their genes lay a deep-seated loyalty and affection for humans. He placed the letter into its satchel and called the next name, continuing until all the letters for the human kingdom had been dispatched. In unison, the wind crows declared, "We vow to fulfill our tasks." They then soared from the castle, spiraling into the sky before departing toward their respective destinations, the nearest being the Lumen Kingdom and the farthest, the Tutankhamun dynasty. Orc Kingdom postman, please assemble before me. Lu Jiyu continued, distributing the letters for the Orc Kingdom. With a flourish of his hand in the center of the hall, an oval dimensional gate materialized. The wind crows eagerly flew through it, arriving in the Orc Kingdom, dispersing to deliver their messages. At that moment, a melodic chime echoed from outside, drawing Lu Jiyu from the castle to behold the grand bell atop the tower tolling. It was noon. At 12 o'clock. I must inspect the interior decorations of the Eternal. His assistant, the first subconscious, promptly reminded him of the day's schedule. To maximize his time, Lu Jiyu had meticulously crafted a task list, which the first subconscious would reference at designated intervals. The list, lengthy and daunting, revealed the multitude of responsibilities awaiting him, leading to a realization of his increased efficiency. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of his life resembling that of a machine, overly regimented. After assessing the interior of the Eternal, Lu Jiyu assigned 10 antfolk as crew members. Due to their simplistic brain structure, they could only engage in basic dialogue. Yet their management of the ship was unnecessary. They merely needed to oversee the boarding of wizard apprentices. Subsequently, Lu Jiyu inspected the entire structure of the wizard tower. Finding that the construction and interior furnishings were nearly complete, he had decreed that these individuals could never leave the tower, while they might study sorcery. Their existence would remain tied to it. He had no worries about their escape, for each bore a slave brand, and escaped slaves faced grim fates across all nations. Serving Lu Jiyu ensured their needs were met, with a life devoid of hardship, a veritable iron rice bowl. Furthermore, Lu Jiyu had acquired a type of beast of burden, reminiscent of a legendary creature, an ordinary camel, albeit one with golden fur, which he named Jin and Ima. This creature was sturdier, capable of carrying more cargo, and swift, able to navigate complex terrains with ease. Lu Jiyu established a pen for them at the mountain's foot, assigning a slave to tend to their care. He affectionately patted the necks of the Jin and Ima, who gazed at him with their oddly squinty eyes, evoking a smile. "Master, I must descend the mountain to procure supplies. Here is the list you provided. Does it align with your wishes?" A robust, middle-aged man, head bowed in deference, dared not meet Lu Jiyu's gaze. This slave, named Sargon, was the only one capable of reading and writing in the Finkish language, possessing bloodlines from the Tutankhamun dynasty, and he had managed the slaves with commendable efficiency. To clarify future developments, rest assured, the narrative will not falter, the structure remains rigorous. The protagonist has merely embarked on the initial phase of their journey, having only begun to unlock certain unique physical abilities, far from attaining true transcendence. They have yet to master the manipulation of mental energy. As the story progresses, a distinctive civilization shaped by the protagonist's thoughts will emerge, exploring the evolution of a society centered on the utilization of mental power. I have contemplated various methods of influencing reality, such as employing antfolk as extraterrestrials invading Earth, or masquerading as interdimensional merchants to initiate trade. Alternatively, I could invoke divine authority, allowing denizens of another world to undertake missions on Earth in exchange for celestial rewards, or resorting to the glitch of having Earthlings partake in a game. In a moment of urgency, Aishu attempted to shout, but Lu Jiyu swiftly covered her mouth. "I am Lu Jiyu." He seated himself beside her. "It has been long, Aishu. I understand this meeting may bewilder you, yet I assure you, I am here to heal you, completely and utterly." Lu Jiyu chuckled softly. "You may perceive my words as those of a madman, and my actions similarly eccentric, yet I implore you to trust me. I harbor no ill intentions." Aishu opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts, but words eluded her. Lu Jiyu slowly retrieved an old edition of Aesop's Fables from his pocket. "I recall tearing your copy of Aesop's Fables as a child. I believe this is the very version. I later purchased a replacement, wishing to return it to you, yet I never found the opportunity." Aishu, taken aback, grasped the book in Lu Jiyu's hands and lowered her gaze. "That was a gift from my father." Lu Jiyu nodded apologetically. "I am truly sorry. At that moment, I was unaware, and I even hurt you." Aishu looked at Lu Jiyu and asked, "May I see your face?" For a moment, Lu Jiyu froze, instinctively thinking that revealing his face might expose a vulnerability. Yet, he slowly removed his mask, saying, "I might look somewhat different now. You may not recognize me." As Aishu beheld Lu Jiyu's visage, she encountered a beauty that transcended humanity, barely recognizing the remnants of his former self. She stumbled back in astonishment, yet when her gaze met his eyes, she seemed to have a fleeting recognition. "Why did you save me? Was it out of guilt for the past, or mere pity for the weak?" Lu Jiyu shook his head. "It is not merely that. I have always cherished a saying, the wicked shall be repaid, while the virtuous shall enjoy longevity. Someone like you deserves a brilliant life, not to suffer in agony upon a hospital bed. I cannot interfere with others' fates, but you and I share a karmic bond. I hope for your future to be as radiant as a fairy tale, like the ugly duckling or Cinderella, transforming into a life of extraordinary beauty from this very moment." Aishu covered her mouth, her laughter tinged with a hint of sobs. You speak as if you were a god." Lu Jiyu gazed into her eyes, and Aishu turned away, lifting her hospital gown to reveal her pale back, the delicate contours of her form illuminated by the moonlight, exuding a peculiar allure. Lu Jiyu injected the serum into Aishu's spinal cord. After a soft gasp, she uttered with slight discomfort, "Regardless of whether your words hold truth or not, I forgive you." Lu Jiyu's face lit up with joy, but he cautioned her, "By the way, do not mention my current appearance or changes to anyone. It is of utmost importance. Remember, this is not to conceal a secret for my sake, but to protect you." Aishu drifted into a deep slumber, and Lu Jiyu understood that the serum had begun to take effect within her. She would be the first evolved human on Earth, aside from himself. However, this transformation would not be evident from her outward appearance. Even thorough examinations would only reveal her superior physical condition and recovery abilities, while the profound genetic changes within her would remain undetectable to the average observer. As Lu Jiyu exited the hospital, he transferred the last remnants of his identity as Lu Jiyu from his account and discarded his identification near a small lake by the roadside. In doing so, he resolved the lingering ties to that identity, achieving a sense of completeness. Henceforth, he would live in this world under a different guise. Upon waking, Aishu found the world around her transformed. The frailty that once plagued her had vanished entirely, her senses heightened to an extraordinary degree, even with her eyes closed. She could perceive the external world through her enhanced faculties, savoring the fragrant morning air. Instantly, memories of the previous night flooded back, and she glanced around, only to find herself alone. Parting the curtains revealed only another nurse and 2 empty beds. A sense of melancholy enveloped her, as if the events of yesterday had been but a fleeting dream, a mere figment of her imagination, with Lu Zhiyu's enchanting, ethereal face fading into the realms of fantasy. After a thorough examination, the doctors were astonished to discover that Aishu's body exhibited no ailments, as if everything that had transpired was merely a case of medical misdiagnosis. However, her condition had been ongoing for several years before this sudden recovery, causing quite a stir within the hospital. Yet, being a small-town hospital, even after repeated tests, they could only marvel at the wonders of the human body. Perhaps Aishu's health was restored due to a change in some part of her anatomy. A miraculous occurrence not uncommon in medical history. Aishu realized that her transformation was not solely physical. She could sense special signals, perceiving the emotional fluctuations within others. Although she could not hear their thoughts, she felt the emanations of goodwill or malice, greed, desire, joy, anger, and elation from those around her. It was as if no one could disguise their innermost feelings from her. The experience was astonishing. Curiosity about Lu Zhiyu burgeoned within her. However, when she attempted to contact him, she found all lines of communication, be it Weibo, WeChat, or QQ, were futile. Inquiring with classmates, most mentioned he had gone abroad for travel. Yet none knew his whereabouts. To her bewilderment, a large sum of money suddenly appeared in her account, leaving Aishu in a state of confusion as she sought Lu Zhiyu's whereabouts. At that moment, a lawyer from a law firm approached Aishu. "Hello, Ms. Aishu. I am here at the behest of Mr. Lu Zhiyu to transfer a property under his name to you." Aishu's heart raced with excitement. "Lu Zhiyu? Do you know where he is now?" The lawyer shook his head. "I am unaware. Mr. Lu mentioned plans for a world trip, so I cannot ascertain his current location." "Hello, Ms. Aishu. Please listen carefully. Here are the property transfer documents." Chapter 64. The notice. Early the next morning, Sargon bid farewell to his wife and daughter, setting forth with 2 other slaves and several ant-men, each clad in gray cloaks, tightly enveloping themselves. From this vantage point, 4 passageways could be seen, extending into the distance. This robust tunnel had been forged underground by the landfish after selecting the Black Forest as the site for the Wizard's Tower, utilizing the essence of the source. Choosing the southern passage, Landfish entered and beheld a subterranean track laid out before him, resembling an ancient minecart path. Beside it, a modified minecart, akin to a train, stood stationary. Since the inception of the Wizard's Tower, Landfish had dedicated 6 months to constructing this track, and presently, it was the only one completed, while the others remained vacant. Otherwise, he would not have permitted Sargon to ride a pack beast for procurement. Upon boarding, Landfish pulled the lever, and the tunnel cart surged forward into the darkness, its speed exhilarating, akin to a roller coaster, racing through the shadows and eliciting a sense of thrill. After 2 hours, Landfish finally reached the terminus. Descending from the cart, he pushed aside a concealed boulder, allowing the light of the outside world to flood in. This tunnel cart proved quite fascinating. Stepping outside, he discovered a canyon where a river flowed forth. As he traversed the muddy riverbed, he emerged from the gorge to behold the sea and the eternal ship moored nearby, its white form reminiscent of a bullet, exuding the grace of a modern vessel. Aboard the Eternal, Landfish noted numerous changes. The interior was fully furnished, with several Ant-Man crew members bustling about, tidying and finalizing preparations. The library brimmed with books. The bar was stocked with barrels and exquisite glassware. The dining area featured long tables and a completed kitchen, and the storeroom was filled with provisions. The Eternal could convert and store water itself, while the food cellar possessed freezing capabilities, ensuring freshness and longevity of supplies. Each small compartment contained 4 beds, 2 long tables, and a large partitioned cupboard, resembling a university dormitory, which appeared quite agreeable. Nodding in satisfaction after confirming all was in order, Landfish proceeded to the control room at the lowest level of the Eternal, where he set the course for this voyage. The Eternal was to depart from here, with the first destination being the Lumen Kingdom, navigating through major rivers to collect inland wizard apprentices, before heading to the York continent, and ultimately crossing the ocean to the Yara continent to escort the elves there. Paul was a physician, operating a modest clinic in Masta City. His grandfather and father had both been doctors, granting his family a measure of renown in the city. Paul inherited the clinic before turning 20, following a devastating plague that had swept through the city a year prior. Although his father had successfully isolated the outbreak, he ultimately succumbed to the illness. Paul felt profoundly lost. Among humanity, the medical profession was exceedingly precious, with most knowledge being familial and closely guarded. Thus, Paul was only versed in herbalism, capable of treating colds, fevers, and minor wounds, adept at bandaging and staunching bleeding, and concocting basic hemostatic remedies. Even with this limited expertise, he had gained a reputation as a skilled physician, often sought after by nobility for treatment. Since taking over the clinic, Paul had encountered numerous patients, many ailments remaining unidentifiable and their causes elusive. More terrifying still were the plagues that invoked dread. Although he diligently perused various texts, meticulously documenting each case, his home overflowed with collected data, and he pondered these matters daily, yet results remained unattainable. Paul never believed that diseases were divine punishments or curses from deities. He held that ailments were manifestations of internal bodily issues, resolvable by identifying the corresponding problems. However, in this era, diagnosis relied solely on experience and tradition, often leading to misdiagnosis, leaving Paul without effective solutions. At that moment, a black crow soared across the sky, circling Masta City before descending to perch upon the flagpole atop Paul's clinic. "Go away, don't linger on my clinic." The crow, a harbinger of death, known as a bird of doom, unnerved Paul, who harbored superstitions regarding such omens. Yet, the crow paid him no heed, fixating its gaze upon him, causing Paul to feel a chill and hurriedly retreat. Suddenly, the crow spoke. "Indeed, it is he. I have finally found you, Paul Clemmer." Under the flickering oil lamp, Paul scribbled notes while consulting his references as night enveloped the world. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Knock, knock, knock, knock." Paul donned his coat and approached the door, calling out, "Who is it? What brings you here at such a late hour?" A strange, hoarse voice responded from outside. "Open the door. I am the messenger." Confused, Paul wondered who would send him a letter, and why would a messenger be out at this hour? He opened the door. A gust of cold wind rushing in, causing him to shiver, yet he saw no one. "Where is everyone?" "I'm right here. Do your eyes deceive you?" Looking down, Paul was startled to find the speaker was none other than the peculiar crow that had perched atop his clinic's flagpole. His mouth agape, Paul swiftly slammed the door shut, leaning against it, drenched in cold sweat. "Oh, by the gods, Maria, what have I just witnessed?" A talking crow. Chapter 65. "Your letter has arrived," Bull was fervently praying. Yet outside his door, a raven claiming to be a postman persistently knocked. "Hey, open the door, you rude fellow. I, Bicta, have flown for half a month just to deliver this letter to you. So hurry up and let me in, do you hear me? Bull Kelamo, open the door, or I shall break it down." Bull felt as though his worldview was crumbling. He was being confronted by a talking raven blocking his escape. This raven, claiming to be a postman named Bicta, threatening to smash down his door. With a thunderous roar, a powerful gust swept through, and Bull felt as if his door had been cleaved in two, the razor-sharp wind slicing just above his head. The entrance collapsed, dragging down furniture and picture frames, burying Bull in the chaos, leaving the scene in utter disarray. The wind raven, Bicta, leaped inside, landing atop Bull's forehead, brandishing his satchel, with wings that resembled iron feathers. He effortlessly opened it. "Hey, Bull Kelamo, your letter has arrived. Please sign for it." Where are you?" Bull gasped, astonished. "You really are the postman?" "No, wait. What have you done? You've smashed my door." This peculiar postman was a first for Bull. He had never heard of a raven delivering letters, let alone one that could speak and wield such extraordinary power to demolish doors. Bull found some wooden planks and hastily nailed them up to block the cold wind from outside, resigned to wait for someone to repair the damage the next day. Though he felt as if he were dreaming, he cautiously opened the strange raven's letter and read it with care. "Dear Mr. Bull Kelamo, congratulations. You have been accepted into the Wizard's Tower as an apprentice. If you wish to proceed, please inform the postman, who will guide you to the ferry that will take you to the Wizard's Tower for a 5-year apprenticeship. The Wizard's Tower is a place of truth. Understanding the world, omniscience is omnipotence." Bull read the letter in a daze, grasping its essence. An organization called the Wizard's Tower had sent him an invitation to study within their ranks and become a wizard apprentice, akin to a school for wizards. Wizards were portrayed as individuals who learned and mastered the arcane arts, people who understood the world, its rules, and the fundamental forces of nature. However, Bull remained perplexed and turned to the raven named Bikta, asking, "What is a wizard?" Bikta hopped onto the table, stretching his wings beneath the oil lamp. "I am Bikta, and I am not a mere raven. I am a wind raven, a magical beast wielding the power of the wind, a higher being. Not a foolish raven like those you know." Bull's face twitched. "All right, Mr. Bikta, so what exactly is a wizard?" Bikta nodded with satisfaction. "Well, since you have sincerely asked, I shall reluctantly explain. With a flap of my wings, you shall see two blades of wind intersect, slicing a table behind you into 4 precise pieces." Bull jumped up in alarm. "My table? This was passed down from my grandfather. What on earth do you intend to do?" Bikta fluffed his wings. "Did you not ask for an explanation? This is the power of a wizard, to understand the essence of the world and wield extraordinary abilities. By grasping the power of the wind, one can command it. By comprehending lightning, one can summon thunder. By discerning the nature of water, one can navigate the seas. That is what it means to be a wizard." Bull's mouth fell open. "You mean I could also wield such power?" Bikta nodded affirmatively. "Of course. If you attend the tower for your studies, you will master the truths of the world and acquire boundless knowledge, becoming a wizard." Bull immediately inquired, "Then if I understand the mysteries of the human body, could I not cure all ailments and uncover the secrets of human anatomy?" Bikta's little head struggled to comprehend such queries, merely echoing the words taught by Lu Jiyu, and answered offhandedly, "Certainly. The Wizard's Tower is omnipotent." Bull became exceedingly excited. "Then how can I reach the tower?" Bikta turned to calculate. "I must signal the ferry. According to the plan, it is scheduled to arrive at midnight a week from now at the port of the Mesamir River to collect us. We simply need to board with the other apprentices and head to the Wizard's Tower." Bull asked eagerly, "Are there other wizard apprentices?" Bikta regarded Bull with disdain. "Of course. Did you think you were the only one?" Bull touched his nose, but he had resolutely decided to explore this opportunity. At just 20 years old, he was not content to remain in this small town as a mediocre doctor. He cherished medicine, recognizing the countless mysteries hidden within the human body, and yearned to explore and understand them. This organization, the Wizard's Tower, represented a chance for him. Bikta's words about the world described in the acceptance letter ignited Bull's aspirations, as the quest for knowledge and the unknown was boundless. Moreover, with Bikta, a living embodiment of the extraordinary before him, he was introduced to the hidden facets of this world. Magical beasts? What were they? They could unleash extraordinary powers. "Hey, what are you doing? I must inform you. I have a mate. Among the Wind Raven clan, I am renowned as the illustrious beauty of the Wind Ravens. Do not look at me with those filthy, insatiable eyes." Bikta folded his wings tightly, standing on tiptoes, guarding himself with a wary gaze directed at Bull. Bull felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He would never admit his curiosity about how such a small head could harbor wisdom. Yet, he dared not voice it, for this was a creature that commanded extraordinary powers, while he was merely an ordinary man, not even a knight. In Bull's eyes, even an awakened bloodline knight might not stand a chance against this raven. Chapter 66. Boarding at 2 o'clock in the morning, at the dock of the Mesamir River, Paul carried 2 large chests, having exchanged all his valuable possessions for gold coins to bring with him. Within these chests lay his research achievements and tools. In a certain sense, Paul had already staked everything on this venture, fighting for his survival. "Hey, Bikta, where's the ship you mentioned?" "I see no sign of it," Paul exclaimed. The biting cold wind howled, threatening to sweep away anyone caught in its grasp. Even clad in a heavy coat, Paul felt the icy chill seeping through the collar and seams, numbing him to the core. Bikta perched on Paul's shoulder and quickly reassured him, "Don't fret. The vessel will arrive precisely when it's meant to, never a moment late. It's not my fault you're in such a rush to depart at this ungodly hour." Just then, Bikta's small head perked up. "Look, the ship is coming." Paul hurriedly scanned the river's expanse. "Where? I don't see it." Bikta, lowering his head, pecked at Paul's collar. "Look down." As Paul lowered his gaze, he beheld the broad river's surface, illuminated by the moonlight, which shimmered and reflected the stars above. Yet beneath the water, a massive shadow seemed to rise slowly, resembling a colossal beast surfacing from the depths. "My heavens, what on earth is that?" Paul gasped, dropping the 2 chests in shock. A gigantic ship emerged from the water, revealing a sleek, white exterior that exuded an indescribable beauty. Is that the ship of Her Majesty Maria? I've never seen a vessel rise from the depths like that, and why does it lack sails? I don't even see any oars. Paul felt as though a fantastical world was unfolding before him. Bicta, brimming with pride, declared, "That is a wizard's ship. You mere mortals have certainly never encountered one before. Stop staring in awe. Hurry aboard. The wizard's attendants are coming." Wizard's attendants? Paul turned to see two cloaked figures emerging from the ship, rowing a small boat to ferry them aboard. Cautiously, he placed the chests into the small boat and thanked the figures. "Thank you for your assistance." In the darkness, the hoods of the two figures were deep and shadowy, preventing Paul from discerning their features. As the small boat glided towards the grand vessel, Paul examined it closely. Its white exterior was of an unknown material, yet it appeared both heavy and robust. Suddenly, he noticed two large eyes at the bow of the ship moving, turning to gaze at him. What? Paul jumped in surprise, believing the eyes to be mere decoration until they actually moved. Did you see that? Its eyes moved. Following the attendants down the stairs into the ship's hold, Paul observed the spacious interior. The attendants introduced him to the various areas. The first level featured a dining room, a conference room, and a lounge, along with a recreational area. There were also some students aboard with whom he could interact, and over there was the bar. The attendant began to outline the ship's amenities. To Paul, the attendant seemed almost human in intelligence, yet in reality, it was merely following a predetermined routine. If Paul strayed from the script with his inquiries, the attendant would not respond. Well, this ship is truly remarkable, Paul thought, feeling as though this journey was indeed a dream come true. This is the library, containing books on general knowledge, history of the continent, biographies, and more. Upon entering the library, Paul's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immersed himself in the vast array of books lining the shelves. "May I peruse all these books?" Paul asked, exhilarated. In Allen Continent, books were immensely precious. Ordinary families could scarcely afford them, and some tomes were treated like treasured heirlooms. The possession of a large library indicated noble status. The attendant nodded. "You may read and borrow any of these books. However, you must not take any with you upon disembarkation. Also, fighting, brawling, or instigating disputes aboard is strictly prohibited. Those who violate the rules will be expelled." Paul promptly nodded. "I promise to abide by the rules." He gazed longingly at the books, eager to dive into their contents. Meanwhile, Bicta cast a disdainful glance at him. "Look at you. So easily impressed. In the tower, the library there is truly grand. You could gaze upon shelves that stretch into infinity, and you would spend a lifetime without exhausting its collection. Is that so? How utterly enchanting." Paul replied, his enthusiasm undimmed. As he ventured deeper into the library, he spotted a figure seated in the corner, reading by the dim light of an oil lamp. It was midnight, and everyone else seemed to be resting. Yet this individual remained engrossed in their book. "Hello, I am Paul, a newly arrived wizard apprentice from the Grand Duchy of Gragu." The reader looked up, meeting Paul's gaze. "Hello, I am Catherine, from the Kingdom of Mara." She was a stunning young girl with golden hair, appearing several years younger than Paul, which made him blush. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We shall be companions from now on." Catherine nodded, returning her attention to her book. Under the attendant's guidance, Paul proceeded to the lower chamber, where another apprentice was already resting. Feeling fatigued himself, Paul set down his belongings, removed his coat, and climbed into the warm, comfortable bed, quickly drifting into slumber. Chapter 67. The journey. Borte gazed out the window, captivated by the multitude of extraordinary creatures swimming through the azure depths. These beings were unlike anything he had ever encountered before. The ocean floor shimmered with an exquisite array of colors under the sun's radiant glow. Ulrich, a pig-like orc who arrived after Borte, joined him at the window, both marveling at the underwater spectacle. Although Borte harbored no fondness for orcs, given the age-old enmity between their races, his father had once visited the Orcish lands and possessed a smattering of the Sophic language, making him the only one in the room capable of conversing with Ulrich. The pig people, generally regarded as a weaker and more peace-loving faction within the Orcish realm, were often looked down upon by their more formidable kin. Ulrich, being quite the chatterbox, frequently engaged Borte in conversation. "What is the wizard's tower like? It's so incredible that this ship can sail without sails, even traversing the ocean depths, teeming with monsters. No one has ever ventured into such uncharted waters." Ulrich exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he leaned against the window. Borte smirked. 10 days ago, we encountered the legendary sea monster, larger than this entire ship, with a gaping maw capable of swallowing a house whole. It was as terrifying as a demon, wielding a power akin to that of the devil, boiling the surrounding waters and killing all fish within a radius of dozens of meters. Yet, before this ship, it was vanquished in an instant. Ulrich's eyes widened with excitement. Vanquished? How was it defeated? Borte shook his head. I cannot say. All I heard was the ship emit a tremendous roar, and that colossal beast perished. The sea turned crimson, resembling a scene from hell itself. Ulrich gasped. You mean the ship roared? Borte nodded. Are you unaware? This ship is alive. I overheard the ship's attendant mention that it is an alchemical life form, a being imbued with life. At that moment, the door swung open, and a thin, pale-faced youth entered, their companion, Akkad. It's time for dinner. I've heard we are soon to reach our final destination before heading to the Wizard's Tower. Having departed from the Black Forest over a month ago, the passengers aboard the ship remained oblivious to their ultimate destination. Yet they knew they were traversing lands unexplored by both humans and orcs. Those who boarded this vessel were largely discontented with their current circumstances, seeking change and drawn in by the enchanting descriptions in the invitation they received. Each person eagerly awaited the day they could set foot in the Wizard's Tower. Among the passengers were the illegitimate sons of nobles, the offspring of courtiers, the daughters of pianists, and wandering young bards, mostly in their teens or early 20s. With Borte being among the older ones at just under 25. The trio made their way down the corridor, encountering several other apprentices who had also been recruited. The group was divided into smaller factions, with nobles, courtiers, and scholars mingling together, while merchants formed their own clusters. Those of lower birth, such as Borte and Akkad, also banded together. Relations between humans and orcs were strained, with Borte and Ulrich being the sole exceptions. Due to the language barrier and historical animosity, communication was rare, and conflicts had previously erupted. However, under the regulations imposed and the watchful eyes of the ship's attendants, tensions remained subdued. As they stepped onto the deck, they spotted numerous wind ravens, messengers who would accompany them on their return journey. Borte soon heard a familiar voice calling out, Hey Borte. Hello, Bicta. I hear we are nearing our next destination. Is it a tribe from the Orcish lands? Borte inquired. Bicta flapped his wings disdainfully. Short-sighted humans. Believing the world consists solely of Alan continent, we are bound for another continent, to meet the legendary elven race. At Bicta's proclamation, everyone halted, even forgetting their meal. A lavishly dressed youth stepped forward, inquiring, What do you mean by another continent? Bicta glanced at the youth. Ah, it's the onion head from the Lumen Kingdom. I refuse to converse with you. The cursed raven. The onion head referred to as Levis Bicter, hailing from a noble family in Lumen Kingdom. He often boasted of his status, looking down upon the other apprentices on the ship, despite being merely a baron's illegitimate son with no claim to inheritance. Bicta shot Levis a glare, who instinctively took a step back, remembering the raven's peculiar power over the winds, an extraordinary force even bloodline knights could not withstand. Borte interjected, All right, Bicta, please enlighten us. Bicta leaped up, Very well, I shall share. Our next stop is Yala Continent, the fabled realm of the elves, rumored to be the most beautiful place in the entire Maria world, where spring reigns eternal, and rare flowers and exotic creatures abound. All under the care of the elven folk. Borte's curiosity piqued. Yala Continent? Besides Alan Continent, are there truly other continents? And what exactly are elves? Bicta puffed out his chest, proudly reciting knowledge gleaned from their leader, Blackjack, regarding the elves. His demeanor shifted to one of utmost arrogance as he declared, The elven race is legendary, with lifespans reaching 1,000 years, a true testament to longevity. They possess an ethereal beauty akin to angels, with pointed ears and eyes like celestial gems. They cherish peace, art, and the vitality of the forest. Gasps of awe escaped the crowd as they imagined such a perfect race. Could such a race truly exist? How is it possible? To live for 1,000 years? Are they favored by the gods? I yearn to meet an elf. After their meal, rather than dispersing, everyone congregated in the conference room and library, eagerly discussing the impending arrival at Yala Continent, all eager to behold the legendary elves. Chapter 68. The conclusion of an enchanted journey as the vessel docked at the shore. A group of apprentices eagerly ascended to the deck. It was a radiant afternoon, with the sun casting its warm glow, while waves rhythmically caressed the beach. In the distance, two tall figures emerged from the forest. Is this Yala continent? It is truly beautiful. Look, are they elves? Shall we greet them? Previously, Levi had been the center of attention, but at this moment, he felt a twinge of annoyance as others captured the spotlight. What is so special about them? They are merely more aesthetically pleasing, he thought. His companions, however, were oblivious to his discontent, their gazes fixed below, filled with curiosity about the legendary long-lived beings. The favored children of the gods. Even the trio of board joined the others at the ship's railing, straining to catch a glimpse of the distant figures. The two figures boarded a small boat, gracefully climbing onto the deck. They lightly touched the ropes, and with a fluid motion, their ethereal forms alighted upon the deck. Clad in white silk robes, they bore an instrument unlike anything the apprentices had ever seen. The attire and patterns of the two were entirely distinct from those of the human continent, where most garments consisted of fitted tops and bottoms. Such elaborate styles were typically reserved for the clergy, adorned with opulence. Carrying intricately woven wicker boxes, they appeared exquisite and complex. As the sunlight illuminated their faces beneath the silk robes, their flawless features and delicate profiles sparkled in the afternoon light, captivating all present. The once chattering crowd fell silent, holding their breath in awe. Even Levi, who had previously scoffed, found his focus lost in the presence of these angelic beings. Before them stood a male and female, both resembling celestial beings. With pointed, delicate ears and silk and silver hair cascading over their shoulders, their angelic visages and unblemished skin evoked a sense of inferiority among the onlookers, further enhanced by the unique aura they emanated. Like goddesses wandering through the forest, the two elves curiously surveyed the apprentices on deck, having never encountered humans before. The male elf exhibited a hint of arrogance, while the female stepped forward to introduce herself. Greetings, I am Wendy, and this is my brother, Wolf. However, Wendy spoke in the elven Sylvan tongue, rendering her words incomprehensible to those present. At that moment, Levi, blushing, approached to introduce himself, but Wendy remained puzzled by his words. Unexpectedly, after introducing himself, Levi performed an ostentatious noble's kiss on the hand, provoking Wolf's outrage as he forcefully shoved Levi to the ground. Laughter erupted among the crowd as Levi felt both embarrassed and furious. Just then, the ship's steward called out, urging everyone to refrain from lingering on deck, as the weather was pleasant, and the arrival vessel would soon navigate the waters. The apprentices, confined within the ship for an extended period, soon ventured to the kitchen to procure some food, seeking sunlight and relaxation on the deck. However, several apprentices gravitated towards the female elf Wendy, including Boar, who shamelessly approached her under the pretense of wanting to learn the Sylvan language. Meanwhile, a number of female apprentices found themselves captivated by Wolf. Humans are naturally drawn to beauty, and the youthful apprentices aboard the ship were no exception. In the Black Forest, within the well-lit castle beneath the wizard's tower, numerous antfolk and slaves busily prepared for a grand banquet. The banquet hall was adorned with a lavish array of food and plates, and a fire crackled in the hearth. Despite the Luman Kingdom's southern location, winter had fully arrived, bringing significant chill. The Eternal had docked an hour prior, and soon the first group of apprentices from the wizard's tower would arrive to partake in the feast prepared by the Land of Fish, integrating into the ranks of the tower's apprentices as part of the 5-year program. As dusk fell and night enveloped the sky, all aboard the Eternal disembarked, arriving at the coastline of the Black Forest. Those who had boarded the vessel earliest had spent over a month at sea, and as they stepped onto solid ground, they felt as if their legs were made of jelly. Have we arrived? Is this truly the wizard's tower? Why can I see nothing? Upon disembarking, they discovered a simple stretch of coast and a newly constructed small dock, where Sargon awaited their arrival. Seeing the ship had finally reached its destination, he approached. All apprentices, look this way and follow me. They traversed a pebble-strewn path, crossing a wooden bridge over a stream, until Sargon opened a stone door. Inside the cavernous space, torches flickered on the walls, casting a mysterious ambience that enveloped them. A peculiar contraption resembling a series of connected carts, devoid of horses, stood before them. What is this? How can it move without horses? Boar, being slightly older, speculated. It resembles a minecart system, but I have never seen anything like this before. Where could it possibly lead? The wizard's tower isn't built underground, is it? Curiosity piqued. The apprentices followed Sargon onto the odd vehicle. As dozens of them settled in, Sargon pulled a lever, and the contraption slowly began to move, gradually gaining speed until it raced forward with exhilarating swiftness. Screams of surprise erupted from the apprentices as darkness enveloped them, coupled with the sensation of soaring through the air, akin to floating on clouds. At that moment, Sargon ignited an oil lamp, illuminating the interior, revealing several apprentices crouched on the floor in fright, which incited a wave of laughter. As they adjusted to the rapid pace, a thrill coursed through them, prompting some to lean out of the windows, letting out excited cries, much to Sargon's chagrin. The cart sped along the tracks, racing from the edge of the Black Forest towards its core, inching ever closer to the Black Mountain, where the land of fish awaited their long-anticipated arrival. Chapter 69. The Wizard's Tower. As the vehicle arrived at its final destination, an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration washed over everyone. Many passengers, with their heads protruding from the windows, found their hair swept back dramatically by the wind. Upon disembarking, they grasped their luggage and, under the guidance of several staff members from Sargon, ascended the stairs. As the mechanical walls parted, all were ushered into the castle's grand hall, where the brilliance of the lights revealed a space of exquisite opulence. Lavish stained glass windows adorned the walls, and a ceiling inlaid with jewels sparkled above them. The hall was graced with artistic oil paintings and a fireplace embellished with animal heads. Wow, that is the sacred war depicted by Frant, illustrating the moment the Golden King vanquished the 12th generation Wolf King, Costa, exclaimed several apprentices from affluent backgrounds, their discerning eyes captivated by the treasures surrounding them. Among the displayed artifacts were priceless antiques, and although some nobles were present, many hailed from humble origins and had never encountered such grandeur. The long table was laden with silverware, and a plethora of dishes tantalized the senses, causing the stomachs of the apprentices, who had not eaten since noon, to rumble audibly. Amidst the hazy glow of the lights and flickering shadows, they wandered into the castle, their heads spinning with wonder. At that moment, Lu Jiyu emerged from a circular portal, having traversed dimensions to stand before them. Is everyone here? Why are there so few of you? Lu Jiyu furrowed his brow, noting that only a little over 40 apprentices had arrived, far below his expectations. With over 200 admission notices dispatched, it was evident that many had chosen to forego the opportunity. All eyes turned to Lu Jiyu, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an elf. His long black hair was tied back, and he donned a white coat trimmed in silver, complemented by a white shirt and black trousers, with pristine white boots beneath. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Anthony, the master of this wizard's tower, and I shall be your mentor. I understand you may have numerous questions, but in due course, you will find clarity. Classes will commence tomorrow, and you will reside in this castle for a 5-year period of study. Lu Jiyu clapped his hands. All right, little ones, since you've arrived, let us feast. Tonight's banquet has been specially prepared for you. Enjoy yourselves and rejoice. For from this day forward, your lives shall no longer be ordinary. Although Lu Jiyu spoke in the language of Finkus, his voice resonated through their minds, allowing even those from beast and elf races to comprehend his meaning, leaving them astonished as they covered their mouths in disbelief. As Lu Jiyu took his seat, the apprentices lined up along the long table, which had been transformed from 3 separate tables into one, with a mere wave of his hand. The other 2 tables and their food vanished, prompting gasps of astonishment from the apprentices, who perceived such power as divine. The meal had been meticulously prepared by Ant-Man chefs, featuring spices and cooking methods unseen by the apprentices. In the land of Alan, even salt was a luxury, and spices were reserved for the wealthiest nobles. The apprentices, unaccustomed to such lavish fare, devoured the banquet as if it were a celestial feast meant only for gods. As the apprentices reveled, Lu Jiyu continued. Your travel expenses amount to 10 gold malins, with an annual tuition of 200 gold malins. This includes your textbooks, accommodation, meals, and laboratory fees, along with standard materials. Any additional items will incur extra charges. Gasps filled the air as they processed the exorbitant costs, which totaled nearly 1,000 gold malins, an amount far beyond the reach of even minor nobles, let alone the apprentices present. At this moment, Orr stood up. But, Mr. Anthony, we cannot afford such sums. Lu Jiyu narrowed his eyes. I did not state that payment is required immediately. You may repay this sum after graduation. Levis then rose, declaring, this is extortion. This is usury. How can such exorbitant fees be justified? Even 5 years from now, we could never repay such a debt. Lu Jiyu paused momentarily. Levis Bichter, is it not? Levis straightened, affirming, indeed, I hail from the Bichter family, an aristocrat. Lu Jiu nodded. In 5 years, you shall realize that the notions of nobility, emperors, power, and wealth will hold no allure for you, as they will be as insignificant as the dirt beneath your feet. If you cannot repay your malins, fret not. I shall expel such fools from the tower, forbidding them from ever using its name again or calling themselves wizards. For they would be a disgrace to the title. Levis, flushed with embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words. The extraordinary experiences along the journey, the talking wind raven capable of effortlessly dispatching a squad of blood knights, the life alchemical ship that traversed oceans to slay sea gods, the wondrous life servants, the underground rail cars, and the opulent wizard-esque castle had left him utterly astounded. For these apprentices, it was as if they had emerged from a well into a vast world, realizing for the first time the enormity of existence, the majesty of the oceans, and the presence of other continents and races alongside wizards wielding incredible powers. After the banquet concluded, chatter erupted among the guests. Under the careful organization of several administrators appointed by Lu Jiu, each apprentice found their own room within the castle, ensuring solitude for meditation and ease for studying and reading. Chapter 70. The concept of sorcery at the break of dawn the following day. As the clock of the sorcerer's tower tolled, all present awoke promptly. Clad in gray robes of apprentice sorcerers, they hastily made their way to the towering edifice perched upon the cliff. The white stone steps ascended gradually, resembling a pilgrimage path. As they ran and gazed upward at the majestic tower, breathless, they finally reached the topmost step, where the grandeur of the sorcerer's tower could be fully appreciated. Constructed by 1,000 tireless artisan ants over the course of 6 months, the completion of this marvel would have demanded immeasurable human resources and time. One by one, they traversed the great hall on the first floor and entered a sunlit chamber on the second floor, which bore resemblance to a small theater, spacious and comfortable, encircling a podium where everyone took their seats. Lu Jiu appeared on the podium and surveyed the assembled apprentices, noting that all 46 were present. A few sorceress attendants began distributing a plethora of textbooks, each apprentice receiving a substantial stack, which included tomes on linguistics, mathematics, geometry, as well as the concepts and existence of sorcery, the magical web, and the understanding of mental energy. Lu Jiu addressed the audience. From this day forth, I shall impart a lesson each month. You may pose questions, but the remainder of your time is to be spent studying independently. The libraries on the 5th and 6th floors are at your disposal. However, access to the library on the 7th floor requires special permission. The 9th floor houses a botanical garden, featuring both common and specially cultivated plants, while the 8th floor contains the beast pens, where various animals and magical beasts are confined. An excursion to these facilities will be arranged during your studies. The 10th and 11th floors are dedicated laboratories, accessible only to those who have officially become sorceress apprentices. Each of you will be assigned to a laboratory. As the apprentices listened attentively to Lu Jiu's opening remarks and introduction, the lesson commenced. Our first discourse will address the question, what is a sorcerer? How does one become a sorcerer? A sorcerer is an entity that seeks the truths of the world. We are not mere conjurers, nor are we here to acquire extraordinary powers. We are prophets of truth, seekers of knowledge. Sorcery is but a byproduct of our understanding of the world and its rules. Omniscience equates to omnipotence. When you comprehend the formation of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, you can manipulate them at will. When you grasp the essence of life, you can create it. To know all truths and the operations of the cosmos is to attain divinity. What is divinity? Omniscience is divinity. What I impart to you is the path to becoming divine. That is the essence of sorcery. At that moment, a figure stood up. It was Acade, who boldly exclaimed, Antonia, I cannot agree with your assertion. It is an affront to the divine. Wendy of the elven race also rose, declaring, the Lord of Natural Order would never tolerate such a statement. Lu Jiu smiled, you disagree? What are you? And what is divinity? Do you believe yourselves to be devotees of the divine? Do the divine require your faith? To them, you are not. Do the exalted beings need the gaze of ants from the ground? Do they care for the thoughts of those beneath them, whether in reverence or scorn? Your faith and offerings are no more than the moldy bread retrieved from a refuse pile by a beggar, presented to a king. To the divine, you are worth less than a copper coin, for they cannot even perceive you. In this world of Maria, all that you possess is akin to worthless stones to the divine. You are merely a band of self-deceiving fools, frauds masquerading under the guise of divinity. To me, you are also akin to refuse. Your sole merit lies in your intellect. Without wisdom, what distinguishes you from decayed flesh by the roadside? What do you possess? Beauty? Noble lineage? Endless wealth? No. To me, you are devoid of value. Only wisdom, knowledge, and the brilliance of the mind constitute your true worth. Liziyu's words struck the audience with a profound shock, akin to a tempest of the soul. After absorbing his almost demonic rhetoric, many trembled, hesitant to rise in rebuttal. Paralyzed by fear. To speak of attaining divinity? Such blasphemous claims were unheard of in the realms of humanity, beast folk, or elves. Yet Liziyu dared, for he required these individuals to forge a path for him, irrespective of the consequences. He had advanced many steps ahead of them, armed with extraordinary advantages. He was confident that by the time they reached divinity, he would have progressed far beyond, perhaps even discovering the essence of the cosmic diagram, enabling him to traverse dimensions and create worlds without reliance on its power. Liziyu possessed the audacity and ambition. The greater the courage, the greater the yield. Had he not dared to reshape the two-dimensional space into a world of artistry, he might still be clutching the cosmic diagram, using it as a mere storage space, living the life of a wretched smuggler, earning a meager fortune. Without those bold endeavors, he would have succumbed to terminal illness, and even if he had survived, he would be nearing the twilight of his years, frail and unable to run a few steps. What good would the cosmic diagram do him then? He would still face mortality. He could never escape the truth of being a false deity, hiding in self-delusion. Liziyu refused that fate, even devoid of the cosmic diagram. He aspired to be a god. That was his true desire. Do not fear others surpassing you. Have confidence that no one can outstrip you. Even if there are no superior beings within your realm, what of the universe beyond? What of dimensions beyond? Are there not higher entities that transcend the rules? Are there not hidden secrets upon the earth? There will always be those stronger than you. Rather than suppressing others, strive to advance yourself. Instead of wallowing in your own realm, claiming dominion, Liziyu yearned to explore the extent of life's evolution, to uncover the limits of knowledge and wisdom. This was the impetus behind the establishment of the Sorcerer's Tower, to gather the wisdom of many and carve a path for the evolution of life. Furthermore, this is a wholly materialistic and knowledge-based journey. No one can achieve it instantaneously. There exists no one who can suddenly attain enlightenment and surpass Liziyu. He, having mastery over the Sorcerer's Tower, could oversee the accumulation of knowledge throughout the world. Who could surpass him in this endeavor? Liziyu's inaugural lesson introduced the concept of sorcery, guiding them to comprehend what a sorcerer truly is, to understand how one becomes a sorcerer, the nature of mental energy and the magical web, the practice of meditation, and how to connect to the magical web to draw forth magical energy. By the way, all these texts are in Phoenix language, for those unfamiliar with it. Tomorrow you may attend a linguistics course conducted by the sorceress attendants or borrow linguistic texts from the library. It is imperative that you learn it within a month. Each day, various courses will be available, and these are electives. You may choose what you wish to attend. However, my class is mandatory for each of you. Absences or tardiness will incur severe penalties, and repeated offenses may lead to expulsion from the tower. If you have any inquiries, feel free to pose them to me next month. Should one fail to master the fundamental meditation techniques within 3 months, and instead become entangled in the dark web of spiritual awakening, they shall be expelled from the wizard's tower. Upon concluding his statement, Liziyu immediately departed, leaving a palpable sense of urgency among all present. Many, unfamiliar with Finxian, displayed signs of anxiety, while those like Bo-Er, who were versed in both Sophoclean and Finxian, found themselves surrounded by a throng seeking his guidance. Chapter 71. The library immediately, Bor made his way to the 5th floor's library, eager to witness the grandiosity of what Bikta had described as the largest library in the world. The staircase of the wizard's tower spiraled upward, stretching interminably, and Bor found the ascent to be a daunting challenge, leaving him breathless by the time he reached the 5th floor. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, and a cascade of cold sweat drenched him. He felt utterly soaked. Before him, sprawled across the corridor, lay an enormous beast resembling a lion, adorned with colossal wings, menacing fangs, and sharp claws. Its streamlined body exuded the aura of a supreme predator. Later, Bor learned that this formidable creature was known as a griffin. Feeling as though he might collapse, he steadied himself against the wall and cautiously traversed the corridor, pushing open a massive door to enter the library's interior. Upon crossing the threshold, Bor's jaw dropped in awe. Before him stood towering bookshelves, rising 4 stories high and stretching into the depths of the library, seemingly without end. An infinite expanse of books filled the space, creating a veritable mountain of literature, and the air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of paper. As Bohr stepped onto the crimson carpet, he ventured further inside. The midday sun streaming through the glass windows on either side, casting shimmering reflections throughout the vast library. The exquisite curtains billowed gently in the breeze, and Bohr felt akin to a diminutive figure in a realm of giants, dwarfed by the immense shelves and space surrounding him. My heavens, is this paradise? Lu Jiyu, having embarked on the study of magical beasts, had conjured a variety of creatures based on his own imagination. He created the wind raven, capable of manipulating wind blades, the blue-cold serpent, which could control water molecules, the gale wolf, able to unleash air cannons, the earth bear, which could transform soil into rock and release earthen spikes, and the griffin, equipped with the ability to emit sonic waves. Additionally, there were peculiar magical beasts capable of altering their skin color and becoming invisible, such as the pixie, and the sphinx, which could disassemble molecules and wield the art of dissociation. The latter was a particularly proud creation of Lu Jiyu, assigned to guard his abode on the 12th floor of the tower. The series of abilities developed by Lu Jiyu revealed to him the limits of divine creatures. These divine cells were derived from the cells of first-tier mythical beings, such as Lu Jiyu and Sakuan. Their capabilities were confined to molecular manipulation, which had reached its utmost boundaries. Thus their development could only revolve around the molecular level. From these magical beasts, Lu Jiyu discovered a fascinating phenomenon that sparked his inspiration. Contrary to his previous beliefs, the divine cells, when inherited by the second generation, were not easily passed down. Instead, they merely retained certain unique genes and abilities from their ancestral magical beasts. The reality was that the invasive nature of divine cells was far more alarming than Lu Jiyu had anticipated. They did not merely corrupt cells, but also consciousness. Beginning with the first generation, the awareness of the second generation was entirely consumed by the divine cells, rendering them true magical beasts. These creatures became one with the divine cells, their consciousness intertwined with the imprint of will within the cells, growing stronger by consuming the very essence of their awareness. Thus, the progeny could indeed be inherited, generation after generation. This genetic invasion was unavoidable and irrefutable. This imprint would be passed down to the newly formed consciousness at the genetic level. Though the bloodline might dilute over generations, the ability to inherit would never be severed. Should a reversion phenomenon occur, awakening the divine cells would restore their powers. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lu Jiyu pondered the implications of the divine cells he had whimsically developed. The more he contemplated their intricacies, the more he felt a sense of dread and reverence. Was this truly a creation of his own? The fusion of consciousness and divine cells piqued his interest greatly, leading him to conceive an alternative upgrade pathway, distinct from that of the wizards. The transition from mental acuity measured in 7 degrees to 129 degrees was also stratified into 3 tiers, from first-tier wizard to third-tier wizard. The strength and precision of mental prowess varied significantly, yet overall, there was no qualitative transformation. Chapter 72. Sorcery Beyond the Established Framework of Sorcerers. Lu Jiyu felt inspired to create an upgrade system for his kin based on the unique characteristics of their lineage. Instead of developing mental powers, they would cultivate their inherent bloodline abilities, ultimately allowing them to revert to ancestral forms and even ascend to the origin of their bloodline, transforming into mythical beings. However, lacking a potent soul and divine cells to further develop true mythical creatures, Lu Jiyu could only deconstruct this mythical being template into various distinct abilities. Their consciousness and divine cells would completely merge, forming a unique organ. Through this organ, one could extract primal essence from the magical web, thereby enhancing oneself and perpetually evolving to ancestral states. With each evolution, one could inherit the extraordinary powers from the mythical being template, growing increasingly formidable, and potentially becoming a mythical being themselves. Lu Jiyu named this new race the Dragon Tribe, and the amalgamation of their consciousness and divine cells was termed Dragon Crystal. The creation of the Dragon Tribe was an experiment. Should it succeed, another idea of Lu Jiyu could be fully realized, leading to a significant leap in his strength. Each attempt he made was purposeful, not merely for the sake of experimentation. 3 months later, Lu Jiyu stood once more in the classroom, observing the gathered sorcerer apprentices with his hands resting on the podium. To be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. You all passed the meditation test, and I had anticipated dismissing a few of you for a survival of the fittest scenario. Perhaps I overestimated the 3-month time frame? Laughter erupted from the audience. The desire for evolution and power is profound, and those chosen by Lu Jiu were predominantly individuals of exceptional talent and intelligence. It was evident that those with higher intellect demonstrated greater self-discipline and diligence. Thus, for them, awakening their mental powers within 3 months was hardly a challenge, provided they did not slack off. Nonetheless, the majority had merely awakened their mental powers, with only 3 or 4 individuals barely crossing the second threshold, while only Bohr had surpassed the third. This apprentice, who had garnered much attention from the outset, resonated with Lu Jiu in both thought and relentless pursuit of knowledge. According to their typical meditation progress, given that they were not drawing primal essence from a zero-dimensional state, and with the magical web providing a mere 60%, those with exceptional aptitude like Bohr could only elevate by 1 threshold in a month. Becoming a formal sorcerer would require 6 months. Ascending to a 4th-level sorcerer would take over a century, and achieving a 7th-level mythical sorcerer would demand 1 or 2 millennia. Better to sleep on that dream. Lu Jiu glanced over his apprentices, recognizing that if he could find even 1 or 2 promising geniuses among them, it would be a blessing. Indeed, the advancement of civilization necessitates a multitude of individuals paving the way for future generations. These apprentices seemed destined to serve as trailblazers for those who follow. As the apprentices engaged in animated discussions, each brimming with excitement after awakening their mental powers, they felt as though they had transcended the ordinary. Though they could not yet project their mental energies outward, they were now able to influence their bodies and observe their internal workings. Silence, please. Today, I shall teach you your first sorcery, known as body modification. This sorcery is designed to enhance your physical forms to their utmost perfection. Each of you possesses minor imperfections or areas of dissatisfaction with your bodies. Perhaps you wish to be taller, leaner, stronger, or more flexible. You will be able to modify these aspects, ensuring that you no longer suffer from illness or injury, and if you do fall ill, you will be capable of self-healing, potentially extending your lifespan beyond a century. Lu Jiu smiled. Though this is merely a minor sorcery, it holds infinite potential. I hope you do not merely replicate what I say, but instead develop your own ideas and intentions to expand its applications. Utilize all the knowledge you have recently acquired to create new sorceries. This is the hallmark of a true sorcerer. At that moment, the orc apprentice, Ulik, rose to ask, Instructor Anthony, does this mean I can slim down and become a warrior? Lu Jiu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you can easily transform yourself into a robust warrior. Catherine immediately inquired, Can I make myself more beautiful? I feel my legs are neither long nor slender enough. Lu Jiu chuckled. I think you look quite well as you are. But if you desire, you may alter yourself. However, I advise against making drastic changes initially. You must thoroughly understand the key points of the knowledge I impart before proceeding. If you attempt to use this sorcery without full comprehension, the consequences could be dire. Every sorcery carries inherent risks, even the simplest ones. Without sufficient knowledge, you may only reap the repercussions. Bohr then posed a question. Instructor Anthony, you mentioned we could heal our own ailments. Does that mean I can also treat others? Lu Jiu regarded Bohr with a serious expression, recognizing the depth of his inquiry. Indeed, Bohr, you are astute. This is the essence of body modification and your future path. What I've described thus far represents just the fundamental capabilities of this sorcery. With enough knowledge and formidable mental power, you can master your own body. Illness is merely a manifestation of health issues. Once you identify the underlying causes, healing becomes possible. When your mental power surpasses the 7th threshold and you become a true sorcerer, you will be able to heal others and even modify their bodies. Levis stood up, unwilling to let others seize the spotlight, eager to attract Lu Jiu's attention. Instructor, if we can strengthen our bodies beyond that of a warrior, can we also awaken our bloodline talents? Lu Jiu nodded again. Precisely. Thus, you can effortlessly become bloodline knights. Levis continued, since it involves bodily modifications. Can we also observe the abilities of other bloodline knights, mimic their powers, and even enhance and modify them for ourselves? Lu Jiu smiled. Certainly. I see there are indeed a couple of clever minds among you. Body modification is merely the foundation. I hope you will use it to create various other modification sorceries, perhaps even advanced ones. Levis proudly bowed towards Lu Jiu and then took his seat. Lu Jiu added, additionally, by developing new sorceries. You may exchange points at the library management office. These points can be redeemed for special sorcery knowledge and spells on the 7th floor, as well as for sorcery tools, materials, laboratory time, or even magical beast blood and offspring. The sorceries and knowledge obtained through this exchange belong to the legacy of the Sorcerer Tower and are strictly forbidden from private transmission. However, you may share the knowledge systems you develop independently. Lu Jiu then produced an anatomical chart depicting male and female bodies and hung it on the wall, explaining the fundamental principles and methods of body modification to the apprentices present. I would like to recommend 2 remarkable books. As an avid reader of novels with discerning taste, I believe that a commendable narrative should encompass at least 2 fundamental aspects. Firstly, it must adeptly convey the story, not necessarily through ornate prose, but by presenting a clear and cohesive narrative that allows readers to immerse themselves fully. Secondly, the tale must be engaging. It should draw inspiration from reality while transcending it, brimming with imagination and allure. The first book I would recommend is The Mechanical Overlord of a certain American comic by the author known as 9 Lives Fat Cat. The second is The Immortal Wizard by Clean Man. If these titles pique your interest, I encourage you to explore them. Chapter 73. The Dragon, the Physique of the Dragon. Inspired by the principles of aerodynamics and the avian anatomical structure, is a paragon of elegance and grandeur, complemented by the resplendent, shimmering scales that evoke a sense of fantastical epicness. Building upon this foundation, Lu Jiu infused the fertilized eggs with the divine cells of the mythical creature, the ancient dragon god, thereby nurturing the eggs of the colossal dragon. At the moment consciousness was birthed, Lu Jiu merged the divine cells with the essence of the dragon, imbuing this nascent awareness with the entire template, imprint, and memory inheritance of the dragon lineage. Instantly, Lu Jiu sensed the awakening of this consciousness, as if it possessed the legacy and memories of dragons even before its birth. He envisioned them as descendants of the ancient dragon clan from the astral realm, capable of communicating in their own tongue, the dragon language, and innately proficient in dragon magic. Given the overwhelming power of the ancient dragon template, Lu Jiu classified these dragons into 5 distinct colors. Aside from superficial differences in appearance, they exhibited pronounced divisions in abilities. Each dragon underwent a specialized transformation in the throat region, enabling them to digest food for the storage of compounds, allowing them to unleash searing dragon fire. Moreover, their personalities and intellect varied significantly. Lu Jiu encoded the Dragonkin's avaricious traits and affinity for treasure at the genetic level. The white dragon, capable of manipulating ice, clouds, ice walls, and icicles, evolved to command the atmosphere and air during the later ancient dragon era. The red dragon, adept at wielding flames, the green dragon, master of the winds, the black dragon, controller of water, and the blue dragon, who thrived in deserts while commanding rocks and sandstorms, all emerged as truly sentient beings. Recognizing the varied environmental needs of each dragon, Lu Jiu opted not to confine them to any single location, but instead to disperse them via dimensional portals. He intended to position them in regions remote from human habitation, such as islands at sea, the deserts of Alan Continent, the shadowy forests of Yala Continent, and the vast ocean depths. Over the ensuing months, after conducting thorough examinations and observations of these dragons, Lu Jiu confirmed the efficacy of his method for creating divine offspring, finding satisfaction in the results. Unlike the previous divine beings and magical beasts he had created, which, despite their extraordinary capabilities, lacked an evolutionary framework, he ensured that these dragons would integrate with divine cell imprints, facilitating continuous enhancement and ultimately establishing a unique evolutionary system for the divine descendants. The shells of dragon eggs are remarkably resilient, akin to alloy, yet upon the moment of the dragon's emergence, a special liquid is generated within, softening the shell. The dragon consumes these remnants, utilizing the unique substances inside to develop its nascent scales. After concluding his inspections, Lu Jiu retained a single red dragon for personal nurturing, while dispatching the others through dimensional portals. The young dragons had already achieved substantial growth, and it would not be long before they truly emerged as the first colossal dragons of the Maria world. The Golden Rose family of the Lumen Kingdom ascended from the Age of Oceans a century ago, swiftly rising as one of the first families to prosper through maritime trade. At that time, they amassed immeasurable wealth and commanded numerous fleets, solidifying their status as a premier affluent family within the Lumen Kingdom. particularly due to the control of several critical shipping routes, which enabled the 8th-generation patriarch, George Alfred, to become the kingdom's Minister of Finance. From that point, the Golden Rose family reached its zenith, with rumors circulating throughout Lumen Kingdom that their fortune could indeed purchase the entire realm, a statement not merely an empty boast. However, following the 8th patriarch's tenure, the family began its decline. Over 30 years ago, the 9th patriarch's brother, Schroeder Alfred, led the fleet into the depths of the ocean, only to encounter the son of the sea god, resulting in shipwrecks. Another fleet vanished without a trace, and the devastated Golden Rose family lost decades of loyal crew members, several large vessels, and their cargo. The shipping routes they once dominated fell into disuse due to the emergence of the sea goddess son, leading to the disintegration of the maritime trade alliance they had established. Former adversaries began to emerge, launching attacks on the Golden Rose family, who not only lost their commercial standing but also their political influence, having held the Minister of Finance position for 3 generations. In merely 30 years, the Golden Rose family transformed from a formidable wealth holder, known far and wide, to a mere footnote in history. The once prestigious Count of Golden Rose was reduced to a baron, and the great lord of a province became a provincial lord of a few border villages, 2 of which were impoverished fishing communities, barely generating any tax revenue. The once mighty Golden Rose family had entirely declined, shrinking from hundreds at their peak to fewer than 20 members now. In their struggle over a once derided, dilapidated baronial domain, several heirs engaged in fierce conflicts, having forgotten their former pride and glory. Within a crumbling stone castle, the entire Alfred family congregated, debating the fate of the baronial title. The Baroness stood upon a dais, proclaiming loudly, "Whoever can conquer the sea shall become the next ruler of our family." What does it mean to conquer the sea? How is it defined? An uproar erupted within the castle as chaos ensued. One heir stepped forward, exclaiming, "Has our father gone mad? We cannot achieve this. We lack a fleet. Possessing only a handful of small fishing boats, we have no experienced sailors, merely a few fishermen, and we lack powerful knights to accompany us. How can we possibly accomplish this? It is an impossible task," he lamented, believing they were still the once mighty Golden Rose family. The family erupted in debate, convinced that the previous baron had made a reckless decision, clinging to the fantasies of the Alfred family's past glory. The Alfred family had risen due to the sea, only to falter because of sea monsters. The baron aspired to restore the Golden Rose name by selecting a true leader capable of reviving the family, resulting in such a drastic decision. Yet, for the current Alfred family, this seemed unattainable. Although it was merely about slaying a sea monster and not the formidable son of the sea god, it was still beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. At the very least, it would require a powerful fleet, formidable weapons, and the strength of bloodline knights to unite in order to succeed. Chapter 74. Setting sail after receiving his father's bequest, Renegade formally entered the fray for the baronial title. Accompanied by a few servants and crew members, he commandeered a small sailboat, embarking on a quest to seek out sea monsters, bring the crossbows, throwing spears, long swords, and other weapons. Check the sails, ropes, provisions, and armaments. We must be thoroughly prepared. And you will be our guide. Rooney cast his gaze skyward, seeking the counsel of his guide, Depp. Depp, do you believe we can set sail today? Depp surveyed the sky and the recent conditions at sea. It appears to be a brief rain shower. It should pass soon. The winds are not yet strong, and the sea remains calm. However, this omen hints at something. Rooney promptly patted Depp on the shoulder. There are no omens. Everything will go smoothly, trust me. He ascended to the deck's platform, addressing the crew below. Jack, Rod, John, and you, Depp, you have fought alongside me in the military. We have traversed the battlefield together, rising from the ranks to become members of the Royal Guard. I have even ascended to the status of a Blood Knight. We have emerged victorious from countless trials, and I believe we shall do so once more. Rooney spoke with fervor from this moment forth. Let the emblem of the Golden Rose fly high above the kingdom of Lumen. My friends, you will follow me and ascend to greatness, becoming true nobility. I, Renegade, swear before the divine that should fortune favor me, I will never forget you. His words ignited a wave of enthusiasm among those present, prompting Depp to shout, "Indeed, we shall triumph. Rooney, you will become Baron Ephus." Rooney's eyes sparkled with determination. No, not merely a baron. At that moment, the rain ceased, the clouds parted, and the morning sun bathed the deck in light, making it difficult for all to open their eyes. Rooney stood on the deck, seemingly blessed by divine favor. He embraced the sun, kneeling to kiss the floorboards. "May you bestow your blessings upon me. Hoist the sails and set forth." The sails were raised. The anchor lifted from the depths, and the small vessel glided forward, propelled by the wind towards the rising sun. After sailing for a week across the ocean, Rooney and his crew scoured the waters for any signs of sea monsters, yet encountered none. It seemed as if fate were playing a cruel joke. While others cautiously navigated treacherous waters to avoid the lairs of sea monsters and demigods, Rooney's bold approach yielded nothing but empty seas. After a week adrift, food and water were dwindling. Without a target in sight, they risked returning empty-handed, becoming the subject of ridicule. This was part of Rooney's strategy. Yet their success in locating the colossal leech depended on fortune. That afternoon, Rooney and his crew scanned the sea from the deck, casting bait into the waters, but only attracting ordinary marine life. Suddenly, John, leaning over the railing, noticed a dramatic change in the water's color. It darkened ominously. Peering closer, he glimpsed a massive shadow, larger than the entire ship, vanish in an instant. The pipe he had been smoking fell from his mouth into the ocean, creating faint ripples. John's expression shifted to one of terror as the creature's presence sent a chilling wave through him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. He let out a piercing scream. "Monster! Monster!" Instantly, the crew turned their attention toward him. Just then, the ship suffered a tremendous jolt, tilting violently as Rooney and several others tumbled to the deck. With a thunderous roar, a colossal tail surged through the water, creating monstrous waves that cascaded over the deck, drenching everyone. The heavy tail swept across the deck, causing significant destruction. As they beheld the massive appendage, its scales as large as millstones. "Sea monster! Oh divine heavens, what is this creature?" they cried in unison, overwhelmed by fear, muttering incoherently in shock. "Quickly rise. Arm yourselves and prepare for battle." Rooney reacted swiftly, springing to his feet and rallying the crew, striving to instill order amidst their terror. Only when faced with the reality of the sea monster did they grasp the true nature of their adversary, an embodiment of calamity, rendering humanity feeble and vulnerable. "Rod, Jack, you handle the crossbows. Depp, you take charge of the throwing spears. Aim for its eyes and mouth. John, steer the ship and evade its strikes." The crew sprang into action. The crossbows resembled those used in siege warfare. Rooney ascended the mast, peering down in search of the creature's whereabouts, his face flushed with anxiety and breath quickening. "Where are you, my precious? Where are you hiding?" Chapter 75. The falling meteor. Before the words could fully escape his lips, they beheld the water's surface at the bow of the ship erupt violently. A colossal head, adorned with shimmering silver scales, emerged before them. This single head was as wide as their vessel, featuring razor-sharp fangs and eyes that radiated malice and a ravenous hunger, fixated on each of them. The towering head loomed above, surveying their ship as if it were but a mere toy. This was a massive sea eel, a creature imbued with the blood of the ancient sea deity, capable of obliterating them with a mere flick of its might. My heavens, is this a sea monster? John was momentarily paralyzed, as if witnessing a being from myth manifest before his very eyes. Ronnie's complexion shifted dramatically, unlike the others aboard. He belonged to the Golden Rose family, renowned for their extensive research on sea monsters and the offspring of sea gods. He instantly recognized the entity before him. No, it is not merely a sea monster. It is the offspring of the sea god, the true child of the divine. Ronnie's visage contorted into a grimace, his true countenance obscured by sheer terror. He scarcely noticed that his voice had turned hoarse and distorted, his very being spiraling into madness fueled by despair. Ronnie had never anticipated that this voyage would lead him to confront the genuine progeny of a sea deity. Gazing upon the fearsome mythical beast, the legendary child of the gods, he found himself utterly devoid of the courage to resist, transfixed by the enormity of those piercing eyes. Yet amid the suffocating dread, a surge of rage ignited within him. He would not resign himself to death in this manner. Even the offspring of a god should not be permitted to extinguish his life so easily. With a ferocious roar, the gargantuan sea eel unleashed a deafening cry, showering the crew with a deluge of saliva and seawater, drenching them thoroughly. Young Jack's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the deck in a state of shock, his eyes losing their focus. The eel's massive tail coiled around the sailboat, intent on dragging them into the depths below. In a surprising turn, it was Rod who unleashed a primal scream of defiance, adjusting his stance to fire upon the colossal sea eel. The powerful crossbow whirred to life, releasing a bolt that sliced through the air with a thunderous whoosh, striking the eel's scales with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the eel's head jerked to the side, a section of its scales torn away, revealing a glimmer of flesh beneath. Such a forceful blow would have pierced the armor of even the most robust foot soldiers on the battlefield, yet it merely dented the scales of the immense sea creature. My heavens! Ronnie watched in horror as Rod was unceremoniously swallowed whole by the monstrous eel, the impact of the creature's assault sending the others sprawling across the deck. Ronnie, standing atop the mast, was struck directly, blood spewing from his mouth as he was hurled to the ground. The entire deck overturned, exposing the ship's hold. The giant sea eel remained relentless, determined to drag the entire vessel to the ocean's abyss. Faced with such a formidable foe, Ronnie felt despair envelop him, extinguishing any glimmer of hope for survival. Yet from the depths of his despondency, fury ignited within him. Clambering to his feet, he recalled Rod's demise and seized a nearby spear and shield, charging at the child of the sea god, as if he were a lone warrior confronting an army. Come forth. I, Ronnie Afus, shall be the first to slay a god. As Ronnie reached the behemoth's maw, he activated his bloodline power, the might of the colossal beast surging through him. His body swelled as though filled with blood, muscles bulging, and his very essence brimming with primal energy. Ronnie calculated his approach, aiming to leap onto the head of the colossal eel and thrust his spear into its eye. The sea eel, preoccupied with dragging the sailboat beneath the waves, seemed oblivious to Ronnie's approach. A surge of hope washed over him. He felt this was his moment. He sprinted forward, launching himself onto the eel's head. Die, monster! But the giant sea eel appeared to anticipate his move, swiftly turning its head to regard Ronnie with derision. Electricity crackling within its mouth, Ronnie gazed into the cavernous maw, a void capable of consuming all, and cried out in despair, "No!" Electricity surged forth, striking Ronnie and plunging him into darkness, transforming him into a delectable morsel destined for the giant sea eel's jaws. Meanwhile, in the water, young Jack, Depp, and John watched helplessly as Ronnie was devoured, as though he were but a candy, the child of the divine. The giant sea eel bellowed triumphantly, as sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface, creating a spectacle of shimmering waves. Yet for them, it was as if they beheld the gates of hell. Suddenly, a flash illuminated the sky, trailing a long tail of fire, moving with astonishing speed. John was the first to notice. What is that? In an instant, half of the giant eel's head vanished, a searing wave consuming flesh and blood, shrouding the world in a mist. After what felt like an eternity, the haze receded to reveal a colossal corpse floating on the surface, its head utterly penetrated. This giant sea eel was dead beyond revival. The child of the sea god is dead. John and young Jack felt that the events of this day were unlike any other in the history of the Maria world. At that moment, Depp shouted, "Ronnie is still inside its belly. We must hurry and retrieve him." Although the deck and bow of the ship had sustained severe damage, and the mast lay broken, the vessel remained afloat. They hastily secured the sea monster with ropes, dragging it behind the ship. Young Jack, summoning his courage, crawled into the giant eel's mouth, delving inside to retrieve Ronnie, who had been torn into pieces, his form unrecognizable. When Ronnie was finally dragged back onto the ship, John examined him, sighed, and shook his head. The three men felt a wave of darkness wash over them. Yet at that moment, young Jack noticed something remarkable. Ronnie's skin began to regenerate, transforming before their eyes as his hair fell away, only to be replaced by vibrant blue locks. His physique growing tall and robust. Cough, cough. Ronnie suddenly sprang to life, and the three men stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how Ronnie could have returned from the brink of death, undergoing such a profound transformation. Recalling the scene of the sea god's child meeting its demise, they felt as though Ronnie had become a divine being, enveloped in a golden aura. Ronnie, equally perplexed, uttered, "Why am I not dead? Where's the monster?" Chapter 76. The Blessed One. Rooney John pointed to the enormous corpse floating upon the sea and recounted the recent events. The others were in utter disbelief, as if a divine presence had shielded them, unable to fathom their own survival. Rooney placed his fingers upon the deck and suddenly noticed ice forming beneath him. The frost spread across the drenched surface, encasing several meters in its grip. Startled, Rooney and the others retreated a couple of steps, their hands resting on the mast. which too began to freeze. It was as if Rooney had discovered something extraordinary. He soon realized he could wield this remarkable power, akin to the legendary son of the sea god, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Little Jack exclaimed, "This must be a gift from the divine, the power of the sea god. True divine strength." The others gazed at Rooney with excitement, and Depp trembled as he spoke. "Perhaps you are indeed the true son of the sea god. This is all a divine guidance. Rooney, you are the chosen one." Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Rooney turned to his companions, Depp, John, Little Jack, and our unforgettable Rod, and declared, "You have ventured with me, braved the seas, and ultimately saved my life. I swear, I, Rooney Afus, shall share all glory with you henceforth." The three knelt before him, vowing, "We shall serve you, Rooney Afus, with unwavering loyalty, disregarding life and death, and we pledge to defend your honor with our lives." At that moment, a massive black egg surfaced from the ocean, appearing to be the size of a water barrel. John pointed at it, exclaiming, "That's it." It fell from the heavens and crushed the son of the sea god. Depp reverently added, "It descended from the sky. It is a celestial treasure." They immediately salvaged the object for closer inspection, yet could not discern its true nature. Rooney, however, sensed its uniqueness and carefully stowed it away. After repairing the mast and sails, he steered the ragged ship, which seemed on the brink of collapse, on their journey home. Meanwhile, within the spatial castle, the land fish stared in astonishment at these individuals, exclaiming, "What is this? This fellow is the protagonist, isn't he? Has he activated a hero template?" The land fish had just distributed dragon eggs haphazardly, conducting an aerial drop. The hardness of the eggs before hatching was beyond imagination, and dropping them from such heights posed no risk. However, the land fish had not anticipated that during this moment, someone would encounter the son of Sakin, and one of the black dragon eggs he had dropped would accidentally crush the son of Sakin, who happened to have a still-breathing man within him, connecting with the divine cellular organ of the son of Sakin. This organ, capable of manipulating lightning, lost its host upon the son of Sakin's demise. Typically, the divine cells would perish shortly after the primary consciousness ceased, losing their energy supply. Yet at that moment, a person fortuitously made contact with this divine cellular organ. This highly absorptive divine cell seamlessly integrated into his body, reviving the near-dead individual and bestowing upon him extraordinary powers. Although the bloodline of the son of Sakin was exceedingly thin, and his divine cells were scarce, he had now transformed into a genuine, extraordinary creature. Moreover, after regaining consciousness, he also retrieved the black dragon egg he had previously cast aside. What sheer luck! Could this be considered a fortuitous twist of fate? The land fish watched in astonishment as the dragon egg streaked across the sky like a meteor, landing amidst the seas, deserted islands, and continents of the Maria world, heralding the emergence of the dragon clan. The land fish felt the already declining flow of time gradually diminish to just over 1,000. As the Maria world officially integrated extraordinary powers into its internal system, refining its world rules and evolving into a true extraordinary realm. As the flow of time further declined, a single day on Earth equated to approximately 3 years in Maria. The land fish successfully concluded this experiment, yielding remarkable results, confirming that the Maria world contained another extraordinary system, closely linked to his own. Following the successful creation of the dragon clan, the land fish promptly initiated the development plan for his divine lineage extraordinary system, which would play a crucial role in his future endeavors. At present, on the continent of Alan, the only true divine lineage belonged to the legendary saintess of the Church of Light, a being who commanded a significant portion of human territories and served as the earthly representative of the divine, a symbol of divine existence, and the embodiment of the Church of Light, even surpassing the Pope. While the sea god was not recognized on the continent of Alan, only a few fishermen and sailors worshipped him, lacking a dedicated church and being disparaged by the Church of Light as an evil deity. He was nonetheless a true divine lineage, possessing divine power. The Afus family saw in Rooney a glimmer of hope and a shadow of resurgence akin to the Golden Rose family, even envisioning the potential to surpass the 8th patriarch, George Afus. All the bards sang of Rooney Afus' deeds, portraying him as an epic hero from legend, a slayer of divine lineages, an astonishing feat, particularly in the seafaring and trade-rich kingdom of Lumen. In taverns, at sea, among fishermen and sailors, everyone spoke of Rooney Afus, the first human to slay a divine lineage. A conqueror of the seas. His name echoed throughout the human realm, even reaching the orc territories. And his exploits were recorded in the annals of the 6th year of the holy calendar, like one favored by the goddess of light. Renegade was referred to as the Blessed One, even receiving a ceremonial bestowal from the Church of Light. Renegade also presented the corpse of the sea god Sun to the king of the Kingdom of Lumen, its skeleton crafted into a specimen for the palace. Alongside the fear instilled by the sea god Sun, the reverence for Renegade, who had vanquished such a creature, surged, elevating his prestige in the Kingdom of Lumen to unparalleled heights. Consequently, due to his contributions, he was bestowed the title of Viscount by the king. Chapter 77. Myth. In the 7th year of the Sacred Era, Renegade, empowered by his divine lineage, commanded certain sea monsters within the ocean, establishing a formidable trading fleet and forming alliances with numerous merchants and nobles. Through maritime commerce, he swiftly amassed a great fortune. By the 8th year of the Sacred Era, the Aphus family, having bestowed substantial wealth upon the royal court of the Lumen Kingdom as tribute, acquired the title of Earl and a significant disputed territory. The divine favored Renegade personally led his army to conquer this vast land, thus becoming a vassal earl. In the 10th year of the Sacred Era, with the demise of the king of the Lumen Kingdom, a power struggle ensued between the first and third princes, igniting a war. Renegade, leading his forces, supported the third prince in the conflict, advancing toward the capital of the Lumen Kingdom. As the situation grew dire, the first prince, cornered and desperate, might resort to sacrificing significant interests to forge an alliance with the Church of Light, the Kingdom of Mara, and various smaller nations, which would spell doom for both the third prince and Renegade. In a moment of urgency, Renegade soared into the capital atop a black dragon, a young creature merely a few meters in length, yet sufficient to carry him. Although it had yet to awaken extraordinary powers, it could already unleash dragon breath. Combined with the dragon's immense strength, resilience, and flight capabilities, they effortlessly breached the city walls. The dragon's inaugural appearance on the continent left an indelible mark in human history, its formidable presence evoking darkness and fear. A single breath from the black dragon could send throngs of people into panic, as its imposing form tore through the ranks of soldiers. With Renegade's extraordinary abilities and his body enhanced by divine cells, he resembled a hero from an epic saga, unstoppable as he burst through the city gates and eliminated the first prince. However, that very night, the third prince, now the victor of the power struggle, treacherously poisoned Renegade's drink out of fear of his might and the vast influence he wielded. Yet Renegade, having discerned the plot, was filled with wrath and killed the third prince during the banquet. Chaos erupted throughout the capital, and Renegade seized the opportunity to lead his forces in occupying the city. In the same year, Renegade quelled the insurrection in the Lumen Kingdom, promising the Church of Light considerable benefits and maintaining the treaties signed with the Lumen royal family. He journeyed to the sacred city of St. Sal, where he received the church's coronation and officially became the new king of the kingdom. The Lumen Kingdom was renamed the Kingdom of Golden Rose, and Renegade was hailed as Renegade. The former title of the divine favored Renegade was augmented with the moniker of Dragon Rider. Within a few years, the Aphus family ascended from humble nobility to royalty, establishing the Kingdom of Golden Rose. Renegade founded the Golden Rose dynasty, leaving behind countless legends of his battles with the son of the sea god, the origins of his dragon, and all manner of extraordinary tales, sufficient to fill an extensive volume. Renegade became immortalized in history alongside the legendary epic heroes. Lu Jiu was exhilarated, for just days prior, he had completed the divine transformation of his entire being, gaining dominion over all his cells, merging his consciousness and will into a singular entity. He felt as if he could manipulate his appearance at will. However, due to the genetic template being based on current human and elven genetics, he remained in his present form. Lu Jiu had also crossed the threshold into the realm of a 7th-level mythical sorcerer, liberating himself from the confines of a 1,000-year lifespan. As long as he could extract energy to sustain the operation of his divine cells, he would escape the clutches of death. At this juncture, he had truly achieved immortality, embodying the legendary divine realm, fulfilling his initial aspirations for eternal life. The scope of influence wielded by the mythical sorcerer's divine cells did not extend beyond the molecular level. It was merely more refined and precise. Thus, the extraordinary abilities Lu Jiu could command remained largely those he had previously developed, with incremental enhancements. However, given the current strength of his divine cells, the information he could accommodate was limited, preventing the full integration of all capabilities into his mythical biological template. Consequently, he could only selectively design his mythical creature template. After much contemplation, Lu Jiu revised his initial mythical biological template numerous times, ultimately finding it unsatisfactory. The ordinary extraordinary abilities appeared riddled with vulnerabilities in his eyes. As the architect of this design, he was acutely aware of its weaknesses and countermeasures, understanding that even the most formidable powers could be easily countered. Later, he attempted to integrate multiple abilities, creating a harmonious cycle of synergy, thereby making it more resilient against targeting and counteraction. For a time, he believed this would be the most suitable template for himself. 3 years ago, however, a spark of inspiration struck Lu Jiu. Why must life forms be confined to flesh and blood, bound by the limitations of ordinary existence? Mythical life should not be shackled by conventional definitions of life. He envisioned expanding upon his previous ideas of dream space, creating a non-corporeal being devoid of weaknesses, a life form that could manipulate dreams and operate at the level of thought. This entity would intervene in reality through the mastery of information. Moreover, Lu Jiu conceived that, in time, he might bring forth all that existed within the realm of dreams into reality, manipulating the fabric of existence through the realm of information. He dubbed this mythical life template the Dream Weaver. Lu Jiu even devised plans for future advancements, should he attain control over atomic or even subatomic levels. He could manifest reality through the realm of information, akin to a true creator deity. At that point, he would be known as the Sovereign of Dreams. Chapter 78. The Dream Weaver. Lu Jiu grasped the test tube and beheld the minuscule entities swirling within, emanating an imperceptible luminescence. These were the divine cells of the Dream Weaver, meticulously engineered by Lu Jiu. Upon opening the tube, the luminous particles instantly merged with his being, causing him to feel an immediate expansion of his form, as though he were buoyant and ethereal. Observing from a microscopic perspective, one could witness the Dream Weaver cells infiltrating his body, instigating a transformation within every cell. Standing within the spatial castle, Lu Jiu observed as his hand began to dissolve, akin to bubbles transforming into starlight, gradually drifting away. His entire form dissipated into radiant points, vanishing into the expanse of the castle. He sensed an exhilarating freedom, as if he had become a gust of wind, seamlessly merging with the world, traversing the laboratory and encircling the castle's spatial domain, truly embodying the essence of nothingness. Lu Jiu's being disintegrated into myriad dream cells, which he referred to as dream factors, soaring freely. He promptly opened the dimensional gateway, traversing the passage to the Maria world. It was night in this realm, with clouds partially veiling the moon. Transforming into a gentle breeze suffused with a soft glow, Lu Jiu glided among the clouds, marveling at the twinkling lights of homes below and the diminutive city, which exuded an extraordinary beauty. As he navigated through the clouds and frolicked amidst the mist, accompanied by the moon's radiance, a refreshing sense of liberation enveloped him, allowing him to forget all burdens. He then ventured into the forest, racing alongside the nocturnal winds, resonating with the sounds of insects and animals. He glided above the mountains, appearing as a swarm of fireflies dancing through the trees, a breathtaking vision reminiscent of a dream. Upon reaching a lake nestled within the woods, Lu Jiu unleashed a radiant glow that enveloped the entire body of water, causing it to evaporate within a 1-kilometer radius. This was the singular extraordinary ability he had bestowed upon the Dream Weaver, the Great Dissolution technique, capable of dismantling molecular structures. The lake fragmented spectacularly, a sight both beautiful and terrifying. Then, Lu Jiu spotted a village at the foot of the mountain and surged into it. The dream factors enveloped the entire town, each one seeking out every soul within, adults, children, the elderly, men, and women, invading their consciousness. In an instant, all minds and dreams were swiftly commandeered by Lu Jiu, intertwining into a colossal composite dream. Within this dream, the village appeared as it would in daylight. Lu Jiu perched upon a grand tree on the hillside, basking in the sunshine, as townsfolk bustled about, each visage adorned with smiles. Everything felt idyllic. There were no worries, a harmonious existence devoid of strife, conflict, or oppression, with every face radiating joy. "Kylie, do you find joy in this place?" Lu Jiu inquired, observing a bewildered girl traversing the village, ascending the hill. The sun cast a gentle light upon the slope, and the leaves danced softly in the breeze. This was Saint Kylie of the Church of Light. The moment Lu Jiu reformed the divine template, Kylie, as his scion, was also transformed, assimilated into the dream he had conjured. Where's this? And who are you? Kylie pondered, bewildered by her surroundings. She believed she should be within the holy temple of Saint Sal, yet now found herself in a seemingly paradisiacal village, beautiful, tranquil, and serene, as if the very wind carried warmth. In the dream, Kylie could not discern Lu Jiu's form. He descended from the tree as a cascade of starlight. Standing before her, his visage obscured by the solar mask of Pharos. Kylie gasped in disbelief. Is this a dream? Have I dreamed again? Yet this dream feels too real. Lu Jiu shook his head. This is not your dream. It is mine, a singular dream that has drawn you all into its embrace. To share in a blissful illusion should be a source of joy. In dreams, all find happiness. In reality, humanity is mired in desire and conflict, forever shackled by illusions, oblivious to their true desires. Happiness is merely a fleeting cessation of longing. Kylie gazed at Lu Jiu, her heart entwined with visions of the divine. Having fantasized countless times about the deity who bestowed her lineage, envisioning the moment after her demise when he would come to guide her to the divine realm. Your Majesty Pharos, you have finally come to see me. Tears streamed down Kylie's cheeks as she spoke, and she hastily wiped them away, addressing Lu Jiu. Your Majesty, I have prayed for you. Can you hear my heart's call? I am grateful for the mission and divine power you have granted me. Lu Jiu listened with a smile as she expressed her helplessness and aspirations. You seek to uncover the meaning of your existence. I have not bestowed any mission upon you. You chose to inherit my bloodline, my dark hair and eyes. I take joy in your existence, and you need not bear this weight upon your shoulders, for it holds no significance for me. We are indifferent to whether you revere, respect, or revile us. Such matters are inconsequential. Divinity does not require your faith. Yet this does not negate the significance of your existence. Kylie, flustered, replied, but we need you. We require your salvation for our souls, to atone for our impurities and ugliness. We need your holy light and glory to cleanse the world of its sins. Lu Jiu shook his head. I admire your earnest pursuit of purpose. Though you are frail, you radiate wisdom and the beauty of the spirit. The coexistence of the ugly and the beautiful is the authentic nature of humanity. Lu Jiu gazed into Kylie's eyes. Though you possess the ability to perceive the hearts of others, you fail to understand your own. Your resentment and disdain skew your vision. Pointing to his heart, Lu Jiu urged, you must confront your own soul. Do not merely observe others. Also reflect upon yourself. Kylie felt a wave of shame wash over her as dawn approached, and the collective consciousness of the dream world began to awaken. This vast composite dream was on the verge of dissipating. Although Lu Jiu could forcibly retain their consciousness, such an act would bear no purpose. Kylie relentlessly pursued the fading vision above, yet the hillside appeared to stretch infinitely, the tree gradually receding, while His Majesty Pharos transformed into a beam of starlight, vanishing beneath the tree. Chapter 79. The Mask of Pharos in the flourishing and opulent city of Saint Sal. Where religious culture thrived, a decade of development transformed the former city of Rus into one of the most prosperous cities in all of human civilization. Churches adorned the landscape, and the city was filled with followers of the Church of Light. One could often see clergy donned in black and white robes, each marked with a sun emblem on their backs and adorned with holy sun insignias on their chests. Statues of the Virgin Mary, several archangels, and numerous angels were omnipresent, accompanied by congregants gathered in prayer. The city's establishment involved the renowned architect Farragut, who devised a comprehensive design featuring spacious streets, grand sanctuaries, parks, and an intricate sewage system. Among the iconic structures were the Great Bell Tower of St. Sal and St. Mary's Square, alongside the uniquely distinguished Temple of Light. The Temple of Light served as the central institution of the Church of Light, housing the Pope and the Saint, both living saints, and was guarded by the formidable Light Knight Legion, making it a bastion of power that controlled a significant portion of the human realm, a veritable core of human authority. Within the depths of the palace, in a chamber that resembled the abode of deities, lay a grand white bed. The curtains at the window were made of exquisite silk, while the floor was adorned with the finest white bear fur carpets, rendering the space somewhat sparse. The only captivating feature was a mural on the wall, a legendary piece taken from the palace of the Golden Dynasty, crafted from the recollections of the Golden King Akhenaten, titled Divine Revelation. It depicted the moment when the Archangel Pharos bestowed divine insight upon the Golden King, a piece cherished by Saint Kelly, who had hung it in her chamber. Your Highness? Your Highness. Saint Kelly, clad in a silk nightgown, emerged from her velvet cocoon, her call instantly rousing four knightes stationed outside her door. Clad in armor and wielding long swords, they rushed in and knelt before her bed. Your Highness, is something amiss? These knightes, filled with reverence for the divine blood coursing through the veins of their saint, who had personally elevated the Church of Light to its zenith, regarded her with utmost veneration. Having followed her for many years, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves at her command. Kelly cupped her face in her hands, gazing at the kneeling knightes, and abruptly sprang from her bed, her bare feet traversing the chamber as she surveyed her surroundings. Pharos, are you still here? Your Highness? The knightes exchanged fearful glances. For as the legendary saint and a being closest to the divine, no one dared to question Kelly's words. Had the divine truly graced them with its presence? All lowered their heads, paralyzed by a sense of awe, as the chamber felt transformed into a sacred sanctuary, a place of divine descent. The air thick with a hallowed aura. Kelly shook her head emphatically. It was not a dream. I have never dreamt, and dreams do not manifest with such vividness. As she stood, an object fell to the ground before the knightes. One knightes hastily approached to retrieve it, intending to present it to Kelly. Do not touch it. Kelly cried out, as if the object were a forbidden relic. This is a mask materialized from dream essence by the dreaming fish. It has absorbed a considerable amount of dream essence, granting it some of the dreaming fish's abilities. Only those with the divine cells of the dreaming fish can activate it. Moreover, it is embedded with a dimensional portal guiding array, allowing its wielder to connect with the dreaming fish. Kelly lifted the mask and placed it upon her face, immediately sensing a surge of divine blood coursing through her, amplifying her powers significantly and bestowing her with additional capabilities. The first was the dream chain, enabling her to observe the consciousness of others, ensnaring their awareness and shattering their mental essence, impervious even to the barriers of wizards and beasts. The second was the Great Dissolution technique. With the mask adorning her face, Kelly, with her statuesque figure, extended her hand toward the side of the chamber, and a fierce white light erupted, followed by a thunderous roar as the wall and air shattered, revealing a massive opening several meters wide. Stepping through the breach, she emerged into the garden outside, while the knightes, still kneeling, gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, their eyes fixated on the mask upon Kelly's face. What is this power? Previously, Kelly's might had instilled fear, and now, her augmented strength was nothing short of terrifying. That mask? It is the mask of a deity, an artifact of immense power. Sensing the commotion, a multitude of guards, accompanied by numerous clergy, hurried towards the saint's chamber. Among them was the Pope, who, having just risen, rushed to the scene, aware of the saint's significance in the Church of Light. Despite internal strife, none dared to harm the saint. Firstly, her divine heritage rendered her untouchable. Secondly, her formidable abilities made her impervious to harm. Thirdly, the Church's dominion over a vast portion of the human realm relied heavily on the saint's strength and influence. The relationship was symbiotic. The Church would never permit any harm to befall the saint, nor could it afford such a misstep. Upon discovering the situation at the saint's chamber, Hodep, who ascended to the papacy due to the saint's favor, rushed over to find Kelly standing in the courtyard, unscathed, instantly relieving his anxiety. All eyes were drawn to the vast opening in the upheaved earth in the courtyard, the sheer magnitude of such power evoking a sense of shock and awe. With more gazes fixated on Saint Kelly. Chapter 80. The Divine Art System. The mask that adorned Kelly's face captured their attention, as Hodepu, well versed in the history and figures of the Church, recognized it immediately, his expression shifting dramatically. He stammered, "Could it be?" The Saintess Kelly removed the mask, declaring, "This is the mask of His Grace Pharos." Holding the sacred artifact aloft, the white mask radiated a prismatic glow, inducing a sense of dizziness in all who beheld it. In an instant, everyone present, including the Pope, fell to their knees, kissing the ground. Kelly promptly proclaimed, "May the divine show mercy upon all beings. In response to my prayers, His Grace Pharos has not only bestowed upon me his artifact, but has also granted me the means to impart the divine arts." Faithful believers may wield these arts and ascend to his kingdom after death. The Pope could hardly contain himself, rising unsteadily, his staff trembling in his grasp, as he exclaimed, "The divine arts, may I also possess them?" Although Kelly harbored disdain for Hodapu's impure thoughts, his unwavering devotion to the divine was undeniable. "Of course, you are the earthly representative of the divine, the Pope of the Church of Light. However, this requires a grand ceremony and homage. Though our offerings are trivial to the divine, we must present our most sincere faith and gratitude for his mercy and gifts." Hodapu's gaze fixated solely on the softly glowing mask as he drew nearer, feeling as if he could sense the divine's gaze and breath. He shouted, "Indeed, thank you for your grace. May your kingdom manifest on earth as it does in heaven. We shall proclaim your existence to the world, for your gaze has never left us. Only the most devout may master the divine arts. Those lacking in faith shall perish in the sacred flames, their souls suffering eternal torment in hell. Your Holiness, I hope you will select the most devout followers for this apostolic baptism. Besides yourself, there are only 12 original saints of the divine. Everyone aspired to become a saint, a true apostle of the divine, yearning to be among the chosen 12, to wield genuine divine powers, to draw nearer to the divine, and perhaps after death, be led into the divine realm. The saintess never interfered in the internal affairs of the Church of Light, leaving Hodapu as the sole custodian of this list, igniting ambition within all present. It was well understood that these 12 would emerge as the true rulers of the Church, and those in high positions without the title of apostle would struggle to prove their devotion and their proximity to the divine. Hodapu set the date for the baptismal ceremony to be on January 1st, 3 months hence, the first day of the new year and the day the goddess of light, Maria, is said to have created the world. The Church would be enveloped in the festive spirit, coinciding with the liveliest day in St. Sal's city. On this day, Hodapu invited kings, emperors, and dukes from various human kingdoms to witness the event, strengthening ties with these realms while showcasing the Church of Light's power and influence, reaffirming its divine legitimacy. As news of the apostolic baptism spread, rumors of Saintess Kelly acquiring the sacred artifact circulated among numerous human nations, delivering shockwaves as it was revealed that the true artifact, Pharos's mask, was now in her possession. The mask, steeped in legend within the Church of Light, was often depicted adorning the statue of Pharos himself. The authority of such a genuine divine artifact, granted to the Church, left many pondering the extent of its power. The former Saintess Kelly had already instilled fear in the hearts of kings and emperors. One could only imagine the extent of her power now. Following such a baptismal ceremony, the Church of Light would undoubtedly grow even more formidable, raising questions about the survival of others within their realm. The established order and rules might very well be upended by this event. Thus, the baptismal ceremony held implications not only for the Church, but also for the balance of power among all human nations. Underneath, a current of tension surged throughout the human realm as the date approached. In the capital of the Rose Kingdom, newly crowned Emperor Runi had resolved to travel to St. Sal's city for the baptism and coronation, acknowledging himself as a faithful follower of the Church of Light, a shepherd of the divine. However, before he could partake in the baptism, an additional invitation arrived from the Church. The Red Priest stationed in the Rose Kingdom personally approached Runi, extending an invitation to attend the baptismal ceremony in St. Sal's city on New Year's Day, where monarchs from various kingdoms, including the Emperor of the Crit Empire, the Emperor of the Bucket Empire, and the rulers of the Tutankhamun dynasty, would also be present. The coronation ceremony was rescheduled for that day, a gesture from the Church of Light that signified an unparalleled honor for Runi, allowing him to be crowned in the presence of the divine. Chapter 81. The System of Divine Arts. 2. From the lofty clouds above. The dark forest came into view as Lu Jiyu passed through the window of the highest tower of the wizard's abode and entered his office. The form of the dream controller began to coalesce, transforming into Lu Jiyu's original life template. Despite possessing the mythic life template of the dream controller, Lu Jiyu chose not to discard his ordinary life template. Rather, he retained it. While the dream controller's form was undeniably more powerful and devoid of weaknesses, living in this ordinary life form resonated more with Lu Jiyu's lifestyle and philosophy. Emerging from the vast expanse of starlight, Lu Jiyu appeared as if countless luminous points gradually converged into a human shape, imbued with a dreamlike quality. As he touched the ground and turned, he reclined effortlessly in a chair, observing the radiant lights gradually coalesce into his visage. The dream controller's mythic template had fulfilled its initial purpose, functioning without flaws. As the data proved convenient and met the standards, unexpectedly, he had assimilated Kelly into his dream realm, which conveniently allowed him to implement his prior plans. The first phase of the divine arts system began in earnest. Lu Jiyu intended to create divine offspring by crafting his unique divine cell dream factors into seeds of divine arts. Unlike previous divine offspring, these seeds would require minimal divine cells, enabling them to grasp only basic extraordinary powers. Their development and enhancement would rely on their own efforts, allowing them to grow stronger gradually. These divine art seeds would assimilate the consciousness of their hosts while providing a complete upgrade template, ensuring that even with the meager fusion of a single seed, individuals could strengthen themselves incrementally, enhancing both their consciousness and the divine art seed, ultimately allowing them to trace their lineage back to become true mythic beings. Regardless of whether they achieved mythic status, their consciousness, once assimilated by Lu Jiyu's divine art seeds, would be under his control. Upon their demise, their consciousness would seamlessly align with Lu Jiyu's dream realm, automatically summoned and integrated into his dreamscape, fortifying it akin to the initial experience with Sakin. This was Lu Jiyu's objective, to strengthen himself through the creation of followers, who, through their own cultivation, would gradually merge with his divine art seeds, effectively bypassing the assimilation process and becoming perfectly attuned to the dream realm, a flawless embodiment of dream consciousness. The higher the devotion of these divine practitioners, the greater their affinity with the divine art seeds, accelerating the extraction of primordial essence from the magic web to enhance their seeds. They could gradually awaken various abilities, growing increasingly powerful. Consequently, their consciousness would also strengthen, ensuring that upon death, each individual's consciousness would vastly surpass that of an ordinary person. Lu Jiyu's system of divine arts essentially allowed them to assist in his cultivation. The more individuals who cultivated, the greater his rewards would be. Furthermore, through this method, Lu Jiyu could construct the dream world he envisioned, continuously drawing in the souls of those who believed in him. It evoked a sense of divine kingdom. Lu Jiyu felt that the dream space he envisioned was beginning to take on a semblance of the legendary divine realms. However, the disparity remained significant, and he understood that constructing this realm would not occur overnight. It would require countless followers' consciousness to fully establish the framework of his dream world. Pushing open the door, he descended, traversing corridors and several independent laboratories, as well as a somewhat disordered study, until he reached the hall. There, he beheld a sphinx reclining within, its countenance devoid of discernible gender. However, when the sphinx reached maturity, it would automatically produce offspring through asexual reproduction. Their extraordinary ability was the art of dissolution, from which Lu Jiyu had developed his own grand dissolution technique. "Greetings, sir." "Hello, Pelos. Your efforts are appreciated." The sphinx, Pelos, shook its head, replying, "It is my duty, the covenant and mission we have established. For my kind, duty and mission supersede all else." Lu Jiyu nodded. The Wind Crow had been the first race he attempted to define characteristically, with the sphinxes ultimately becoming the most successful example of this endeavor. They held their covenants and missions above all, even above their very lives. Thus, when creating these beings, Lu Jiyu felt a profound trepidation within himself. What truly governed our emotions and desires? Our will or the biological impulses of our bodies and cells? The myriad hormones within the human body dictate our emotions and desires. The secretion of phenylethylamine can cause one to fall in love, while dopamine transmits sensations of exhilaration and joy. Norepinephrine evokes the fluttering heartbeat of love, and endorphins foster lasting happiness between lovers. The posterior pituitary hormones play a pivotal role in regulating fidelity in love. If one will does not favor another, yet the body and cells, driven by instinctual urges for reproduction, stimulate the brain to secrete phenylethylamine. One may find themselves enamored with that person. You may not appreciate a certain song, yet dopamine can induce pleasure in your body, causing you to develop an affinity for it. Many emotions do not originate from one's will, but are merely the body's preferences creating an illusion of desire. Are you truly the person you believe yourself to be? Do you genuinely think your thoughts stem solely from your own volition, rather than being manipulated by your body and cells, turning you into a mere puppet? Is everything you cherish truly a product of your own will, Or is it simply what your body favors? Only when you gain complete mastery over your body can you seize control over yourself, accurately discerning your desires and thoughts, thus genuinely mastering your consciousness. Otherwise, you remain perpetually enslaved by your corporeal existence. It was only upon fully becoming a mythic being that Lu Jiyu comprehended the nature of the shackles he had previously felt he was breaking free from, the shackles of will. And he began to understand why he was so eager to attain mythic status. It was because his will demanded liberation, as he had previously articulated to Kelly. This was the true thought that surfaced after casting off his chains. Humanity is rife with desire and conflict, eternally bound by illusions, forever ignorant of their true wants. However, liberation from the constraints of body and emotion does not equate to the absence of feelings and desires. The imprints of intelligent life have long been inscribed within the soul, indelible and unerasable. Yet from this moment forth, all your thoughts and desires will genuinely stem from your essence. Nonetheless, innate mythic beings are likely to exhibit extreme indifference towards emotions and desires, their consciousness aligning more closely with the divine entities Lu Jiyu envisioned and encountered in legends. Chapter 82. The new generation of wizards. As Lu Jiyu descended, the chimes of the tower echoed, signaling the gathering of students within the classroom. Today marked Lu Jiyu's final lesson for them. The over 40 apprentice wizards who had arrived here 5 years ago had undergone profound transformations, each radiating an aura of confidence and wisdom, an allure that only emerges from a wealth of knowledge and power. A beggar or an ignorant individual could never possess such vitality. Upon entering, Lu Jiyu was met with the sight of all the students rising in respect. He observed their maturity, noting the significant changes in their appearances since they first arrived. What once were many unremarkable faces had now transformed into a stunning array of handsome men and beautiful women, as if they had stepped out from a painting. All of the 40 apprentices had surpassed a mental capacity of 7 degrees, achieving the status of official wizards. Yet fewer than 10 had attained the rank of second-level wizard, lingering at the edge of 29 degrees. Only Bol had surpassed 63 degrees, ascending to third-level wizard. The talents of these individuals had been meticulously selected by Lu Jiyu from across the continent, yet it appeared that only Bol possessed the potential for further greatness. The other second-level wizards, without extraordinary encounters or sudden bursts of insight, seemed unlikely to progress further. As for the first-level wizards, it was doubtful they would ever rise to the level of third level, akin to Bol's current achievement. In this final lesson, Lu Jiyu seldom discussed the intricacies of spells. At this stage, they could wield only basic magic, akin to children's play. He had never focused on developing such rudimentary spells, and instead emphasized the principles behind more profound magic, encouraging them to think creatively and innovate their own techniques. Intermediate spells involved the initial encounters with extraordinary abilities, the transplantation of mythical bloodlines, the crafting of magical artifacts, and life alchemy, among others. Advanced spells allowed one to become a mythic being, engaging with and controlling the very fabric of reality. They had already surpassed the common bloodline knights, who would stand no chance against them. Over the 5 years, they had developed a number of basic spells, including fireball, flame explosion, poison smoke, and a series of others, including the terrifying death space, devised by Levis. Inspired by Lu Jiyu's earlier teachings regarding the necessity of air for life, Levis sought to create a vast expanse of death by igniting and extracting air. The alchemist Akkad had created a high-energy fuel that perfectly complemented this endeavor. This spell was dreadfully potent, reminiscent of cloud bombs and air explosives from the earthly realm, capable of annihilating entire towns and claiming thousands of lives. For ordinary people, it was utterly unstoppable, yet for wizards, it was merely a tool for exterminating the unprepared. However, Akkad could not easily produce this high-energy fuel, and due to its terrifying nature, Bol recommended restricting its dissemination. Additionally, there were spells facilitating the manipulation of mental energy, such as Wizard's Hand, Mental Enchantment, Illusion Control, Mental Probing Field, and Lie Detection. Most of these spells had been developed by Catherine, along with the elves Wendy and Wolf, who exhibited remarkable talent in this domain. Furthermore, spells concerning life modification and synthesis included healing, disease cure, bloodline talent awakening, Clarimo body modification, limb regeneration, and memory enhancement. Many of these spells were proposed or co-developed by Bol, including contributions from his friend, the Pigman Aluk. Notably, Clarimo body modification and memory enhancement showcased Bol's extraordinary aptitude. The latter could rival Lu Zhiyu's own creation of the intelligence auxiliary technique, capable of restructuring the brain to enhance memory and intellect. Clarimo body modification, proposed during the first lesson, aimed to imitate the bloodline talents of other knights. Although this spell was not yet perfected, various bloodline transformation techniques had already emerged. Many apprentices present had mastered this spell, each possessing several practical bloodline talents. Even without casting spells, their formidable bodies and innate abilities positioned them as elite warriors on the battlefield, not to mention their mastery of various arcane spells. Lastly, the nascent field of alchemy was represented by Akkad and Bol, both fervently passionate in this pursuit. Bol had created various healing potions, disease remedies, body modification elixirs, and his latest innovation, a meditation aid. Akkad excelled at purifying metals through mental control over flames, producing a range of alchemical products, including gunpowder and high-energy fuel. He crafted cannons and was experimenting with miniaturization, venturing into the development of hand cannons and early firearms, although these were still in the conceptual phase. In addition, they had created exquisite crossbows, gloves capable of releasing lightning, mechanized puppets requiring mental control, and luminous crystals, some with significant utility, while others proved entirely ineffectual. Nevertheless, Lu Zhiyu held great expectations for Akkad, believing that the later stages of wizarding civilization might very well trace their alchemical origins back to him. As Lu Zhiyu meticulously observed each individual in the room, he refrained from departing immediately after the lesson, as was customary. The audience sat in hushed silence, each fully aware that their 5-year journey had reached its conclusion. They had entered as naive youths, and now stood transformed into accomplished wizards. Chapter 83. Graduation Ceremony. Lu Zhiyu's gaze swept across each individual, noting the hint of redness in their eyes. In recent days, these apprentices had been bidding heartfelt farewells. Many hailed from distant homelands, separated by vast mountains and even entire continents. The prospect of reuniting in the future seemed a daunting challenge. Everyone rose to their feet, a wave of enthusiastic applause resonating in the air. Lu Zhiyu called out each name, presenting each apprentice with a carefully curated gift set, a robe of a wizard and several tomes tailored to their individual strengths, thus marking their graduation ceremony. Once all the first-level apprentices departed, Lu Zhiyu regarded the 11 remaining individuals and posed a question. "Do you know why you have been kept for last?" Levis raised his hand and replied, "I do not know." With a smile, Lu Zhiyu elucidated, "Because 5 years of study is insufficient for you to become a qualified wizard." Upon hearing this, all present held their breath. Being chosen as Lu Zhiyu's disciple was a matter of immense significance, a distinction far beyond mere enrollment as students. The enigmatic sorcery and formidable prowess of Lu Zhiyu, alongside the myriad secrets of the Wizard Tower, had profoundly astonished them throughout their 5 years of academic life. The deeper their understanding, the more unfathomable he appeared. No matter how they speculated, they could not fathom the true nature of Lu Zhiyu. Privately, many speculated about his origins. The elves believed he bore resemblance to their kin, while humans confidently asserted he belonged to their race, and the orcs were certain he was a being beyond their conjectures. Uncertain of his lineage or his powers, yet bewitched by his immense strength and profound knowledge, they were overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of being accepted as his disciples. Lu Zhiyu then inquired, "Do you know where the Wizard Tower is located?" This question had been a topic of extensive discussion among this group of apprentices, and they had come to a fairly solid conclusion. Initially, some had speculated that they resided on another continent or on a vast island in the sea. Bor stood up immediately and asserted, "We should still be on the Allen continent, correct?" "Professor Anthony, we deduced this based on our living environment and the procurement activities of the tower's staff." Arcade interjected, "I believe we are in the vicinity of the Marla Kingdom or the Lumen Kingdom. I have studied the local celestial phenomena and should not be far off." Lu Zhiyu turned his gaze towards Levis, who promptly stated, "We are within the Black Forest of the Lumen Kingdom. I have approached the tower's servants several times. Although they never converse with us or disclose information, and only Lord Sargon is aware of the passage to the outside world. I have gathered enough from their conversations and the items they procure, such as food, to deduce our location." Lu Zhiyu applauded. "Well done, splendid work. The tower is indeed situated within the Black Forest. However, it is no longer part of the Lumen Kingdom, but rather the Kingdom of the Golden Rose. The former Lumen Kingdom has fallen this year. The Black Forest, once inhospitable due to its treacherous terrain and harsh environment, has now become rife with magical beasts and various sorcerous traps, posing great dangers. Furthermore, I have set up illusions around all the forests surrounding the tower, and the sky is monitored by wind crows. Even wizards cannot casually trespass. However, I have established an underground passage that allows free entry and exit, the very passage you used upon arriving at the tower. Once you become mentors at the tower, you will acquire the relevant permissions to enter and exit at will, and access to various laboratories and libraries will be granted to you, including the Beast Garden and Botanical Garden, which will gradually be entrusted to your stewardship. The apprentices gaped in astonishment, fully aware of the magnitude of such privileges. The wealth of knowledge and resources afforded to them was beyond the reach of mere gold, and only within the Wizard Tower could they acquire such advantages, facilitating their journey down the path of wizardry. Now, let us commence your graduation ceremony, Lu Jiu announced. Wendy. The elf Wendy immediately stood, her flowing wizard's robe failing to conceal her tall, graceful figure as she approached Lu Jiu. He looked at her and proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have graduated from the Wizard Tower, becoming the first graduate of the tower. This also signifies a new identity. From today onwards, you shall be my disciple." Wendy bowed deeply to Lu Jiu, who nodded in acknowledgement before moving on to the next, treating each equally, until he reached Boar, for whom he merely placed a hand on his shoulder. With the graduation ceremony concluded, the first phase of the Wizard Apprentice Training Program came to an end. Future generations would accumulate knowledge within the tower's framework, and Lu Jiu would no longer need to concern himself with the subsequent developments. Chapter 84. The Baptism of Saints. As the alchemical ship, Eternity, gradually receded into the distance, Lu Jiu observed the graduation wizards atop the towering structure waving goodbye, embarking on their journey home. He was certain that upon their return, these students would incite a tempest across the continents of Alan and Yala, akin to the upheaval brought forth by Akhenaten, heralding a transformative shift throughout the realm. "Sargon, I shall leave the tower in your capable hands," Lu Jiu declared, draped in a resplendent silver robe that shimmered as he turned, the hem and sleeves swirling gracefully. "Yes, my master," Sargon replied earnestly, bowing deeply. "Rest assured, I shall not permit any discrepancies within the tower. The rules you have established, and your will shall remain unaltered." Lu Jiu regarded Sargon with approval. "Indeed, you have performed admirably over these 6 years. You and your kin are bound to the tower by our constraints. Yet from the next generation onward, such limitations shall not apply. Should your offspring possess talent, I shall welcome them as disciples of the tower. If not, they shall be sent forth to live prosperous lives, provided by me." Sargon, overwhelmed with disbelief, gazed at Lu Jiu, fully aware of the profound implications of his words. Over the years, they had come to understand that sorcery was a genuine power, transcending all, capable of awakening latent abilities and altering forms, achieving feats that appeared divine. For the progeny of these slaves to become apprentice wizards was akin to ascending to a stature that surpassed nobility. Immediately, Sargon knelt, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, great master. We shall never forget your benevolence. My daughter lacks the aptitude for wizardry. I wish to send her away to marry into a good family. However, my son seems to possess potential as an apprentice wizard. I hope you will permit him to study at the tower. I understand the rules and will gather the tuition for him." Lu Jiu nodded in agreement. "Very well, I consent." With that, Lu Jiu passed through a shimmering ripple, his robe vanishing into the air, while Sargon regarded this miraculous ability with a sense of familiarity. To them, apprentice wizards had become beings of a different nature, and to Lu Jiu, they perceived him as akin to a deity. Having resided in the Mario world for over a decade, Lu Jiu finally achieved his personal goal of becoming a level 7 mythical wizard. With the remaining affairs settled, he contemplated taking a well-deserved respite after 2 decades of relentless toil, during which even his slumber occurred within the confines of the laboratory, leaving him feeling utterly stifled. Without competition, there is no progress. Without the survival of the fittest, the resultant creations are often inferior. The systems of sorcery and divine art were paramount to Lu Jiu. While the divine arts appeared more rudimentary, they harbored immense potential. He eagerly anticipated who would ultimately prevail. In the days leading up to the new year, vehicles and crowds surged toward the holy city of St. Saul, where the followers of the Light Church, prostrating with reverence, journeyed from their homelands. dedicating months to reach this sacred site. On the spacious roads, not only were numerous carriages advancing, but also humble-robed devotees walking alongside, their solemn expressions and fervent gazes reflecting their unwavering faith as they approached St. Saul. Such pilgrims were ubiquitous along the route. All these individuals were en route to partake in the day of the saint's baptism, yearning to witness the divine miracles, even if only from afar. Breathing the air suffused with sanctity, which to them embodied the pinnacle of their existence and utmost glory. Simultaneously, numerous monarchs and a multitude of nobles, summoned by the Pope of the Light Church, Hodep, were hastening toward St. Saul, drawing the gaze of all realms toward this holy city. A diverse throng gathered, and aside from the elite light knights stationed for protection, 3 additional legions stood ready for mobilization, ensuring the sanctity of the baptism ceremony remained unblemished. At that moment, a troop of cavalry suddenly emerged on the road, with hundreds of horsemen escorting a lavish carriage towards St. Saul, followed by a convoy laden with supplies. It was evident that this was no ordinary procession. The presence of such a formidable escort could only indicate the arrival of royalty, compelling all to hastily clear the way, lest they offend the unknown sovereign. Another monarch approaches. Who might this be? Someone remarked, as the insignia on the carriage appeared unfamiliar. Nearby, a merchant from the Golden Rose Kingdom stepped aside, watching the procession with curiosity. That emblem belongs to the Golden Rose, he explained. The figure atop is none other than King Lin Yan, the recently ascended ruler, rumored to be a favored one of the divine and a dragon tamer. A true legend, indeed. An epitome of heroism. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in awe. Even the youngest among them had heard tales of Renegade, whose legendary exploits were sung throughout the human realm. From humble beginnings, he had slain divine beings, usurped the powerful lumens, and established his own kingdom, a saga of a commoner rising to heroic stature, a narrative that unfolded before their very eyes. However, few had encountered the true visage of Lin Yan. Now that whispers of his presence circulated, all eyes were drawn to the opulent carriage. While the convoy carrying gifts garnered attention, particularly the striking beasts adorned in golden fur, their peculiar heads and expressions capturing the spotlight. What manner of creature is this? It appears quite unusual, one exclaimed, marveling at the splendid fur. The merchant from the Golden Rose Kingdom chimed in. You are witnessing a jinmama, a beast native to our realm. It was captured from the Black Forest several years ago and has since become a cherished companion in our kingdom. This creature is remarkable, swift on rugged terrain, strong, easy to care for, and of gentle temperament, though somewhat timid and a bit slow-witted. Many trading caravans have begun acquiring them. I attempted to procure one myself, but they are highly sought after. The Black Forest? That is the fabled domain of demons, a realm rife with monstrosities. Is it truly possible to venture there and return unscathed? If it is as splendid as you say, I must also acquire a pair. Chapter 85. The Baptism of Saints, Part 2. As Rooney observed the fervent followers of the Church of Light along the way, he was struck by the profound influence and control the Church wielded across nations. Previously, these matters seemed to hold little relevance to him, especially since he had relied on the Church's power to rise to prominence. However, the situation had transformed. He was now the king of the Golden Rose Kingdom. As a sovereign, he could hardly tolerate the existence of such an entity that could manipulate him at will, even overseeing the succession and coronation of his throne. The formidable strength of the Church left nations powerless to resist, forcing them to acquiesce. In this context, the Church's considerable sway over the populace rendered him, the king, little more than a puppet. Rooney sat in his carriage, murmuring the name of the Church of Light. As he closed his eyes, he contemplated the upcoming baptism ceremony. Rumored to be a divine revelation of how to wield godly powers, referred to as divine arts. Such knowledge would undoubtedly amplify the Church's power, and he wondered if, in a few years, there would be any space left for kings and nobles like himself to exist. A deep sense of foreboding enveloped Rooney. The vantage point from which one observes profoundly alters their perspective. As he journeyed toward the Church's city of St. Saul, he developed a strong aversion and wariness toward the Church of Light. Meanwhile, within St. Saul, the contest for the list of chosen saints had concluded, yielding both victors and vanquished. This struggle had resulted in a reshuffling of the Church's upper echelons, with numerous individuals announcing their defeat and choosing to resign or be exiled. As the baptismal ceremony and New Year approached, St. Saul was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. Within the grand hall of the Temple of Light, the extensive staircase and the vast square below were filled with kneeling worshippers engaged in prayer. The prayer rituals had commenced half a month prior, drawing not only the clergy but also countless believers from across St. Sarl. From the heights of the temple, the throngs appeared endless, yet a profound silence enveloped them, as if a mysterious aura permeated the entire city. Music resonated throughout the temple, and the sacred hymns never ceased. Within the temple's vicinity, it seemed to transform into the earthly paradise that people envisioned, a true heavenly realm. Those kneeling in prayer could almost feel the divine light illuminating them. Even during the night, the temple, the square, and all surrounding paths were aglow with light. As the faithful lingered, the solemn tranquility intensifying, allowing even the hurried visitors to sense this formidable presence. Upon his hurried arrival in St. Sarl, Rooney left his accompanying cavalry outside, entering the city with only a few guards. Following the arrangements made by a black-robed priest, he intended to settle in. Rooney expressed his desire to immediately meet the fabled Pope Hodep and the Holy Maiden. However, the black-robed priest informed him that he would have to wait for an audience with Pope Hodep the following day. Although the black-robed priest was courteous and the accommodations satisfactory, Rooney felt an intense humiliation. As a king, the master of a realm, he had traveled great distances only to await the church's endorsement and coronation to be deemed a legitimate monarch. To arrive and find himself unable to meet Pope Hodep immediately, instead receiving the attention of a mere black-robed priest, was a crushing blow to his pride. It became evident that, in the eyes of the church, his status as king was of little consequence, entirely disregarded. The sudden reversal of his self-importance ignited a strong feeling of disgrace within him. Rooney contemplated leaving at that moment. However, the chaotic state of his kingdom and the discontented nobility compelled him to rely on the church's influence to stabilize his reign. He was acutely aware of this necessity, and while reason restrained his actions, the seeds of dissatisfaction had already been sown. Perhaps he should reach out to those who had contacted him previously and seek an audience with them. Pope Hodep sat in the spacious hall of the temple, receiving a pallid middle-aged man, the nephew of Iliad VII and the current emperor of the Crit Empire, Iliad VIII. When he ascended the throne, Iliad VIII was but a delicate youth, yet he had rapidly aged into middle age. In contrast to his uncle, Iliad VIII lacked both courage and strategy, rendering him nearly inept. Even when Iliad VII was ousted and publicly executed by the Church of Light, it was not Iliad VIII's time to take the throne. However, Pope Hodep had recognized him during the tumult of the Crit nobility's protests and rebellions, using iron and blood to elevate him to emperor, thus paving the way for the Church's rise. Without the Church's support, Iliad VIII could not hope to maintain his position, and he understood that the loss of favor would invite myriad challengers to usurp him. Iliad VIII knew his worth and capabilities. He was inseparably linked to the Church, clinging to its power. "Your Majesty, I have heard you have not been in good health lately." "Oh, this is not good news. You are still young. Unlike this old frame of mine. You must take care of yourself," the Pope remarked, holding his scepter and engaging in the customary pleasantries before inviting Iliad VIII to sit in the conference hall behind him. The two were well acquainted. "No issue. The weather has turned cold, and the northern regions are buried in snow. My old ailments have resurfaced." Iliad VIII glanced around cautiously and then leaned in to speak softly to Pope Hodep. "Your Holiness, have you heard any recent news?" Pope Hodep regarded Iliad VIII closely. "What news?" Iliad VIII replied in a hushed tone, "The noble council." Pope Hodep burst into laughter. "Your Majesty, you need not be overly cautious. You are in St. Sarl, within the Temple of Light, a domain belonging to the Church. No adversary can infiltrate this sanctuary, and we, the Church of Light, will not fear those insignificant figures lurking in the shadows. Of course, I have heard of the noble council. I dispatched agents to investigate them as soon as they were established. While it remains unclear who comprises their ranks, we certainly do not regard them with any seriousness. I will ensure they understand that the power of the divine is insurmountable." Chapter 86. The Baptism of Saints, Part 3. Certainly, beneath the reign of Her Majesty Maria, no mortal can evade the divine judgment. Those who oppose the divine will inevitably face retribution. Iliad VIII, a devout follower of the Radiant Church, was acutely aware of his current association with it, especially with the Pope Hodep standing before him. At that moment, a young and graceful priest entered, whispered a few words to Pope Hodep, and then handed him a note. The Pope immediately turned to Iliad VIII, exclaiming, Oh, what a coincidence. I have just received a piece of news that pertains to our recent discussion, and I believe His Majesty would find it most intriguing. A look of curiosity flickered in Elliot VIII's eyes. May I be privy to this information? Hodep nodded, of course. To continue on the subject we were discussing, I have heard that the noble assembly was initially instigated by a certain grand noble of the Cretan Empire, and many within it are vassals of your Majesty. However, I now learn that those within this assembly are plotting a conspiracy, with you, Elliot VIII, as their target. Hodep placed the note upon the table. This is an assassin they have placed beside you, expected to act tomorrow night. With skepticism, Elliot VIII took the note from the table, his expression transforming dramatically upon reading the name inscribed. His beloved, with whom he had shared years of trust and affection, had accompanied him to the Radiant Church. What? How dare they? The revelation that his trusted lover was an assassin, poised to murder him, ignited a fiery wrath within Elliot VIII. The intimate details of his life, once private, now felt exposed to the scrutiny of these conspirators. The thought of being watched by these shadowy figures filled him with both shame and profound fear. Realizing that this plot had likely been in the making for years, Hodep sneered. Of course they dare. They intend to enact this conspiracy in St. Sal City, assassinating you, the great Elliot VIII, and then lay the blame upon our Radiant Church, inciting a rebellion throughout the Cretan Empire to seize the throne that rightfully belongs to you, and, in time, to your son. Elliot VIII turned to Pope Hodep. Your Holiness, you would never allow such a travesty to occur, would you? Hodep nodded emphatically, indeed. No righteous soul would tolerate such a vile conspiracy, especially against a wise and benevolent emperor like yourself. Your safety is paramount. I shall immediately dispatch the elite of the Radiant Knights to safeguard you. Furthermore, we must collaborate to not only capture these vermin, but also uncover the mastermind behind this treachery. Hodep regarded Elliot VIII. It is true. Even heroes must navigate the trials of love. The decisions rest in your hands. Despite his gentle demeanor, Elliot VIII's resolve hardened when faced with the threat to his life. His expression turned steely. Indeed, as you say, we must root out every last one of these rats and confront this noble assembly. Elliot VIII had never anticipated that this noble assembly would harbor intentions of assassinating him and seizing control of the Cretan Empire. What he once perceived as a mere threat had now transformed into a relentless adversary. They sought not only his life, but also the throne beneath him, a prize he would never relinquish. Hodep and Elliot VIII then engaged in discourse on other matters. Although they did not delve deeper into the topic of the noble assembly, both had reached an understanding. Elliot VIII required the support of the Radiant Church, while Hodep sought to draw Elliot VIII closer to himself. Their meeting concluded in a brief hour, after which Pope Hodep met with several dukes, a king, and an envoy from the Tutankhamun dynasty, wrapping up his day's labor amidst a flurry of activity. While the matter of the noble assembly posed a significant threat to the life and throne of Cretan, for Hodep, it was not worthy of excessive concern. The most pressing event for the Radiant Church was, undoubtedly, the upcoming baptism of saints on the 1st of January. Nothing else warranted the attention of a pope of his stature. As the year of saintly history drew to a close, marking the transition to the 11th year, Hodep had occupied the papal seat for 8 years. The passage of time had not been kind, rendering him visibly aged and weary, his once vibrant spirit dulled. At this elevated station, wealth and power no longer stirred any emotional ripples within Hodep. As he edged closer to death, his faith in the divine intensified, solidifying his belief that he would ascend to the heavenly realm and become an apostle of the divine. The envy mingled with admiration reached a crescendo when the saintly maiden was once more summoned by the divine, receiving the mask of Lord Pharos. Hodep yearned for the divine's attention, desiring revelation and the impartation of sacred knowledge, willing to pay any price for a mere glimpse of the divine. Upon concluding his papal duties, Hodep donned a simple gray robe and made his way to the great hall of the Temple of Light. The rites and praises had commenced, and the temple's rear was filled with clergy, while the steps below were dotted with priests in white robes. In the distance, a sea of worshippers created a striking spectacle, yet only the saint and her divine attendants were permitted to pray at the forefront. These attendants, chosen from the daughters of devout families, served by the side of the divine. Upon the arrival of the saint, all attendants were placed under her authority. With the rituals of the Temple of Light now under the management of the divine's bloodline, the saint herself, before the statue of the divine, Hodep crossed his hands in prayer and knelt before the sacred figure. Chapter 87. The Baptism of the Saints. 4. As the day of the saints' baptism approached on January 1st, the city of St. Sarl witnessed an influx of people. With such a multitude, the arrangements for security, protection, and accommodation became increasingly cumbersome. A week prior, entry into St. Sarl was permitted only to those with special status and permissions. Countless devotees found themselves barred from entering the city, yet they remained steadfast, praying towards its direction. Along the route, numerous tents were erected, and throngs gathered outside the city, yearning to draw closer to the divine and bask in its radiance. It must be noted that the architect Farragut's urban planning and design took into account myriad issues, managing to accommodate such a vast number of travelers without experiencing collapse. On the final day of the year, His Holiness the Pope relinquished all duties, entering the temple amidst a grand ceremonial procession. Here, he would join 12 other saints and a holy maiden, who would serve the divine and officiate the rites, in welcoming the arrival of the deity. Petals scattered upon the ground, and the gentle chime of bells resonated within the temple, where, under the watchful gaze of numerous clergy, the Pope and the 12 chosen saints arrived. Following them were various kings, dukes, and noblemen, all of whom, regardless of their inner thoughts, were nominally believers of the illuminated church. As one walked through the vast temple, it felt as though a mere mortal had entered the realm of giants, evoking a profound sense of insignificance. Approaching the majestic statue of the deity, its towering and solemn visage commanded reverence from all. Once everyone assumed their respective positions, the Pope stepped forward and beheld the holy maiden standing beneath the statue, adorned with a mask. For many present, it was their first glimpse of her since she received divine revelation. All eyes were drawn to the mask she wore, said to be the legendary artifact, the face of Pharos, prompting a collective gasp among the crowd. The mask, radiating ethereal light, seemed to envelop the maiden in a delicate veil. As her gaze swept across the assembly, many clergy felt their legs weaken, kneeling involuntarily. After accepting the mask, Kelly's divine cells began to assimilate with the terrestrial ones, granting her mastery over the mask's power, which had undoubtedly evolved since she first obtained it 3 months prior. With the maiden now positioned alongside the Pope at the forefront, the 12 pre-selected saints knelt at the base of the statue. A considerable distance behind them, numerous clergy and noble members also knelt, crossing their hands in prayer, their eyes closed in devotion. Even those who were not particularly devout found it impossible to harbor blasphemous thoughts in that sacred space. The pure maiden sang hymns accompanied by the church's clergy orchestra, laudating and extolling the divine. Her voice, pure and holy, resonated with a melodious and enchanting quality, as if it could ascend to the heavens. The simplicity and sanctity of her song touched the hearts of all, cleansing their spirits. Everyone bowed their heads, particularly the Pope, the maiden, and the 12 saints, whose expressions were solemn and filled with utmost reverence. As requested by Kelly, the pre-selected saints were all devout believers. Without such unwavering faith, they would be unable to undertake the divine legacy, risking collapse and backlash. Only those who wholeheartedly embraced the divine could ascend to sainthood. Half of the 12 pre-selected saints were cardinal bishops, previously known as red-robed high priests. Following the Church's Reformation, they were referred to as cardinals, cloaked in red, wielding formidable power, each responsible for a significant region of the Church. Additionally, the leader of the Knights of Light, the head of the tribunal, and 4 purple-robed cardinal deacons assisted the Pope in managing the affairs of the illuminated Church. These 12 individuals constituted the Cardinal Council, responsible for electing the Pope, a veritable pinnacle of the illuminated Church. The music continued uninterrupted as night fell. Outside the temple, lights illuminated the surroundings, while inside, it sparkled brightly, extending into the distance. The orchestra and choir changed several times, offering various musical pieces to the divine. At this moment, the crowd outside the temple swelled to several times its previous size, as the entire city converged on the Temple of Light, spontaneously engaging in prayer. As time passed, when the midnight bells tolled 12, heralding the dawn of the new year in the 11th year of the sacred calendar, a sudden light appeared in the sky. The clouds above parted, and rays of light descended from the heavens, akin to divine illumination, casting warmth upon all present. The first beam of light dispelled the chill of the night, and as it shone, people lifted their heads towards the sky, beholding a radiant sun emerging, banishing darkness and gradually illuminating the world. Chapter 88. The Baptism of Saints. V. How could this be? Was it not the dead of night? How could the sun appear? As the light gradually spread, the entire world was illuminated, and all stood in awe, gazing at the sun in the sky, unable to comprehend the reality of it. The warm sunlight bathed their bodies, a soothing warmth that felt utterly genuine. Indeed, this was real. Instantly, everyone reacted, turning their gaze towards the grand hall of the Temple of Light, where they beheld radiant beams shining directly upon it. Someone cried out, "This is the holy light. The divine has descended." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Only a deity could achieve such wonders, freely intervening in the world's workings. It was only when a god descended that darkness would be dispelled, bringing light to the mortal realm. Could it truly be? Has the divine really come down? O divine, please bestow your blessings upon me. May your kingdom reign on earth as it does in heaven. I praise you, Queen Maria, and offer my most devout faith. The multitude of devotees present could no longer contain themselves, weeping profusely, clutching their sun-emblazoned sacred ornaments, kneeling on the ground in the most fervent postures of prayer, embracing the sun's radiance. In that moment, each felt the warmth bestowed upon them by the deity. Was not the sun in the sky the greatest miracle and testament of divinity? All gazed into the sun's brilliance, an indescribable emotion swelling within their hearts, tears streaming down their faces. Witnessing such a scene, no one could maintain their composure. In distant lands, the entire realm of humanity, the Orc kingdoms, and the Elven kingdom of Sylph City on the Yala continent all beheld this astonishing sight. Even the fish folk of the Water Vortex continent poked their heads out, gazing at the sun in the sky. At this moment, both inside and outside the Temple of Light, everything was enveloped in a milky white radiance. The light seemed to penetrate the roof, transforming the previously dim hall into a realm of daylight. Those who had their eyes closed could feel this change, one by one. They opened their eyes, and the orchestra and choir, once playing, fell silent. Everyone turned to gaze upon the towering statue of the deity. Beneath the foremost figure of the Light Maiden, Queen Maria, the many archangels radiated brilliant light, the milky white glow illuminating the entire space, even casting the dust in the air into sharp relief, swirling freely in this luminescence. Such a breathtaking scene rendered the crowd silent. No one dared to utter a sound, or even move, standing like statues, gazing up in awe at the lofty idol, as if sensing the gods were watching them. The 12 chosen saints behind the statue stood in a similar reverence. Some straightened their backs, eyes reddened in focus upon the divine, while others bowed humbly, gripping their sacred ornaments tightly, kissing the ground before them. A luminous glow gradually emanated from the statue, its radiance so intense that it was nearly blinding. Finally, a colossal white silhouette, towering dozens of meters high, emerged from the statue, gazing down at the kneeling multitude. The initial excitement, joy, and awe began to dissipate, replaced by a serene tranquility and a profound sense of happiness, akin to an infant cradled in its mother's embrace. The white silhouette's light flickered, obscuring the deity's true visage. All felt neither sorrow nor joy, only a tranquil peace. As the deity's massive hand extended gently forward, it obscured the vision of the gathered, revealing 13 pure white feathers gently descending, merging with the bodies of the Pope and the 12 saints amid the ethereal light. They instantly felt their consciousness drawn into another realm, as if experiencing the divine's world and calling. The fusion of faith and devotion swiftly intertwined with the seed of divine magic, replacing their original consciousness. Within their foreheads, a unique organ began to form, the conduit through which they would unleash divine magic, gradually influencing their entire beings. They received a systematic inheritance of divine magic through rituals and prayers. They could obtain the divine power bestowed by the deity, enhancing their magical seeds, gaining more formidable spells. At present, they had mastered only 2 basic incantations, healing magic and the judgment of holy light. Moreover, as they progressively strengthened their magical abilities, they could eventually attempt to split their magical seeds, initiating a new round of baptism for other devoted followers, ensuring the legacy continued. With an increasing number of individuals mastering divine magic, gradually, this heritage would flourish, and the Church of Light would grow ever more powerful. With the integration of the divine magic seed, their bodies underwent a remarkable transformation. They swiftly began to regain their youth, wrinkles fading from their faces, calluses disappearing from their hands. The once white hair gradually darkened, and Pope Hodep transformed into a robust man of nearly 40, while the leader of the Light Knights appeared as a youth in his early 20s. This astonishing ability, akin to the fabled fountain of youth, left the gathered nobles and clergy both awestruck and envious, their blood boiling with jealousy. Why was it not I who stood above? I have granted your wishes. Upon uttering this phrase, the immense silhouette dispersed like fireflies, and within the temple, the original ambience gradually returned. The lights brightened, restoring normalcy to the hall. Outside, the sun began to fade, as if taken away with the deity's departure, yielding to the night, the moon, and the stars, appearing in the sky as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet, the events of that day would forever be etched in the hearts of all, since ancient times, when the divine blessed humanity, guiding them from ignorance, the gods had once again descended upon the earth. Chapter 89. The Baptism of Saints, and, within the temple, even in the absence of the divine, the Pope, the Saintess, and the 12 who had received the legacy and transformed into true saints showed no inclination to rise. They knelt upon the ground, fervently praying towards the heavens. It was not until dawn that they finally stood, but in stark contrast to their former selves. They had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Observing the rejuvenated saints and Pope Hodep, one could almost perceive the radiant divine aura emanating from them. Although they remained silent and refrained from exerting their divine powers, all present understood that they were no longer mere mortals, having ascended to a realm apart. As the day of the saint's baptism concluded, tales of the event and its legendary occurrences began to circulate anew, particularly the moment when the divine manifested. Accompanied by the sun itself, a sight beheld by the entire world. The continent buzzed with gossip, and the influence of the Church of Light expanded once more, growing ever more formidable. The ramifications of divine magic and the saints transcended mere spectacle. With the passage of time, their impact would deepen, gradually reshaping the entirety of the Mario world. Furthermore, the divine magic known as the Judgment of Light was reputed to vanquish demons and malevolent spirits. Those harboring ill intentions and showing disrespect towards the divine would be utterly obliterated under this judgment, leaving no trace behind, their souls eternally scorched in sacred flames. The saints wielded their divine powers, while cardinals participating in the baptism hastened back to their dioceses to perform miracles, leading to an ever-increasing number of followers within the Church of Light. Formerly lukewarm believers transformed into fervent devotees, and the theatrical healing of the impoverished instilled faith in the lower classes, convincing them that belief in the divine could liberate them from suffering and elevate them to the celestial realm. The power of the Church of Light exhibited a trend towards unifying the human world. Following Pope Iliath VIII's implementation of a campaign to suppress rebels and dismantle the noble council within the Crete Empire, a sweeping purge was initiated across the empire, affecting various other realms as well. Numerous nobles, including counts and marquises, were captured and executed, inflicting severe damage upon the noble council. However, the masterminds behind the council had anticipated the upheaval and, thanks to internal secrecy and undisclosed lists, a portion managed to evade capture. Religions that had previously concealed themselves within the noble circles found it increasingly untenable to exist in the human nations of the central continent and its surroundings. Under the relentless apprehension and judgment executed by the Church of Light, many high-ranking individuals were bound to the execution platform and burned alive, while the remaining adherents fled towards the eastern Tatank dynasty and the desert realm of the Batco Empire. The Church of Light, striving to extend its reach into these territories, faced vehement resistance. Meanwhile, the Orc nations, with their unique pantheon of beast deities and tribal cultures, developed a civilization distinctly different from that of humankind. Although the Church of Light had begun to cultivate a foundational following, it struggled to expand further. In light of these circumstances, Pope Hodep and Saintess Kelly devised a new development strategy. Every 6 years, on the first day of January, they would hold a baptismal day, selecting the most devout from within the church to undergo the transmission of divine magic in the capital of the church's realm, St. Sal City. Here, saints would bestow seeds of divine power to cultivate priests, shepherds of the divine, ensuring the legacy of the divine light would spread throughout the Mario world, illuminating every corner of existence. The fish of the land circled above Sal City, marveling at the bustling metropolis and the wonders of human creativity and civilization. It was unfathomable that those once primitive beings dwelling in untamed forests could establish such magnificent cities. evolving from a modest race into a sprawling civilization across the entire Aran continent. The fish of the land believed that the seeds of divine magic and sorcery would gradually take root across the continent, akin to how Akhenaten had once ushered humanity from the shadows of ignorance into enlightenment. These individuals would lead the Maria world into a true age of transcendence, a future that remained uncertain yet eagerly anticipated. Would the truths of sorcery and alchemy illuminate the world? Or would the divine magic herald an era of deities illuminating the skies? As the existence of magical webs, sorcerers, and dragons emerged, the rules of the Maria world were refined once again, and the flow of time slowed to 1,000-fold. The fish of the land had spent years within this realm, while only a few days had elapsed outside. Chapter 90. The Sorcerer, Part 1. Paul harbored a fondness for his classmate Catherine, who was a few years his junior. From the moment he encountered her aboard the alchemical ship Eternity, his affection for her blossomed. Thus, when the vessel arrived in the kingdom of Marla, Paul discreetly disembarked and, with the setting sun at his back, knelt on one knee, conjuring a display of magical fireworks as a romantic declaration of his feelings. However, this gesture proved futile. It became evident that a confession, unless rooted in mutual affection, could only culminate in disappointment. Outside the city of Masta, beside the Mesamir River, Paul alighted from a carriage, burdened with 4 large suitcases filled with his transcribed books, personal notes, some spellcasting materials, and potions he had concocted. Such items were rare in the mundane world, demanding ingenuity for their creation and assembly. Moreover, certain exquisite instruments were beyond the capacity of human craftsmanship. Consequently, the students departed with their substantial luggage, exchanging numerous notes and materials, while redeeming various experimental tools with their accrued points from the tower. However, the cost of advanced instruments was exorbitant, rendering even Paul, who frequently innovated spells and knowledge, unable to acquire them without further accumulation of points, which he could only access freely upon attaining the status of a mentor at the Sorcerer's Tower. As Paul reached the city gates and watched the caravan head towards the market district in the south, he bid farewell and made his way to his childhood home, nestled near the Mesamir River. This beautiful, meandering tributary flowed through the heart of Masta, nurturing its inhabitants. Upon seeing the broad, pristine river once more, Paul could not help but be enveloped by its beauty. Having been away for 5 years, Masta had undergone significant transformations. The streets were filled with unfamiliar faces, and even the few acquaintances he encountered had aged considerably. Though 5 years is not a lengthy span, it was ample time for a boy to evolve into a young man, many of whom had already married and started families. "Paul, is that you, Paul?" exclaimed old acquaintances, astonished by the changes in his appearance. Beyond mere physical alterations, it was the distinct aura Paul emanated, so markedly different from the townsfolk, that drew attention, including curious glances from passing children and whispers among the local maidens, who would shyly avert their eyes upon noticing his gaze. Accustomed to a world of beauty and grace within the tower, where even elves and the exquisite mentor Anthony graced his presence, Paul understood that the identification among sorcerers often transcended physical appearance, relying instead on the unique fluctuations of one's mental energy, a far more accurate means of recognition. His childhood home, now dilapidated, was cloaked in dust. After tidying up, Paul took a few days to rest before reopening his clinic in Masta. He aspired to fulfill the dreams of his father and grandfather, aiming to become a physician who would etch his name into the annals of history, truly advancing the practice of medicine. In his clinic, Paul's understanding and mastery of the human body had transformed dramatically compared to his previous self. Within the Sorcerer's Tower, numerous apprentices had tirelessly explored body modification techniques, discovering a multitude of applications. The medical knowledge imparted in the tower endowed them with a profound understanding of human anatomy, including the composition of the body and the etiology of various ailments. For most contemporary diseases, Paul could identify effective treatments without invoking mental powers or sorcery. Patients flocked to his door, with some traveling great distances to seek his expertise. The influx of visitors overwhelmed him, prompting the establishment of a larger medical facility and the recruitment of several apprentices to whom he could impart his knowledge. Nonetheless, Paul recognized that his efforts could only alleviate the suffering of a fraction of those in need. Despite his attempts to minimize consultation fees, the costs of materials, tools, and labor remained significant, and some specialized treatments were prohibitively expensive. It was clear that he could not save every patient. Determined to make a broader impact, Paul resolved to author a medical treatise that would elucidate the causes of health and illness, outline preventative measures, and provide guidance for common ailments. This ambitious endeavor could revolutionize the medical field and profoundly influence the community of healers. Presently, the practice of medicine bore more resemblance to theology, as many physicians blended speculative beliefs with divine notions, lacking a cohesive framework or a true art of healing. Despite the challenges, such a manuscript would be a treasure most physicians would hoard jealously, reluctant to share. Paul understood the arduous journey of medical progress from his own experiences. Thus, he committed to writing an introductory guide to medicine, addressing fundamental concepts devoid of any sorcery. Such a systematic approach to understanding and treating illness would undoubtedly yield significant repercussions worldwide. He chose to title this work the Clemore Medical Compendium, in honor of his lineage. In addition to Paul, many other apprentice sorcerers rooted themselves in their respective homelands. Some, driven by ambition for power and wealth, rapidly ascended, influencing their surroundings. Others, like Paul, though more reserved in their actions, inadvertently wielded a profound influence on the world, as the knowledge and power they possessed far surpassed the current state of society. They fluttered like butterflies in the Amazon rainforest, gently stirring their wings, poised to unleash a tempest upon the world. Chapter 91. The Sorcerer, Part 2. The extraction of moonlight grass liquid requires a precise 2.3 grams of its fluorescent components. The dried and powdered red chrysanthemum also demands meticulous preparation. In the upper-level laboratory of his grand garden villa, Bull meticulously examined the various components of plants and flowers, identifying their unique properties. Some flora could be utilized for extracting therapeutic medicines, while others could be tailored to concoct potions specifically for sorcerers, and still others could serve as materials for spellcasting. As Bull engaged in his daily experiments, the sudden ring of a rudimentary telephone he had fashioned broke the silence. This device, also present within the confines of the sorcerer's tower, provided him with convenience, as servants were not permitted to ascend without his express consent. However, the late hour irked Bull, and he promptly answered the call with irritation. "Who is it? Did I not specify that I should not be disturbed at this hour?" The maid's voice quivered slightly as she replied, "Mr. Clemo, there are 2 gentlemen outside who claim to be your classmates." Bull paused momentarily. "What? Did they mention their names?" The maid quickly responded, "One claims to be called Levis." Without hesitation, Bull hung up the phone, donned a coat, and hurried downstairs, his footsteps echoing rapidly through the staircase and parlor. Accompanied by the maid, he traversed the garden to the entrance, where he beheld 2 men awaiting him. One stood tall and handsome, exuding strength and vigor, a stark contrast to the more refined and delicate Bull. The other, clearly of noble descent, donned an opulent attire and a white cloak, appearing to be in his 30s, with meticulously groomed hair and beard. The 2 had arrived by carriage, with several carriages and guards stationed outside. Bull approached them, exclaiming, "Hey, Levis, what brings you here without so much as a greeting? I am utterly unprepared for this visit." Levis laughed heartily, the bond forged over 5 years of camaraderie since their enrollment evident in their ease with one another. Their shared identity as sorcerers transcended any notions of nobility or commonality, fostering a profound friendship that surpassed mere social status. "Bull, it's been nearly a year since we last met. Your reputation has soared in that time. I have perused your Clemo Medical Compendium, which stands as a groundbreaking advancement in medical history, a monumental work that could alter the course of human understanding regarding the human body and the magic of life. I must admit, I cannot rival your insights in this realm." After embracing warmly, the 2 old friends relished their reunion. Bull remarked, "You have shown great enthusiasm for the development of sorcery. The most formidable and perilous spells have emerged from your ingenuity. While I may not share your admiration for those particular spells, your brilliance is unquestionable." Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Bull turned his attention to the middle-aged man accompanying Levis. "And who might this be?" Levis promptly introduced him. "This is Lord Hudson, a viscount from the Crid Empire. We have come to discuss certain matters with you, Bull." Bull regarded Levis with suspicion. "I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are not entirely benign." Levis quickly reassured him. "Oh, Bull, such words wound my heart. We share a bond. Rest assured, this is undoubtedly fortuitous for you. For us sorcerers, it presents a significant opportunity for advancement." Lord Hudson bowed respectfully to Bull. "Mr. Clemo, please trust that we harbor goodwill towards your community of sorcerers. Our visit is rooted in friendship, and we wish to engage in discussion with you." Bull nodded. "You are most welcome, Lord Hudson. Since you are a friend of Levis, I place my trust in you. Please, come inside. We can deliberate on the matters at hand in a more private setting." Upon entering, Bull instructed the maid to serve refreshments and hot tea before closing the door to ensure no interruptions. He then settled down, fixing his gaze upon Levis and Hudson. "Now, pray tell, what is it that brings you to me?" Lord Hudson addressed Bull. "Mr. Bull, are you familiar with the Noble Council?" When Bull shook his head, Hudson continued. "No, it still exists. Despite the Church of Light mobilizing all its resources, including the forces and armies of the Emperor of the Crid Empire, the Noble Council has only suffered significant blows without losing its core members. The list of names was destroyed, and most members have concealed themselves. However, our resistance against the Church of Light will never wane." Bull scrutinized Hudson with a discerning gaze. "We?" Hudson affirmed. "Indeed, it is we. I have come to extend an invitation for all sorcerers from the human realms to join us." Chapter 92, The Sorcerer, Part 3. Hudson would never forget the power that Levis had demonstrated to him, a force that transcended mere sorcery. A single individual could effortlessly stand against a regiment of soldiers, unleashing spells that could ignite a conflagration capable of annihilating dozens from a distance of 20 meters. They could summon toxic mists, controlling them like a whirlwind as it swept through the ranks of the army, as precise as a puppeteer manipulating marionettes. They could conjure a tempest of metallic shards, forming a storm of metal, alongside a plethora of strange phenomena they referred to as sorcery. Furthermore, they possessed talents that surpassed even those of bloodline knights, an astonishing speed and formidable physique, their strength capable of tearing apart military defenses. Be it arrows or blades, they could seem to anticipate every attack, evading with ease, and with their unique body sorcery, they became virtually unstoppable. Given ample preparation, they could conjure even more terrifying large-scale sorcery, like the death space that Levis had previously showcased, capable of obliterating an entire village in an instant, with no exceptions. They could manipulate and enchant others through extraordinary means. Hudson witnessed Levis control himself to soar briefly through the skies, striking down adversaries from above, impervious to harm. Yet, this was not the most frightening aspect. According to Levis, they wielded knowledge, the truth of the world. Given time, they could create armies composed entirely of bloodline knights and craft sorcerous artifacts that ordinary people could wield, achieving feats that seemed unfathomable or impossible to the common eye, thereby fortifying the fundamental strength of an entire nation rather than merely a singular powerful faction. This was precisely what Hudson desired, and it deeply resonated with him. The relentless advance of the Church of Light had reduced the nobles and kings to mere puppets. If they did not act soon, they might find themselves the next targets of persecution. Faced with the relentless growth of the Church, the prospect of resistance seemed bleak, particularly when their populace and subordinates were largely comprised of adherents to the Church. A profound despair gnawed at their hearts. They needed the sorcerer's power, even if it appeared devilish. Akin to magic, as long as it could challenge the Church's dominion, it was worth pursuing. Hudson's resolve solidified as he eagerly regarded Paul, a sorcerer whom Levis had described as even more formidable and gifted than himself. If he could win him over, the remaining sorcerers could be drawn into the Noble Council, harnessing their powers to initiate a rebellion. "Mr. Paul Clermont, should you join the Noble Council, one of the 9 highest seats will be yours. You will receive our staunch support to extend the existence and power of sorcerers throughout the human realm. In terms of wealth, influence, or any other kind of assistance you may require, we will spare no effort in supporting you. You could never fathom the magnitude of our support," Hudson continued, "including whatever experiments you wish to conduct, the materials, and all manner of sorcerous requisites. With a mere word from you, we can procure them from across the continent." Paul regarded Hudson with a chuckle, rising to remove his spectacles. "So, you wish to wage war against the Church of Light?" After assessing Hudson, Paul perceived him as a mere viscount, posing no threat or possessing the right to engage in such dialogue. He turned to Levis, exclaiming with ire, "Are you all mad? Waging war against the Church of Light, against the divine? Who do you think you are, the Mentor Anthony?" Taking a deep breath, Paul continued, "Levis, you and I are merely low-level sorcerers. We have yet to reach a status that allows us to disregard everything. The Church possesses immense power, with its 12 formidable saints and the legendary saintess said to wield divine artifacts. What makes you so audacious? We have both witnessed the divine manifestation on New Year's Day. Are you still unaware of the terror of the divine? That is a being who commands the laws of truth. They can manipulate the very world, the sun, moon, and stars at will. What are we? Ants beneath the feet of the divine. Mere dust? Recalling the day of divine arrival, when the heavens and the realm of Maria transformed, Paul felt a profound shock that lingered. Even Levis, reflecting on it now, experienced a deep tremor within, pondering what sort of being could possess such overwhelming power. Hudson composed himself, bowing respectfully to Paul. Mr. Paul, I implore you to consider this seriously. Our noble council extends its invitation with utmost sincerity. As Hudson exited, Levis shut the door. Paul immediately interjected, Levis, you cannot persuade me. We are not capable of opposing the Church of Light. We would be like eggs striking a rock. Have you not contemplated the consequences of such action? The knowledge and power we wield could unleash chaos across the continent. How many lives would be lost? Are you aware? Levis rose, asserting, of course. I acknowledge that we cannot match the Church. However, we are sorcerers, explorers of the unknown, seekers of truth. There is nothing that should instill fear within us. Levis gazed at Paul. Do you remember the words our teacher imparted during our first lesson? With that, they recited in unison. Sorcerers are the seekers of the world's truths, insatiable in their quest for knowledge. Sorcery is merely a byproduct of our understanding of the world and its rules. To know is to wield power. When you comprehend the formation of wind, rain, and lightning, you can command them at will. When you grasp the essence of life, you can create it. When you come to know all truths and the workings of the world, you become divine. As they completed their recitation, a profound silence enveloped them. Levis seized the moment, proclaiming, neither the divine nor the Church of Light can obstruct our path of discovery in pursuit of truth. Sorcerers shall undoubtedly become the masters of the world. We are the true rulers of existence. Levis looked at Paul with fervor, exclaiming, Come, Paul. Together, let us cast down the Church of Light from its lofty pedestal. Let us sweep the gods that look down upon us from the clouds. We are the sovereigns of this world. At this point, Levis was ablaze with passion. His countenance flushed. Even if we cannot achieve it now, one day we will. In 50 years, 100, or even 500 years, we shall succeed. Paul, my brother, do you not wish to see sorcerers leading the world, establishing a realm that truly belongs to sorcerers? Chapter 93. The Sorcerer, Part 4. Bull cast a glance at Lewis, his heart racing with excitement, yet gradually he calmed himself. What you propose stirs my spirit, but have you considered the lives that will be lost? Lewis replied nonchalantly. Change inevitably entails sacrifice, yet it is a worthy endeavor. We shall bring forth knowledge and truth, liberating humanity from its short-sightedness and ignorance. We will instill hope, allowing them to behold the world in its true form. We need not unleash bloodshed upon the entire world. Rather, we can subtly influence it through knowledge and our power. The adherents of the Light Church are also human. They belong to us, not as enemies. Truth and knowledge will eventually prevail, unaffected by any individual. For that is the inertia of history. Lewis gazed at Bull with disappointment. Bull, you disappoint me greatly. I did not expect you to be so naive. The Church will never regard us as one of their own. Take Hudson, for instance. During our conversation, he viewed us as the harbingers of evil, convinced that we wield demonic power, embodying the epitome of wickedness. We are inherently opposed to the Light Church. They will never accept us, nor could they. The two engaged in a heated argument within Bull's home, neither able to sway the other, and ultimately parting in discord. Nevertheless, Lewis remained steadfast in his convictions. By the end of the 11th year of the sacred calendar, after reaching out to a group of like-minded sorcerers from the tower, and with the support of the Noble Council, he chose to establish an organization named the Sorcerers' Alliance in the secluded Duchy of Kvail. With substantial financial backing from the Noble Council, they swiftly constructed an underground city in the northern wilderness of the Duchy of Kvail, utilizing the unique subterranean geography to establish their stronghold. Within this subterranean realm, they commenced initial human experiments aimed at creating a formidable modified army. However, despite the collaborative research with other sorcerers, progress was sluggish without Bull's contributions. The Noble Council's impatience grew, and the Light Church's assaults intensified. They needed the Sorcerers' Alliance to divert the Church's attention and raise the banner of resistance, while simultaneously requiring sorceress expertise to bolster their military. Under immense pressure, Lewis made a fateful decision to merge Bohl's memory enhancement technique with the body modification method of Kramer, supplemented by his own unique sorcery, the Plague technique. This resulted in the creation of the fearsome Night Owl Knight Legion, the first of its kind in the realm of sorcery-enhanced armies. Each knight, molded according to a specific template, awakened a series of innate abilities such as sound wave sensitivity, immense strength, speed, and resilience, enabling them to traverse and stealthily maneuver through the night without a whisper. Lewis, utilizing the memory enhancement technique, modified their minds, allowing them to swiftly master advanced military swordsmanship and various synergistic combat strategies, thus transforming them into the most formidable cavalry, infantry, and archers. However, he simultaneously erased their emotional systems. They would become fearless knights, fighting for Lewis with unwavering loyalty, undeterred by casualty ratios, executing orders until the very last moment. The Plague technique, an innovation stemming from Lewis's experimentation with toxic smoke, was a byproduct of Bohl's research into infectious viruses. Notably, the Plague technique differed from the toxic smoke, as it could be activated in moments of awakening or impending death, enabling the knights to self-detonate. The latent plague within their bodies would spread like the wind, claiming lives within an hour, with the virus continuing to replicate and disseminate, albeit with limitations. It would perish within 24 hours, but during that time, its reach and speed were unfathomably terrifying. All beings within the infected radius, save for the Night Owl Knights, were doomed to demise. Even Lewis lacked the knowledge to treat this virus, only understanding how to prevent it. Thus, these knights, possessing formidable individual abilities, comprehensive skills, and an understanding of military coordination, became a dreadfully powerful force. When such a unit was forged into a legion, it emerged as a terrifying entity akin to demons rising from the abyss, poised to unleash catastrophic calamity upon the human world. In the autumn of the 14th year of the sacred calendar, the Duchy of Kvail suddenly mobilized its forces against the borders of the Light Church, unfurling the banner of rebellion with the support of the Noble Council. On an autumn night, shrouded in a chilling breeze, they declared war on the church without warning. The King of Kvail invited the black-clad bishop of the Light Church to a banquet, where he poisoned the bishop and immediately began to eradicate the church's influence throughout the duchy. That very night, 8 sorcerers, including Lewis, launched a surprise attack on the borders of the Light Church, with 3,000 Night Owl Knights stealthily repositioned from the northern wilderness of Kvail to the west, swiftly seizing the stronghold of Leak Fortress. The entire garrison, numbering over 10,000, was slaughtered overnight, leaving no survivors or leaks of information. The Night Owl Knights demonstrated their unparalleled combat prowess and unmatchable speed. Under Lewis's command, they advanced relentlessly, capturing 6 cities in mere days, leaving desolation in their wake, with death trailing behind their black cloaks and armor. A province directly under the Light Church fell, and the Duchy of Kvail, seemingly prepared for such an eventuality, quickly established control, suppressing dissent with iron and blood, and swiftly began to erode the church's power. At this juncture, Pope Hodep could only mobilize the church's forces stationed near the border of the Crit Empire, gathering an army of 50,000 under the command of Cardinal Martin Nord, hastily preparing to confront Lewis's Night Owl Knights at the gates of Attica. Attica was not a fortified city, but it was the last major settlement before the path to St. Sal City opened entirely. Should the enemy breach Attica, the church's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The armies converged at Attica, where the 50,000 church troops met Lewis's 3,000 Night Owl Knights and 20,000 soldiers from Kvail. The situation for the Light Church had reached a precarious state, with all nations observing the unfolding events, rendering the entire human realm's circumstances unpredictable. Yet, the palpable tension of impending total war was felt by all, particularly as the Northern Orc nation began to stir. Chapter 94, The Sorcerer, Part 5, The Crimson Banner, adorned with a golden sun motif, lay crumpled upon the ground. Beneath the city of Attica, a macabre tableau unfolded, littered with countless corpses. The manner of their demise was profoundly harrowing, leaving one aghast. Each lifeless body gazed skyward, their hollow eyes seemingly accusing the divine for bestowing upon them such a ghastly fate, or perhaps yearning for the celestial realm. The unending line of bodies stretched from the foot of the hillside to the very gates of Attica, encompassing the battlements above and the city within. Some had perished beneath the blade, others by sorcery, yet an overwhelming majority succumbed to the plague unleashed by Levis. His sudden assaults and self-destructive tactics enveloped the entire ecclesiastical legion and the city in a shroud of disease. The accumulation of corpses resembled a mountain, evoking the very essence of a hell on earth. The stench emanating from this vast expanse of death was so foul that not a single rat or crow dared approach, as if they too were intimidated by the dreadful aura permeating this infernal realm. Silence hung heavily over the world, rendering the atmosphere unnervingly still, devoid of even the faintest whisper. Upon the city walls stood a multitude of members from the Night Owl Knights, encircling Levis, who donned his armor alongside several figures cloaked in black robes. Among them were two grievously wounded individuals, one lacking an arm, the other bereft of both legs, confined to a wheelchair. The battlements bore the scars of explosions and assaults wrought by sorcery and divine power, with flames still flickering amidst the debris. The eastern wall of Attica had crumbled as though struck by the fist of a giant. Henry, a student of the Sorcerer's Tower and once a follower of Levis, was the son of a court musician. While his talent paled in comparison to Levis, he still ranked among the more formidable first-level sorcerers. Upon Levis's approach, Henry had silently pledged his allegiance and followed without hesitation. Levis placed a reassuring hand on Henry's shoulder, saying, "Henry, you've borne much hardship. Fear not. I shall employ the limb regeneration spell to restore your legs." Though Henry was drenched in cold sweat from his agony, he retained his spirit, for the grievous injuries that would spell doom for an ordinary man were mere trifles to a sorcerer. Sitting upon the battlements, he surveyed the sea of corpses below and mused, "This is nothing. I did not anticipate that the so-called saints of the Church of Light would be so formidable. Their extraordinary abilities, what principle grants them such power? Our sorcery has been forcibly eclipsed by their divine arts. It is truly terrifying." Levis nodded in agreement. Recalling the saint he had encountered, Martin, who had withstood their combined assaults without faltering. Martin's desperate, full-force strike of the judgment of holy light had left both sorcerers grievously wounded. Had Levis not predicted the attack and ascended into the sky, he too might have suffered severe injuries. Having captured the city of Attica, even the 50,000-strong ecclesiastical army had been annihilated. Levis had not foreseen such ease. Everything unfolded seamlessly according to plan, inflating his pride and arrogance. Standing atop the walls of Attica, he gazed towards the distant city of St. Sal, his ambition aflame, the holy city of the Church of Light, a revered sanctuary for countless believers. "This time, I shall seize you." At his side, a fellow sorcerer interjected, "Levis, this seems contrary to our strategy. Our objective is merely to instill a formidable threat to the Church of Light and occupy the Moreland province. By merely stalling the power of the Church, all kingdoms of mankind will rally against them, leading to the complete disintegration of their influence. We need not be so radical. Once their forces are in disarray, we can ally with the other kingdoms to confine the Church within its own borders. The noble council within the Crit Empire will swiftly mobilize, and then the Church of Light will find itself encircled, devoid of any chance for resurgence." Henry immediately countered, "But we did not foresee that the Church of Light would be so vulnerable. If that is the case, why should we not seize the entirety of the Church of Light in one fell swoop?" Henry's words struck a chord with Levis, invigorating his resolve. "Indeed, we seek not merely a so-called Duchy of Kvel, but to establish a realm belonging to sorcerers across the entirety of the world." With newfound determination, Levis, alongside the Night Owl Knights and 8 members of the Sorcerers' Alliance, promptly abandoned their plans for encampment. They prepared for a swift advance towards St. Sal. The ease of their victory had dulled their fear of the divine and the Church, leading them to forget the multitude of saints and the formidable order of light awaiting them, as well as the legendary maiden said to wield a sacred artifact. Beneath Attica, a river of blood marked the battlefield. The entirety of the ecclesiastical army, 50,000 strong, lay slain within the city, including the purple-robed cardinal, whose body now lay exposed upon the battlements, a ghastly sight to behold. In the temple of St. Sal, Pope Hotup received word in the dead of night that the ecclesiastical army had been utterly vanquished. He was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that the elite forces of the Church, numbering 50,000 against 3,000 foes, had suffered a catastrophic defeat. The enemy was now advancing towards St. Sal, placing the city in peril, and the entire Church of Light teetered on the brink of collapse. Pope Hotup, unable to sleep, remained fixated on the situation in Attica, unable to fathom such a rapid and complete annihilation. The existence of the sorcerers, those who claimed to wield such overwhelming power, was a mystery. A mere duchy of Kvel had managed to muster an army of 20,000 irregulars, a feat that demanded the full strength of their nation. The so-called sorcerers, members of the Sorcerers' Alliance, and their leader, Levis, had been the subject of Hadup's investigation days prior. He had uncovered information about this emergent organization and its connections with the Noble Council. The Night Owl Knights were comprised entirely of bloodline knights, a force of unparalleled combat prowess. Even the Order of Light had only a few awakened bloodline knights among its ranks. The rest were merely ordinary knights who had reached their physical zenith. 3,000 bloodline knights, possessing immense strength, had decimated the ecclesiastical forces in mere moments. The thought sent a shiver down Hadup's spine. He rose abruptly and instructed the white-robed priest beside him. To the great hall. I wish to see the maiden. Chapter 95. The Sorcerer. 6. In the heart of the temple, the Saintess Kelly stood beneath the statue, her gaze lowered as she caressed the legendary artifact. The Mask of Pharos. Her slender, alabaster fingers glided gently over the crimson sun emblem adorning the white mask, her movements as tender as if she were brushing the face of a beloved. Even in the dead of night, the grand temple radiated light, illuminating the entire hall. The divine worship would never cease, and the Saintess, alongside her devoted acolytes, served the deity and managed the sanctuary. Pope Hadup's hurried footsteps abruptly halted. As the moment he entered the temple and beheld the Saintess, a wave of tranquility washed over him. Indeed, they had suffered defeat. The sorcerers and the Night Owl Knights had vanquished their forces, with 50,000 troops lost in the Battle of Attica, and even the saintly Martin had perished there. Kelly raised her head, peering through the mask towards the exterior, and stepped outside, with Pope Hadup following closely behind. Together, they stood upon the lofty steps of the radiant temple, gazing down upon the entirety of St. Sal City. Darkness would ultimately be dispelled by light, and evil would be reduced to ashes beneath the power of the divine. They would bask in the brilliance of sacred light, their souls eternally scorched. Only those who turned their hearts towards light and divinity would ascend to the celestial paradise and kingdom of the gods. All would pay for their deeds. Clad in white robes that seemed to meld with the cool moonlight, Kelly stood before Hadup, instantly reassuring him. Indeed, evil would be obliterated in the radiance of sacred light. Although the church had prepared to confront the impending threat with all its might, the series of recent defeats and the ominous rumors surrounding the sorcerers and the Night Owl Knights had instilled a pervasive sense of dread within the entire Radiant Church. The sorcerers were the emissaries of darkness, having borrowed their power from demons, emerging from the filthy abyss of hell, casting malevolent glances upon this land blessed with divine light. We cannot allow them to succeed. They seek to plunge the entire world into darkness and drag us all into hell. I have faith that we shall not be defeated. We will utterly crush them. The Saintess and the Pope shall render judgment upon them, and they will be reduced to ash in the divine light. The situation within St. Sal City remained relatively stable, as the majority of the faithful were profoundly devout. Even if the city fell, they would vow to perish alongside the Radiant Church. However, beyond the city and in the nearby small nations that had once aligned with the Church, the situation grew exceedingly complex. Particularly alarming were the refugees fleeing from the province of Moor. Over 100,000 frightened and panicked souls spread in all directions, their faces devoid of smiles, marked only by trembling and pallor. Those who had witnessed the Night Owl Knights' rampage recounted the terror of the sorcerers and their legions, seemingly clawing their way up from hell. On the streets, some wailed, "Darkness has descended. Hell shall rise among us." They were demons. No one could withstand them, no one. They had slain everyone, leaving none alive. Plague, death, war, famine, darkness would once again shroud the earth. Throughout the nations and cities surrounding the province of Moor, the refugees trembled at the calamity brought by the sorcerers, while the fortunate few who had survived the Night Owl Knights had descended into madness, only able to scream of death and the demons that haunted them. The panicking women and children bore vacant stares, while the deranged screamed in terror, and waves of refugees fled as if they could see no end to their plight, accompanied by the smoke of war and countless corpses, all bearing witness to the horror of the sorcerers and the Night Owl Knights. The names of Lewis and the sorcerers spread throughout the human realms. For the first time, people heard the name of the sorcerers, imbued with an innate aura of terror and dread, a name that could not be uttered lightly. In the Crid Empire, in the capital city of Nia, Count Evans opened a secret passage from the depths of his estate, torch in hand, as he traversed the long tunnel, arriving at a clandestine location beneath Nia. Once loyal to Emperor Iliath VII, Count Evans remained a trusted figure during the reign of Iliath VIII, maintaining close ties with the Radiant Church. It seemed that he was always positioned at the pinnacle of power. Indeed, he was the first to surrender to the Church, leading many defectors to its side and supporting Iliath VIII's ascension. Though many derided his morals, an equal number envied him for his adeptness in navigating the political landscape. No matter how the tides of power shifted, he appeared as an unyielding evergreen tree. Donning a mask, Count Evans entered a spacious underground conference room, illuminated by the flickering light of torches. Here, aside from Evans, 6 others awaited, all similarly masked, gathered for this secretive assembly. At the head of the long table sat one individual, while the other 5 engaged in heated debate, as if something had transpired that filled them with dread. How dare they? Was it not agreed that they would occupy the province of Moor and compel the Radiant Church to retract its influence? Yet they had the audacity to attack St. Sal City. I warned them that these sorcerers, who appeared from nowhere, could not be trusted. According to our original plan, if they merely stalled the Radiant Church, it would sever its grasp on the various kingdoms and duchies. Next, we in the Crid Empire would overthrow Iliath VIII, achieving independence from the Church, gradually consuming its power. How could they take it upon themselves to assault St. Sal City? Each person lamented the sorcerer's unsanctioned actions. However, their words betrayed an underlying fear and trepidation towards the sorcerer's might. No one had anticipated that within just a few years, Lewis could amass such a formidable legion. Having fully subjugated the Duchy of Kvail, Evans took his place at the upper left of the long table, addressing the man in the black robe at the head. Is there any way to thwart the sorcerer's actions and Lewis's ambitions? The man shook his head. It is impossible. They have gone all in. The ambition of Lewis and the sorcerers is too great. They have betrayed us. Evans' eyes narrowed. Compared to his younger self, he had become a middle-aged man, his gaze now steely and ruthless, akin to a hawk. Then we must prepare immediately. We cannot afford to face another sorcerer alliance after the Radiant Church. The man nodded. You all must prepare. Should the Radiant Church falter, we shall mobilize and rush to the aid of St. Sal City. The sorcerers are far more terrifying than the Radiant Church. They stand equally high. Yet they do not abide by the rules of the game. Another man at the table interjected. Shall we not mobilize immediately? The Radiant Church's 50,000 main forces have been annihilated. How could the remaining 10,000 knights in St. Sal City withstand the onslaught of the sorcerer's Night Owl Knights? Evans smirked. We must wait. The Radiant Church will not fall so easily. One must remember who stands behind them. No one knows what hidden cards they possess. A collective gasp echoed around the room, as all present recalled the Saintess and the Pope, who had refrained from intervening for many years. Yet who could predict what would unfold with the Radiant Church as the emissaries of the divine? Yet, Evans was unaware of the reason behind his profound anticipation. Which force was mightier, that of the divine or that of the demonic? How intriguing. It truly evokes a sense of eager expectation. Chapter 96. The Sorcerer, 7. Beneath the city of St. Sarl. Thousands of ebony steeds and knights cloaked in black finally arrived at the break of dawn. Each individual's gaze was devoid of any emotion, resembling the chilling eyes of the abyss itself, as if the very breath of the horses exuded the scent of dark, hellish magma. The moment they appeared on the horizon, a colossal pressure enveloped the entirety of St. Sarl, the pungent aroma of blood wafting through the air as if carried from miles away. Within the city, preparations had long been set in motion. As the Night Owl Knights emerged upon the skyline, the alarm bells rang out, rousing the inhabitants from their slumber. Under the gaze of the divine, they prayed fervently. Since the previous day, the populace had anticipated the arrival of the Night Owl Knights, yet none predicted their swift approach. Were these demons truly relentless in their march? At the sound of the bells, all eyes turned toward the city walls, an oppressive aura of foreboding settling upon them. As if the very air had thickened with dread. They had come, they were here. Some trembled and knelt in the square, quaking in fear, while others raised sun-emblazoned symbols in panic. Fear not, the divine shall bestow upon them retribution. We have the Pope and the Saint. We are backed by the Order of Light. Many sought refuge beneath the Temple of Light, believing that proximity to the divine would grant them solace. As if the presence of the Pope and the Saint could offer them unwavering comfort. Levis, accompanied by 8 members of the Sorcerers' Alliance, rode forth before the Night Owl Knights. gazing at the distant stronghold of St. Sarl. This city, reconstructed upon the ruins of the ancient fortress of Rullis, was the sacred citadel of the Light Church, a hallowed ground for its faithful. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire for destruction surged within Levis at this juncture. He was blinded by rage, disregarding all else, fixated solely on the city before him. Conquering it would elevate him to the pinnacle of power within the realm of humanity, supplanting the Light Church itself. No longer was he merely the illegitimate son of a baron or the offspring of a kitchen maid. He would become the sovereign of the human realm, commanding all to bow beneath the edge of his sword and the might of his cavalry. Drawing his sword, he proclaimed, "This is not our terminus, but our genesis. Here we shall forge our own brilliance, a legacy for the sorcerers. Glory shall belong to each member of the Sorcerer-S Alliance." The others of the Sorcerer-S Alliance rallied in fervent cheer, their devotion to Levis's authority unwavering. It was he who had led them to victory, guiding them to the gates of St. Sarl. Only one final step remained: to obliterate the city and the Light Church, thereby asserting their dominance atop the continent. Most of these sorcerers hailed from humble beginnings, never daring to dream of such splendor. In mere days, Henry's legs had grown back anew. Though the process was excruciating, the moment they stood here transformed past agony into hope for the future. "We shall establish a realm for sorcerers here," Henry declared with enthusiasm. The other apprentices whispered excitedly to one another, sharing their exhilaration. "We are but a step away. Years of anticipation are about to be realized. Levis, indeed, you were right. We have truly accomplished it." Levis pointed his sword towards St. Sarl. "Only one more remains. Let us commence our assault." As the Night Owl Knights and the sorcerers closed in, a throng of spectators lined the battlements, awaiting Levis and his companions to commence their siege. The sight of the dark mass, with horsemen marching in perfect unison, instilled a profound sense of dread among them. At nearly 200 paces away, they halted. Any further advance would place them within range of arrows. The Night Owl Knights stood still, as if anticipating something. Levis and the other 8 sorcerers began their incantation, wielding their magical materials. An intricate web of mental energy intertwined, culminating in a grand combined spell. Having trained for a decade, Levis had ascended to the rank of a 3rd-tier sorcerer the previous year. 1st-tier sorcerers could learn basic spells. 2nd-tier sorcerers could take flight. 3rd-tier sorcerers could create a psychic field. This was their rudimentary classification. Among them, aside from Levis, there was but one 2nd-tier sorcerer. The remaining 7 still struggled at the threshold of 1st tier. As they channeled their magic, a fireball began to rise. Initially the size of a fist, but rapidly expanding until it hovered several dozen meters in the air, transforming into a massive sphere akin to a sun suspended in the sky. The defenders atop the walls gaped in astonishment, their hands trembling around their weapons. My heavens, what could that possibly be? The sun. They have stolen the power of the divine. These demons possess the audacity to usurp divine strength. God, what wickedness is this? Chaos erupted along the battlements as arrows were loosed, yet they melted upon nearing the fireball, proving utterly ineffective. The immense heat compressed and shrank, causing cold sweat to bead on all the sorcerers, while Levis, the primary conduit, strained visibly. The colossal fireball illuminated the sky, condensed within extreme heat, radiating blinding light as they directed it in an arc toward the city gates, plummeting heavily towards St. Sarl like a meteor descending from the heavens. The air crackled with the sound of its passage, resonating like a drumbeat upon the hearts of the onlookers. My heavens! Quick, move aside. Everyone down. Only then did they grasp that the sorcerer's target was the city walls. Panic ensued as they scrambled to evade the impending impact of the fireball. But it was too late. The fireball descended in an instant. This formidable strike was unstoppable. The immense fireball fell at an angle, crashing into the walls, overwhelming dozens of archers who had no time to react. In a blinding flash, they were engulfed, losing all sense of awareness. The explosive brilliance erupted, submerging everything within dozens of meters in a blinding daylight. The ground trembled as if the entire city of St. Sarl were jolted. The deafening explosion left the inhabitants with a ringing in their ears. It was only then that they turned their gaze toward the walls, witnessing a tremendous breach in the once impenetrable fortifications. Through the gap and swirling smoke, they caught a glimpse of the dense throng of black-armored knights outside, each clad in visors. Peering into the city, a paralyzing chill seized them, as if they had been plunged into icy depths. Chapter 97. The Sorcerer, Part 8. At this moment, a legion of armored knights clad in white capes suddenly emerged on the hillside, revealing the presence of 10,000 cavalry from the Order of Light. Originally, they lay in wait outside the city, intending to intercept the sorcerers midway through their siege, coordinating with the troops within to decisively defeat the Night Owl Knights. However, none anticipated that the sorcerer would unleash such a formidable combination of spells, obliterating the city walls. Only then did Charles, the commander of the Light Knights and one of the Saints, react swiftly, choosing not to wait any longer for the opportune moment. But it was too late. The Night Owl Knights were merely hundreds of steps from breaching the city. Should they enter, with their prowess in foot and urban combat, along with the terrifying plague magic, death would shroud the entirety of St. Sal's city, transforming it into a hell on earth, where even the smallest of creatures could not survive. Upon witnessing the crumbled walls, Levis let out a maniacal laugh, already envisioning the terrified gazes of the so-called devout within the city. The carnage had stretched his nerves taut, and at this moment, he appeared exceedingly sinister and deranged. Night Owl Knights, everyone, eliminate them all. The entire Night Owl Knights moved as an intricate machine, swiftly springing into action, their motion from stillness to momentum evoking a picturesque beauty. Below the city, a dark torrent surged forth, akin to a tumultuous wave, as they all charged towards the heart of St. Sal. Charles urged his steed onward, desperately trying to catch up with the advancing Night Owl Knights. Yet it was already too late. In despair, he shouted no. Levis, accompanied by 8 sorcerers, surged forward with drawn swords. A relentless tide of soldiers rushing into the gaping breach in the city walls. Amidst the smoke of the recently destroyed fortifications, Levis caught sight of a vague figure. Who could it be? Just as this question surfaced in Levis's mind, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. He hastily dismounted, propelling himself into the air, only to see a white light swiftly spreading from ahead, as if a wave was sweeping over the land. Levis reacted quickly, but the 3 sorcerers alongside him, along with dozens of Night Owl Knights behind, failed to respond in time. The white light struck, and in its wake, it was as though a sharp blade had sliced through the air, cleaving through the midsections of bodies, leaving all in 2 halves, crashing to the ground. Time seemed to freeze. None could react as they beheld the chaos within a radius of 200 meters, where bodies and horses collided in a cacophony of terror, many steeds panicking and throwing their riders. Agra, Delis, Brel. Henry grasped the reins, gazing at the devastation before him, shouting in disbelief. This power surpassed even the light judgment wielded by the saints before. The latter merely tore apart, but this force annihilated entirely, erasing parts of the deceased's bodies as if they had never existed. All paused to look at the obliterated figures of the 3 sorcerer apprentices. From the moment they began their training at the sorcerer's tower, they had hardly been apart, their bond of friendship transcending even familial ties. Dead. Impossible. Who did this? Who could it be? A figure floated above the ground, as if gravity had no hold, their face obscured by a white, sun-patterned mask emanating an immense radiative influence, causing the air around to refract and distort. In this moment, all the sorcerer apprentices, including Levis, could only think of one individual, the legendary demigod, the saint of the Light Church, Kelly. Levis stood before the Night Owl Knights, thousands of eyes fixated on the masked woman, who exuded an overwhelming pressure. The power of her recent attack had exceeded their imagination, with a spell range that seemed to extend far beyond their comprehension. What formidable mental strength she possessed. As the morning sun gradually ascended, it cast a warm glow over Levis and his companions, creeping towards the rear of the Night Owl Knights, signaling the imminent clash of darkness and light. The psychic waves emanating from the saint, deep and unfathomable, combined with the sun-patterned mask she wore, intensified the invisible pressure that accompanied her approach. Is that the mask of Pharos, a divine artifact? Levis's expression shifted rapidly. The cavalry of the Light Knights was now on the verge of arrival. If they did not neutralize this woman before she could enter the city, the Night Owl Knights would suffer devastating losses outside at the hands of the Light Knights, and should she block the breach, how many would perish in a forced charge? Levis swiftly gestured, and another sorcerer apprentice immediately relayed orders. Archers, prepare. Others, surround from the sides and storm into the city. The previously disordered ranks rapidly reformed into a cohesive assault formation. As the command was given, waves of cavalry dismounted, transforming into archers. Levis aimed to force St. Kelly to relinquish her position. Once she cleared the path and they breached the city, the situation would no longer be under her control. Even the sorcerers present could not withstand such a rain of arrows, and Levis, now a third-tier apprentice capable of generating a protective psychic field, knew this assault was beyond mere defense. As each sorcerer readied their spells, Levis doubted that this so-called saint, masked as she was, could attain invincibility. Disregarding the entirety of the Night Owl Knights and their numerous sorcerers, fixing his gaze on the saint guarding the gap, he took a deep breath and bellowed, "Fire!" A deluge of arrows was unleashed, raining down upon the ground beneath the city walls, dense and formidable, blotting out the sky. Levis was determined to compel St. Kelly to step aside, yet she showed no inclination to evade. The arrows cascaded like rain, drawing nearer. Yet upon reaching within mere meters of Kelly, they seemed to plunge into water, slowing to a crawl, and then falling harmlessly to the ground before her. Simultaneously, the cavalry flanked her, swords drawn, with no emotions of fear or hesitation, only the mandate to destroy all that fell beneath Levis's command. Yet, as they neared within 100 meters of the saint, they abruptly halted, collapsing to the ground, lifeless yet unscathed. Cavalrymen continued to advance. Yet within a radius of 1,000 meters, it felt as though they had entered a chasm of death, each succumbing on the spot, their souls seemingly devoured by some unseen force, instantly losing consciousness. To the sorcerers, another realm unfolded before their eyes. The saint's psychic energy enveloped a 100-meter radius, forming a formidable psychic field akin to her own dominion, and within this domain, she wielded some manner of control. What was this? Levis deciphered it. Extraordinary power. Mastery over the rules.